The global phenomenon of beastification has arrived, with various ancient creatures resurrecting, including colossal apes comparable to King Kong, mammoths from the Ice Age, and the ancient marine leviathan of the West. Ye Feng finds himself reborn a day before the onset of this global beastification. He embarks on a solitary adventure into Shennongjia, seizing an origin meteorite imbued with the bloodline of the undying python, and ventures to the rainforests of Hainan to hunt the golden giant python. While others are still acclimating to their beastly forms, he has already integrated the powers of undying healing and absolute defense, transforming into a predator at the pinnacle of the food chain. However, as he devours beasts and ascends to become the overlord of the land, a true catastrophe that envelopes all living beings beyond the blue planet is just beginning to unfold. Chapter 1. Rebirth. You will not have a good death. In a classroom filled with scholarly voices, an angry roar left everyone stunned, their gazes drawn to its source. Ye Feng, what do you mean by that? A beautiful woman, dressed in leather boots and sporting a high ponytail, stormed to Ye Feng's side, her fiery eyes nearly ablaze. Did you just curse me in my own class? You. Ye Feng gazed at the striking woman, momentarily dazed. Shennongjia, you didn't die? As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. This unexpected turn of events caused Lu Qingqing's heart to race, stirring a sense of confusion within her. The onlookers were astonished. How could he be so audacious today, not only cursing Lu Qingqing, but also addressing her as Shennongjia afterward? What was he thinking? Had he lost his mind? Wait, where is this? Ye Feng suddenly furrowed his brow, surveying the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, a sharp pain striking his mind. Am I back? He stared blankly around, swallowing hard. Are you seriously just confused from sleep? Lu Qingqing scrutinized him, frowning. March 27th. March 27th. Yet, Ye Feng ignored her, lowering his gaze to his phone, where the date confirmed his realization, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha, I really am back. I truly am back. Is he going mad? Seriously, can one lose their sanity from sleep? This is insane. His classmates exchanged bewildered glances, and even Lu Qingqing's complexion shifted dramatically, her face alternating between shades of green and white, on the verge of a breakdown. Ye Feng, get out of my class. Finally, Lu Qingqing could no longer contain herself, unleashing an enraged roar akin to a lioness. All right then. To everyone's surprise, Ye Feng readily complied, retrieving his backpack from under the desk and briskly exiting the classroom. Shennongjia, I'll come to find you, he called back with a teasing tone before departing. Get lost, Lu Qingqing shouted once more. As Ye Feng stepped outside the teaching building, his expression turned serious, and he gazed skyward at the clear blue sky. Yet, this serene expanse would soon be marred by a catastrophic event that would strip humanity of its essence. Strange meteorites descending from the heavens would transform humans into primal beasts, triggering an irreversible collapse of civilization, compelling survival driven by the most primal desires. The law of the jungle would rise once more, where only the strong would thrive. Initially, the scope of the disaster would be limited, and humanity would frantically resist it. However, as time progressed, people would scramble to seize those peculiar stones, for they held the power to grant humanity the ability to transform into beasts. Civilization would crumble, and survival of the fittest would prevail. Only the powerful would endure until the end. The strong would devour the weak. A bloody storm would sweep across the earth, and no one would care about their human identities. They would only aspire to become the fiercest beasts. According to the knowledge Ye Feng had acquired in his previous life, prior to the global beastification, there had been a batch of meteorites that fell first. However, once discovered, these stones were swiftly taken to research centers for study. Some, by chance, had managed to harness their power and transform into ferocious beasts, yet due to their transformation into aberrations, they hid within the jungles, too fearful to emerge. It was only during the global beastification that they would rise from the shadows, their strengths having grown formidable, positioning them as apex predators. In his previous life, Ye Feng had toiled for half a lifetime, merely becoming a minor lord, toyed with by a dominant beast that treated him like a pawn. Now, fate had granted him a chance at rebirth. This time, he would seize the opportunity ahead of others, ascending to the pinnacle and achieving supremacy amidst the apocalypse. The battles of beasts are ever-changing. Only with formidable defenses can one endure indefinitely. As he exited the school, Ye Feng stood on the roadside, ruminating deeply on the information from his past life. Armed with the experiences of his previous battles, he understood the dangers that awaited Earth post-beastification. Only through careful navigation could one survive, for a moment's carelessness could result in a successful ambush by other beasts. In his past life, Ye Feng had transformed into a grizzly bear, a relatively fierce beast with exceptional defensive capabilities. This was why he had managed to survive for a considerable time after the apocalypse. Yet, others were not so fortunate. They encountered stones that merely granted them the forms of ordinary animals, or worse, they transformed into livestock. Their fate was one of helplessness. Shennongjia. Suddenly, a light of realization flickered in Ye Feng's mind. He recalled that among the first batch of fallen meteorites, there was a remarkably powerful mutated beast stone located in the Shennongjia of the northern province. This stone belonged to a creature known as the undying python, named for its extraordinary regenerative abilities. Once matured, it would become a dominant beast, feared even by ancient creatures such as saber-toothed tigers and dinosaurs. Moreover, beasts of the same kind can devour one another to gain each other's attributes. Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, recalling the mutated golden giant python that also emerged from a tropical rainforest in Hainan. This giant python had been one of the apex predators he had feared in his past life, renowned for its incredibly robust scales and resplendent golden body. As long as I acquire the abilities of these two giant pythons, I shall stand invincible. Unable to contain his excitement, Ye Feng immediately hailed a taxi to the high-speed train station. The 6-hour journey only intensified his fervor, his anticipation mounting with each passing moment. This is the place. Ye Feng rented an off-road vehicle and drove deep into the area before stopping, a smile of joy gracing his face as he recognized the familiar scenery. In his previous life, he had surveyed the birthplace of the undying python, and he was certain this was the location. Now all he needed to do was wait patiently. As time ticked away, Ye Feng suddenly heard frantic cries for help not far away. What was happening? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. The time for the meteorite's descent was approaching, and he did not wish for any mishaps. After a moment's thought, he decided to investigate. It turned out that two young individuals were being pursued by a wild wolf, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light in the darkness, a sight most chilling. The fleeing woman suddenly stumbled over a rock and fell to the ground, her situation precarious. Ye Feng's brow furrowed. Pulling out a dagger he had prepared in advance from his boot, he dashed forward. With a swift motion, he struck, and the wolf lay lifeless on the ground, a blood line marking its neck. The weakness of these wolves lies in their abdomen. Of course, if you have the chance, their necks are also one of their fatal vulnerabilities, Ye Feng remarked coolly. The startled man and woman gradually regained their composure and turned to Ye Feng with gratitude, saying, "Hello, my name is Qin Yi Ru, and this is my brother, Qin Xiaoming." Ye Feng cast a brief glance at the pair. The girl was quite beautiful, but he quickly lost interest. "All right, you have escaped danger. Hurry and leave this place." With that, Ye Feng disappeared into the thicket. "Brother, that guy is really strange," Qin Xiaoming murmured as he approached. "Why is he alone in this forest at such a late hour?" Qin Yi Ru gazed at Ye Feng's departing figure, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Meanwhile, a sudden burst of flames descended from the sky. Chapter 2. The Evolution of the Undying Python. A point of light rapidly expanded to the naked eye, trailing a splendid tail as it raced towards Ye Feng. Faced with this extraordinary phenomenon, Ye Feng could no longer maintain his composure and stared intently at the light. A fierce wind began to blow around him, rustling his clothes. "What are you doing?" At that moment, a soft voice emerged. Startled, Ye Feng turned to see a woman clad in tight-fitting attire, her beautiful eyes like torches, intently focused on him in the darkness. He was being followed. Ye Feng's expression darkened, his gaze becoming somber. The raw stone was about to fall, and at such a critical moment, a stranger appeared. The transformation of his beast form required a brief period. If this woman witnessed it, it would surely lead to complications. Boom! The sky erupted with a rumbling sound, and the point of light had transformed into a colossal fireball, hurtling towards the ground with increasing speed. Qin Yi Ru raised her head, her pupils reflecting the dazzling light, her voice trembling in awe. What is that?" "A stone," Ye Feng replied calmly. Ye Feng's gaze towards Qin Yi Ru regained its tranquility. The global beastification would inevitably occur. As long as he transformed into the undying python and swiftly departed, no issues would arise. "Are you waiting for it?" Qin Yi Ru's eyes widened in disbelief at Ye Feng's indifference. Who is this person? How does he know something is about to fall here? An astronomer, perhaps? The temperature around them began to rise. The raw stone pierced through the atmosphere, plummeting towards Ye Feng, and his eyes glimmered with a mix of desire and madness. As for Qin Yi Ru, She was witnessing one of the most unforgettable scenes of her life. A slender figure stood in the night, arms outstretched, the light in his eyes radiant as he prepared to embrace the meteor's impact. Buzz! Just as she was lost in thought, the stone abruptly halted in front of Ye Feng. Qin Yiru saw that it was a nearly transparent stone, its material unlike anything she had ever encountered. What is this? Her face filled with wonder as she wanted to approach, but the stone suddenly emitted an infinite radiance, enveloping Ye Feng entirely. In Qin Yiru's terrified gaze, Ye Feng transformed into a massive cocoon of light. Gulp! Qin Yiru swallowed hard, terror gripping her as she sank to the ground. The strange phenomenon she had witnessed that night shattered her entire worldview. Roar! Awoo! The sounds of beasts echoed from all directions, stirred by the meteor's descent. Qin Yiru's face turned pale. She could almost see pairs of green eyes glowing in the darkness, but something in this vicinity deterred them from advancing. The entity that kept them at bay was Ye Feng. Hello? Is this Yao Yaoling? Outside the forest, a sweating young man dialed a number. Hello? This is... How may I assist you? I'm in Shennongjia. My sister is missing. I just saw a meteor crash down. Please help us. The youth spoke incoherently, trembling. There was a brief silence on the line. Shennongjia? Are you referring to the scenic area? And sir, could you please specify where your sister went missing? As for the meteor, the voice on the other end paused. What nonsense, this is too far-fetched. Everyone, prepare to depart. A strange phenomenon has appeared in Shennongjia. The higher-ups have ordered us to bring heavy weaponry for support. Level 1 alert. Quickly, quickly. Suddenly, an anxious voice came through the phone. The young man was stunned, realizing the tone from the other end had turned serious. Hello, sir. We will arrive shortly. Please find a safe location and do not move. Beep, beep. Hearing the voice on the phone, Qin Xiaoming was utterly dazed. Level 1 alert? What on earth is happening? In the forest shrouded in darkness, an eerie blue glow radiated. At the same time, Qin Yiru huddled next to the cocoon of light that Ye Feng had transformed into, trembling uncontrollably. This was the safest spot. The beasts attracted by the cocoon were growing in number, appearing like phantoms, their heavy breathing distinctly audible. They seemed to be waiting for something. Hiss! A hissing sound made Qin Yiru's body stiffen abruptly. Something cold seemed to be writhing against her back. Remembering the sound she had just heard, her heart raced. It was a snake, and it was right beside her. Gulp! She turned her head only to find that the cocoon she had been leaning against had vanished, revealing an extraordinarily large snake, head gracefully raised, its cold scales and indifferent eyes sending shivers down her spine. Every inch of it made Qin Yiru tremble with fear. Looking back, the snake's body coiled and extended over 10 meters long, its robust form comparable to a small tree, radiating a peculiar pale blue glow. Qin Yiru swore she had never seen such a species of python before. Hiss! Ye Feng flicked his tongue, feeling the strange power within his body and brimming with satisfaction. Is this the mutated form? Roar! At that moment, rustling sounds suddenly erupted around him, accompanied by the growls of the beasts filled with suppressed challenge. Ye Feng raised his massive snake head, indifferent and unyielding. These were Earth's native creatures, and the power of the raw stone held immense allure for them as well. They had been circling around, waiting for him to appear, ready to tear him apart. However, hiss! Ye Feng lifted his body, taking in the surroundings. Just a pack of lone wolves and a few leopards, thinking they could hunt him. Congratulations, host, you have awakened the most powerful evolution system. Devour prey to gain growth points. Devouring mutated beasts grants their abilities and substantial growth points. No species restrictions. No species restrictions? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, mutated beasts could indeed devour each other to evolve, but only within the same species. For example, snakes could only devour snakes. If they attempted to consume other species, there would be no transformation. Yet the system he now possessed disregarded this limitation. Current growth points. 0, 100 growth points are needed for the next evolution. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Feng narrowed his snake-like eyes. In other words, he required 100 growth points for his first evolution. In his previous life, his brown bear had evolved 36 times to attain the level of a minor lord beast. He couldn't help but wonder how many times this mutated form would need to evolve to reach the level of a dominant entity. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng's fearsome serpent head lunged forward, darting towards the grass concealed by the night. When he retracted his head, he seemed to possess something additional in his abdomen. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yiru felt a chill run down her spine. Only moments ago, she had been in closest proximity to Ye Feng, yet he merely cast a fleeting glance her way before unleashing his wrath upon the surrounding beasts. Having observed Ye Feng's transformation firsthand, she understood the true identity of this colossal python. With a hissing sound, Ye Feng flicked his serpent tongue, his body surging forth once more, exhibiting a speed and ferocity that far surpassed all recorded giant pythons. Even the long-extinct Titanoboa did not possess such formidable physique. Minutes later, Ye Feng staggered back to Qin Yi Ru's side, his growth value having risen to 17 points, though he still felt a sense of insatiable longing. His gaze fell upon Qin Yi Ru, the indifferent serpent eyes reflecting her delicate silhouette. "I won't tell anyone," Qin Yi Ru stammered, her fair face drained of color, ultimately collapsing to the ground, her legs trembling and weak. Ye Feng looked down, noticing that the moonlight illuminated a patch of dampness on the ground. Chapter 3. The Ancient Species. Suddenly, a distant siren pierced the air, causing Ye Feng to pause momentarily. Had he attracted the attention of the police so soon? He glanced down at Qin Yi Ru, whose large serpent head appeared somewhat heavy, flickering its tongue. In his previous life, he had transformed into a ferocious beast only after the global beastification, having never experienced consuming humans. Presently, he had no desire to do so, as the thought of it felt rather repulsive to him. "Can you still understand my words?" Qin Yi Ru, feeling the intensity of Ye Feng's gaze, could not help but ask with a trembling voice. Ye Feng tilted his head and eventually nodded. Although he had transformed into a gigantic python, his thoughts remained those of the former Ye Feng, fully capable of comprehending human language. If he wished, he could even articulate human speech. Qin Yi Ru struggled to mask her astonishment, her delicate hand covering her red lips. She was nearly certain that this colossal python was the young man who had served as their guide. But how had he turned into a giant serpent? Was it due to that stone that had fallen from the sky? In that moment, Qin Yi Ru felt as though she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Yet this revelation left her feeling restless. Ye Feng raised his head to gaze at the dense forest, where figures were swiftly approaching. Following the tallest tree, he coiled his massive serpent body around it, reaching the top, and lifted his head to survey the surroundings. He observed that the entrance to the forest had been thoroughly encircled by military forces. After a moment of silence, he turned and swiftly departed from the area. Qin Yi Ru posed no threat. Even if she were to recount what she had witnessed today, no one would believe her, as it was far too absurd. A living human transformed into a glowing giant python? What a ludicrous notion. Left behind, Qin Yi Ru remained in a daze. Suddenly, her delicate hand brushed against the damp earth beneath her, and a realization struck her, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. "Captain, what's wrong?" Outside the forest, a police officer observed the captain frozen with binoculars, perplexed. "Did I just experience a hallucination?" Yang Ming lowered the binoculars and rubbed his eyes vigorously. "What hallucination?" the young officer inquired with increasing curiosity. "I think I just saw a glowing giant python." Yang Ming swallowed hard, disbelief evident in his eyes. The young officer was momentarily speechless. This was Shennongjia, where pythons were typically found only in the peripheral regions, making it impossible for one to appear here, let alone one that glowed. "Captain, there is no such thing as a glowing python." The young officer's words were cut short as his pupils suddenly constricted. "A python? What?" Yang Ming was taken aback, following the officer's gaze. Before him slithered a massive python, emanating a faint blue light, desperately attempting to wriggle beyond the protective barrier. There really is a giant python. Chaos ensued. And it glows. How on earth did a giant python end up here? Good heavens, it's over 10 meters long. Hurry. It's trying to escape Shennongjia. Stop it. Yang Ming commanded urgently. This was no jest. If such a colossal serpent were to escape, countless lives would be at stake. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, now transformed into an immortal python, felt a pang of frustration. He had thoroughly surveyed the area and deemed it the most viable escape route. Despite exercising caution, he had still been discovered. Bang! Bang! The sounds of gunfire erupted through the forest, eventually fading into silence. Yang Ming stared at the tattered protective net, his expression blank. Good heavens, what have I just witnessed? A python over 10 meters long appeared within Shennongjia, and it has escaped. The mere thought of such a massive creature invading human territory sent shivers down Yang Ming's spine. "Quick, report to the superiors. We're in deep trouble." In a secluded cave, Ye Feng coiled his body, glancing at the bullet holes in his skin, from which blood oozed. He felt a peculiar power within him at work, accelerating the healing of his wounds at an observable rate, as flesh and skin slowly reverted to their original state. Such rapid healing. Ye Feng marveled at the sight. In his previous life, his brown bear had devoured a species with exceptional self-healing abilities, but even that had taken half a day to mend its wounds. Yet, the Immortal Python had only been off the battlefield for a mere few minutes, and its injuries were healing swiftly. Mutated species, indeed terrifying. Ye Feng's heart brimmed with aspiration. The Immortal Python had now become his beastly form, and according to typical development, the future position of dominance would eventually be his. However, he was not content with merely that. In the tropical rainforest of Hainan, another mutated species had emerged, the golden giant python, possessing extraordinarily oppressive defensive capabilities. With it, Ye Feng could truly attain invincibility. But at present, he could no longer rely on transportation and could only depend on his own speed. In the meantime, the golden giant python likely had already found a master by the time he arrived. He would have no choice but to hunt it down. Thus, along the way, he needed to hunt various beasts to acquire growth points for evolution, empowering himself to confront the golden giant python. After resting for a night, Ye Feng prepared to set forth on his lengthy journey. Simultaneously, news spread across the nation, with headlines such as, "Shocking! An enormous python has appeared in Shennongjia." And what secrets lie behind the emergence of this colossal python? Days later, within the forest, Ye Feng was relentlessly hunting the local beasts. During this time, wherever he roamed, he became the nightmare of that jungle. Through his efforts, he had successfully evolved once more and amassed over 100 growth points. However, the requirement for the second evolution was 200 points, which he had yet to attain. Russell, unbeknownst to Ye Feng, he had attracted the attention of two formidable tigers. These tigers possessed saber-like fangs and were larger than modern tigers. They were saber-toothed tigers, ancient large felines. Their piercing gazes fixed upon the dense forest's edge. Within the thicket, a massive python could be seen writhing, accompanied by the distant cries of beasts. "Brother, do you think we can truly contend with that python?" One of the tigers, surprisingly articulate, inquired of the other saber-toothed tiger. "Fear not. Once he has exhausted himself from slaying his prey, we shall strike. We will surely prevail. I have observed that such a giant python cannot possibly exist in Huaxia. Thus he, like us, must have been transformed by that stone. If we can devour this python, we would only become even more powerful." Upon hearing this, the other saber-toothed tiger exhibited a glimmer of desire and cruelty. Meanwhile, Ye Feng remained oblivious to the impending danger as he continued his relentless hunting. Chapter 4. 1 against 2. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 1 evolution point. Electronic prompts echoed in Ye Feng's ears as he lay panting on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of wolves. You have devoured a wild wolf, gaining 1 constitution. You have devoured a wild wolf, gaining 1 speed. After a brief respite, Ye Feng swallowed several wild wolf carcasses, letting out a satisfied belch. Concurrently, the system's electronic voice chimed in. This transformation was the first ability unlocked after Ye Feng's initial evolution. Each time he consumed a beast, he had the opportunity to randomly enhance his attributes. However, the attributes provided by ordinary beasts were negligible for him. Host: Ye Feng, 1 evolution, species, undying python, mutated type, strength, 136 speed, 83 defense, 175 constitution, 102. This is Ye Feng's attribute panel, showcasing the remarkable qualities of the mutated undying python, which has only undergone 1 evolution. Thus, the minor attributes seem trivial in comparison to Ye Feng's prowess. However, even the smallest increments can accumulate significantly. If he were to consume millions of beasts, the benefits would be substantial. Regrettably, gaining 2 attribute points from a mere dozen beasts is already considered commendable. Hissing, Ye Feng flicked his crimson tongue, and the gaping wounds inflicted by the wolf pack began to heal, emitting a faint blue glow. This was the manifestation of the undying python's bloodline. Roar, brother. It seems this giant python is not as formidable as it appears, collapsing after merely confronting a pack of wolves. An oppressive roar pierced the air, heightening Ye Feng's alertness. What is that? Turning around, Ye Feng's pupils constricted in shock. Before him stood 2 tigers, and not just any tigers. These were extraordinary. They measured nearly 3 meters in length, with razor-sharp fangs gleaming with a chilling glint. These were clearly the ancient saber-toothed tigers. Ye Feng's heart raced at the sight. Saber-toothed tigers could not possibly exist in modern times, and their ability to speak indicated they were likely ferocious beasts transformed by primal stones. Furthermore, they were ancient types. In his previous life, the beastified humans categorized the initial ferocious beasts created from primal stones into 4 tiers: ordinary type, advanced type, ancient type, and mutated type. It was said that there existed a legendary type, such as the Qilin or the Yinglong. Of course, Ye Feng had never encountered such creatures in his past life. Over time, these tales had morphed into mere legends, akin to the mythical stories of the Dragon Kingdom, not to be taken at face value. As ferocious beasts grew, the beastified humans further refined their classification system. Each 10 evolutions marked a transition to a new tier, including the initial form, complete form, enhanced form, derivative form, ultimate form, primal form, super divine form, and mythical form. In his previous life, the dominant tier of ferocious beasts had largely evolved to the ultimate form. With a few reaching the primal form, these beasts could gulp down an entire lake with ease. As for the super divine and mythical forms, Ye Feng had never heard of them. Now, Ye Feng gazed at the two saber-toothed tigers with puzzlement. They likely had not transformed into ferocious beasts for long, perhaps even failing to complete their first evolution. Yet their predatory gaze suggested they intended to make a move against him. He had just finished consuming a wolf and had yet to digest it. However, ferocious beasts born from primal stones must offer significant growth potential, right? If they were foolish enough to challenge him, Ye Feng would not hesitate to devour them, potentially facilitating his second evolution. Given his current strength as a mutated type who had undergone one evolution, his chances against two ancient types were promising. What kind of python is this? I have never seen its like before. One saber-toothed tiger approached, scrutinizing Ye Feng with an unusual glimmer in its eyes. Because this python emanated light, there was no mention of a luminous python in any encyclopedia. Could it be, like them, an ancient breed of python? Yet the largest python fossil discovered by humanity was the Titanoboa. So what could this glowing creature be? The saber-toothed tiger's contemplation was interrupted by its companion, who was already drooling at the sight of the enormous python. If they could consume it, how much would they grow? Perhaps they could reach 2 meters in height? Ye Feng reclined lazily on the ground, observing the two saber-toothed tigers without haste. The pair seemed oblivious to his presence, with one pondering how to prepare him, steamed or braised. This scenario amused Ye Feng, as these ancient types had awakened during a time of ferocity and power, making them formidable in their own right. Yet they had mistakenly targeted him, a harbinger of calamity. According to Ye Feng's memories, the first batch of primal stones that descended upon the Dragon Kingdom yielded no more than 10 mutated types, including his undying python and the golden giant python from the southern province. This, of course, was an incomplete record. The global beastification was chaotic, and no one could guarantee the absolute accuracy of the statistics. They merely served as a reference. Even so, this was enough to substantiate the rarity of mutated types. While ancient types were undeniably formidable, had they not encountered him, these two saber-toothed tigers could have easily united to become minor lords in the future, and with great fortune, perhaps even rulers. Alas, they had crossed paths with him. In his previous life, to seize resources and territory, the beastified humans waged brutal and primal wars. The strongest ferocious beasts were dubbed overlords, capable of claiming approximately 1 million square kilometers. Rulers would ally with overlords, occupying between 100 to 200,000 square kilometers, while minor lords could claim 30 to 50,000 square kilometers. In his past life, Ye Feng, as an ordinary type brown bear, had evolved over 40 times but had only attained the status of a minor lord, far from becoming a ruler, let alone an overlord. Now, with the bloodline of the mutated undying python coursing through him, his potential was at least that of a ruler. These two ancient saber-toothed tigers were hardly worth considering for him. His ambition lay with those super-mutated types that once roamed with the power of overlords in his past life. Hissing, Ye Feng felt some of his meal digesting in his abdomen. His massive head slowly lifted, exuding an imposing chill. For the sake of growth points, he resolved to take action against these two ancient types. They were already hostile, and in a world governed by the law of the jungle, he bore no moral burden. Roaring in response to Ye Feng's emerging hostility, the saber-toothed tiger's fur bristled, and a sense of threat surged within them. What astonished them even more was the revelation of the python's full length, nearly 15 meters. Even the historically documented Titanoboa was only 12 meters long. As one tiger assessed the situation, the other, already ravenous for the python, charged forward, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Chapter 5. Exposure of movements transformed into saber-toothed tigers. They wreaked havoc upon the wilderness, their powerful frames granting them an intoxicating sense of invincibility, their fangs sharp enough to instill fear. Fueled by the legacy of the saber-toothed tigers as infamous ancient predators, one tiger brimmed with unfounded confidence. Yet Ye Feng did not underestimate them. Saber-toothed tigers were indeed formidable, far more ferocious than modern tigers. The battle was unpredictable, and even with the bloodline of a mutated undying python, a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Ye Feng raised his imposing form, his cold gaze fixated on the saber-toothed tigers, especially their elongated fangs. They were too long. If they penetrated his body, he would bleed profusely within seconds, facing certain death. Even the bloodline of the undying python would not save him then. Now was the moment. The saber-toothed tiger seemed momentarily distracted, and Ye Feng seized the opportunity, lunging forward. In a flash, before the two saber-toothed tigers could react, Ye Feng's powerful body coiled around one of them, targeting its mouth first. Under the immense pressure of Ye Feng's girth, the saber-toothed tiger quickly began to suffocate and convulse. Not far away, the other saber-toothed tiger finally registered what was happening, its eyes wide with shock and horror, so fast. It believed that it had transformed into a remarkably swift saber-toothed tiger, yet it failed to anticipate that the massive python, glowing with a blue luminescence, possessed a speed far beyond its own. This creature was undoubtedly not a modern species. It was almost certain of that. However, its companion had fallen into dire straits, prompting it to growl anxiously as it sought an advantageous angle for a rescue. With a tightening grip, Ye Feng maintained his focus on the other saber-toothed tiger, his eyes unwavering. Drawing on the combat experience from his previous life, he understood the art of the hunt far better than these novices. The battle had already been decided the moment the first saber-toothed tiger became ensnared by him. With a roar, the second saber-toothed tiger could no longer contain itself. Launching forward with a fierce shout, its cavernous maw agape and its sharp canines aimed at Ye Feng's abdomen. It felt a surge of joy as it realized Ye Feng had exposed such a vital area. Having spent time honing its skills, it was acutely aware of the lethal potential of those fangs. If they sank into Ye Feng's belly for just 10 seconds, victory would be assured. Alas, it was mistaken. As it charged toward Ye Feng, it suddenly caught sight of the latter's indifferent gaze, which resembled an ancient, unyielding glacier, cold enough to chill the soul. Caught off guard, this thought flashed through the saber-toothed tiger's mind, causing it to hesitate. Thud! The massive tail of the python struck the saber-toothed tiger with the force of a gale, lifting it off the ground and slamming it against a tree trunk. Hiss! As the saber-toothed tiger crashed to the earth, it had no time to struggle before it felt as if bound by an immense rope, its breath becoming labored. Upon opening its eyes, it met Ye Feng's indifferent stare. It felt a chill. Moments later, Ye Feng surveyed the battlefield with satisfaction, letting out a contented belch. You have gained 50 evolution points. You have gained 50 evolution points. The system's notifications chimed. You have devoured an ancient saber-toothed tiger, gaining 5 in constitution. You have devoured an ancient saber-toothed tiger, gaining 3 in speed. You have devoured an ancient saber-toothed tiger, gaining 3 in strength. You have devoured an ancient saber-toothed tiger, gaining 3 in defense. You have consumed the saber-toothed tiger's fangs, acquiring venomous fangs. The electronic voice resonated in his ears, but the final announcement filled Ye Feng with immense joy. Venomous fangs? He could also consume organs? This was an unexpected delight. Ye Feng had not anticipated such functionality in the awakened system. In his previous life, such a system had not even manifested. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Ye Feng sensed that this system harbored many undiscovered capabilities, a sensation more exhilarating than a lottery win. Host: Ye Feng, 1 evolution. Type: Immortal Python evolution points. 217,200 functions. Venomous fangs, not yet fused. Strength: 142 speed. 89 defense. 181 constitution. 112. This attribute panel was far more comprehensive than the previous one. Additionally, Ye Feng discovered that each saber-toothed tiger had generated attribute points, and quite generously at that. Each had 3 points in strength, defense, and speed, with a remarkable 5 points in constitution. Was it possible that defeating ancient species guaranteed attribute generation? This remained to be seen. In any case, Ye Feng's power had once again been bolstered. With enough evolution points and venomous fangs still unfused, he now needed only to find a secluded spot to begin his evolution. Ye Feng elegantly maneuvered away. Hours later, a pair of hunters, old and young, arrived at the site. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, the elder hunter displayed a look of shock and gravity. "Grandfather, look here," his 8-year-old grandson exclaimed, pointing at a clear imprint in the soil. The elder hunter focused intently. It was unmistakably the trail of a python, and the size was nearly half a meter wide. When had such a large python emerged in these woods? The elder hunter dared not linger. The eerie silence of the forest compelled him to hasten his departure with his grandson. Upon returning home, the elder hunter remained shaken. Just then, He caught a news replay on television. A giant python has been spotted in Shennongjia. The size of this python seemed to align with the imprint found in the forest. He quickly searched through a map. Indeed, this giant python could traverse the dense forest to arrive here, heading south. Its sudden appearance could only be attributed to an outsider. And given the recent news, the elder hunter's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Jingzhou, sister, there's news. Qin Xiaoming exclaimed, rushing to Qin Yeru's side, clutching her phone. What news? Qin Yeru, having just finished drying her hair, had her silky strands framing her delicate face, which resembled a crescent moon in beauty. That giant python that almost devoured us has reappeared. With this news, the state will surely dispatch personnel to capture it. How wonderful. Qin Xiaoming laughed heartily. What did you say? Qin Yeru suddenly turned, her gaze piercing as she looked at Qin Xiaoming, her beautiful eyes glinting with a cold light. Qin Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback by her sister's intense stare, stammering. They found traces of the giant python in a dense forest in Gaian province. And according to local hunters, it is very likely the one that escaped from Shennongjia. Such significant news would undoubtedly prompt an investigation by the authorities. As she spoke, Qin Xiaoming's voice dwindled, for her sister's gaze grew increasingly frigid. I am going to find it. Qin Yeru's solemn voice resonated moments later. Meanwhile, in a cave deep within the jungle, Ye Feng's evolution had reached its final stages. Chapter 6. Pursuing the Immortal Python. Hiss. The morning light filtered into the cave as Ye Feng lifted his elongated form, gazing elegantly into the distance. At this moment, he had developed a pair of venomous fangs that sparkled under the sun's rays. System, check personal information, Ye Feng uttered softly. Host, Ye Feng. Second evolution type, Immortal Python evolution points, 17, 400 points required for the next level of evolution. Functions, venomous fangs strength, 162 speed, 109 defense, 201 constitution, 142. Strength, speed, and defense had all increased by 20 points, while his constitution surged by an impressive 30 points. The benefits of a single evolution were astounding. Ye Feng marveled before gracefully exiting the cave. He needed to continue his journey southward to seek another mutated species, the golden python. Ye Feng traveled south until he reached a scenic water area, hesitating as he approached the river. This was a highly trafficked tourist spot, bustling with visitors. If he chose to detour, it would extend his journey by at least 2 more days. With the imminent global beastification, he was reluctant to waste time. As long as he submerged himself in the water, he believed he would encounter no issues. Thus, Ye Feng stored enough oxygen and slowly descended into the water. The underwater world dazzled Ye Feng, teeming with vibrant fish and crawling crabs. He propelled himself through the water, and the creatures he encountered swiftly evaded the massive presence. However, Ye Feng soon realized that the oxygen he had stored was insufficient to reach the opposite shore. After much deliberation, he decided to surface for air. After all, he could not allow himself to suffocate. Meanwhile, above the river's surface, a small boat resembling a picturesque painting floated gracefully. The blazing sun beat down, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Beneath the canopy, a graceful and beautiful woman donned a light, gauzy outfit, occasionally fiddling with something. Upon closer inspection, she was live-streaming, though her audience was modest, only a few hundred viewers tuning in. Hello, everyone. This is Li Jiang. And today I'll take you to appreciate the beauty of nature, the charming host said as she brushed aside her tousled hair, beginning to scan the comments. Host, I don't want to see the scenery. I want to see you sing. Those upstairs have no ambition. We want to see dancing. Can you dance on a boat? It is perhaps best to reconsider. The situation is rather perilous. If one were to fall into the river, it would indeed be a spectacle worthy of a diving performance. However, I am curious whether the anchor is adorned in BGN today. The comments scrolling through the screen have caused a delicate blush to bloom on Yao Susu's fair visage. As a mere sightseeing streamer, she is unaccustomed to the salacious remarks in the chat, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Anchor, what creatures inhabit the waters of Lijiang? Are there sharks? A comment catches her attention. Oh, Yao Susu's delicate brows arch in surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Finally, a topic she can respond to. The aquatic life beneath the surface of Lijiang is indeed diverse, featuring carp, slender fish, whitebait, and redfin, among others. However, there are no sharks. Yet, there exists a fascinating tale about the whitebait in Lijiang. Would you like to hear it? Yao Susu beams a radiant smile. Is there any long-shaped creature? Another comment inquires. Long-shaped creatures? Yao Susu pauses momentarily. Indeed, such as eels and loaches. She exhales, relieved. Eels and loaches are quite common in these waters. Yet, As she speaks, embarrassment floods her cheeks, as she suddenly grasps the underlying implications of the conversation. Haha, the anchor's expression is priceless. It cracks me up, comments another user. The anchor seems a bit dim-witted. Anchor, why not dive down and catch one? I'll reward you with a rocket. Please, don't steer away from the topic. Anchor, I heard there are snakes in these waters. Do be cautious. Suddenly, another comment warns. Ah, thank you for your concern, Yao Susu replies, her embarrassment slightly alleviated. Snakes? Surely that cannot be true. Don't joke. There are indeed snakes. Just as Yao Susu attempts to steady her nerves, she receives another alarming message. Scanning the tranquil surface of the water, she sees nothing amiss. Anchor, I see it too. A massive one. It's a python. Anchor, look behind you. As the comments flood in, Yao Susu's heart races. Please, don't make baseless claims. How could there possibly be a python here? Anchor, turn around. It has emerged. Yao Susu's complexion pales as she stiffly turns her head, only to behold the placid surface of the water, disturbed only by the slightest ripples, as if something has just descended beneath. Suddenly, a piercing hiss echoes, and a colossal python, several meters in length, bursts forth from the water. Yao Susu, startled, plops down onto the deck, her face drained of color. It's a Burmese python, estimated to be 8 meters long. How is it here? Some viewers identify the snake species. Wow, this is thrilling. I can't believe the anchor is showing us a giant python. What a treat for the fans. Are you out of your mind? This is a wild python. The anchor's life is at stake. Anchor, run now. What are you waiting for? At this moment, Yao Susu is paralyzed with fear, her legs trembling at the sight of the lengthy serpent. Just then, another hiss reverberates, the water roiling violently, and a massive shadow darts through, swiftly closing in on the Burmese python. With a splash, another gigantic python, its girth resembling that of a barrel, emerges, exuding an eerie blue glow. Dear viewers, may I inquire what species this is? Hello, I'm new here. Is this a live stream of a movie? I'm new too, but this seems like a survival show. The comments continue to flood in as the viewer count surges into the thousands, all drawn in by the spectacle of the enormous python. Where's this? What is happening? What a massive python. Are the two pythons fighting? Indeed. The scene unfolds as two colossal pythons engage in a fierce chase, the one emitting blue light seemingly hunting the Burmese python, which is filled with terror and desperately fleeing, only to be ensnared by its pursuer. With a crash, the river erupts and splashes as the blue python drags the Burmese python beneath the surface. In the depths of Lijiang, Ye Feng devours the Burmese python, an advanced species measuring 8 meters. He had not anticipated such fortune on his journey to Lijiang. Encountering an advanced species along the way, this Burmese python is certainly not native to Lijiang, and records of such a creature measuring 8 meters are exceedingly rare in Longhua. This creature may very well have been transformed by the original stone, hiding here to develop in secrecy, only to be stumbled upon by him. You have consumed an advanced Burmese python, gaining 24 growth points. You have gained 3 strength attribute points. The advanced species rewards appear to be quite generous. Ye Feng stretches his body underwater, his serpent-like eyes narrowing. The water swirls around him, yet no other creatures dare approach. Though he expresses indifference, Ye Feng feels a sense of satisfaction. After all, acquiring 3 attribute points is far superior to gaining 2 from hundreds of beasts. Meanwhile, Ye Feng remains unaware of the seismic waves rippling through the outside world. Certain social media outlets report a mysterious giant python reappears, engaging in a fierce battle with a massive Burmese python. Who will emerge victorious? Another platform speculates a possible extraterrestrial species has appeared within Longhua, consuming native species? Shocking. The giant python has returned. Is this a resurgence of humanity or a moral dilemma? At a research facility, a professor paces anxiously. The statistical report from last night has arrived. It is said there have been hundreds of meteor sightings across Longhua, with 2 locations receiving the most attention. Where? An elderly man with graying hair inquires eagerly. Shennongjia, in a certain area in the southern province, replies a poised woman in a white lab coat. Other regions have witnessed smaller meteor showers. Yet no traces have been found at these 2 sites. How can this be? The elderly man paces back and forth, his eyes filled with disbelief. Professor, we have received news. The woman suddenly beams with joy. What news? The elderly man perks up. Our researchers have discovered a peculiar stone deep within the snowfield, radiating light. Our team has been hesitant to approach it. Reports indicate it is in a state of suspension, with no impact traces nearby. No impact traces? The elderly man pauses, a flicker of excitement dancing across his features. Perhaps this stone is the key to unraveling the mystery of the meteor's disappearance. Host, Ye Feng's second evolution species, undying Python evolution points, 78. 400 points required for the next evolution abilities. Venomous Fang's strength, 165 speed, 110 defense, 201 constitution, 142 under the waters of Lijiang. Ye Feng has completely absorbed the Burmese python and resumes his journey. Suddenly, an ear-piercing siren pierces the air, causing Ye Feng to startle. Several police vessels are patrolling the surface of the river. What is happening? Ye Feng's serpent-like eyes narrow. Could it be that his pursuit of the Burmese python has drawn attention? As he recalls, there was indeed a person present. And the equipment on that vessel, they were live-streaming. Ye Feng's body stiffens at the realization, as he unwittingly exposed himself to the entire world. Of course, the most pressing concern was that he was surrounded and patrolled by officials. How could he possibly escape? After much hesitation, Ye Feng finally decided to move his body and swim toward the shore. Today had been extraordinarily thrilling. On the shore, Yao Susu was patting her chest, her beautiful eyes still reflecting a hint of excitement. Susu, did you really see a giant python during your live stream? Asked a woman in a moon-white dress, astonished. Yes, Yao Susu replied, instinctively tightening her legs, her voice trembling. Why didn't the giant python eat you? The woman in the moon-white dress inquired, but soon realized her gaffe and covered her red lips, though her beautiful eyes still gazed at Susu, filled with confusion. Yao Susu paused at the question. Why indeed hadn't the python consumed her? Perhaps it was because they were fighting at the time and it had no time to eat her? Yao Susu tilted her head, uncertainty creeping in. Oh no, she exclaimed suddenly, slapping her forehead. I forgot to tell my fans that I'm safe. With that, Yao Susu took out her phone from her bag, adjusted the camera, and prepared for a brief live stream to inform her followers of her escape. Ding! The moment she began the broadcast, hundreds of viewers flooded into the live stream, quickly rising to 1,000, and that number continued to grow exponentially, soon surpassing 100,000. They were all drawn in by the giant python. Host, where's the giant python? Host, I want to see the giant snake. Wow, the host wasn't eaten. Did she survive against all odds? The barrage of comments left Yao Susu feeling somewhat overwhelmed. She cleared her throat. Hello everyone. I am the host Susu. The giant python is currently under official control, and they let it escape. That is good. I live nearby, and Haven T dared to go out lately. Is anyone forming a team to go see the giant python? Let us meet at midnight. Hey, take me with you. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was seizing the opportunity during the patrol's break to come ashore. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he noticed 2 women on the path he needed to take. Chapter 8. The hunting squad. Ye Feng halted his steps. He found himself in a dense forest that led to another forest, and there was no choice but to pass through this small path. Reluctantly, he steeled himself. The sinuous body of the snake glimmered faintly, its girth as thick as a tree trunk, obstructing the road. He was crossing. Host, are you sure that python is within the controlled area? A comment suddenly flashed across the screen. Brothers, is that a fallen tree behind? Why is the tree glowing? Nonsense. It not only glows, but also moves. Wow, this can't be. Quick, tell the host to run. Suddenly, the tone of the live stream shifted. And as Yao Susu gazed at the eerily familiar scene, her neck stiffened. Impossible. Yao Susu forced a sweet smile. The giant python is under police control. That's impossible. She turned her gaze and locked eyes with Ye Feng for a brief moment. It's over. The host is in trouble. Their eyes confirmed it. The serpent was indeed real. The comments flooded in, and the rockets in the live stream showed no signs of stopping. At that moment, Yao Susu was utterly bewildered. Ye Feng was also taken aback. What a coincidence that it was this host again, and she seemed to be live streaming once more. Hiss. Ye Feng raised his massive head, his gaze cold and indifferent. Slap. Yao Susu was so frightened that she fell to the ground, while the girl beside her was so terrified that her face contorted, a strange smell filling the air. Ye Feng looked at the 2 women with satisfaction. It seemed his intimidating presence was quite effective. Of course, his primary intention was to frighten them away from the shattered black-screen phone lying on the ground. How could a serpent as handsome as he be seen by mere mortals? Ye Feng departed gracefully, leaving the 2 women in disarray. 2 days later, in the tropical rainforest of the South Province. Boss, is what you said true? Capturing that creature will earn us $1 million? In the dense thicket, a few men with fierce appearances, armed with firearms, moved stealthily, carrying instruments as if searching for something. Of course, the bounty is clearly stated on the black markets list. It can't be false. The leader, a muscular man wearing a headscarf, scoffed, his eyes brimming with excitement. How big was it the last time you saw it? Asked a skinny man with a flattering smile, his eyes darting as if plotting something. About 7 or 8 meters, the leader replied casually. Why the sudden interest? Oh, nothing. The skinny man said, a flicker of evasion in his gaze. He had just seen a news report about a giant python that had appeared near the river. A few days ago, it was only about 10 meters long in Shennongjia, but when it appeared near the river, it had grown to nearly 20 meters. By the time Ye Feng arrived in the rainforest of the South Province, the entire snake seemed somewhat dulled. What had happened? Almost every thicket he entered revealed a scene of devastation, with fallen trees and withered plants. Ye Feng even discovered a clear imprint in the muddy ground. Unmistakably the trail of the giant python. It was the golden python. Ye Feng recognized it at a glance. The uneven impressions in the soil bore the unmistakable marks of scales scraping against the ground. In his previous life, Ye Feng had encountered the habitat of the golden python, though by then, it had already become a dominant force. This was troubling. Ye Feng flicked his tongue, his pupils betraying a note of gravity. The growth rate of this golden python was not inferior to his. Judging by its size, it was not far off. To devour it now would undoubtedly require considerable effort. A careless misstep could cost him his life. The golden python should not have noticed my arrival in its territory. I can take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Ye Feng flicked his tongue again. But where could this creature be now? Sister, let us run north. It shouldn't be able to catch up with us. Suddenly, hurried voices echoed through the jungle, followed by the frantic footsteps of shadowy figures. Seeing this, Ye Feng quickly concealed his form within the foliage, his serpent eyes peering through the grass to observe. What are they doing here? Upon spotting the two figures running toward him, Ye Feng was slightly taken aback. They were none other than the Qin siblings. At that moment, Qin Xiaoming looked back in a panic, followed closely by the disheveled and distressed Qin Yiru. The two occasionally glanced over their shoulders, as if something was pursuing them. Just then, Ye Feng's pupils constricted. A beast, towering nearly 5 meters and emanating crimson flames, appeared, a hellish bull that seemed to tread the very depths of the abyss. This was the mutated infernal bull. How had it arrived here? Ye Feng's mind raced. Was this rainforest not home to the golden python, but rather this infernal bull? Had the information he obtained in his previous life been erroneous? No, that couldn't be true. Regaining his composure, Ye Feng dismissed that possibility. The impressions in the previous thicket were undoubtedly those of the golden python, indicating that the infernal bull was an intruder, likely pursuing the Qin siblings. But where was the golden python? Hiss. The low hiss sent a shiver through Ye Feng. Being a python, his senses were acute, and he felt danger closing in. Meanwhile, the Qin siblings remained oblivious to the lurking threat. Since the bull could not climb trees, they decided to ascend a giant tree to evade the attack. Little did they know, a pair of indifferent eyes was fixated on them from above. Sister, hurry up. It can't harm us here. Qin Xiaoming climbed the tree first, reaching out to pull Qin Yiru up. Qin Yiru sighed in relief, just as she was about to extend her hand to him when suddenly, she froze, her gaze filled with terror as she looked above Qin Xiaoming's head. What's wrong, sister? Qin Xiaoming asked, puzzled, following her line of sight. Oh my. Qin Xiaoming tumbled down, scrambling away in a panic. The head of the golden python slowly emerged from the treetops, and in its eyes, Ye Feng detected a glimmer of greed and cunning. On the other side, the infernal bull, upon seeing the golden python, raised its body in alarm, its eyes filled with vigilance. Such a massive creature. The serpent was nearly 20 meters long. The golden python's indifferent gaze swept across the surroundings before settling on Ye Feng, and astonishingly, it spoke in human language. Come out. A deep male voice startled the Qin siblings nearby. These colossal beasts could speak human language. Could they have once been human themselves? Ye Feng remained silent for a moment, realizing that the golden python had indeed detected his presence. Suddenly, with a rustling sound, a snake of similar size to the golden python emerged, dwarfing even the surrounding trees. The infernal bull, which measured nearly 5 meters in length, began to stomp its front hooves anxiously, its eyes turning a deep crimson. Ye Feng understood that this was a sign it was about to attack. Haha, I got it. Just then, a voice filled with excitement echoed through the jungle. A small dart shot out and struck the golden python. A man, exuberant and animated, burst from the foliage, gazing at the golden python with wide eyes, exclaiming, Boss, hurry up. I hit it with my tranquilizer. The scene fell into a temporary silence. Ye Feng was utterly speechless. How could anyone dare to use a tranquilizer on the golden python? Its scales provided defense comparable to thick steel plates, and the dart would likely be ineffective. Foolish. The golden python hissed, lifting its massive head and swallowing the man whole. The Qin siblings turned pale at this sight. Meanwhile, Several hunters who had just arrived witnessed the horrifying scene, one of them with tears in his eyes. Old Five, believe me, you are well aware of your situation. Why don't we join forces to deal with these individuals first? The golden python paid no heed to the cries of the group. Its fearsome head flicking its forked tongue, its cold gaze sweeping over the hunters, including the Qin siblings. This statement was directed at Ye Feng and the bull. Ye Feng and the infernal bull shared a moment of silence, the latter's eyes reflecting a cruel killing intent. The reason it pursued the Qin siblings was that they had discovered its secret of being a transformed human. They were once humans turned beasts, and if discovered, they would be hunted down and killed as anomalies. Thus, this secret could never be allowed to leak out. Kill them, the infernal bull snorted, causing the air temperature around them to rise significantly. The two aligned their intentions, both turning their gazes toward Ye Feng. I'm indifferent, Ye Feng replied coolly. Qin Yoru's beautiful eyes trembled, filled with helplessness and panic. The infernal bull began to stir, preparing to strike. In the presence of such monstrous beasts, the hunting team had little chance to retaliate, and soon began to scatter in fright. This brutal scene left the Qin siblings white-faced, instinctively glancing at Ye Feng, who met their gaze as well. Ye Feng had a strong aversion to cannibalism. He still retained some humanity. As for the golden python's claims, Ye Feng paid them little mind, as he believed such events were inevitable. If you can assist me with one task, I may consider letting you go, Ye Feng said, looking at the siblings. What task? Qin Xiaoming was the first to respond with surprise. Help me find information regarding meteorite falls, Ye Feng stated, revealing that he had scant knowledge of the first meteorite fall, only aware of the landing sites of the golden python and the undying python. To consume other powerful beings, he required their assistance. All right, Qin Yu eagerly agreed. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng expressionlessly lifted the two and tossed them beside the hunting team's vehicle, his gaze calm. The siblings wasted no time in starting the car and fleeing, while Ye Feng watched their retreating figures. Then, he turned around only to meet the golden python's deep, piercing eyes. You let them escape. The golden python hissed, its forked tongue flicking. Do you understand what consequences this will bring? Ye Feng glanced at the golden python but remained silent. What happened? The infernal bull, having resolved its troubles, approached to observe the standoff between the two serpents, puzzled. This creature let those two humans go, the golden python replied darkly. What? The infernal bull exclaimed, its anger boiling over. Do you realize what trouble this will cause us? They won't disclose anything to the outside world, Ye Feng asserted firmly. How can you be so sure? The golden python countered, its voice laced with suspicion. Human nature is treacherous. You must understand this. Ye Feng squinted, sensing that the golden python was merely seeking an opportunity to attack him while wasting words. The golden python's eyes began to brim with murderous intent, longing to strike at Ye Feng. Its instincts told it that consuming Ye Feng could lead to an extraordinary transformation. At this moment, both the infernal bull and the golden python fixed their sinister gazes upon Ye Feng. Allowing those two to escape meant a leak of their secret, which was the last thing they desired as aberrations. Ye Feng narrowed his serpent-like eyes, acutely aware of the hostility emanating from the two mutated creatures, his mind growing heavy. The golden python had evidently undergone some fortuitous event, rapidly growing to a size almost equal to his own, while the infernal bull possessed a unique ability to manipulate fire, making it a formidable opponent. Very well, the golden python licked its forked tongue, exchanging glances with the infernal bull. Then we will kill you first, and then pursue them. As the golden python's voice echoed, its colossal form surged forward. We cannot allow our identities to be exposed. Since you have chosen to protect them, we will have no choice but to devour you. As the golden python's voice rang out, the trees in the jungle cracked under the pressure as the two gigantic serpents coiled around one another. Ye Feng raised his massive head, his fangs glistening with a cold sheen, and lunged at the golden python's scales. Instantly, a row of punctures appeared on the golden python's body, venom seeping within, though only a small fraction penetrated its flesh. This is bad. I cannot breach its defenses, Ye Feng thought, his heart sinking. Despite possessing the fangs acquired from the saber-toothed tiger, the golden python's defenses were astonishingly formidable. Even his fangs struggled to pierce through its scales. Only a minimal amount of venom seeped into its blood, and at this rate, he would soon be overwhelmed and beaten to death by these two creatures. The infernal bull roared beside him, gathering flames once more before unleashing a fiery blast at the two serpents. With a resounding boom, the two colossal snakes were forced apart, tumbling several meters away. Ye Feng's body bore a dark gash, while the golden python's scales showed signs of charred marks. What are you doing? The golden python glared at the infernal bull, furious. Misfire, misfire, The infernal bull replied awkwardly. Its size was smaller than the two serpents, and engaging in close combat would likely result in it being crushed into a pulp. Thus, it had to rely on ranged attacks. Such rapid healing ability. Suddenly, the infernal bull gazed at Ye Feng, astonished. At the same time, the golden python also took note of this, its serpent eyes wide with shock. In less than a few minutes, the wounds inflicted by the flames had already begun to heal. This regeneration capability was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, Ye Feng paid no heed to the astonishment of the two creatures. He had to find an opening against one of them, or this battle could very well be his end. The terror of the mutated beings far exceeded the comprehension of ordinary humans. Even with Ye Feng's rebirth and system assistance, facing two such formidable adversaries was no easy feat. As Ye Feng was momentarily distracted, the golden python charged at him once more. Damn it! A few minutes later, Ye Feng found himself battered and bruised, cursing inwardly. Should he face the golden giant python in a one-on-one confrontation, he might still emerge victorious by stalling for time. However, the presence of the purgatory divine bull, which occasionally spewed fire, proved to be a significant hindrance. The scorching sensation in his body caused a steady decline in his stamina. All creatures harbor an innate fear of fire, and even the mutated species are no exception. He had two options: to swiftly disengage from the battle or to seize the opportunity to defeat one of his foes. At present, Ye Feng found himself limited to these two choices. Yet, given his current state, finding an opportunity seemed exceedingly difficult. He felt woefully inadequate. A sense of retreat began to creep into Ye Feng's heart, but the golden giant python's relentless entanglement left him no chance to withdraw. At that moment, he caught sight of the purgatory divine bull taking deep breaths, realizing that it was preparing to unleash its fiery breath. Ye Feng's eyes flickered with a sudden idea. As the purgatory divine bull opened its mouth to release a torrent of flames, Ye Feng seized the moment and executed a swift roll. A piercing cry of pain echoed from the golden giant python. "Foolish bull, what are you doing?" The golden python roared at the purgatory divine bull. The bull looked bewildered. It had distinctly aimed at the undying python. In the brief seconds of their quarrel, Ye Feng had already maneuvered away at high speed. After covering several miles, he spotted the Qin's siblings, who seemed to have driven their vehicle into a ditch. "You're injured?" Qin Yiru exclaimed, rushing toward Ye Feng upon seeing his battered appearance. Qin Xiaoming, watching from behind, felt a surge of fear. His sister was being rather audacious, getting so close to this giant python. "It's nothing," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly, confident that his undying python bloodline would heal his wounds in no time. "Open fire." Suddenly, a loud command reverberated through the forest, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. Before Ye Feng could react, a wave of numbness coursed through his body. He looked down to see a device with electrical currents embedded in him. Damn it! Ye Feng cursed inwardly, bewildered by the situation. It seemed the military had been alerted. Fortunately, his serpentine form could withstand a portion of the voltage. Otherwise, he feared he would have already perished. Judging from the gunfire ahead, the military must have deployed a significant force, and he was certainly no match for them. Thus, he suppressed the pain and flicked his tail, fleeing in another direction. While the two colossal beasts pursued him, the sounds of mooing and hissing echoed, and Ye Feng instinctively understood they had faced the same fate. His condition was tolerable. However, the golden giant python was unfortunate, as its scales resembled metal, making it conductive. A sudden explosion erupted behind him, followed by a spectacular burst of flames. Ye Feng's serpentine eyes narrowed. The purgatory divine bull was launching an assault on those forces. "Brother, you are truly brave," Ye Feng mused. "These must be military personnel. How did they discover our whereabouts?" As he led the Qin siblings away, Ye Feng's mouth slightly parted in contemplation. "Did you betray my location?" he inquired, his expression darkening. "We did not," Qin Yiru responded without hesitation, her gaze steady and devoid of deceit. Ye Feng held her gaze for 2 seconds before he resumed his escape. However, he failed to notice Qin Xiaoming's evasive eyes. If the military initiated a comprehensive sweep here, he, the golden giant python, and the purgatory divine bull would all meet untimely ends. "Come down, you two," Ye Feng said coldly. The military's encirclement meant that he would be plunged into a perilous situation, making it inappropriate to continue with the siblings in tow. After ensuring their safety, he swiftly plunged into the dense foliage, his eyes glinting with determination. He had no intention of departing this rainforest, even with the military's presence. His true aim here was the golden giant python, and perhaps now the purgatory divine bull as well. Given the golden giant python's strength, it was unlikely to be captured by the military so swiftly, and they possessed a semblance of human intelligence. This would be a perilous contest of survival and pursuit. Beneath the warm sunlight, by the gentle stream, Ye Feng quenched his thirst when he suddenly sensed the earth tremble and heard urgent human voices from afar. We've captured it. This beast, the damned fool cow, has cost us so many lives. Take it back. Peering through the foliage, Ye Feng observed the commotion outside. Indeed, it was the purgatory divine bull. Outside, a robust bull, ensnared and struggling against the ground, filled with panic as its mouth was bound by specialized ropes, preventing it from unleashing flames. Nearly a dozen armed soldiers stood guard, warily observing it. The fate of this purgatory divine bull seemed grim. Ye Feng murmured to himself, recognizing that the formidable beast from earlier had difficulty contending with human weaponry, and even the mutated species were no exception. This foolish bull, surrounded by the military, would likely be taken to some secret location for research or perhaps kept as a rare specimen. In any case, this bull was doomed. Ye Feng flicked his tongue, contemplating the possibility of rescuing the bull, not out of camaraderie, but rather due to his covetous desire for its body. Hello, as Ye Feng sensed another group approaching. A crowd of individuals clad in white coats emerged before him. Upon sighting them, his pupils constricted. They were from the Shennongjia department. The Shennongjia department, a mysterious organization that emerged post-beast transformation, was once affiliated with the Dragon Kingdom. However, after the collapse of the world order, they established their own faction. Most importantly, they had begun their research after the first beast transformation meteorite fell, gaining control over a number of formidable beasts. The sheer number of apex-level beasts under their command exceeded 10, granting the Shennongjia department considerable influence in the post-beast transformation world, to the extent that even Ye Feng's own faction regarded them with trepidation. Leave the bull to us. A graceful woman in a white coat stepped forward, her exquisite figure accentuated by her attire. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence. Leave it to you? The military leader glanced at her, a hint of derision creeping into his tone. We went to great lengths to capture this creature. Do you think you can just take it with a mere word? What gives you that right? The woman's icy gaze flickered momentarily as she produced an item from her pocket that resembled an identification card. Is this sufficient? Her voice was cold. By Yuan? You are. The military leader squinted at the identification, his expression shifting dramatically, shock evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Ye Feng's heart surged with tumultuous waves. This woman was none other than Bai Yuan. In this transformed world, the name Bai Yuan was not unfamiliar. It resonated profoundly because she was a renowned apex beast king. And most critically, she was an exceedingly rare female beast king. Thus, the name left a significant impression on Ye Feng. As he watched Bai Yuan lead the purgatory divine bull away, Ye Feng fell into contemplation, ultimately deciding to follow this group of individuals clad in white coats. They journeyed southward, crossing the coastline, until they reached a small island. Gazing at the island from the depths of the water, Ye Feng's pupils flickered with recognition. This was the former headquarters of the Shennongjia department. He mused that the foolish bull would not be slaughtered in the immediate future. Rather than being subjected to biological experimentation by the Shennongjia department, it would be better if he could consume it himself. Thus, he resolved to launch a nocturnal raid on the Shennongjia department. In the dead of night, a serpentine form slithered onto the shore, the dark green eyes glimmering in the moonlight. You all go patrol over there, Bai Yuan instructed as several armed guards approached, their flashlights sweeping across the surrounding underbrush. Yes. The guards nodded respectfully before hastily departing. Observing from his concealed position in the foliage, Ye Feng felt a twinge of confusion. Why did this woman send away those guards? Bai Yuan did not notice the presence of Ye Feng hidden in the grass. She glanced around, biting her red lip lightly, and then slowly walked into the nearby thicket. A shocking scene unfolded. The woman's fair face flushed, and she began to remove her trousers. What was she doing? Did she not regard this serpent as a sentient being, or was she simply oblivious to its existence? In any case, when the moisture cascaded down upon Ye Feng, he was rendered utterly bewildered. Hiss! Stimulated, Ye Feng involuntarily flicked his tongue and writhed his body. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a scream pierced the air. Yet in just a second, Ye Feng's robust tail whipped out violently. Bang! Bai Yuan fell to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Feng used the tip of his tail to lift her white coat, covering her exposed skin, before departing with a measured grace. At the experimental center, the scene was astonishing. An elderly man with graying hair stared intently at the infernal divine bull, his murky eyes gleaming with excitement. Professor, launching has never documented such a creature. I propose we dissect it for further study, remarked a man in a white coat, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Dissection? Upon hearing this, The infernal divine bull widened its eyes in alarm. Were they truly going to kill it? However, it could only moo in discontent, knowing that speaking would further mark it as an anomaly for research. Let it be, the professor shook his head. Let us conduct some tests and then protect it for slow observation. This is a rare species. What if it is the only one of its kind? We must cherish it. The professor's aged voice ignited a fleeting glimmer of disdain in the younger man's eyes. By the way, where is Yuhan? Where did she go? The professor inquired, slightly puffing out his chest. She just mentioned she was going to the restroom. The gold-rimmed glasses man replied flatly. The restroom? But isn't it under renovation today? The professor murmured in confusion. What did you say? The glasses man appeared puzzled, having not quite heard. It's nothing. The professor waved his hand, exhaling a sigh of relief, but suddenly staggered. Professor, are you all right? The glasses man hurriedly approached, supporting the elderly professor. I'm fine. The professor gestured dismissively. Age is catching up with me. Xiaojia, I'll go rest for a while. You keep an eye on things here. With that, the professor, leaning on his cane, slowly departed. Deng Zhi watched the elderly professor leave, his gaze gradually darkening. Group leader, a youth approached, standing respectfully before Deng Zhi. That old man always thinks I am inferior to Bai Yuhan. Does he truly believe I am less capable than a woman? Deng Zhi gritted his teeth, resentment swirling in his eyes. Group leader, you obtained dual doctorates abroad. Your capabilities far surpass that woman Bai Yuhan. The youth eagerly asserted. Deng Zhi snorted coldly. Go. Retrieve that stone. I want to study it. Yes, the youth replied respectfully. Soon, a stone that had been kept in cold storage was brought forth, encased in a protective barrier. Upon seeing the stone, the infernal divine bull's eyes widened in shock, for it was this very stone that had transformed it into its current form. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, concealed on the rooftop, also narrowed his eyes, astonished to discover that the Xian medical department possessed an unmerged original stone. Clearly, they had employed special methods to seal it, preventing any fusion reaction. The question remained, how did the Xian medical department know to use such measures to contain the original stone? As Ye Feng pondered this, Deng Zhi had already placed his hand on the button. Group leader, the youth gasped, exclaiming, What's wrong? Deng Zhi turned, annoyance permeating his voice. Gulp. The youth swallowed nervously, hesitating before stammering. By group leader said this isolation measure cannot be lifted. Cannot be lifted? Deng Zhi sneered. Do you consider yourself her pet? Just because she said it cannot be lifted means it cannot be? Today, I shall lift it. With that, Deng Zhi slapped the switch. Suddenly, the air crackled as the original stone was exposed to the atmosphere, and before long, it began to pulsate eerily, resembling a heartbeat. Witnessing this terrifying scene, even Deng Zhi was rendered speechless. Ye Feng watched intently, frowning slightly. The isolation barrier was indeed a device of Bai Yuhan's. Could she have also been reborn? Or had she unlocked the secret of the original stone? This thought made Ye Feng squint his serpent-like pupils, realizing that if this were true, that woman was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Just then, Deng Zhi's body began to morph, his skin darkening and bursting forth in a layer of coarse hide. Was he turning into a pig? Ye Feng was taken aback atop the roof. The original stone acquired by the Xian medical department was indeed linked to a pig? How tragically unfortunate for Deng Zhi. Meanwhile, Deng Zhi noticed his transformation, his eyes turning crimson as he became increasingly agitated, rampaging against everything around him. What is happening? At that moment, Bai Yuhan, clad in a white coat, her face serious and composed, approached, flanked by armed guards. Chapter 12. Escape from danger. Upon seeing the wild boar, Bai Yuhan's lips twitched slightly. Observing the lifted isolation barrier and the torn clothing on the ground, she quickly understood what had transpired. Deng Zhi. Bai Yuhan discreetly stepped on the name tag, then commanded with a clear voice, capture him. Yes. The guards responded in unison, red laser beams illuminating Deng Zhi. Seeing how Bai Yuhan treated him, Deng Zhi's wild boar eyes turned crimson, and he charged toward her. Faced with such a fiercely aggressive wild boar, the well-trained guards found themselves momentarily at a loss. Bai Yuhan's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily retreated and shouted, use the electric immobilizer. In an instant, several mechanized needles charged with high voltage were launched. Deng Zhi struggled violently, electricity coursing through his body, yet the wild boar did not collapse immediately. Remarkable resistance. Ye Feng marveled, seizing the moment of chaos to smash through the top glass, preparing to make his escape. Suddenly, alarms blared. Everyone looked up at the ceiling, where a massive serpent, exuding a faint blue glow, slithered down the pillar. This was awkward. Ye Feng flicked his tail and then darted forward at full speed, sweeping his massive tail to send those wielding electric immobilizers flying. This apparatus was quite powerful, posing a far greater threat to beasts than ordinary firearms. And even he could not withstand its effects for long. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Bai Yuhan's expression shifted dramatically, the scene before her before she fainted replaying in her mind. Flushing her cheeks. After several days of research, she concluded that the fearsome beasts appearing within the borders of Longwo were likely transformed from humans by the original stones. Of course, she had yet to determine whether these beastified humans retained any semblance of their former consciousness, but her intuition told her they did. Thus, her actions in the jungle were equivalent to those performed on a person. Even more disgracefully, she had been knocked unconscious by this giant serpent afterward. Ye Feng's indifferent gaze swept the room. Without hesitation, he approached the prison where the infernal divine bull was held, sweeping his tail to shatter the control panel. The confinement area opened, and the infernal divine bull remained in a state of bewilderment. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes again, using his fangs to bite through the shackles binding it, fully restoring its freedom. Still not leaving? Amidst the chaos, Ye Feng lowered his voice, speaking with sharp urgency. In the distance, Bai Yuhan revealed an expression of incredulity, as if she had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. Her acute hearing, a gift since childhood, allowed her to discern Ye Feng's words. These two colossal beasts could speak human language. This revelation shattered Bai Yuhan's understanding of the world and profoundly altered her worldview. Mu? The purgatory divine bull was momentarily taken aback, its eyes reflecting a human-like excitement. It had not anticipated that Ye Feng had come to rescue it. At that moment, the wild boar also regained its footing, its eyes locking onto Bai Yuhan with hostility. Just as the wild boar was about to plunge into a frenzy, Ye Feng swaggered out of the research center with the purgatory divine bull, leaving Bai Yuhan to watch helplessly. Yuhan. Shortly thereafter, the wild boar, Deng Zhe, was subdued, and a man clad in leather approached Bai Yuhan, his expression grave. The bull has escaped. Bai Yuhan turned to the man, her delicate face shifting slightly. The professor places great importance on this research. I have already uncovered part of the secret. The bull and the giant python are the keys. I will do my utmost to capture them, Yang Xiu said, though his face bore an unmistakable worry, even paling slightly. Those two ferocious beasts were formidable, and he could not guarantee their capture. Brother Python, I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue. By the coast, the purgatory divine bull was overwhelmed with gratitude. Yet shock coursed through its being. The strength of this python surpassed that of the golden giant python, and if it were allowed to grow stronger, it would merely be a lamb destined for slaughter. Rather than face such a fate, it seemed prudent to strike before the python reached its full potential. With its flame-spewing abilities, the bull might not be at a disadvantage. Contemplating this, the purgatory divine bull approached Ye Feng, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Brother Python, in light of your immense kindness, I propose that after our escape, we join forces to deal with the golden giant python and then divide its flesh. The purgatory divine bull drew nearer, feigning sincerity. Ye Feng assessed the creature with a calm gaze, though his thermal sensing system detected a rise in its temperature. It was gathering flames. Ye Feng narrowed his serpentine eyes, comprehending the bull's intentions. Initially hesitant about when to strike, he realized this divine bull intended to act first. Why not turn the tables? How delightful! Ye Feng feigned surprise, appearing unguarded. At that moment, the purgatory divine bull had closed in, its eyes gleaming with delight. This foolish snake. Prepare to perish. The purgatory divine bull roared, flames coalescing in its mouth before erupting forth. The anticipated scene did not unfold. Ye Feng effortlessly dodged the flames with agile movements, executing a seamless evasion. A smirk of derision flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. The bull indeed harbored ill intentions. While professing gratitude, it was brimming with wariness, and it was conceivable that it would conspire with the golden giant python to bring about his demise. Unfortunately for the bull, it had forgotten that snakes possess thermal sensing capabilities. The purgatory divine bull, having just been captured and imprisoned by the Xian medical department, was significantly drained of energy and hardly a match for him. With the right opportunity, Ye Feng could seize victory without a scratch. The battle between the bull and the python erupted on the shore, but soon the purgatory divine bull found itself at a disadvantage, while Ye Feng refrained from closing in, opting instead to exhaust its strength. Suddenly, Ye Feng's eyes gleamed, his massive form coiling around the purgatory divine bull, tightening its grip inch by inch. The purgatory divine bull's eyes gradually lost their luster. Hurry! The sounds of a crowd echoed through the jungle. Ye Feng recognized that the Xian medical department was approaching. He quickly opened his maw wide, swallowing the purgatory divine bull whole, then plunged into the sea, vanishing from sight. Just as Yang Xiu arrived, He witnessed the astonishing scene of Ye Feng consuming the purgatory divine bull, his astonishment beyond measure. This giant python had devoured the bull. What has happened? Bai Yuhan arrived breathlessly, her chest heaving, yet all she saw was the rippling surface of the water. It ran away. Yang Xiu's tone was dazed, still somewhat in a trance. Bai Yuhan noticed his state and furrowed her brow slightly. What is the matter with you? Yang Xiu swallowed hard, gazing at the distant sunset, murmuring, Yuhan, I sense that this world is about to change. Bai Yuhan was taken aback, her gaze shifting to the still rippling depths of the sea, where she seemed to glimpse a massive phantom swaying. On a solitary island deep in the sea, Ye Feng found a concealed spot to begin sorting through his spoils. You have devoured the mutated purgatory divine bull, gaining 246 evolution points. You have devoured the mutated purgatory divine bull, gaining attribute points, strength 20, speed 20, defense 20, constitution 30. Ding. You have devoured a mutated purgatory divine bull, gaining the additional ability chapter 13, Qingming Island. You have acquired the additional ability, breath of flame. Breath of flame can accumulate energy and spew forth scorching flames, possessing formidable offensive power. Host, Ye Feng's second evolution type, undying Python evolution points, 323. 400 points required for the next evolution. Abilities, venomous fangs, breath of flame. Strength, 180 speed, 132 defense, 227 constitution, 190. It appears that the higher the evolution level, the greater the evolution points accrued. After reviewing his attribute panel, Ye Feng felt quite satisfied and resumed swimming, preparing to return to the tropical rainforest of the South Province. He only needed to evolve once more to confidently consume the golden giant python, which was his primary objective. Suddenly, a mechanical tremor resonated through the sea. In the distance, a black steel submarine approached, illuminated by bright lights. They are pursuing closely. Ye Feng's serpentine eyes narrowed as he swiftly retreated into the depths. Captain Bai, Captain Yang. We've discovered the trace of the giant python. A crew member aboard the submarine reported. Incredible. The onlookers marveled at the radar detector displaying the elongated form of the python. It is said that the ancient Titan python, long believed extinct, measured no more than 15 meters, yet this giant python exceeds 20 meters in length. Bai Yuhan, searching through data nearby, was filled with astonishment. Yuhan, are we truly going to track this giant python? Yang Xiu inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Such a massive python poses a significant danger. A moment's negligence could result in catastrophic casualties. Absolutely. Bai Yuhan nodded resolutely, without hesitation. The professor has entrusted me with this research. I cannot betray his expectations. Now that the bull has been consumed, we simply need to keep close to this creature. Bai Yuhan clenched her fist. It seems there is another giant python in the tropical rainforest of the South Province. Yang Xiu hesitated before speaking. Upon seeing the image of the golden giant python, Bai Yuhan fell into a trance. The size of the golden giant python is nearly indistinguishable from Ye Feng. Yet they are entirely different species. And then there is the fire-breathing bull and the transformed wild boar, Dengjia. What exactly has that raw stone brought to Earth? First, we must monitor this giant python to ensure it does not escape our sight. Bai Yuhan quickly made a decisive statement. The tropical rainforest? Yang Xiu asked hesitantly. We will wait for the military to capture it and come here, Bai Yuhan said, her delicate face serious. If all goes as planned, these two giant pythons will be the key to unraveling the mystery. Underwater, Ye Feng was feeling quite disgruntled. He had been followed. The team from the Xin Medical Department, utilizing the submarine's speed, was leisurely trailing behind him, while he, limited by his speed in the water, found it challenging to escape, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated and helpless. After half a day's travel, Ye Feng's gaze suddenly fell upon an island. Is this Qingming Island? Observing the desolate and dilapidated island, Ye Feng felt a surge of spirit. Perhaps others were unaware of the island's condition, but he knew all too well. This desolate isle was home to many bizarre creatures, some even more terrifying than those transformed by the raw stone. The reason ordinary people remain oblivious is that it has been classified as a highly confidential area by Longhua. It is said that a military force once ventured into this region, only to meet with total annihilation. However, Ye Feng's excitement stems not from this ominous history, but rather from the existence of a mysterious flower field on this desolate island. This information, which circulated in his previous life, indicated that a beast of supreme dominance had risen to power, sweeping across territories thanks to this very flower field. Now, he is merely 100 points shy of his next level up. If he can locate this flower field, it could potentially catalyze a monumental transformation in his growth. Captain Bai, It has entered Qingming Island. The observer from the submarine, who had been trailing Ye Feng, reported as he witnessed him come ashore. What? It has gone to Qingming Island? Bai Yuhan's delicate face changed, and she approached to investigate personally. Indeed, Ye Feng was slowly making his way onto the shore, stretching his elongated body. And before entering the mountainous region, he turned back to cast a provocative glance at them. It seems he was aware of our presence all along, Yang Xiu remarked. Scratching his head, Bai Yuhan shot him an exasperated look. Was that not obvious? With such a sizable vessel following closely behind, and the keen senses of serpentine creatures, how could they possibly remain undetected? Should we follow him in? Yang Xiu inquired solemnly. Bai Yuhan hesitated, while the rest of the team exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was amiss with the two leaders. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Yuhan addressed the team with a weighty tone. Listen, everyone. Qingming Island is home to many ferocious beasts that have not been documented by humanity, and this area remains largely unexplored. Therefore, it is fraught with peril. However, I do not intend to forfeit the opportunity to track this giant python. If anyone wishes to withdraw, I will not impede your decision. With that, she fell silent, observing the group. Upon hearing her words, the team members exchanged glances. Most were seasoned soldiers with specialized training, even exceeding ordinary expectations. Thus, they did not exhibit the same trepidation as common folk regarding Qingming Island. Those who enter Qingming Island alongside us will receive a reward of 100,000. Bai Yuhan spoke again, noticing the team's indecision. Instantly, the crowd stirred. I will participate. A robust voice echoed. I will too. Count me in. The adage that wealth breeds courage was palpably illustrated here. Remarkably, only 2 individuals remained silent, opting to stay aboard the submarine. Perfect. You two can remain here to guard the vessel, Yang Xiu stated nonchalantly. The remaining pair hesitated, their expressions revealing anxiety and fear. Yet, upon seeing Bai Yuhan's resolute demeanor, they ultimately chose not to voice their concerns. The group ventured into Qingming Island. The atmosphere was ominous. As Ye Feng traversed the valley, he could distinctly sense creatures lurking in the shadows. Through thermal detection, he perceived a multitude of beings surrounding him. Yet they did not dare to make a move against him. Suddenly, a hissing sound broke the silence as a colossal python, nearly 10 meters in length, slowly slithered into view, flicking its forked tongue. Is this a reticulated python? Ye Feng gazed in astonishment at the creature, which was far from ordinary. However, it appeared to lack sufficient intelligence, charging towards him with aggressive intent. Amused by the spectacle, Ye Feng revealed his massive form, measuring over 20 meters in length, causing the reticulated python to halt in shock. Before the python could react, Ye Feng ensnared it, swiftly constricting it. The python struggled, but compared to Ye Feng, its strength was akin to that of an ant. With little effort, Ye Feng consumed the creature whole. You have devoured a high-grade reticulated python. You have gained 10 growth points. You have gained 2 strength attribute points. The growth points for ordinary species are 1, for high-grade species are 10. For ancient species are 50, and for mutated species are 200. Ye Feng's serpentine eyes gleamed as the food in his abdomen began to digest rapidly. This was a function bestowed by the system, facilitating his transformation of consumed matter into energy. The urgent task now was to locate the flower field. Ye Feng shook his enormous head and pressed onward toward the island's center. The island was surrounded by mountains and waters, interspersed with marshes and cliffs. As he admired the flora and scenery, Bai Yuhan and her team faced dire circumstances. Upon reaching the stream at the valley's base, the team had dwindled to less than 10 members, their faces still pale with lingering shock, evidently having undergone a terrifying ordeal. At that moment, Ye Feng stood at the base of a waterfall, his resolve wavering as he sensed a formidable presence above. While he could not ascertain the exact strength of the entity, he was certain that he was not its match. Perhaps this being was the guardian of the flower field, which lay just above. Ye Feng's heart raced with anticipation. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a peculiar array of flowers blooming along the stream, scattered haphazardly. Gazing upwards, he noticed a dense cluster of extraordinary blooms reaching toward the cliff summit. If it weren't for that terrifying guardian, Ye Feng hesitated only for a moment before extending his massive jaws to consume the flowers before him. You have devoured the extraordinary plant Qingminghua, gaining 2 growth points. You have devoured the extraordinary plant Qingminghua, gaining 2 growth points. The system's notifications rang out, revealing that these unusual flowers were indeed called Qingminghua, their properties aligning with the legends of his previous life, capable of facilitating rapid growth in colossal beasts. Just this scattering of Qingminghua had granted Ye Feng over 100 growth points. It was unfathomable to consider how much he would grow if he were to consume the flowers from the cliff and the waterfall. There it is. At that moment, a shout rang out. Ye Feng looked down to see a group of armed individuals arriving at the stream, appearing disheveled and still bearing traces of fear in their eyes. Oh, Ye Feng recalled sensing numerous fierce beasts during his journey here, but those creatures had not dared to attack him. This group of humans, however, was a different matter entirely, which explained their heavy casualties. Why go to such lengths? They almost paid with their lives just to pursue me. Hey, Bai Yuhan, clad in tactical gear, stood at the forefront of the group, waving at Ye Feng. I know you can understand me. Can you hear me? She shouted loudly. Ye Feng gazed at her in silence, thinking, I can hear you, but I won't converse with you. Frustrated, Bai Yuhan furrowed her brows, suspicion crossing her beautiful eyes. Had she misheard earlier? Was that not the voice of the python? Impossible. At that moment, silence fell upon the group, and the words spoken conveyed a sense of urgency, indicating escape, not that of this python or that of a bull. Now the bull was within the python's stomach, so that voice must belong to the python. Ye Feng shot her an exasperated glance, slowly making way as he ultimately submerged into the stream, sinking beneath the water's surface. In the time it took for the others to regain their composure, Ye Feng had already begun to ascend the rocky face of the waterfall. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar erupted from above the cliff. Before Ye Feng could look up, a spider with 8 massive legs appeared before him. Ye Feng's pupils dilated in alarm, only to find himself ensnared by the web that the spider had laid in wait. Damn it! In a moment of desperation, Ye Feng remembered the ability he had just acquired, Breath of Flame. The searing flames erupted forth, driving back the approaching colossal spider, and he then turned to rid himself of the web ensnaring him. Below the cliff, Bai Yuhan and the others stared in astonishment. Had it not been for the giant python's ability to breathe fire, they would have certainly faced demise at the hands of that monstrous arachnid. Hiss! Ye Feng raised his fearsome serpentine head, his gaze filled with malice as he regarded the giant spider. This creature must be a native of Qingming Island, likely having grown to such a gargantuan size after consuming the Qingming flower. Even more perilous was the fact that it had been lying in ambush for him, setting up a web trap amidst the waterfall, leaving him only a hair's breadth from meeting his end in its belly. What a cunning adversary! Ye Feng hissed and flicked his tongue, flames unpredictably spewing from his mouth, a manifestation of his current fury. The giant spider, now freed from Ye Feng's control, glared at him with venomous eyes. With a ghastly howl, it lunged at Ye Feng, revealing its fangs in a grotesque display that was utterly repulsive. Even transformed into a massive python, Ye Feng found it hard to accept engaging in close combat with such an unsightly creature, and he swiftly lashed out with his powerful tail. The spider was struck and sent hurtling into a puddle. Ye Feng seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of flames as the wails echoed throughout the valley. Wasn't this fire-breathing ability legendary? After a long pause, someone below posed this question, their expression still one of disbelief. The sight of a giant python thrashing a colossal spider was indeed sensational, a rare spectacle in life. They never anticipated witnessing such a real-life 5D special effects extravaganza today. Observe the elegance of the python's form and listen to the anguished shrieks of the spider. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the cliff, followed by the appearance of numerous massive tentacles, rivaling the size of vines, their lengths far surpassing ordinary imagination. The tentacles surged towards Ye Feng and the spider in the creek, their thickness hardly less than that of Ye Feng's own body. What on earth is this? Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the swiftly approaching appendages. Even in his past life, he had never encountered such a terrifying creature. Just then, while Ye Feng was momentarily stunned, 2 tentacles had already latched onto his body, constricting him tightly and swiftly lifting him off the ground. Hiss! Ye Feng's flicking tongue conveyed the intense pain coursing through him, making it clear that if he were taken up the cliff by these tentacles, death awaited him. Team leader. The terrifying scene in the air was also witnessed by Bai Yuhan and the others, with Yang Xiu already poised with his electric stun gun, ready to take action. Rescue him. Bai Yuhan spoke without hesitation. Ye Feng was the key to their investigation into the truth of the original stone, and they could not allow him to perish here so easily. Just as Bai Yuhan finished speaking, a cacophony of rustling sounds suddenly surged around them. Looking down, they saw that, unbeknownst to them, creatures resembling centipedes had appeared in droves. However, these beings were several times larger than centipedes, their exoskeletons dry and brittle, resembling branches. Yang Xiu's pupils dilated in sheer terror as he shouted, "It's the vertebrate swarm!" Yang Xiu exclaimed in horror. In an instant, the Xian medical team was thrown into chaos. Do vertebrate swarms truly exist? Bai Yuhan's complexion turned pale as she struggled to comprehend. In midair, Ye Feng was desperately twisting his body, flames bursting forth from his mouth. One of the tentacles was scorched and retracted with a hiss, but another continued to coil around him, in a position where his flames could not reach. This is bad. As he saw himself being drawn towards the cliff, Ye Feng's heart began to chill. Team leader, what do we do? Below, the members of the Xian medical team were laboriously grappling with the vertebrate swarm, several of which had climbed onto the bodies of the people, emanating a peculiar energy. Strike their heads and spines. Bai Yuhan commanded with a serious expression, maintaining her composure thanks to Yang Xiu's presence beside her. He was a sharpshooter with impeccable aim, capable of eliminating nearby vertebrae while also keeping an eye on Bai Yuhan. Yuhan, that giant python seems to be in dire straits. In this critical environment, Yang Xiu was still able to glance up at Ye Feng, a testament to his formidable capabilities. Bai Yuhan raised her head and indeed saw Ye Feng being pulled closer to the edge of the cliff, where something terrifying awaited him. If he were truly dragged over, the giant python would likely meet a grim fate. Bang! A loud crash resounded. Bai Yuhan tightened her grip on the heavy charging gun, her breath coming in quick gasps. With a splash, Ye Feng fell into the creek, sending a spray of water into the air. As he emerged from the water, he beheld a chilling sight. The giant spider that had battled him earlier was now ensnared by the tentacles and was being drawn up towards the cliff. Soon after, it was silenced forever. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. Even Ye Feng could not help but tremble at the sight of the tentacles. If that above was an octopus, how gigantic must its true form be? Ye Feng glanced at the ground beside him and suddenly felt that the appearance of the Qingming flowers was no coincidence. By team leader. At that moment, a scream erupted from the shore, startling the Xian medical team. In the moment when Bai Yuhan had diverted her attention to help Ye Feng, a vertebra had managed to crawl onto her body. Emerging from the water, Ye Feng opened his massive jaws and unleashed flames upon the vertebra swarm, reducing them to nothing in mere moments. They fear fire. Bang! Yang Xiu fired a shot, eliminating the vertebra clinging to Bai Yuhan, and calm returned to the group, their expressions reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity. Ye Feng raised his gaze to the sky, noting that the thick tentacles could only reach halfway up the waterfall, unable to touch the ground. After several unsuccessful attempts, the tentacles decisively retracted. What on earth are these creatures? Ye Feng's mind was in turmoil. He had thought himself powerful enough, yet he had never anticipated the existence of such fearsome beings on Qingming Island. He must escape this place. Ye Feng's heart raced with urgency. Qingming Island was far too perilous, and he had yet to fully mature. Should he encounter misfortune in this wretched place, it would be a profound disservice to his rebirth. Bai Yuhan's thoughts mirrored his own as she raised her arm and declared, "Retreat." The group promptly descended the mountain. And this time, Ye Feng did not remain isolated but followed closely alongside the Xian medical team. Upon reaching the shore where the submersible was docked, Ye Feng finally distanced himself from the crowd and gazed at Bai Yuhan for a moment before uttering, "From this moment forth, we are clear of ties." The group looked on in shock, astonished that the giant python had spoken. Could it be that he was originally human? Wait. As Ye Feng began to depart, Bai Yuhan hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. "Can you tell me the secret hidden within the original stone?" Bai Yuhan spread her arms to obstruct Ye Feng, yet she appeared as insignificant as an ant. Ye Feng fell silent for a moment before responding. "I am uncertain of the secret concealed behind the original stone, but I can tell you that the order of this world will soon collapse." With that, Ye Feng turned and vanished beneath the waves. The secret of the original stone was indeed beyond his understanding. Even in his previous life, no one had unraveled its origins. However, one thing was certain. This object undoubtedly hailed from beyond the blue star. The collapse of order? Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Bai Yuhan fell into a daze. What did he mean by the collapse of order? Was he suggesting an impending apocalypse? Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, Ye Feng lingered beside a massive reef, the remnants of shock still evident in his gaze. The terrifying tentacles had nearly become his nightmare, and it was unfathomable what monstrous being resided atop the cliff. In any case, it was something he could not contend with at present. A being of lordly, or even royal caliber was a distinct possibility. Moreover, the Qingming flowers Ye Feng had just consumed were likely intentionally cultivated by the master of those tentacles, meant to lure creatures into the heart of the waterfall to be seized by that horrific entity. The colossal spider must have consumed the Qingming flower to attain such growth. However, unfortunately, it fell victim to the ambush of tentacles. Without the aid of Bai Yuhan, I would likely be oblivious to my fate today, regardless of circumstances. The events of today have severely shaken Ye Feng, who, lacking sufficient strength and prior to global beastification, must refrain from recklessly venturing into the unknown. Henceforth, I ought to first devour the golden giant python to further augment my power, Ye Feng murmured, calculating the time. The date of the second meteorite's descent is not far off. The implications of the second meteorite's fall are incomparably greater than the first. Nations worldwide are taking note of this phenomenon and have commenced tracking reports. More importantly, the second meteorite's descent will induce ecological changes in certain regions. These areas will become exceptionally conducive to the survival of beasts, attracting many colossal creatures assimilated by the meteorites to compete for dominance. Of course, the struggle for territories encroaching on human habitation comes with the price of facing human firepower. This does not imply that Ye Feng intends to forfeit the contest for those regions. He is acutely aware of the benefits these areas will bestow. Thriving in such environments will yield a growth rate double or even triple that of the outside world, an essential boon for a dominant beast king. Therefore, Ye Feng will not let this opportunity slip away. One particular territory has long been the object of his desire from his past life, and this time, he is determined to seize it before anyone else. Commencing evolution, he ascended to a secluded cave, coiling his body together before closing his serpent-like eyes. Embarking on his third journey of evolution, a layer of pale blue serpentine skin gradually shed during this process. You have completed the third evolution. Host, Ye Feng, third evolution. Type, Immortal Python, evolution points, 21, points required for next evolution, 800, abilities, Venomous Fangs, Breath of Flame, Strength, 202, Speed, 157, Defense, 237, Constitution, 216. Congratulations on unlocking Chapter 16, Encounter with the Golden Giant Python. Congratulations on accessing the data center. The system is compiling global beastification data. Map loading. Biological encyclopedia loading. Plant encyclopedia loading. Ding. Loading complete. As the system's voice faded, Ye Feng discovered an abundance of new information in his mind, including the survival conditions of various animals and the growth conditions of plants, etc. Ye Feng frowned slightly. Many of the species contained herein were previously unknown to him, clearly encompassing all life forms post-global beastification. How is it that the species I understood in my past life amount to less than a third of this compendium? Ye Feng deeply questioned himself. After all, he was also a lord in his previous life, and although he hadn't ventured into other continents, he had certainly acquired a considerable amount of knowledge. Yet faced with this kaleidoscope of unfamiliar species, Ye Feng found it hard to accept. Never mind. Ye Feng exhaled lightly. The immediate priority is not to comprehend these, but to hunt the golden giant python and return to the Central Plains. Indeed, the mutated area he has set his sights on lies within the Central Plains. In the tropical rainforest, the golden giant python's eyes glimmered ominously, its resplendent golden scales marred by traces of blood from the battle. It had sustained grave injuries. Captain, we have cornered the giant python in this swamp. Outside, a heavily armed battalion established a perimeter, with the commanding officer gazing intently into the depths. For this creature, we have sacrificed dozens of our brothers, the commander growled, his face etched with a chilling demeanor. Commander, we have a message from the Xian Medical Department, a soldier hesitantly relayed. What did they say? The commander's eyes widened, his expression turning fierce. They insist that the captured giant python be sent to them, the soldier stammered. What utter nonsense! The commander bellowed. We have lost dozens of brothers to capture this beast, and they expect us to hand it over just because they say so? However, the soldier from the medical department appeared somewhat intimidated. The commander's forehead throbbed with veins, ultimately loosening his clenched fist in defeat. Very well, order to capture it. The nearby soldiers, too afraid to speak, conveyed the command, and the battalion began advancing towards the swamp. Concealed within the mire, the golden giant python opened its eyes, a cold glare tinged with anger. These wretched beings, if only they granted me more time, I would not fear them. Although it thought so, the golden giant python understood that with its current strength, it was still difficult to contend with human technology. Ye Feng, too, was aware of this. In the dim swamp, Ye Feng suppressed the faint azure glow of his immortal python form, advancing slowly. He sensed the location of the golden giant python, and it surely sensed him as well. However, the golden giant python made no move, allowing the military personnel and Ye Feng to approach it. It was waiting for an opportunity. There it is. A shout rang out as the soldiers opened fire first, the electric weapons illuminating the swamp, causing even Ye Feng to feel a tingle of numbness. The golden giant python emitted a low growl, its tail lashing out in fury, instantly ensnaring two humans and dragging them into the mire, where they swiftly disappeared from sight. Hiss! The golden giant python ruthlessly swallowed the two humans, its eyes glistening with malice. Damn beast. The commander charged forward, his eyes ablaze, seizing an electric gun and aiming at the golden giant python's head. The golden giant python deftly tilted its head, coldly fixating on them. Come out. If you don't, we're all finished. The crowd swelled, and the golden giant python began to feel overwhelmed. It turned its gaze towards a hidden thicket. While everyone was still astonished by the golden giant python's ability to speak, a creature comparable to the golden giant python emerged, adorned with blue markings. The commander's fervor was doused as he stared in disbelief at Ye Feng. This python is even more robust than the golden one. How could such a terrifying creature appear in the South Province? Let us join forces and kill them. The golden giant python moved gracefully, attempting to negotiate with Ye Feng. Ye Feng remained silent, observing him intently. After some time apart, the golden giant python had grown significantly, indicating it had consumed numerous humans. Kill them, and we can leave this place. One day we will stir this world. Seeing Ye Feng's silence, the golden giant python assumed it had struck a chord and continued to tempt him. Monster! The commander struggled to conceal his astonishment at the conversation between the two serpents. It was utterly preposterous. Two snakes that could speak, intent on overthrowing the world. Ye Feng regarded the golden giant python with indifference, even without them. The future would undoubtedly be upended. As for the golden giant python, it would likely not survive until that time. Hiss! Ye Feng flicked his forked tongue, and in the next moment, to the astonishment of all, he intertwined with the golden giant python. Have you lost your mind? The golden giant python had not anticipated Ye Feng's sudden assault. After an initial shock, it began to struggle fiercely. The two colossal beings thrashed in the swamp, splattering mud upon the onlookers. Yet, their attention was solely fixed on the spectacle of Ye Feng battling the golden giant python. This magnificent scene of combat was unprecedented. You will be hunted by these people even if you consume me. The golden giant python roared. However, Ye Feng paid no heed to its words. The future impact of humanity on giant beasts was minimal, while the growth of the golden giant python posed an unparalleled threat. Now that this creature was gravely injured from military pursuit, it was an opportune moment to strike. Ye Feng would not let it slip away. Hiss! Ye Feng raised his massive head, venomous fangs sinking viciously into the golden giant python's flesh. A crack reverberated through the air as the sound of shattered scales echoed. Damn it! The golden giant python was filled with terror, realizing that Ye Feng's fangs could penetrate its defenses. Simultaneously, he retaliated fiercely, sinking his fangs into Ye Feng, causing the latter's scales to shatter significantly, with blood gushing forth. This battle was markedly different from the last. Both colossal pythons were intent on killing, with each strike aiming for a fatal blow. Your fangs are venomous. The terrified voice of the golden python echoed shortly thereafter. It sensed its agility waning, its spirit rapidly numbing. A cold smile crept across Ye Feng's mind. The golden python remained oblivious to the fact that it had undergone its third evolution, and the recent attack had targeted a critical area of the serpent, compounded by Ye Feng's strength attribute surpassing 200 points, effortlessly penetrating the golden python's defenses. The golden python thrashed wildly, aware that its strength was merely slightly inferior to Ye Feng's. It understood that if this continued, it would inevitably be the one to suffer defeat. Just then, a gunshot rang out from a distance. An electric dart struck Ye Feng, causing a momentary paralysis. Damn it! Ye Feng seethed as he turned to see the commander's inexplicable indifference. In his pursuit of the golden python, he had forgotten that these humans also aimed to capture them. In this fleeting hesitation, the golden python seized the opportunity to escape into the jungle. Chapter 17. Lu Qingqing. Ye Feng cast a frigid glance at the bothersome group, too pressed for time to contemplate further, and hurried after the direction the golden python had fled. The soldiers exchanged glances, the commander still gripping the electric gun, his gaze fixed uncertainly on the retreating serpents. His thoughts inscrutable. In the dense forest, the golden python slithered through the underbrush, astonished to find that Ye Feng's speed was nearly on par with its own, perhaps even slightly superior. Indeed, due to the peculiar ability of immortal self-healing, speed had become Ye Feng's Achilles heel, placing him at a significant disadvantage during the chase. He could not afford to let the golden python escape. The likelihood of finding another opportunity was slim. Ye Feng's thoughts swirled as he pursued. This golden python possessed a far more agile intellect than the infernal divine bull, displaying a cunning nature evident from its numerous attempts to allure him. Yet, deep down, it must harbor a desire to devour him immediately. All right, aim and lock on. Take this fireball. Ye Feng roared, and the sky erupted in brilliant sparks. The golden python felt a searing heat at its tail, akin to the sun piercing through its very soul, followed by an overwhelming sensation of discomfort. With a resounding crash, it was sent sprawling several meters before finally coming to a halt. Ye Feng gracefully approached the golden python, eyeing a pool of blood on the ground, a knowing smile gracing his face. He had suspected that the golden python could not possibly be entirely shielded by scales. There had to be vulnerable spots, such as this one. As Ye Feng drew near, the golden python trembled violently, as if it would blush with embarrassment had it possessed hands. Why do you have the ability to breathe fire? Did you consume that bull? Its voice was laced with fear and disbelief. No wonder. No wonder Ye Feng dared return to confront it. Do not be so agitated. Soon your fate will mirror that of the bull, Ye Feng said innocuously. In that moment, the golden python appeared as helpless as an injured monkey. Cruel? No, not at all. After becoming beastly, humanity fades. Only the strong are entitled to survive, while the weak are destined to become food or slaves. When the military arrived, the ground bore only the chaotic traces of battle, now devoid of any life. Commander, a soldier hesitated to speak. Inform the Xin medical department. The golden python has escaped, the commander replied with a detached expression. The soldier hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. With an exceptionally strong healing ability, if it also possessed the terrifying defenses of the golden python? After the soldier departed, the commander stared in the direction Ye Feng had gone, a chill running down his spine. If that blue-patterned python were to consume the golden python, modern weaponry would struggle to inflict any significant damage. His gunshots had been intended to offer the golden python a slim chance of survival, yet given the current circumstances, it seemed doomed. Worse still, he had also incurred Ye Feng's wrath. Should they cross paths again, it could spell disaster. In a deep cavern, a notification appeared. You have devoured the mutated golden python, gaining 200 growth points. You have devoured the mutated golden python, gaining attribute points. You have devoured the mutated golden python, acquiring the additional function, golden scales. A sigh of relief escaped Ye Feng. Indeed, he had acquired an additional function, the coveted golden scales. Such additional functions were not guaranteed to manifest, yet he had managed to obtain 3 consecutive rewards. The last 2 were from mutated species, which was somewhat understandable, but the initial one, the ancient beast's fangs. Such was the simple yet fortuitous life of a fortunate individual. Host, Ye Feng, 3 evolutions. Type, undying python evolution points, 236, 800 points required for the next evolution functions. Venomous fangs, flame breath. Golden scales strength, 214 speed, 160 defense, 240 vitality, 220. Ye Feng's attribute panel was indeed impressive. All attributes, save for speed, exceeded 200. Having devoured the golden python, coupled with his undying python bloodline, he felt confident in his ability to survive even during a time when all would undergo beastification. Thus, his sole task ahead remained to develop. The mutated species birthed from the initial fall of the original stone could not possibly be limited to just the golden python and the undying python. However, they would not patiently await Ye Feng's arrival at the site of the stone's descent. Now, seeking them out to consume would prove exceedingly difficult. Rather than pursue this path, Ye Feng preferred to bide his time for the second fall of the original stone. 3 days later, after a long journey, Ye Feng finally returned to his familiar hometown, Jiang Province. The Central Plains were not far from here, and with some time remaining before the second fall of the original stone, Ye Feng planned to visit his family. However, it seemed more appropriate to merely observe from afar. If he were to appear before his elderly parents in his current form, he feared it might induce a heart attack, leading them to an emergency room visit. Under the cover of night, Ye Feng concealed himself in a vast green belt, gazing longingly at the illuminated buildings. Still no news? Came the soft sigh from Ye's mother. No, replied Ye's father, fatigue evident in his voice. How could a good child just suddenly go missing? Ye's mother lamented. This scene tugged painfully at Ye Feng's heart. In his rush to find the undying python, he had neglected to inform his family, and now, in his current state, he could not dare approach them. Perhaps he could reveal himself to his family? Given his parents' love for him, even if they found it hard to accept, they would not harm him. Yet, this thought vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. He understood his parents' timid nature. In his present form, they would likely be frightened to death before he could even explain. The following day, just as Ye Feng awoke from the green belt and prepared to leave the bustling area, he spotted his parents. They rarely ventured out. Where could they be going? Chapter 18. Chaozi. Ye Feng was taken aback to discover that his parents were headed towards Nantung Park, a substantial wetland park located on the outskirts. What could they be doing there? Did they intend to meet someone? After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to follow them. After all, his parents were quite naive. And given the sensitivity surrounding his disappearance, he worried they might fall victim to deceit. With the park's ample greenery, Ye Feng felt confident in his ability to conceal himself. Upon arriving at Nantung Park, Ye Fu and Ye Mu entered a gazebo. The moment the figures within appeared before Ye Feng, the colossal python, stretching several dozen meters in length, quivered in response. To his astonishment, it was none other than his homeroom teacher, Lu Qingqing. The primordial stones had descended thrice, culminating in a torrential downpour that would cleanse the world. During that cataclysmic storm, just as Ye Feng was on the verge of transforming into his beast form, he was targeted by a monstrous creature that had already taken on its true shape. Had it not been for Lu Qingqing, Ye Feng would have perished long ago. Subsequently, he accompanied Lu Qingqing, maturing and evolving through the tumultuous and perilous chaos. Yet, due to an unforeseen accident, Lu Qingqing never returned. Lu Qingqing was the possessor of the third descent of the primordial stones. If the timeline were to repeat itself as in the previous life, then Lu Qingqing would inevitably encounter the same misfortune. Ye Feng would not permit that filthy accident to transpire once more. Xiao Lu, please take good care of Xiao Feng, echoed Ye Mu's voice. Up to this moment, no news had emerged. Ye Fu's voice was heavy with sorrow. I, too, bear some responsibility for Ye Feng's situation, Lu Qingqing admitted, a hint of guilt in her tone. On that day, Ye Feng displayed unusual behavior, and I failed to notice in time. Otherwise, he would not have gone missing. Tears welled in Ye Mu's eyes as she pondered, could it be that Xiao Feng? Though she did not finish her thought, Ye Feng understood her implication. For a moment, he found himself speechless. How could a model youth like himself possibly resort to such desperation? I beg your pardon. Uncle and Auntie, I must take a call. Hello? Lu Qingqing's voice came through immediately. Have you arrived at Nantung Park? All right, I will come over shortly. Okay, soon. Lu Qingqing ended the call, and upon hearing this, Ye Feng surmised the identity of the caller. Damn, it must be that scoundrel Wang Su. In his previous life, it was this rogue who caused Lu Qingqing's misfortune. She had cared for him so tenderly in her beast form, yet he betrayed her, allowing her to be captured by a horde of perverse humanoids. That scoundrel, I shall not rest until I make him pay. Ye Feng seethed, contemplating that perhaps eliminating Wang Su would alter the tragic fate of the previous life. Subsequently, Lu Qingqing hurriedly departed her residential complex after promising her parents to contact them immediately upon receiving any news. Ye Feng lingered momentarily at home before retracing his steps through the verdant pathways back into the wilderness. To reach Nantung Park, he needed to navigate around a mountain forest. Fortunately, upon his arrival, the two were still present. My dear, tomorrow marks the second anniversary of our romance. Just look. A refined gentleman with gold-rimmed spectacles gently grasped Lu Qingqing's hand, whispering sweetly. I cannot, Lu Qingqing replied, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, her resistance palpable. Wang Su was not taken aback by Lu Qingqing's refusal, yet a flicker of anger flashed in his gaze. Beneath the clear lake, Ye Feng paddled his small boat, his heart filled with astonishment. Lu Qingqing and Wang Su had been dating for 2 years, yet they had not progressed to the final stage of their relationship. In recent news, there has been a surge of wild animal attacks across the nation, resulting in 10 fatalities and 27 injuries. Some of these creatures are reportedly extinct species, which is utterly perplexing. Relevant authorities have initiated research and swiftly apprehended these aggressive beasts to ensure public safety. Lu Qingqing pulled out her phone, scrolling through a news report. Do you think Ye Feng might have been attacked by one of these beasts? She asked anxiously, handing the report to Wang Su. Wang Su's expression twisted in irritation. I mention our anniversary, and you show me this? Do you think I matter less than a student in your eyes? His frustration mounted, especially as Lu Qingqing absent-mindedly brushed her hair, her movements glimmering in the lake's soft light, rendering her even more alluring. It must be said, Lu Qingqing was a paragon of perfection, possessing a pure, angelic visage, and in the summer heat, her flawless figure was accentuated by the snug fabric of her attire. This was why Wang Su had been able to engage Lu Qingqing in conversation for 2 years. She was simply an exceptional woman. Regrettably, despite Wang Su's persistent efforts over the past 2 years, Lu Qingqing had not afforded him the opportunity to advance their relationship. He had maintained the image of a good man, never forcing the issue. However, today, Lu Qingqing's actions were swiftly eroding his patience, and a wicked fire ignited within him. Fueled by her breathtaking beauty, Qingqing, why not yield to me? In the next moment, Wang Su made an astonishing move. On the swaying vessel, he forcefully pinned Lu Qingqing beneath him. Alarmed, Lu Qingqing quickly braced herself against his weight. In their struggle, their bodies inevitably made contact. awakening the primal instincts within Wang Su, his eyes turning crimson. Ching, after 2 years, we should be together. Wang Su surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of witnesses. Emboldened by their isolation in the center of the lake, he began to tear at Lu Qingqing's clothing. Wang Su, what are you doing? Lu Qingqing cried out in shock and fury, desperately resisting his advances. Her piercing voice reached Ye Feng's ears, and in an instant, he sensed the perilous situation. Damn it! Ye Feng seethed with rage. How dare that scoundrel Wang Su attempt to force Lu Qingqing here? In his past life, Lu Qingqing had cared for him so deeply. How could he remain indifferent now? Wait, Wang Su, stop. There's something in the water. Suddenly, the boat rocked violently, and Lu Qingqing halted her struggle. Her beautiful face marked with confusion. She had indeed felt the intense tremor moments earlier. What is it? Wang Su frowned, momentarily pausing, but sensing no further disturbance. He then resumed his aggressive tearing of Lu Qingqing's attire, his blood racing at the thought of an epic encounter aboard the vessel. Bang! Yet in the next instant, a far more ferocious sound echoed. Wang Su's movements froze, for he too felt it. The impact of their struggle was far too great to be caused by mere human actions. As they stood in shock, the water erupted with a tremendous splash. A massive python, adorned with blue stripes and golden rings, breached the surface, its fearsome head fixated on the pair. Heavens, heavens! Wang Su, terrified, tumbled off Lu Qingqing, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Gulp! Lu Qingqing's face drained of color as she exclaimed in fear. How could such a behemoth exist in this place? Ye Feng's gaze swept over Lu Qingqing, who was now disheveled, her outer garment torn, her fair skin exposed. The more he observed, the angrier he became. How could such a beautiful teacher be subjected to the vile intentions of Wang Su? Chapter 19. Aerial Bombardment and Special Support. Good heavens, a giant python. Meanwhile, on the shore, the spectacle drew attention. A seemingly ordinary little boat, which would typically go unnoticed, was now the center of a shocking scene as a massive python emerged from the lake. A true spectacle. Look, Mommy, it's a giant python, and it glows, exclaimed a few children, their eyes wide with wonder, while their parents, pale with fear, hurriedly pulled them away. Look, that giant python is near a boat. It's going to eat someone. The crowd erupted in panic, some even capturing the moment on their phones, yet none dared to venture into the lake's depths to rescue anyone. Ye Feng, acutely aware of the commotion, narrowed his reptilian gaze at his surroundings, determined to end the matter swiftly. Without hesitation, he struck, sending Wang Su flying from the boat into the thicket, ensuring he would not survive. Lu Qingqing, trembling in the corner of the boat, was enveloped in despair, believing Ye Feng would next turn his wrath upon her. However, Ye Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at her before submerging into the water, vanishing from sight. The lake's surface soon returned to a serene stillness, while Lu Qingqing sat in the boat, her expression blank. The brush with death did not bring her any joy. Instead, it deepened the terror etched in her mind. How could there be such a monstrous python? Why would such a creature appear in this park? And why did it not kill her? A torrent of chaotic thoughts coursed through Lu Qingqing's mind, rendering her recent experience surreal. Yet, Wang Su's phone, left behind on the boat, bore witness to the reality of the event. Soon, 2 speedboats approached swiftly from afar, filled with uniformed personnel. Are you all right? 2 men boarded the vessel, inquiring with concern. Lu Qingqing shook her head, still entrapped in her fright. Report, there are no casualties at the scene. One of the uniformed personnel communicated via radio. No. The other man gestured towards the phone abandoned on the deck. The officer responsible for communication suddenly froze, for he had just seen Lu Qingqing's hand tightly gripping a phone as well. Report, 1 person has been thrown away, life status unknown, requesting instructions. The man's voice was harsh and dry. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the radio. News had just come from Hainan province that this python possesses extreme aggressiveness. They demanded we pursue it with all our might. If met with fierce resistance, we are to eliminate it on the spot. A commanding voice echoed through the radio. This is. The 2 uniformed personnel hesitated momentarily before complying with the orders. Wait. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the radio again. The Medical Biological Research Center just relayed a message to capture this giant python alive. I must be frank. Given our current personnel and equipment, capturing it alive is quite challenging. At this moment, the team of uniformed personnel had received videos captured by bystanders, showcasing the scene where Ye Feng had hurled Wang Su away, especially Ye Feng's robust physique, which delivered a powerful visual impact. You stay on standby, attend to the survivors. I will negotiate with them. The radio fell silent for a moment before continuing. Hainan Province, Dragon Country border. Military headquarters. Commander. You may not comprehend the threat this giant python poses to human society. I have engaged with it. Even a full company may not be its match. Now that it has retreated inland, if we do not eliminate it promptly, the entire city could face catastrophic disaster, an outcome neither of us can afford. The commander who had previously clashed with Ye Feng spoke with a cold demeanor. The man with shoulder insignia furrowed his brow. Are you implying that ordinary weapons cannot harm it? Indeed. The commander's expression remained calm, his thoughts inscrutable. Given the weaponry configuration inland, it will be difficult to kill it. The man with the insignia appeared grave. Moreover, the Xian Medical Department suggests, I propose we employ long-range bombardment and special support. The commander stated matter-of-factly. Do you realize what you are suggesting? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze sharpened. If you cannot ensure the threat posed by this giant python, forcibly utilizing bombardment and special support will only incite public panic. In such a case, the higher-ups will place blame on us. Commander, trust me. The terror it brings surpasses that of any bombing. Xian Medical Department. Professor Bai Yuhan gazed respectfully at the elderly man in the wheelchair. Are you suggesting that the recent inexplicable beasts appearing within the borders of Dragon Country may be the result of human fusion with primordial stones, retaining human intelligence even after their transformation? The old professor looked at the caged Shennongjia, his expression somewhat difficult to accept. Indeed, and a portion of these ferocious beasts can still articulate human speech, Bai Yuhan replied respectfully. Are you referring to the recently active giant python? The old professor squinted. Yes. Bai Yuhan pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes flickering with complex emotions. Shennongjia was unable to speak human language, yet the python transformed by Ye Feng could. The reasons behind this discrepancy remained unclear, but she suspected it was related to the hierarchy among beasts. Do you know how difficult it is to protect it from the military? The old professor sighed. Bai Yuhan remained silent, her lips pressed tightly. I can only give a heads up to the other side. If the military insists on exterminating it, there is nothing I can do. The old professor fixed his gaze on Bai Yuhan. After all, the part concerning national defense is under their jurisdiction. I cannot intervene. In the capital city, the Qin family. Sister, it has appeared again. Qin Xiaoming showed a video to Qin Yuru. Let us go find him, Qin Yuru stated. Are you serious, sis? You really want to inform him of this news? Qin Xiaoming exclaimed in disbelief. What is wrong with that? He saved our lives. We should honor our promise to him. Moreover, if we don't go, he will surely hunt us down later. Qin Xiaoming looked at Qin Yuru with a strange gaze. Feeling that her sister's visit to the transformed Ye Feng was not merely an act of gratitude. What is the matter? Qin Yuru turned back, regarding him with suspicion. Qin Xiaoming hesitated momentarily, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. However, as Qin Yuru packed her belongings, he clenched his fists and finally pulled out his phone, sending a message to someone named Chen Zifeng. The screen displayed a few discernible words. Ye Feng, Giant Python. Chapter 20. Desperation at the border of Nan Province. In a shadowy jungle, Ye Feng was slithering stealthily, pursued by special soldiers wielding powerful flashlights. Ye Feng had engaged with them multiple times, managing to escape each encounter. But as time passed, he began to feel fatigued. The patience of these special soldiers was remarkable. They were employing a strategy of driving him toward a specific location. Undoubtedly his grave. Hurry, hurry. Ye Feng concealed himself in a dark cave, coiling his serpentine body, flicking his tongue. The chaotic footsteps receded into the distance. Yet Ye Feng understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. They would eventually discover his hiding place. Damn it, Ye Feng cursed inwardly, never expecting that sending one lowlife flying would lead to such trouble. Now trapped on this small hill, waiting for the second primordial stone to descend had become a dilemma. Of course, forcing his way out wasn't impossible, but it would likely result in injury. He needed to find an opportunity to escape this forest. Ye Feng's gaze sharpened. Only by leaving this narrow woodland could he evade his pursuers. As dawn approached, Ye Feng finally found an opportunity to break free from the encirclement. The surroundings were eerily quiet, exuding an indescribable strangeness. Yet, as he gazed upon the escaping woods, excitement surged within him. However, just as he was about to flee, a squad of armed special forces suddenly emerged from the surrounding bushes. The leading special commander wore a sly smile, his gaze towards Ye Feng reflecting a mix of admiration and cruelty. What a magnificent giant python! The man twisted his neck, producing a crisp snapping sound. Faced with a python nearly 30 meters long, the man showed no signs of fear. Rather, he bore a perverse cruelty. Who is this guy? Ye Feng instinctively felt a weight in his chest. An ordinary person's eyes would not express such a gaze upon first encounter. Thus, this special commander likely harbored a personal vendetta against him. But when had he crossed paths with this man? Open fire. Under the cover of special soldiers. The man coldly commanded. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The metallic clanging of steel resonated in the air as a layer of golden scales enveloped Ye Feng's body, intertwined with faint blue luminescent patterns, rendering him an extraordinary sight. Akin to an ancient divine beast undergoing metamorphosis. The special soldiers momentarily faltered. Hiss. Ye Feng narrowed his serpentine eyes, assessing the firearms held by the special soldiers. They were merely ordinary rifles, hardly capable of inflicting harm upon him, adorned with golden scales. As Ye Feng contemplated his rebirth, having acquired the bloodlines of the Immortal Python and the Golden Giant Python, his defensive capabilities reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Unless, as they claimed, this was no ordinary giant python. The man above observed the scene with an increasingly peculiar excitement in his gaze. Ye Feng, noticing his expression, felt a surge of anger, as if he were merely a subject of research in the man's eyes. Without hesitation, Ye Feng swung his massive tail, sending a row of special soldiers hurtling through the air. The powerful impact, combined with Ye Feng's strength, caused the soldiers to spit blood and collapse unconscious on the ground. The man at the forefront paid no heed and merely waved his hand. A sense of foreboding crept into Ye Feng's heart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. And as Ye Feng looked up, his pupils trembled violently. Those were bombers. The man produced a walkie-talkie, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he issued commands. Instantly, dust swirled around Ye Feng, explosions erupted, and flames soared into the sky. However, such an assault was not sufficient to inflict severe injuries upon Ye Feng. At most, he would only suffer minor abrasions. Yet, the subsequent onslaught darkened Ye Feng's spirit entirely. A beam of blue light suddenly shot from one of the aircraft above, searing a mark upon his scales. Stunned, Ye Feng looked down at the burn on his back, a sensation of pain coursing through his body and heart. In retaliation, Ye Feng swung his tail once more, sending another group of special soldiers flying. However, he soon realized a troubling pattern. No matter how many he knocked down, more soldiers quickly surrounded him, pressing forward relentlessly. They lacked electric rifles, but wielded light machine guns with formidable impact. While the bullets could not harm him, they effectively restricted his movements. Combined with the aircraft above, Ye Feng found himself riddled with wounds, blood flowing profusely. The azure light coursed through his bloodstream, and soon, his injuries began to heal. The commander's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Ye Feng's healing wounds, disbelief washing over him as he rubbed his eyes. How could this be possible? His lips twitched uncontrollably as he swallowed hard. It was unimaginable that such a rapid healing speed existed in this world. Coupled with the impenetrable scales of the giant python, it was nothing short of an immortal body. A frenzied glint sparked in the man's eyes. Immortal? Huh. I shall ensure your demise today. Second and third squads, join the fray. This giant python must die. Soon, two more beams of laser light descended from the sky, striking in conjunction with the first, crashing into the dust below. After a moment, the man waved his hand, and the three aircraft equipped with laser cannons ceased their assault, hovering above. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the man squinted, and when his vision cleared, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. The giant python lay sprawled on the ground, blood flowing from its body. It would not be long before it was slain. It seemed he was not invincible after all. Just as he entertained this thought, a flash of fire reflected in his eyes. "Commander, watch out!" A voice cried out, as a special soldier stepped forward with a shield to protect him. Even so, both were sent flying, the shield melting under the flames. The soldier shielding him bore a severe burn hole in his abdomen, leaving the commander shaken as he stared at the charred wound, his throat tightening. Had that fire struck him, he would surely be dead. Ye Feng, blood streaming from his wounds, observed the scene with a tinge of disappointment. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. This man was the commander of the group, and only by eliminating him could Ye Feng hope to escape. Regrettably, after waiting so long for an opportunity, he had failed. The ambush thwarted, the special soldiers shielded their commander, denying Ye Feng any chance. Ye Feng no longer hesitated, opening his massive jaws to unleash flames, engaging in a life-or-death struggle against the special soldiers and the aerial combatants. Yet, this was destined to be an unequal battle, given Ye Feng's current evolutionary state. He had yet to exceed the formidable strength of existing human technology. As time elapsed, Ye Feng succumbed to numerous injuries, teetering on the brink of death, his vision blurring when suddenly, a figure rushed into view. "No!" A delicate voice resonated, trembling slightly. Instantly, the gunfire paused for a few moments. "Stop!" Just as they prepared to resume shooting, an enraged roar erupted. The special commander stepped forward, his gaze fiercely locking onto the woman. Qin Yiru, what are you doing here? He spat through gritted teeth. Indeed, the woman who had suddenly appeared, shielding Ye Feng with her arms, was none other than the arriving Qin Yiru. Chen Ye Feng, why do you want to kill it? She questioned sharply, shaking her head. Why? Chen Ye Feng scoffed, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. It is a monster. How many lives has it taken? Why should I not kill it? You attacked it first. It would not harm anyone unprovoked. Qin Yiru glanced back at Ye Feng, then turned to shout. What nonsense? Look at this. Chen Ye Feng brandished his phone, showing her the video from Nantung Park. Qin Yiru bit her lip, remaining silent, yet still guarding Ye Feng. He saved me when I was in Nan province. I will not let you kill him. Qin Yiru's tone was resolute. Qin Yiru, are you willing to oppose me for this beast? Chen Zifeng's expression darkened, growing as black as ink. Let me make myself clear. This giant python has been ordered to be killed by higher-ups. You cannot stop it. His face betraying no emotion, Chen Zifeng stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiru's beautiful eyes trembled violently. It was indeed a directive from the military to eliminate it. Qin Yiru, I warn you. Do not test my patience. Chen Zifeng's tone grew increasingly impatient as he noticed she showed no intention of retreating. The being behind her was no mere wounded criminal, but a colossal giant python. Despite both being severely injured, the difference was monumental. In any case, you cannot kill it this time. Qin Yiru pressed, biting her lip, her resolve wavering. For she could not be certain whether Chen Zifeng would abandon his intent to slay the giant python for her sake. At that moment, Ye Feng, battered and bruised, lay on the ground, gazing at Qin Yiru with a complex expression. He never anticipated that she would come to his rescue in such a moment, and it was evident that she recognized his identity and knew the commander opposing them. Ye Feng finally understood why Chen Zifeng harbored such animosity towards him. Simultaneously, Chen Zifeng was engulfed in inner fury. Why did he care so much for Qin Yiru? Because she was his fiancée. Furthermore, according to the information he had received, these monsters were likely transformed humans due to some mysterious stones. The thought of his fiancée defending another, especially one who had already transformed into a giant python, sent him into a rage. Even if it was merely a python, he would never allow Qin Yiru to develop such a close bond with it. Fire! He bellowed, his eyes burning with fury. The soldiers hesitated no longer, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon Ye Feng. Witnessing this, Ye Feng swung his tail, shielding Qin Yiru, just as an aircraft flew overhead, seemingly too close for comfort. Bang! The fireball struck the aircraft with unerring accuracy, damaging its wings and sending it spiraling uncontrollably towards the ground, precisely in the direction of Chen Zifeng and his companions. Retreat! Quickly retreat! This scene was etched into Chen Zifeng's mind as panicked voices erupted around him. Hiss! A bloodthirsty glint surged in Ye Feng's eyes. He did not wish to actively consume humans, yet this group persistently provoked his wrath. Roar! Ye Feng unleashed a torrent of flames, aimed directly at Chen Zifeng, instantly reducing a dozen soldiers to mere charred remnants. This spectacle left everyone in shock. It turned out that the giant python they had been relentlessly assaulting was so formidable. Just as Ye Feng displayed his might, a barrage of artillery struck him violently. The powerful impact sent Ye Feng tumbling uncontrollably, and more shells rained down upon him, leaving him battered and bruised. Indeed, this group possessed heavy weaponry, and facing them with his current strength was far too daunting. Qin Yiru had already fallen into Chen Zifeng's hands, and his stamina was nearly depleted. With no other choice, Ye Feng had to flee into the jungle. Pursue. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find it. I want it dead. Chen Zifeng's roar echoed behind him, enraged at the loss of so many men, yet allowing a beast to escape. On a mountaintop, Ye Feng coiled his body, basking in the sunlight. 3 days had passed since he evaded Chen Zifeng's onslaught, and thanks to the bloodline of the Immortal Python, his injuries had nearly healed. The damaged golden scales had regrown, radiating a dazzling brilliance that, under the sun's rays, was as resplendent as diamonds. Ye Feng gazed into the distance, lost in contemplation. He never anticipated being hunted so relentlessly by the military, and at the crucial moment, it was the woman he encountered in Shennongjia who saved him. Had it not been for Qin Yiru's delay of those few minutes, he likely would not have escaped the encirclement. He bore no grievances against Chen Zifeng or the military, yet they had repeatedly tried to take his life. A surge of murderous intent ignited in Ye Feng's eyes. One day, he would exact vengeance for this hunt. Furthermore, the very person who saved him, Qin Yiru, had fallen into Chen Zifeng's clutches, her fate uncertain. Given that man's frenzied nature, It was certain that Chinuru would not have a pleasant experience in his hands, and he must find a way to rescue her. Just then, a piercing cry echoed from above. Ye Feng was taken aback. Was it an eagle? The eyesight of snakes is not particularly keen, as they primarily rely on thermal sensing to locate their targets. He lifted his head, faintly discerning a dark shape approaching. But would an ordinary hawk dare to come near him, given his size? At that moment, the giant eagle was already within 100 meters overhead, circling above him. System scan. Ye Feng promptly activated the encyclopedia feature. Ding, system scanning. Target category, ancient species, Haster eagle. Length, 5 meters, wingspan, 15 meters, second evolution. Its hard beak and sharp claws are its primary weapons. Do not allow it to catch you in the air. The system's words gradually weighed heavily on Ye Feng's mind. So it was a Haster eagle. Clearly a product of the first original stone, it had survived to the present and undergone 2 evolutions. If it were a land creature, Ye Feng could easily overpower it after 2 evolutions, but this was a colossal avian. Birds of prey are the natural enemies of snakes. Even though Ye Feng had undergone 3 evolutions and was nearly 30 meters long, he remained vulnerable. Regardless of the species, all snakes share a common weakness, the 7-inch mark. If the Haster eagle's massive claws were to exploit the gaps in his scales and seize that critical point, lifting him into the air, death would surely await him. Furthermore, the eagle's overwhelming strength would significantly constrain him in battle. In the sky, the Haster eagle had evidently locked onto Ye Feng, circling him without initiating an attack. It was wary. Chapter 22, The Eagle's Gaze. Ye Feng coiled his body, his gaze fixed on the giant eagle above. This posture allowed him to maintain his optimal state, making it difficult for the Haster eagle to seize him while also keeping the creature guessing. If given the chance, he could even turn the tables. However, eagles possess exceptional vision. Even the slightest movement could scare it away, making this a battle of endurance. Soon, half an hour passed. The giant eagle, seeing that Ye Feng remained motionless, could not resist drawing closer. Gradually, it began to dive. Ye Feng observed everything calmly. When the eagle was merely 30 meters away, it made no aggressive move. With a screech, the Haster eagle suddenly spread its wings and returned skyward just as it was about to make contact with Ye Feng. Its gaze was filled with suspicion and greed. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind filled the air as the Haster eagle, now unrestrained, launched itself downwards. By nature, it was human, not a true giant eagle. It lacked the patience to wait any longer. Upon seeing Ye Feng's inaction, it abandoned its caution and testing. Eagles are the natural foes of snakes. Bang! Just as it soared directly above Ye Feng, a fireball shot forth, reflecting in the eagle's eyes before striking its right wing. Screech! The Haster eagle shrieked in panic, but upon meeting Ye Feng's indifferent and icy gaze, it realized that everything had been a part of Ye Feng's scheme. Hiss! As the eagle lost its balance, Ye Feng made his move, lunging towards the Haster eagle's neck. The Haster eagle trembled in fear, realizing that this giant python possessed a pair of venomous fangs. Ordinary pythons lack such fangs. Even more astonishing, when Ye Feng fully extended his body, he measured an impressive 30 meters. The Haster eagle regretted its earlier underestimation. It had initially thought the python to be some hybrid species and paid little attention to its patterns. However, it now realized that this python was no ordinary creature. Please, spare my life. I am willing to serve you. The Haster eagle cried out, attempting to evade Ye Feng's assault with its damaged wings. Heh! Ye Feng scoffed. Indeed, this was a human transformed into an eagle, one who knew how to beg for mercy. However, Ye Feng paid it no mind. Among the ferocious beasts fused with the original stone, only ancient and mutated species could articulate human speech, but this required time to adapt. The Haster eagle had undergone 2 evolutions and evidently mastered the art of language. Unfortunately, snakes are cold-blooded creatures. I am a snake devoid of emotions. Puff! Ye Feng tilted his head and unleashed another fireball, striking the Haster eagle from the sky. The air filled with the scent of charred flesh as the Haster eagle thrashed on the ground. Ye Feng approached without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Congratulations. You have devoured the ancient species Haster eagle, gaining 60 evolution points. Congratulations. You have devoured the ancient species Haster eagle, gaining 2 speed attribute points. Congratulations. You have devoured the ancient species Haster eagle, gaining the special ability, Eagle's Gaze. Goodness. Ye Feng was astonished. Another special ability. Now he possessed 4 unique functions: venomous fangs, fiery breath, and golden scales, along with this Eagle's Gaze. He was nearly fully equipped. System, is your drop rate truly 100%? Ye Feng could not help but inquire. Dear host, not quite. The probability of ancient species yielding special abilities is only 17%, while mutated species is a mere 7. Oh dear, how much good karma must I have accumulated in my past life? Ye Feng mused. Let me examine the function of this eagle's gaze. Upon speaking, Ye Feng felt a chilling sensation in his eyes. The world, once blurry due to severe nearsightedness, suddenly came into sharp focus. Gazing intently, he was astonished to see the dew on leaves hundreds of meters away with crystal clarity. This was astonishingly clear. As Ye Feng marveled at his newfound abilities, he discovered that his serpentine eyes could not only observe distant scenes, but also focus with the precision of a microscope. He pondered whether this feature truly existed. Unable to resist, he flicked his serpentine tongue, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. In the world prior to his transformation, there were often male protagonists endowed with the ability to perceive things invisible to ordinary people. Clearing his mind, Ye Feng's only prior confusion revolved around his vision and hearing in this serpentine form. Despite the impressive thermal imaging capabilities of snakes, he often found himself colliding with static objects. Stop right there. At that moment, Ye Feng sensed a troop approaching nearby. Alarmed, he wondered if Chun Zifeng's team had arrived so swiftly. It seemed improbable. Utilizing his keen vision, he ascended a branch to observe the gathering in the forest. To his astonishment, he recognized the lone figure striding towards him. It was Bai Yuhan from the Xianyi department. Yet, she should have been on that small island at the southern border. What brought her here? He was acutely aware that the people from the Xianyi department would likely relish the opportunity to conduct research on him. Come out. We located you via satellite. Bai Yuhan announced, standing poised and elegant, her voice melodious like a babbling brook. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng emerged. Even with some psychological preparation, Bai Yuhan was taken aback by his sudden appearance, sensing a newfound sharpness in his gaze. Her beautiful eyes scanned his form, the golden scales shimmering in the sunlight. They were capable of mutual consumption and evolution. In her mind, she confirmed a fact. Are you here to capture me? Ye Feng coiled slowly, encircling Bai Yuhan. With a mere exertion of strength, he could end her life in an instant. Although she knew this massive python was once human, a sense of dread still gripped her. After calming herself, she spoke confidently. No, I am here to collaborate with you. Collaborate? Ye Feng's body stilled momentarily. Indeed, we have no intention of harming you. Bai Yuhan clarified. Our objective leans more towards uncovering the mysteries within you. If you permit us to conduct some research, not only will we keep your whereabouts confidential, but we will also aid in your survival. Her gaze was sincere. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, his hawk-like gaze allowing him to discern the nuances in Bai Yuhan's expression. She was earnest. He began to rapidly consider the pros and cons of collaborating with the Xianyi department. Our exchange will be the location of the military camp. Just then, Bai Yuhan's words momentarily stunned him, and in an instant, he shouted those two words. Deal. Ye Feng huffed. The military had made several attempts on his life. While Qin Eru, who had rescued him, now lay in Chun Zifeng's hands, her fate uncertain. This vendetta was one he must settle. With Bai Yuhan from the Xianyi department assisting him, perhaps revenge would no longer be a distant dream. We have learned through special channels about recent events. The Qin Eru who saved you is the young lady of the Qin family in the capital, a prominent business lineage. As for Chun Zifeng, his family has been entrenched in the military for 3 generations, though they do not engage in battle. They are responsible for maintaining order within Longhua. You must understand that the military tasked with internal security is vastly different from that which faces external threats. Chun Zifeng is merely a spoiled scion, elevated by his family's prestige. It is rumored that Qin Eru was once betrothed to him, but for reasons unknown, the engagement was unilaterally annulled by the Qin family. And ever since, Chun Zifeng has harbored resentment. Bai Yuhan did not continue, yet Ye Feng grasped her implication. Qin Eru's current predicament was likely dire. The military's base, where Chun Zifeng was stationed, lay along the banks of the Yellow River in the Central Plains. Bai Yuhan's watch suddenly illuminated, projecting a blueprint into the air with clear indicators. Thank you, Ye Feng said, studying the map and committing it to memory, genuinely grateful. This would greatly facilitate his rescue of Qin Eru. Mutual benefit, Bai Yuhan smiled. Ye Feng's gaze flickered. He suddenly found this woman extraordinarily beautiful, her skin like creamy jade, her eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars, and her brows resembling distant poetic mountains. This reminded him of Bai Yuhan in his past life, who had transformed into the only female overlord beast king, equally enchanting. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng turned and bit off a piece of his golden scale. Still stained with a trace of blood, Bai Yuhan's eyes brightened, and she quickly instructed her team to package it carefully. Ye Feng remained silent, watching calmly. Even if the entire Xian department pooled their resources, they would likely be unable to conduct meaningful research. It wasn't that his scales lacked value, but rather that they would have insufficient time. The second fall of the primordial stones was imminent, followed by a third. In his previous life, the creatures unleashed by the third fall had surpassed human capacity to withstand them, with many colossal beasts growing powerful enough to rival human nuclear weapons. At that point, human order had begun to crumble. The Xian department would have no opportunity to conduct research before descending into chaos. Central Plains? Ye Feng's gaze flickered momentarily. This was precisely the special terrain point caused by the second fall of the primordial stones. According to the map Bai Yuhan provided, the military base was not far from this unique location. It was a win-win situation. With this thought, he slithered away from the forest. Captain Bai. A figure clad in white approached, glancing at the departing colossal python with a trace of fear. I never expected you, Captain Bai, a woman, could converse with such a massive serpent. Bring it back. Let the professor examine it first. Bai Yuhan nodded thoughtfully as she watched Ye Feng leave. Captain, the professor has a message for you, the white-clad figure whispered. Oh. Bai Yuhan turned her attention back, retracting her thoughts of Ye Feng. The professor has analyzed the genes from Shennongjia. While they mostly align with those of an ordinary wild boar, there are some discrepancies. The professor suspects. Suspects what? Is it related to the primordial stones? Bai Yuhan furrowed her brows. Indeed, the professor stated that for any genuine breakthrough, a primordial stone would be necessary. The white-clad figure replied. Given the nature of these primordial stones, they have likely fused with humanity and transformed into beasts by now. To acquire a primordial stone for research, we must wait for the second fall. But how is that possible? At the banks of the Yellow River, Ye Feng emerged, his body damp as he reached the shore, where the terrain lay exposed, making daylight movement perilous. He used his keen vision to survey the area for a moment before retreating back into the river. As night descended, Ye Feng resurfaced. The moonlight cast a peculiar sense of dread over him. Have you heard? Commander Chen brought back the Qin family's young lady a few days ago and has kept her under house arrest in the camp. Isn't the Qin family a prestigious clan in the capital? Commander Chen. It is said that the Qin family's young lady was once promised to him, but the engagement was called off for unilateral reasons. Yet, if they were to consummate their relationship, what could the Qin family say? It would merely fulfill the engagement. Are you implying? The two guards exchanged glances, a conspiratorial smirk crossing their faces. By the way, did you accompany them during the pursuit of that massive python a few days ago? I still feel uneasy thinking about it. Are you referring to the golden blue one? It seems that the eldest daughter of the Qin family stirred Commander Chen's ire by protecting that giant python. Protecting a python? How absurd. Could it be that the python has transformed into a human? The eldest daughter of the Qin family is willing to sever ties with Commander Chen for a mere beast? Hush, let us continue our patrol. Ah, do you see that over there? Is that a flashlight? One of the guards suddenly whispered. A flashlight? The other guard frowned and followed his gaze. In an instant, his hair stood on end. Stop, don't move. He stammered, but his companion, seemingly nearsighted, still could not discern the source of the two beams of light. What on earth? The guard muttered impatiently, and in the next moment, he boldly approached the light with his firearm drawn. The other guard cried out in despair, yet dared not act recklessly, remaining rigidly in place. Finally, as the guard neared the source of the light, his vision became clearer, revealing a pair of dark green pupils flickering with an eerie glow, attached to an elongated body radiating an unusual blue luminescence. In that moment, the air was so still that the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. Before the guard could utter a scream, he was flung away by Ye Feng, crashing into a distant rock, his fate uncertain. Interestingly, the other figure remained motionless, evidently aware of certain facts, understanding that snakes possess poor eyesight. At times, they indeed cannot see static objects. Unfortunately, if this were a few days prior, Ye Feng might not have noticed him, but now boom. A flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the sky, and a light rain followed suit. Ye Feng looked up in confusion. He had checked the weather forecast today, and it predicted no rain. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. In the night sky, a multitude of flames resembling shooting stars surged forth, combining with the lightning to paint half the sky as if it were a furnace. How is this possible? Ye Feng, incredulous, gazed upward, disregarding the fleeing guard. For the 24th chapter had begun. The second meteorite had fallen ahead of schedule. The second meteorite's descent had indeed arrived early. Ye Feng's expression grew increasingly solemn. In this life, due to his rebirth, many developments deviated from the previous timeline, particularly concerning the arrangement of ferocious beasts within Longwa's borders. For instance, in his past life, the golden python and the infernal bull survived until the end, one becoming a dominator and the other a monarch-level beast. However, in this life, they had been devoured prematurely by him. The two saber-toothed tigers and the haste giant eagle, although Ye Feng had never encountered them in his previous life, were among the first to integrate with the meteorite. Had they not perished early, their future achievements would not be trivial. Yet all of this had been altered by Ye Feng's appearance. Even more bizarre was the premature arrival of the second meteorite. According to Ye Feng's calculations, the second meteorite was expected to fall in 3 days. Its current occurrence suggested that something was amiss. Perhaps it was related to the quantity of ferocious beasts present. Ye Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. Since the second meteorite would descend early, this indicated that it was not a fixed event, but rather one triggered by certain conditions. In this life, his deliberate actions had caused many super beasts to perish prematurely, including various mutated and ancient species. Boldly hypothesizing, if the evolutionary beasts on Earth suffered significant losses, it could trigger the second meteorite's fall, thereby accelerating the global beastification process. This was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, the first batch of meteorites did not only fall within Longhua. For instance, in Sanghua, the first batch included mutated species. It was said that there existed a super serpent with 8 heads. While Ye Feng's thoughts raced, the meteorites began to descend from the sky, landing on a nearby high slope. Quick! An emergency! The people within the camp streamed out, armed and prepared, heading towards the high slope. As Ye Feng's heart raced, he concealed himself, and during this time, a jeep departed, through the window of which Ye Feng glimpsed a nonchalant man. Shennongjia. They were all going to inspect the meteorite's landing, providing Ye Feng with a perfect opportunity to rescue Qin Yuru. Bang! With a tremendous sound, Ye Feng broke through the iron gate, swiftly advancing while sensing Qin Yuru's location. Since the camp housed only males, Ye Feng quickly located her. To his surprise, Qin Xiaoming was not by her side. Enemy! As Ye Feng arrived at the place where Qin Yuru was held, the remaining guard began to scream in terror before being knocked unconscious by a swift tail. After resolving this, Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before using his tail to retrieve the key from the guard's waist and then biting it to unlock the door. You need not waste your breath. I will not be with you. Qin Yuru, with her back to the door, spoke coldly. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, then realized her words were directed at Shennongjia. I am here to rescue you. Ye Feng replied calmly. Qin Yuru paused, abruptly turning her head, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Ye Feng. Wonderful. You're safe. Ye Feng nodded. Of course, he would be unharmed. By the way, I have found the information you asked me to investigate regarding the meteorite fall, Qin Yuru softly stated. Do not speak of it. Ye Feng shook his head. Far too much time had passed since the first meteorite fell, and those colossal beasts would not remain in their original positions waiting for Ye Feng to devour them. What has happened? She could not help but inquire, recalling the meteorite forest in Shennongjia, where meteors had fallen in a similar manner, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the mountains, accompanied by the ground trembling as if an earthquake had struck. Under such circumstances, Qin Yuru's pretty face turned pale as she looked at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's gaze sharpened, lowering his head to indicate for her to climb onto him. Qin Yuru obediently nestled against Ye Feng, the moist warmth eliciting an unusual feeling within her. Once the young woman stabilized her position atop Ye Feng, he gradually raised his head, surveying the surroundings. It was then that Qin Yuru noticed everyone in the camp had left, save for the soldier who had been guarding her. In the distance, dust swirled, and she vaguely discerned large figures racing about. That is, Qin Yuru gasped in astonishment. It was not an earthquake, but wild beasts on the run. Their target was the high slope to the southwest. Ye Feng possessed keen eyesight, and he observed with greater clarity than Qin Yuru. Among those enormous beasts were giant lizards, black panthers, and creatures adorned with crowns. They were not native to this ecosystem. Their identities were unmistakable. They were ferocious beasts transformed by the meteorites, drawn to this meteorite fall in hopes of seizing it. Indeed, these animals could become even more powerful through the strength gained from the meteorites, far surpassing the mere consumption of ordinary beasts. With so many colossal creatures converging, coupled with the meteorites in the fallen area, Ye Feng's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Do you wish to go as well? Seemingly sensing Ye Feng's excitement, Qin Yuru asked, lowering her head. Yes. Ye Feng did not conceal his intentions. Qin Yuru bit her lip, her eyes betraying her concern, yet she chose to remain silent. She understood that Ye Feng's transformation into a giant python was driven by a purpose, and now that these strange stones were falling for the second time, Ye Feng would not miss this opportunity. I will first escort you to a safe location, Ye Feng stated, turning to exit the camp. No sooner had Ye Feng departed than a massive gorilla crashed into the center of the camp, looking toward the commotion in the distance, pounding its chest and roaring in fury. Monster, monster! The nearby guard, awakening to the scene, screamed in terror, attempting to flee, only to be seized by the gorilla and swallowed whole. Upon reaching a secure area, Ye Feng set Shennongjia down, but just as he turned to leave, she clung to his waist. Ye Feng turned back in surprise, gazing at her. May I accompany you? Shennongjia spoke with her enchanting eyes shimmering. There was a mist swirling within her gaze. Indeed, she realized that she had developed an unusual affection for this colossal python. It seemed that as long as the python was by her side, an extraordinary sense of security enveloped her. That feeling was indescribable, mingled with a hint of tender emotion. Whenever the figure of Ye Feng, a human, surfaced in her mind, it magnified infinitely. No, Ye Feng resolutely rejected. A fierce battle was undoubtedly on the horizon. The degree of danger was something even he could not estimate. Shennongjia's human form was so fragile that a mere beast could tear her apart. But placing me here could also expose me to danger, Shennongjia murmured, biting her crimson lip and avoiding Ye Feng's gaze. Her tone tinged with a hint of petulance. She simply wished to remain with Ye Feng. Ye Feng, unaware of the subtlety in her words, acknowledged the validity of her reasoning. Ferocious beasts were converging from all directions, and this place might not be truly safe. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared in Ye Feng's thermal perception, causing his eyes to brighten. Chapter 25, King Kong. Ye Feng's sudden emergence startled the members of the Shennongjia department who were on their way. It's you? Bai Yuhan, regaining her composure from the initial shock, lightly patted her heaving chest, breathing a sigh of relief. Are you also here? She regretted her question immediately, knowing that Ye Feng was already linked to the mysterious fallen original stones, and he would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. The mountain path was rugged. The night was dark. By group leader, you from the Shennongjia department must have a purpose in coming here. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. We need to bring back an original stone for research. Bai Yuhan shot Ye Feng an exasperated glance. After becoming familiar with him, she felt that the python was not as terrifying as she once thought. Nonetheless, the members of the Shennongjia department behind her exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment at their leader conversing so casually with a giant python. How bizarre, they murmured. I see. Ye Feng deliberated for a moment, then pushed Shennongjia forward. Take her with you. She is human. His tone was calm, as Shennongjia's presence was becoming increasingly cumbersome. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Although they had brought armed forces from the Shennongjia department, they were still entering a den of beasts, and survival was not guaranteed. However, with Ye Feng, the situation was different. This giant python was indeed a rarity. Even those ferocious beasts charging towards them would not stand a chance. All right. Bai Yuhan decisively nodded. Ye Feng had no time for idle chatter. He turned and led the way ahead. The group did not directly enter the area where the original stones had fallen, but ascended to a higher vantage point to survey the surroundings. What are those people? Bai Yuhan furrowed her brows, gazing at a camp stationed at the foot of the mountain. Oh no. Ye Feng activated his eagle-eyed vision, his expression darkening. The people stationed there were none other than Chun Zifeng's team. The site where the original stones fell was most vulnerable to an influx of people. The original stones would actively merge with humans, transforming into fierce beasts. If it were just the initial skirmish among the beasts, Ye Feng would have confidence in emerging victorious. However, Chun Zifeng's presence complicated the outcome significantly. Boss, a soldier beside Chun Zifeng, holding a telescope, pointed at the distant fallen original stones with a look of terror. Those meteors seem to be heading straight for us. What? Chun Zifeng's expression shifted dramatically. They had stationed themselves here to seize the high ground of the forest and investigate the situation surrounding the fallen original stones. But they never anticipated that the stones would land right here. What should we do, boss? The soldiers looked at Chun Zifeng in panic. What are you panicking about? Chun Zifeng scolded, his brow furrowing. Listen to me. Everyone pack up immediately and retreat 30 miles. Yes. The soldiers around him nodded in unison, but just then, the ground began to tremble. What is happening? Chun Zifeng's face darkened as he looked into the distance. The sound of an earthquake resonated from all directions. Dust swirling up from the ground, and soon something emerged into view. Boss, it's a leopard. A soldier exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Nonsense. Chun Zifeng roared upon seeing the size of the leopard, for it measured nearly 5 meters in length, far exceeding that of an ordinary leopard. That is indeed an African leopard, another soldier said, his voice quivering, for behind the leopard, all the animals had abnormal body proportions. Cougars, hyenas, and black bears. What in the world were those? With a startled cry, they beheld a creature resembling a dinosaur among the beasts. Godzilla? A soldier uttered in disbelief. System. Activate scanning function. At the summit, Ye Feng also spotted this formidable monster, his expression grave as he internally voiced his thoughts. Activating encyclopedia function. Scanning initiated. Ding. Detected species. Ancient type. Tyrannosaurus rex. 5 times evolved. Tyrannosaurus rex? Ancient type? Ye Feng's jaw dropped in shock. This creature had 2 short front limbs and a robust tail. At first glance, it indeed resembled the Godzilla from films. However, Ye Feng now understood that this was the apex carnivore from ancient times, the Tyrannosaurus rex. A Tyrannosaurus rex that had undergone 5 evolutions. Ye Feng's pupils constricted. Although he was an evolved species, the intimidation factor of the Tyrannosaurus rex was not to be underestimated. Scientists had previously conducted hypothetical tests on what would occur if the prehistoric giant python, Titanoboa, were to battle a Tyrannosaurus rex. The conclusion suggested that the Tyrannosaurus rex had a high probability of victory, unless the battle took place in a water environment favored by pythons. But there was no water here, and facing a 5 times evolved Tyrannosaurus rex, Ye Feng felt a slight pressure, yet only a slight one. The characteristics of the Immortal Python allowed him to contend with many formidable adversaries, coupled with the attributes of the system, the Tyrannosaurus rex, being merely an ancient type, was no match for him, even in its 5th evolution. Boom. Roar. Just then, a deep roar resonated, followed by a series of thundering sounds, as though a hammer was striking a drum. Goodness, King Kong? At the sight of a 10-meter-long super gorilla, Ye Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Initiating scan. Ding. Detected species. Ancient type, giant ape, 7 times evolved. The voice of the system filled Ye Feng with immense shock. It was worth noting that during this period, Ye Feng had devoured 2 mutated species and several ancient types, which had only led him to complete his 3rd evolution. Although he had missed many opportunities for evolution while searching for the golden giant python, the number of evolutions for this giant ape was simply outrageous. Unless it had ravaged human territories. Human territories? Ye Feng froze, glancing at the bloodstains around the giant ape's mouth, feeling a chill run down his spine. How many humans had it consumed to achieve 7 evolutions? Regardless, Ye Feng knew he was about to face the greatest trouble since his beastification, a 7 times evolved giant ape. In Ye Feng's mind, he even envisioned the fierce King Kong from films, though this one was larger and its heart more ferocious than that depicted on screen. At that moment, in the area where the original stones had fallen, the Tyrannosaurus rex was already locked in battle with the giant ape. Both roared fiercely, exerting their utmost strength. Surprisingly, the 5 times evolved Tyrannosaurus rex was able to withstand the giant ape's attacks for a short time. The evolutionary levels of these 2 ferocious beasts exceeded his own, hence Ye Feng did not act immediately, but waited silently for the right opportunity. Confronting a Tyrannosaurus rex was manageable, but dealing with a 7 times evolved giant ape would not be easy. Chapter 26. Frosty Pig. The 2 ferocious beasts were engaged in a fierce struggle below, causing significant chaos for Ye Feng and his team. Boss, we've lost less than 100 men. A soldier exclaimed in fear. Disperse and retreat. Ye Feng's countenance darkened. He had never imagined encountering a wild beast riot. Their weapons proved utterly ineffective against the 2 ferocious beasts engaged in battle, rendering them as insignificant as ants. What could be done? By Yuhan, holding a telescope, observed this scene, her delicate face betraying her concern. Given the dire straits of Ye Feng's team, how could they possibly venture in to obtain the primordial stones? Her gaze instinctively shifted towards Ye Feng. Understanding her unspoken plea, Ye Feng pondered for a moment before responding. The colossal beasts cannot consume all the primordial stones. You must wait until the fierce battle subsides before proceeding. This insight stemmed from his memories of a previous life. Although the giants could vie for the stones to evolve, they possessed limitations. Once they reached the critical point of evolution, they would seek a safe haven to advance. Numerous primordial stones lay scattered, far too many for the beasts present to digest entirely. The remaining stones would inevitably merge with the surviving humans, transforming them into beasts. Boom. Roar. As the stones struck the ground, radiating brilliance, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, revealing a massive bear among the beast horde. The primordial stones began to descend. Witnessing this, Ye Feng's expression darkened slightly. The fallen stones had not been consumed by the giants. Instead, they fused with the soldier, evolving into a new entity, a common giant bear. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. A single giant bear was insufficient to incite panic. But what truly concerned him was the impending barrage of firestones. Roar! Two exultant roars echoed, seemingly expressing a shared understanding, and soon the two ancient creatures dispersed, ravenously devouring other weaker beings. Some smaller beasts, drawn in by the chaos, quickly fell victim to their predation, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the giant ape grew ever larger. Damn it! Ye Feng muttered under his breath from the hilltop, realizing that these two creatures had ceased their infighting to unite against external threats. This was unacceptable. Are you going down too? Bai Yuhan inquired, sensing the turmoil within him. Yes, Ye Feng nodded. If he did not act soon, the Tyrannosaurus and the giant ape would monopolize the spoils. Hearing this, Qin Yiru displayed a look of concern, but Ye Feng hesitated not. His massive form twisted and charged down the slope towards the battlefield. So, this was a super ancient Tyrannosaurus. As he neared the fray, Ye Feng suddenly focused intently. On the back of the Tyrannosaurus, a row of pale green scales indicated a clear trend of mutation. However, this was not a fully mutated species, merely a semi-mutated one. In his previous life, such beasts were classified as super ancient species. In equivalent conditions, they surpassed ordinary ancient species significantly. Yet even so, the Tyrannosaurus could hardly rival the giant ape. The only plausible explanation was that the ape was holding back. Why would it do that? Just then, a deep, resonant roar erupted from the battlefield, emanating a chilling pressure that sent a shiver through Ye Feng. This was the presence of a mutated species. Ye Feng fixed his gaze upon a colossal white tiger materializing in the arena, his expression grave. The scanning system activated, identifying the target organism as a mutated species. The frost pig. Frost pig. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, as the term pig referred to a ferocious creature documented in the Shanhai Jing. Resembling a tiger with a tail akin to a bull, its cry reminiscent of a dog-esque bark. In his past life, Ye Feng had encountered pigs. But those were ordinary ones, not this mutated variant, the frost pig. Upon its emergence, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and the mutated creature exuded an innate aura of ferocity. The pressure it exuded caused even the Tyrannosaurus and giant ape to hesitate, let alone the weaker beasts, which shrank back in fear. What have I become? The frost pig gazed around in confusion, articulating words that unmistakably directed towards Commander Chen Zifeng. A newborn ferocious beast, its rank surpasses ours, yet it has never evolved. If you and I join forces, we shall share the spoils equally. The giant ape's eyes sparkled with cunning as it addressed the Tyrannosaurus beside it. The Tyrannosaurus fidgeted uneasily, feeling the immense pressure emanating from the frost pig, which left it quite uncomfortable. Naturally, lacking a scanning system, it assumed the giant ape was of equivalent strength. After a moment's contemplation, it nodded in agreement. All three were superior ancient species, capable of human-like communication. The other beasts, imbued with human-like intelligence, could only watch enviously. Before Chen Zifeng could fully comprehend his predicament, he was swiftly beset by the combined assault of the Tyrannosaurus and the giant ape. However, the giant ape intentionally restrained its strength, while the Tyrannosaurus launched a brazen offensive. After enduring a few strikes, Chen Zifeng quickly grasped his own abilities. Roar! He bellowed in rage, azure light patterns radiating from his form, affecting the surrounding area. Frost began to coalesce beneath the feet of the ferocious beasts, drastically slowing their movements, rendering their attacks clumsy and comical. What an eerie ability! Three thoughts of astonishment arose within the three beasts. The first two belonged to the giant ape and the Tyrannosaurus engaged in combat with Chen Zifeng. They regarded him with envy. Clearly, there existed ferocious beasts of a higher tier, endowed with unique abilities from birth. Yet they understood that ferocious beasts could devour one another, perhaps by consuming this beast. They could acquire its power. Alas, only Ye Feng recognized that only similar species could mutually absorb each other's abilities. Among the present feline beasts, not a single high-ranking specimen existed, leaving them without the opportunity to consume the frost pig. Instead, Chen Zifeng's intrinsic nature prompted him to devour several weaker beasts. The burgeoning strength within him ignited an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. Acting swiftly, Ye Feng no longer hesitated. His massive form surged into the horde of beasts, opening his gaping maw to devour a high-ranking golden leopard first. As a dark blue aura enveloped him, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing all surrounding ferocious beasts to reveal expressions of fear and retreat in dismay. Ye Feng stood tall, facing off against the frost pig. It was a classic case of rivals meeting, and upon spotting Ye Feng, Chen Zifeng exploded with fury, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Yet neither party noticed that at the moment Ye Feng appeared, the giant ape, having undergone 7 evolutions, glimmered with excitement in its eyes. Chapter 27, Fog City. This giant ape had been waiting for me. Ye Feng cast a sweeping gaze over the colossal beasts before him, pausing momentarily on the giant ape, his expression darkening. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus fidgeted restlessly, sensing that among the 4 beasts present, it was the weakest. Without a doubt, Chen Zifeng was the one most eager to see Ye Feng perish. However, the recent clash made him wary of the other 2 beasts, preventing him from acting. Each held their own ulterior motives. Ye Feng smiled, realizing that as long as these 3 creatures hesitated to strike, the initiative lay firmly in his hands. Boom! A blast of flame erupted, propelling Chen Zifeng several meters back, leaving him seething with rage as he glared at Ye Feng. Scoundrel! He roared, but before he could finish, another Tyrannosaurus greedily advanced. Among them, it was the weakest, and only by consuming the frost pig could it hope to surpass the other giants. Get lost! With a thud, dust billowed as the giant ape swatted the Tyrannosaurus away. Its expression fierce. The Tyrannosaurus scrambled to its feet, its face etched with terror. That previous strike had not been without resistance, and it had nearly expended all its strength. Yet it still fell short against the giant ape's might. Realizing the mocking glint in the giant ape's eyes, the Tyrannosaurus suddenly understood that throughout their earlier confrontation, the giant ape had been concealing its true strength. The fox's tail had finally been revealed. Ye Feng elegantly advanced, addressing the giant ape. The giant ape regarded Ye Feng with a wary expression, acutely aware that the threat Ye Feng posed exceeded that of the other 2 beasts. Most importantly, within the military camp, he discovered traces reminiscent of a gigantic python, compelling him to conceal his true strength. The colossal serpent, undoubtedly, was the very creature before him. Surrounding raw stones continued to descend, and one by one, enormous beasts emerged, their ferocity leading to a bloody melee. As some ordinary feral creatures disregarded the presence of the 4 individuals, Ye Feng, after launching a single fireball, refrained from further action, observing the unfolding situation. As he awaited a particular item, suddenly, the skies shifted dramatically, ominous thunder rumbling. With a resounding crash, a unique raw stone plummeted from above, unlike the other red stones. This one shimmered with an eerie green hue. What could it be? The myriad ferocious beasts were consumed by greed, convinced that this stone differed from the rest, surely containing the bloodline of a formidable demon beast. Only Ye Feng's gaze flickered momentarily before he gradually retreated. He had no ties to this group, and the military personnel had previously pursued him. A howl erupted from the nearest pack of beasts, which let out anguished cries as their flesh gradually withered, transforming into blackened blood that flowed forth. What was happening? The giant ape, having undergone 7 evolutions, exhibited a rare expression of terror. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, feeling a chill run down its spine, realized that had it been closer, it too might have been among those beasts turned to blood. That terrifying transformation lasted but a moment before a thick fog began to envelop the area, obscuring the vision of the surrounding beasts. What was occurring? The air was filled with the panicked voice of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the next instant, its furious roar resounded. Damn it! The frost pig, transformed from Chen Zifeng, appeared flustered, the spreading fog rendering him effectively blind. The Tyrannosaurus's earlier cries were clearly a result of an attack, undoubtedly from the giant ape. If the giant ape disposed of the Tyrannosaurus, it might very well turn its attention to him. However, what he did not foresee was that the one gripping the Tyrannosaurus's neck was none other than Ye Feng, whose body shimmered with ethereal light. Indeed, he had awaited this moment amidst the fog. This unique terrain, known in his past life as Mist City, was enveloped in dense fog that obscured the vision of most creatures. Ordinary humans could only see a meter ahead. Yet, these creatures did not include Ye Feng. Serpents possess thermal sensitivity, rendering even the fog ineffective as a concealment. Thus, this dense mist served as the perfect cover for his assault. Ye Feng sank his fangs into the Tyrannosaurus's neck, venom coursing into its body. Soon, the Tyrannosaurus lost its vitality, gradually succumbing to a state of paralysis. With a swift motion, Ye Feng consumed the Tyrannosaurus, followed by a notification from the system. Congratulations! You have devoured a 5-evolution super ancient species Tyrannosaurus Rex, gaining 148 growth points. You have received attribute bonuses, strength increased by 10, speed by 5. System, open the panel, Ye Feng commanded. The character panel successfully opened. Host, Ye Feng, 3 evolutions. Species, undying Python. Evolution points, 679, 800 points required for the next evolution. Abilities, venomous fangs, flame breath, golden scales, eagle-eyed vision. Strength, 235. Speed, 174. Defense, 242. Constitution, 222. I can evolve again soon. Ye Feng exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes gleaming in the mist. He quickly withdrew his gaze. Even with eagle-eyed vision, he could only see 6 meters in this mist city, rendering it of little use. Therefore, thermal sensitivity remained the superior asset. Meanwhile, the giant ape, apprehensive, assumed an aggressive stance. It understood better than anyone that only the python, which instilled immense fear in it, could silently eliminate the Tyrannosaurus. It could not ascertain the evolution level of the python, but it presumed it was not as high as its own. Nevertheless, the python's bloodline could overpower its own. As the giant ape contemplated this, it remained unaware that danger was stealthily approaching. A roar pierced the air as the frost pig, Ye Feng, suddenly bit down on its left arm from behind. Damn it! The giant ape furiously swung its arm, yet Ye Feng's grip remained unyielding. The tremendous force of his bite sent waves of pain through the giant ape. The creature knew that if this continued, its left arm would soon be rendered useless. Get lost. The giant ape suddenly exerted its legs, launching itself several meters high before crashing down, slamming the frost pig onto the ground. A massive crater formed upon impact, and the giant ape, dragging its battered arm, approached with eyes ablaze with crimson fury. There, a chunk of its flesh had been torn away. Are you insane? Attacking me unprovoked. Since you seek death, do not blame me for granting it. The giant ape, clutching its bleeding arm, hurled a punch at the frost pig's head. Seizing the initiative, you think I would leave unscathed after you just eliminated the Tyrannosaurus? Ye Feng scoffed disdainfully, employing his remarkable frost ability to slow the giant ape's movements, allowing him to evade the strike. I eliminated the Tyrannosaurus? The giant ape paused, then angrily cursed. That fool is hardly worth my attention. As it spoke, it suddenly sensed something amiss, an overwhelming sense of danger creeping up from behind. A simple fireball, emanating from its very pupils, struck its chest. Roaring, the giant ape clumsily rose, feeling the singed fur on its chest, its expression darkening. It appeared that not only was the Tyrannosaurus a fool, but this frost pig was also dim-witted, believing it had slain the Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, Ye Feng also realized the gravity of the situation, cautiously scanning the surroundings, yet they could see nothing of Ye Feng. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly fallen into Ye Feng's trap, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Chapter 28. The giant ape's peril in the unseen environment. Ye Feng flicked his tongue, deliberately delaying his attack. Why? Because it seemed that the frost pig and the giant ape had reached some form of tacit understanding. Within Ye Feng's thermal sensitivity, they were close enough to sense each other's presence, yet they refrained from attacking, instead waiting for him to strike. No matter. Ye Feng extended his body within the fog, testing their endurance. How long could they maintain this vigilance? In his past life, he was renowned for his stamina. Even now, transformed into a beast, his prowess remained undiminished. Half a day passed. Ye Feng grew increasingly impatient. These two had been fixated on their surroundings for far too long. Are their eyes not weary? No. These creatures could not see at all, relying solely on their animal instincts to detect one another, Ye Feng mused. Nevertheless, he resolved to make his move. After a prolonged stalemate, even without relaxing their guard, they were growing anxious, making it the perfect opportunity for Ye Feng to act. Just as he prepared to ambush Ye Feng, a sudden shriek echoed from afar, a woman's voice. Ye Feng activated his thermal sensitivity fully, detecting a group approaching. Having encountered a black panther on their way, with its agile form, the black panther had already dispatched 2 team members. By Yuhan, did I not instruct them to stay above? Ye Feng felt a headache coming on. Even without vision, animals possess far sharper senses than humans. He glanced back at the vigilant giant ape and frost pig, hesitating for a moment before heading towards Bai Yuhan and the others. In that instant, Ye Feng departed. The giant ape exhaled in relief, as if liberated from a burden. Meanwhile, the Black Panther, still oblivious to the impending danger, continued its hunt for the Xian medical team members. Danger! Bai Yuhan suddenly cried out, toppling Qin Yiru to the ground. In an instant, the soft sensation startled both women, their faces flushing as they quickly scrambled to their feet. Qin Yiru stood up, her delicate face flushed like fire, her beautiful eyes stealing a glance at Bai Yuhan's chest. Perceiving Qin Yiru's subtle movement through his thermal senses, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. How could she still be observing this at such a critical moment? A fierce roar erupted from behind the 2 women, and a pitch-black panther's face pressed close before them, drool dripping from its mouth. Startled, Qin Yiru crouched down in fright, while Bai Yuhan, though not as flustered, turned pale. Yuhan, where are you? The roar of Yang Xiao resonated in her ears, but with the panther looming so near, Bai Yuhan dared not call for help. Cold sweat trickled down her cheek, landing with a soft thud on the ground. The panther, without hesitation, lunged at her with its gaping maw, its eyes glinting with the thrill of the hunt. With a powerful leap, it closed the 3-meter gap in an instant. Just as its sharp teeth were about to sink into Bai Yuhan's tender neck, a massive snake head darted in and bit the panther instead. Blood sprayed in all directions, splattering the surrounding ground. Ye Feng indifferently swallowed the panther whole, then leisurely turned his neck back. Suddenly confronted by the enormous snake head, Bai Yuhan was so startled that she fell to the ground. She hadn't been frightened by the panther, but by the snake itself. Ye Feng approached the two women slowly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Bai Yuhan recognized him, her beautiful eyes shining with surprise. You, I told you to stay up there. If snakes indeed had brows, Ye Feng's would undoubtedly be furrowed, had they not encountered danger. He might have already dealt with the other two colossal beasts, a 7-time evolved ancient species and a newly mutated one. Surely, they would have been far more desirable than this worthless panther. Ye Feng, a soft figure suddenly leaped onto his waist, her voice tinged with unmasked concern. The woman was Qin Yiru, who had seen Ye Feng confronting 3 massive beasts at the mountaintop, an alarming sight prompting her to seek him out. However, before she could reach him, the thick fog obscured her vision, followed by a chaotic uproar from the beasts. Ye Feng, you must have a purpose for coming here. At that moment, Bai Yuhan spoke solemnly, her gaze complicated. Initially oblivious to Ye Feng's reasons for returning to the Central Plains, she now began to understand. Ye Feng remained silent, acknowledging her intelligence, but knowing he could not divulge the secret of his rebirth. Such a notion was simply too absurd. Rebirth was the stuff of legends. If the opportunity arises, perhaps you could consider transforming into beast forms, Ye Feng suggested, lowering his head. Hearing this, Bai Yuhan's mind momentarily short-circuited as she stared at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he would suggest such a thing. Was it not better to maintain their human forms? Why would he encourage them to attempt becoming beasts? Was it because beast forms were stronger? Everyone present undoubtedly scoffed at the idea, as they believed humans were the supreme beings of this world, endowed with the highest level of intelligence, surpassing all other creatures. Even if those peculiar stones could transform them into super-powerful beasts, what difference would it make? With current human technology, even the mightiest beast could not stir much turbulence. Bai Yuhan shared the same sentiment, but with a deeper perspective. Her goal was to unravel the mysteries of these original stones. Viewing it merely as an experiment in her mind, Ye Feng, observing her reaction, chose not to elaborate further, simply casting his gaze elsewhere. He was unsurprised by Bai Yuhan's response, as no one would willingly abandon a happy life for the chance to become a bloodthirsty beast. Among them, only one person gazed at Ye Feng with eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. It seemed there was indeed someone eager to transform into a colossal beast. Qin Yiru, tilting her head, suddenly conceived a thought. Perhaps a great disaster would arise in the future, compelling him to become a beast to confront it. This notion was not without merit, especially given the bizarre circumstances they faced. Just as Ye Feng intended to escort them out of the fog city, a distant, agonized howl pierced the air. Ye Feng paused, as if recalling something, then abruptly lifted his massive head to peer into the distance, his pupils trembling. Was that the sound of the 7-time evolved giant ape? What entity could provoke such a heart-wrenching cry from it? Chapter 29, Bai Xiang. Stay here. I must go take a look, Ye Feng instructed, addressing Bai Yuhan and the others. You, be careful, Qin Yiru replied anxiously. Sensing the seriousness in Ye Feng's tone, it was clear that the recent cry was anything but ordinary. Understood. Ye Feng's immense form moved with purpose, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. If he guessed correctly, that creature had appeared. Roaring, Ye Feng suddenly sensed 2 massive figures within the mist, one of which was indeed the giant ape. As expected, he fixated on another figure, a humanoid beast entirely covered in white fur. Even larger than the giant ape, an evolved species, Bai Xiang. The chilling sound of Bai Xiang crunching the giant ape's arm echoed ominously. Bai Xiang, a creature from the Shanhai Jing, resembled a monkey but was far more aggressive and had an appetite for human flesh. Those who were beastified gradually revealed their primal instincts, and this mutated Bai Xiang evidently possessed an even stronger beastly nature. Initiating illustration scan. Detected mutated species, Bai Xiang. 4-time evolution. The system's voice resonated. Friendly reminder. The host may face casualties when confronting Bai Xiang. Please make a cautious decision. Cautious? Ye Feng was taken aback. This was the first time the system had proactively warned him of danger. He had seen this by Xiong in his previous life, and it had not reached the apex level, but was instead a formidable beast of the sovereign variety. Its stronghold was, without a doubt, the Fog City. It's you. The Bai Xiong tossed the giant ape aside, its gaze brazenly scrutinizing Ye Feng. This creature could see through the fog. Ye Feng felt a sinking sensation. This unique ability explained why Bai Xiong had chosen the Fog City as its lair. It provided an ideal environment for its growth. Regrettably, his own visual advantage was equally formidable. Both had undergone 4 evolutions, but Ye Feng was puzzled by the rapid evolution of these creatures, not to mention the 7-time evolved giant ape. Even this Bai Xiong had achieved 4 evolutions. Though he had spent some time searching for the golden giant python, the rapid evolution of these beasts was truly astonishing. No wonder they had ascended to supremacy in his previous life. However, he possessed an advantage they lacked: rebirth. I've seen you on television. The Bai Xiong's massive jaws opened and closed as it stood up slowly, its towering height of 7 meters imposing significant pressure on Ye Feng. The weight of the situation bore down on him. This was a far cry from the golden giant python. In his past life, the golden giant python was merely a weak sovereign, occupying a marshland of less than 30,000 square meters, a rather tenuous reign. In contrast, Bai Xiong commanded a territory of 50,000 square miles. Within this domain, Bai Xiong was an invincible entity, possessing agile limbs capable of easily capturing and tearing a giant python to shreds. Indeed, that fate could very well be his. Should Bai Xiong seize him, his outcome would likely be dire. Thus, Ye Feng hesitated. In his plans, he did not wish to encounter the White Xiao so soon. He intended to first devour this group of ferocious beasts and complete his 4th evolution. Of course, the most critical point was whether this fellow, transformed into a great monkey, could still watch television. You are indeed formidable, at least the strongest ferocious beast I have encountered thus far. You must have been altered by those stones, correct? To his surprise, the White Xiao began conversing with him. Ye Feng slightly narrowed his eyes. This creature's nonchalant demeanor seemed to suggest it assumed victory over him. There was no way around it. A snake faced with a gorilla had significant disadvantages. Humanity is the nemesis of all animals. This saying is not to be taken lightly. It appears you have consumed many wild beasts during this time to evolve to such a state. Noticing that Ye Feng remained silent, the White Xiao continued to speak. Aren't you the same? Ye Feng finally replied, his tone flat. Thus, you should also be aware that many beasts similar to us exist in this world. I have a proposal. Let us cooperate and survive together. The White Xiao spoke calmly, and it was evident that he was sincere. Ye Feng was taken aback. He had never expected this White Xiao would seek an ally. However, the White Xiao's reasoning was not flawed. This world was still fraught with danger for them. With the same beast metamorphosists, human hunts, and the threat of firearms, various factors could lead to their demise. Yet, there was one thing the White Xiao overlooked: the Fog City. The White Xiao had not undergone rebirth. It likely did not comprehend the concept of this fog, nor did it understand what the Fog City signified. The terrain altered by the original stones served as a natural shield for mutated beast metamorphists like them. And when humans ventured into this area, it was akin to entering their hunting ground. One must ask, who could kill a 30-meter-long giant python or a 7-meter-tall white gorilla amidst such thick fog? The answer is no one. Therefore, Ye Feng had no need to collaborate with him. By claiming this Fog City, he could significantly enhance his chances of survival. Resources for growth after beast metamorphosis were scarce. Why should Ye Feng share them? Thus, he rejected the proposal. You refuse? The White Xiao was incredulous at Ye Feng's response. Its fur bristled in apparent anger. In its eyes, Ye Feng was not its match. In terms of size and strength, it surpassed this giant python. How dare it reject him? Roar! The White Xiao bellowed, expressing its displeasure. However, Ye Feng remained steadfast in his decision, raising his neck in a posture of aggression. Although the system had warned him of danger, Ye Feng felt little fear. With his golden scales and the bloodline of the Immortal Python, coupled with unique offensive techniques like flame breath, he was confident he could escape unscathed. This White Xiao was indeed a formidable adversary. If not dealt with now, it would surely become a nuisance in the future. Yet, he lacked the strength to confront it head-on at present, and could only proceed with a cautious probe to gauge the opponent's abilities. Ye Feng felt a surge of anticipation. He had never fought against a ruler of this caliber in his previous life, and an inexplicable excitement swelled within him. From a mere minor Lord Black Bear in his past life, he now found himself able to contend with a beast of the sovereign level. Had he not been reborn, this would have been mere fantasy. Before long, Ye Feng pulled back from his thoughts, for the White Xiao was already charging towards him with great strides. When the White Xiao was still a dozen meters away, it suddenly leaped into the air, remaining airborne for nearly 10 seconds before landing, stirring up dust that quickly obscured Ye Feng's view. However, the White Shao was unaware that a python did not rely solely on sight. Through thermal sensing, it extended its massive arms wide, preparing to strike Ye Feng's body in an embrace. One could imagine that if this strike connected, Ye Feng would be crushed beyond recognition. Such a fierce opponent. Ye Feng felt a jolt of anxiety. He could not allow himself to become a mere meat patty. Consequently, he swiftly retreated, leaving traces of his serpentine body on the ground. Bang! The air trembled as the sound of the White Shao's strike echoed. Faced with empty air, the White Shao froze for a moment, bewildered. Despite obscuring the vision, how could this giant python evade its attack so nimbly? Did it possess some special means? Contemplating this, the White Shao could not help but snort. Beasts like us, unique in our kind, possess certain special abilities. Surely your special ability relates to vision? You are a mutated cobra? Ye Feng stared in disbelief, wondering how it could deduce this. Impressive. However, I am no cobra. I am the supremely powerful bloodline of the Immortal Python. Moreover, I possess several special abilities. Even if you are undisturbed, what of it? You are a snake. And in movement, you are inherently flawed. You cannot be my opponent. The White Shao roared again, leaping once more, its body like a small mountain soaring through the air, then crashing down towards Ye Feng's head. Chapter 30, Level 3 Frenzy Bang. Ye Feng rapidly retreated, the swirling dust before him causing his heart to sink. This White Shao was far stronger than he had anticipated. After all, he possessed a system that granted him additional attribute points, even in this situation. Despite having only evolved 3 times, he was nearly on par with a beast that had undergone 4 evolutions. Yet this White Shao was undeniably more powerful. It was likely approaching the threshold of a super mutant. This was a formidable opponent. At present, he could not consume it. Ye Feng quickly concluded that the origins of this White Shao had always been a mystery in his previous life. Though it did not rank among the top 10 rulers, it held a reputation for being particularly elusive, largely due to the Fog City. With the unique advantages of this strange land, few powerful mutated beasts dared to challenge it in the Fog City. As for serpents, although they possessed thermal sensing capabilities, they were markedly inferior in form to the humanoid White Shao. After all, a snake's movements were severely restricted without limbs. Heh. If you do not use your special abilities soon, you shall die here today. After several exchanges, the White Shao leaped out of the battlefield, grinning ominously. Ye Feng's gaze darkened, tinged with impatience. The White Shao relied on its physical advantage to toy with him, leaving Ye Feng with no opportunity to approach its vital points. This perplexed him immensely. Had he not been of such low status in his previous life, merely aware of the landing positions of the Immortal Python and the Golden Giant Python, he would not find himself in such a predicament. After all, Ye Feng's principle was that the stronger the bloodline, the better. Certainly, the Immortal Python was not entirely devoid of merit, due to its remarkable healing abilities. Ye Feng emerged from these skirmishes relatively unscathed. Oh, after uttering that remark, the White Shao paused for a moment, then let out a soft gasp. It had just realized that Ye Feng, shrouded in the white mist, had been emitting a faint blue glow all along. How could an ordinary giant python emanate a blue light? So your special ability has long been activated. Upon this realization, the White Shao's expression darkened, as it finally began to comprehend Ye Feng's abilities. Such a powerful healing capability could almost be described as immortal. The White Shao gazed at Ye Feng with keen interest. Indeed, it was intrigued by his unique abilities. After transforming into such a colossal beast, they faced relentless threats daily, whether from similarly transformed beasts or human hunters, all of which could inflict injuries upon them. Lacking human medical care, they were left to heal themselves. And the healing speeds of ordinary ferocious beasts were either unremarkable or painfully slow. Such limitations could hardly satisfy their combative instincts. If I could consume this fellow. The White Shao unwittingly licked its lips. It had previously devoured a similar gorilla, gaining a peculiar ability, though it was rather useless. It nonetheless proved that beasts could indeed consume one another. Certainly, the Bai Shuang was unaware that devouring could not transcend species. Otherwise, it would not have entertained such thoughts. Much like Bai Shuang's aspirations, Ye Feng was equally captivated by the unique abilities of the Bai Shuang. The ability to pierce through mist with clarity was merely an innate trait, whereas its special ability was somewhat extraordinary, akin to a flaw in the system, the frenzied amplification. As the name implies, this ability thrusts the user into a state of frenzy for a brief period, thereby significantly enhancing their strength to secure victory in battle. Naturally, this would lead to a period of weakness afterward, yet this did not deter Ye Feng's desire for it. Ye Feng seemed to grasp Bai Shuang's intentions, scoffing derisively as a layer of golden scales flickered around him. This transformation left Bai Shuang momentarily stunned. What an extraordinary serpent! At that moment, Ye Feng, enveloped in golden scales with piercing eyes, emanated an innate aura, a dazzling interplay of blue and gold that imparted a sense of confronting a true dragon to Bai Shuang. Alas, dragons do not exist in this world. A guttural roar accompanied by the thunderous sound of Bai Shuang beating its chest reverberated in Ye Feng's ears. Simultaneously, the colossal ape, having suffered a torn limb, awakened and gazed at Bai Shuang with eyes filled with terror. This was undoubtedly the most fearsome beast it had ever encountered. Without exception, suddenly, it froze, as Bai Shuang's aura fluctuated, seemingly preparing for battle. What could compel such seriousness from it? It recalled its initial encounter with Bai Shuang. When a mere careless punch had knocked it down, such terrifying strength was beyond its capability. It was it, the ancient giant ape, through the mist. Vaguely discerned an unending colossal serpent, a creature of such magnitude that it could only belong to the one it had just fought. These two creatures and the frosted pig must all belong to a level beyond its own. Consuming any one of them could propel it to unprecedented heights. Even in such a dire state, the giant ape greedily fixated on the figures of Ye Feng and Bai Shuang. Such is the allure of power. With the low growl of the giant ape, the surrounding mist was forcefully dispersed. Concurrently, both Ye Feng and the giant ape beheld its true form. Covered in white fur, resembling a primitive man, it stood an imposing 7 meters tall with crimson eyes, heavy breaths, and bulging muscles. All of this sent shivers down the giant ape's spine, its eyes widening in fear. For this was the very state in which it had once been grievously injured by a punch. Level 3 Frenzy. Bai Shuang let out a furious howl, its figure vanishing and reappearing above Ye Feng, descending with a forceful strike. Damn, Level 3 Frenzy. While Ye Feng swiftly evaded, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. Such special abilities are indeed stratified. They randomly enhance with the evolution of the entity, typically triggered when a primordial form evolves to completion. Yet, Bai Shuang seemed to have encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck, starting at level 3. No, perhaps not. As Ye Feng dodged Bai Shuang's attack, he continued to ponder. In his past life, a researcher had mentioned that the initial skills of these colossal beasts do not necessarily increase solely through postnatal evolution. Some fortunate creatures possess high-level skills from birth. They could be considered exceptionally gifted, or one might say, born to be protagonists. Yet I am the true protagonist. Ye Feng could not help but scoff, feeling somewhat aggrieved that as a reincarnated individual, he had encountered such a formidable opponent. In that moment, Ye Feng's emotions were a whirlwind, and he exhaled a plume of flame. Cursed. Just as Bai Shuang emerged from the pit, it was assailed by the flames, instantly igniting its fury as the scent of singed fur filled the air. What the hell? Ye Feng was taken aback, surprised that Bai Shuang feared fire. He wondered how it would feel to see this creature's pristine white fur singed by his flames. The sound of astonishment and anger echoed from Bai Shuang. How do you still possess strength? It regarded Ye Feng with a mix of surprise and suspicion. The eerie regenerative ability, the formidable defensive golden scales, and this inexplicable fire-breathing technique left Bai Shuang in deep confusion. These three powerful abilities undoubtedly stemmed from a formidable beast's bloodline, potentially on par with its own level. Since the last meteorite fell, it had only encountered one creature of similar rank, and they had neither triumphed nor been defeated, after which it had seen no one else. Even the pitiful creature at its feet did not match its rank. Among ferocious beasts, a mutual recognition of rank based on size and aura is possible. Heh! Ye Feng lifted his head. He was a man with a system. How could he be compared to these ordinary giants? Of course, among his abilities, only 3 were derived from mutations. The other 2 were ancient traits, the venomous fangs and the eagle eye. In comparison, these 2 abilities provided lesser enhancements than the other 3, serving primarily as support. However, after today, he would acquire a 5th talent. Ye Feng hissed, his serpent tongue flickering with excitement. In his view, to ascend to the pinnacle in this life, he must devour the most elite mutated beasts. Ordinary beasts no longer captured his interest. This was due to their inadequate abilities and low growth potential. Rather than waste time hunting them, he would rather pursue the whereabouts of mutated and ancient species. The terrain shaped by the meteorite provided him with this opportunity. The landscape attracted the beasts transformed by the meteorite, allowing him to hunt them down, which was the primary reason for his arduous journey. During this meteorite fall, the terrain in Longguo was sparse, perhaps 3 instances? Even if you possess 3 talents, what of it? You are still no match for me. Bai Shuang's derisive laughter reached him. It could sense that Ye Feng's growth seemed slightly inferior, a surprising twist of fate. Humph! Ye Feng let out a cold snort. Although the system had warned of danger, it would be an affront to the notion of reincarnation if he were to be slain by an unripe Bai Shuang. With a swift motion, Ye Feng lashed his massive tail, striking Bai Shuang with a force that left it staggering. Its 7-meter frame shook violently, leaving cracks in the ground. You bastard! Regaining its composure, Bai Shuang glared with fury. This audacious serpent dared to provoke it. In the next moment, Bai Shuang leaped. Its fists brought together like a hammer, descending upon Ye Feng's tail. With a swift movement, Ye Feng evaded Bai Shuang's strike. He had discerned its flaw, its speed. Despite its immense strength, its swiftness was a significant shortcoming. As long as Ye Feng was deliberate, Bai Shuang could not touch him. Yet, should Bai Shuang make contact, the risk of death loomed, for it was in a state of level 3 frenzy. Faced with the infuriated Bai Shuang, who pounded the ground relentlessly, Ye Feng wore a contemplative expression. His resolution was singular, to prolong the encounter, to wear Bai Shuang down until it could fight no longer. However, nearly half an hour passed, and Bai Shuang showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, the crimson hue in its eyes intensified. Under such circumstances, Ye Feng's evasions began to strain, requiring his full concentration. Yet even so, a moment's inattention could turn him into a mere meal. What is happening? Ye Feng gazed incredulously at Bai Shuang. Why was this creature tireless? His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the one-armed giant ape beside him, and suddenly his gaze sharpened, contemplating an improbable possibility. The ancient cannibalistic ape tribe possessed an eerie ability to transform the flesh and blood of any creature into energy, bestowing an inexhaustible source of combat prowess. Ye Feng's heart gradually sank into despair. The white lynx before him had endured for such a lengthy period without exhibiting any signs of fatigue, aligning perfectly with the capabilities of that cannibalistic ape. Had this white lynx devoured a cannibalistic ape and acquired its powers? What extraordinary luck! Ye Feng lamented internally, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder the system had warned him of danger. The peril was indeed present. The white lynx, endowed with level 3 frenzy and blood feast, stood nearly invincible among its peers. Although such combat would lead to a brief period of weakness, victory would crown him as the overlord. This was a dire predicament. Ye Feng muttered softly, regretting that he hadn't escaped in that fleeting moment. After struggling with the white lynx for half an hour, his stamina had severely waned, making escape nearly impossible. He had no choice but to confront it head-on. Yet, facing a level 3 frenzy white lynx, he could only dodge its sharp attacks. He anticipated that his cleverness would backfire. Ye Feng cast a self-deprecating glance at the white lynx. Meanwhile, the white lynx had also discerned this predicament, a sinister smile creeping across its lips. What's this? Have you realized? It boasted, laughing arrogantly. Ha ha ha, foolish creature. Do you know what I did in my past life, still hoping to outsmart me? In the end, it's merely digging your own grave. The white lynx sneered. Pray tell, what was your profession, esteemed one? Ye Feng humbly inquired. The white lynx paused, seemingly taken aback by Ye Feng's question. After a moment of deliberation, it laughed even more haughtily. I was a security manager. A security manager? Ye Feng blinked, soon astounded. Could you be the head of security? That could be one way to put it, the white lynx replied, evidently proud. But I wasn't just a mere doorman. I was a genuine bodyguard. As Ye Feng fell silent, he gradually retreated from the white lynx's attacking range. Before the creature could react, he unleashed a torrent of flames. How dare you ambush me? The acrid scent of charred air filled the atmosphere, and the white lynx's furious voice echoed. Ye Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He had refrained from using fire earlier due to their proximity, fearing the white lynx might tear him apart. However, the creature seemed somewhat dim-witted. A simple question had incited its arrogance. Flames ignited upon the white lynx, which, in a fit of rage, charged towards a nearby body of water, intent on extinguishing the blaze. Yet, before the flames could die down, a robust python entwined around its waist, constricting it from neck to throat, inducing a sense of suffocation that jolted the white lynx to awareness. It suddenly recalled that constriction was the signature move of pythons when hunting. Chapter 32. The visit of Qin Yuru. You deliberately lured me to this pool. The white lynx croaked, its voice fragmented, eyes slightly glazed but still betraying fear and fury. Naturally, Ye Feng replied leisurely, ascending to its head and tightening his grip, transferring all his strength onto the white lynx. Despite its struggles, the resistance of the water, combined with Ye Feng's smooth serpentine body merging with the water, made escape nearly impossible. The life of this colossal creature slowly faded away. After a long while, the white lynx finally lost its last vestige of vitality, its neck crushed by Ye Feng, collapsing into the water with a splash that sent waves soaring 10 feet high. Ye Feng effortlessly swallowed the creature, simultaneously replenishing his moisture. Congratulations, you have consumed the mutated white lynx. You have gained 307 evolution points and 20 points in strength attributes. Is that all? Ye Feng was taken aback, suspecting a system malfunction. He lingered for a moment, waiting. Minutes later, a snail crawled past him. Ye Feng finally grasped that the system had not malfunctioned. That was indeed the entirety of his rewards. Oh, I see. Not every encounter yields skills, Ye Feng lamented. After all, he was a significant character. Yet he faced such unfortunate circumstances. Was his luck not maximized? Prior to this, he had believed that aside from the system granted by his rebirth, he possessed another advantage, his fortuitous luck. It seemed he had overestimated himself. Level 3 Frenzy and Blood Feast were exceedingly comprehensive abilities. Even acquiring one would greatly augment his strength. Alas, his good fortune had vanished. Feeling somewhat disheartened by the lack of skills, Ye Feng composed himself and made his way toward Bai Yuhan and the others. Bai Yuhan, leading her team with cautious vigilance, suddenly sensed an approaching presence and immediately grew tense. It's me. Ye Feng swayed into her line of sight, his massive serpentine head and lantern-like eyes startling her. Uffed. Bai Yuhan plopped down on the ground, her beautiful face unable to conceal her anger. Why do you always appear like this? Enough of the pleasantries. Let me escort you out of here. I have other matters to attend to. Ye Feng spoke, articulating human words. The members of the Xian department exchanged glances. A giant python speaking human language. Had they not known it was once human, they might have thought it a supernatural being. On their journey, Ye Feng carried Qin Yuru on his back, with Bai Yuhan closely following. Qin Yuru, having injured her ankle, was comfortably perched atop Ye Feng, who, with his imposing size, bore her weight effortlessly. What do you plan to do next? Bai Yuhan asked coldly. During this time, she had discreetly investigated Ye Feng's identity, discovering no flaws. He appeared to be an ordinary person. Therefore, she was particularly curious about his actions. Ye Feng turned his gaze towards her, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. I require a secluded location for evolution. The appearance of the white mist and the drastic changes in the terrain indicate that the Dragon Kingdom authorities will undoubtedly dispatch personnel for an in-depth investigation. This place is unsuitable for me to linger. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan understood. Evolution? She stared at Ye Feng, puzzled. He was already so large. What would he become if he evolved further? Indeed, Ye Feng nodded slightly. The drop of blood you provided for research did not originate from the species of Blue Star. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Yuhan spoke up. Ye Feng blinked, understanding her implication. She sought clarification. Sighing, he ultimately revealed, within a month, Blue Star will fall. The era of global beastification is about to commence. What? Bai Yuhan gasped, her breath hitching, her chest rising and falling violently as her beautiful eyes locked onto Ye Feng. Are you serious? Ye Feng remained silent, yet the answer was evident. Bai Yuhan lowered her head, her mind swirling with turmoil. The consecutive falling meteors had already indicated numerous issues. Global beastification? Regression? Would human civilization cease to exist? Bai Yuhan's thoughts were in disarray. She was eager to report this information. The raw stone behind you may very well become the key to dominating the world in the future, Ye Feng mused aloud. Bai Yuhan was taken aback, realizing that Ye Feng was aware they had obtained the raw stone. Fortunately, Ye Feng seemed to harbor little interest in it, as he could discern that the species contained within was merely of ordinary caliber. Ye Feng's evolution points had reached 800, allowing him to initiate evolution. The hidden location for his evolution was a private villa owned by Qin Yuru in the Central Plains. Meanwhile, as Ye Feng underwent evolution, reports from around the globe surged. In America, three-headed hellhounds, fearsome and grotesque, exhaling hellfire, have reportedly ravaged Chicago. Police are currently in hot pursuit. In the United Kingdom, a colossal creature resembling the mythical griffin has appeared in the sky, its wings stirring up fierce winds and wreaking havoc on the offices of the Leighton Center. The military has dispatched fighter jets to confront this threat. Meanwhile, in Sangwa, a catastrophic earthquake of magnitude 10.8 has caused the island to sink nearly a quarter of its size, with reports of massive mutated earthworms sighted. In the realm of Shennongjia, Bai Yuhan sits in her office, surrounded by piles of documents, most of which detail recent headlines from various countries, predominantly concerning animals. It seems that what he said is indeed true. Bai Yuhan mumbles to herself, her gaze falling upon a file on her right, which pertains to a human. The file belongs to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, a junior at Jiang Province University, possesses no social connections and has abysmal academic performance. His family consists of both parents and a younger sister. Upon hearing about his sister, Bai Yuhan suddenly looks up, startled. The Ye family receives a visit from a graceful woman in a long dress, bearing gifts, which leaves the couple utterly exhilarated. When have they encountered such a beautiful and well-mannered young lady? The neighbors notice that the car she arrived in is a luxury vehicle worth no less than $1 million. Speculation about her identity spreads rapidly. Faced with such an exquisitely poised woman, Ye father finds himself at a loss for words. Ye mother, equally flustered, begins to brew tea. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Ye Feng's friend. My name is Qin Yeru, the woman says, her voice melodious and pleasing. Why Ye Feng's friend? Ye father stammers, left speechless. The gathered neighbors, eavesdropping from below, erupt in disbelief. What? This girl is Ye Feng's friend? Isn't he just a slacker at school? How could he possibly know such a stunning beauty? The chatter causes Ye father to regain his composure. Oh, please, come in. He gestures, opening the door. As Qin Yeru steps inside, a chorus of sighs follows, for she is indeed a breathtaking beauty, captivating all who behold her. Ye father, aware of the neighbors' curiosity, casts them a disdainful glance as he closes the door, thinking this might just be his future daughter-in-law. He cannot allow them to gawk. Little does he know that his son has transformed into a serpent. Inside the house, Ye mother appears pale and sorrowful. The woman's words imply that something must have happened to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, too, wears a grim expression, though a hidden sorrow lurks in his eyes. Qin Yeru scans the elderly couple and, after a moment's hesitation, sighs. He is fine. My father intends to recruit him for overseas work, and he will return in due time. Upon finishing, her eyes flicker. According to Ye Feng's instructions, the world is destined to plunge into a state of beastification. And although the truth of this remains uncertain, she believes in him. Thus, she resolves to conceal this information for a time. I see, the elderly couple exhales in relief, their skepticism gradually dissipating as their sadness begins to fade. So it's nothing serious. But why hasn't he contacted us? Ye father queries, glancing expectantly yet confusedly at the beautiful young woman. Due to the confidentiality of our work, you cannot see him, she explains, pausing for a moment before adding, however, I can share a voice message from him. With that, she produces her phone, revealing a pre-recorded message. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. I will be home in half a month. Yeru is a good friend of mine. Please treat her well. This brief message placates the elderly couple, as they recognize Ye Feng's voice and manner of speaking. In that case, we thank Miss Qin for her care. Ye father responds with a smile. Although it is somewhat regrettable that Qin Yeru is not Ye Feng's girlfriend, the prospect of their son associating with such a person promises a bright future. As they continue their conversation, the door suddenly swings open, and a tall, slender girl strides in. Lingling, come meet your brother's friend, Ye mother calls out. The girl possesses an enchanting beauty and an elegance that is rare, with bright eyes and a refined nose. Her features reminiscent of a maiden stepping out of an ancient painting. Brother's friend? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Ye Feng's name, Ye Ling's brows furrow in discontent, suggesting she harbors some animosity towards her brother. After scrutinizing Qin Yeru for a moment, she seems to recall something, narrowing her eyes and scoffing. How could he possibly know someone like her? Qin Yeru is taken aback, realizing the sibling relationship is not as harmonious as she had imagined. As for the matters Ye Feng entrusted her with, Ye Ling's parents feel a twinge of awkwardness. Ye mother shoots Ye Ling a disapproving glance and then explains. Your brother has been overseas for a while, which is why he hasn't come home. You need not worry. Ye Ling's brows twitch slightly, and a flicker of relief crosses her beautiful eyes, though her words remain sharp. When have I ever worried about him? Qin Yeru observes this exchange and, with a slight shift, hands Ye Ling a handwritten letter. This is a message from your brother, she says softly. Ye Ling, about to protest, finds herself under the scrutiny of 3 different gazes and instinctively holds her tongue. After a moment's hesitation, she reaches out her delicate hand and discreetly takes the letter, stating, I'm going to my room now. In her chamber, Ye Ling peruses the news on her computer, her brows knitting together in concern. What is happening? Many animals have escaped from zoos, endangering human lives. She pouts, the news detailing various incidents of animals wreaking havoc in human habitats. And there are numerous reports on this alarming trend. How could he just vanish for so many days, leaving our parents in a state of panic? Ye Ling rubs her forehead, hesitating momentarily before opening the letter. Dear Lingling, by the time you read this letter, I am no longer human. Upon reading this line, Ye Ling's pupils constrict, and her eyes begin to tremble with disbelief. Not human? What on earth happened? Previously filled with dissatisfaction towards her irresponsible brother, Ye Ling now finds herself compelled to read further. What I am about to tell you must be kept secret from everyone, including mom and dad. Within a month, the phenomenon of human beastification will occur globally, plunging the world into chaos. Do not panic. Simply prepare your final supplies of food and water before the 15th. And stay at home until I come to find you. Such a brief message ignites a fiery rage within Ye Ling, and she tears the letter to shreds in an instant. Absurd. She fumes, her youthful figure quaking with indignation. This guy was already a slacker at school, and now he concocts this ridiculous excuse to deceive mom and dad. Ye Ling's eyes blaze with fury as she scoffs at the notion of an apocalypse and human beastification. The more she contemplates, the more ludicrous it seems, and she cannot help but regard her brother as utterly hopeless. The following day, Qin Yiru arrives at her villa in Jiang province to visit Ye Feng. "You're here." Ye Feng's head emerges from the rooftop, his eyes gleaming with clarity. He has undergone 4 transformations. The current attribute panel reads as follows. Host, Ye Feng, for evolutions. Type, undying Python. Evolution points, 26. Points required for next evolution, 1600. Abilities, venomous fangs, breath of flame, golden scales, eagle eye, strength, 243, speed, 178, defense, 249, constitution, 231. Ah, you have evolved? Qin Yiru raised her head, her beautiful eyes involuntarily narrowing. After all, the impact of such a colossal creature is quite significant, making it difficult for an ordinary person to adapt. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded. I asked you to take care of something. Ye Feng inquired softly. It's done. Qin Yiru replied obediently, but after a moment, her expression turned somewhat peculiar. However, your sister, Ye Feng paused awkwardly. His sister had always been a source of concern. She had never been particularly close to him, especially after he neglected his studies in university, which led to a palpable estrangement. After his transformation in his previous life, he lost all contact with her. And even before his rebirth, he was unable to locate her. This, too, was a regret from his past. It's enough that I have handed the letter to her. Ye Feng's tone suddenly grew heavy. Where do you plan to go next? Qin Yiru's gaze was piercing as she fixed it on Ye Feng. After a moment, she continued. Recently, many creatures similar to yours have appeared. There has been a significant military presence within Longhua, likely aimed at exterminating these beings. It would be unwise for you to expose yourself at this moment. Ye Feng nodded, though a smile flickered in his heart. Extermination? That would be an impossible task. In his recollections from his previous life, after the second meteorite fell, these ferocious beasts began to gather strength to resist humanity, a fact known only to the higher-ups. While ordinary citizens remained blissfully unaware, continuing their lives as usual. With a puff, Ye Feng expelled a meteorite, its surface covered by a faint membrane, a manifestation of his inner power that temporarily imprisoned the stone. He glanced at Qin Yiru and hesitated before speaking. This is a meteorite from an ancient species, a white python. If you fuse with it, you will gain its power. Do you wish to proceed? Chapter 34. Prelude. Qin Yiru gazed curiously at the glowing meteorite, her delicate hand instinctively reaching out to touch it. Do not touch it. Ye Feng instinctively interjected. The shielding power he had created could only last for a brief moment. If Qin Yiru were to make contact with the meteorite, the barrier would dissipate, resulting in her immediate transformation into a ferocious beast. He had considered finding a mutated meteorite for Qin Yiru, but alas, such stones were exceedingly rare. Among the meteorites that fell during the second incident in Wuqing, only one, the frost boar, was a mutated variant, which had managed to escape. Will I become like you? Qin Yiru raised her finely arched brows in astonishment, then shook her head vigorously. No, 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 I do not wish to become like you. Ye Feng tilted his head in resignation, understanding that Qin Yiru was likely unable to accept such a fate. However, when the day of global transformation arrived, no one would be able to avoid it. Rather than being struck by a randomly falling meteorite, it was far better to fuse with an ancient species now. Of course, if Qin Yiru was unwilling, he would not force her. Next, you must find a way to send me away. I cannot remain in your villa indefinitely, Ye Feng stated. He needed to venture out in search of beasts to enhance his evolution points, and returning to Wuqing would be the most prudent choice. Stay here for a couple of days. Qin Yiru seemed to recall something, her brows knitting together. Recently, a red wolf has escaped into our city, and a large-scale search is ongoing. At her words, Ye Feng was taken aback. A red wolf? This is a high-ranking species known for its speed and attack, though its defense is feeble. However, in a group, even an ancient species might fall victim. I understand, he nodded, resting his massive head on the ground, feeling rather disinterested. Qin Yiru shot him an exasperated glance before turning on the television. Here, Behave yourself and observe the chaos unfolding outside. Ye Feng was momentarily stunned as the screen displayed scenes from Wuching. A news reporter was passionately narrating, "Dear viewers, this is the new Dragon Channel broadcasting live. Before us lies a city engulfed in mist. One can see the snow-white fog encircling the area like cotton candy. Experts have stated that this is a phenomenon of sudden weather change, a sight rarely seen in Longhua. Today, my colleagues and I will venture into this natural wonder to explore the true cause behind this abrupt weather shift." As the reporter spoke, he and his crew entered the mist. Ye Feng and Qin Yuru exchanged glances, astonished by the audacity of these individuals. As they entered Wuching, the cameraman suddenly found himself engulfed in white, losing all visibility. Here, we find ourselves in a place where one cannot see their own hand in front of their face. Fortunately, we have thermal imaging and a series of exploration equipment, even in the face of such dense fog. At this moment, the reporter's voice abruptly caught in his throat. Piercing screams erupted as the footage from within the mist abruptly cut off, shifting to the cameraman who remained outside. What? The cameraman looked bewildered at the fog, when suddenly, his pupils dilated, terror coursing through him. From the fog emerged a shadow, rushing towards him. "Save me!" A chilling voice cried out, and the reporter, now covered in blood and panic, fled towards safety. With a sickening crunch, the sound of bones cracking echoed, and the onlookers watched in horror as a monstrous maw began to devour the reporter's leg. This horrifying scene left all present pale with fear. "It's a crocodile." A voice trembled as the crowd realized that the creature with black scales was indeed a gigantic crocodile. Why is there a crocodile here? They collectively pondered, a palpable sense of dread enveloping the atmosphere. As the crocodile consumed the reporter entirely, no one dared to flee. Some were paralyzed with fear, while others feared being the next target. Fortunately, after finishing its meal, the crocodile seemed intent on leaving, turning away. With a collective sigh of relief, the crowd collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes still wide with terror. Yet this scene was broadcast for all viewers at home. Unbelievable. At the central television station, a middle-aged man seethed with rage, throwing his documents aside. Who authorized them to air this program? Who approved this plan? He was the station's director, yet despair clouded his eyes. Something has gone awry. And it's during a nationwide live broadcast, with the whole world watching. Bang! The doors crashed open as a squad of soldiers from Longhua stormed in, led by a man of imposing stature with a cold demeanor. "Lin Hongxing, you are accused of disseminating false information, inciting public panic, and are hereby under arrest. Take him away." As the commanding officer's voice rang out, two soldiers advanced to handcuff the director. "Captain, why are we arresting him?" A young soldier, confused, approached the captain for clarification. Fang Yuanan's expression darkened as he glanced at the naive soldier, responding with a weighty tone. "This is an order from above." In the villa, Qin Yuru remained in a state of shock, as she had merely intended for Ye Feng to see the recent news, unaware of the situation that would unfold. Turning around, she noticed a flicker of excitement in Ye Feng's eyes that she had never seen before. Did I just imagine that? Qin Yuru couldn't help but doubt herself. Coughing lightly, Ye Feng regained his composure, yet the spark of anticipation in his eyes remained unquenched, for he understood the significance of this event. In his previous life, this was the moment that marked the beginning of the rift between beasts and humanity. Every cell within Ye Feng rejoiced, for his era was on the brink of dawning. The next 3 days would be pivotal. As the news regarding Wuching gradually subsided, the authorities issued a statement attributing the phenomenon to a weather anomaly, claiming that the previous visuals were merely a staged effect. Subsequently, the officials dispatched troops to encircle Wuching, asserting the necessity to relocate the residents. However, several days elapsed without a single citizen emerging. On the third day, reports surfaced online indicating the presence of glacial snowfields in the Tibetan Plateau, where fierce blizzards obscured the landscape for miles, rendering human survival nearly impossible. Some claimed to have witnessed mammoths and saber-toothed tigers from the Ice Age. On the fourth day, news from the western regions revealed that sandstorms ravaged the border towns, flattening vast areas, with reports of giant scorpions wreaking havoc. On the fifth day, Ye Feng, unable to contain himself any longer, departed from the villa with the assistance of Qin Yuru. Chapter 35, The Sweep Commander Chun. We deeply regret the circumstances surrounding your son. However, the situation in Wuching is of paramount importance, and we implore you to exert every effort. Surrounding Wuching, a well-equipped army stood vigilant, led by a man clad in a cloak, his countenance imposing. Chun Wanchuan, father of Chun Zifeng, was a top general of the Long Kingdom. Not long ago, he received word that his son's team had ventured deep into the forest, coinciding with the spread of the mysterious fog. He had dispatched 3 small teams to explore the area, all of whom returned savagely pursued by ferocious beasts. This indicated that Chen Zifeng's team faced dire circumstances. "Commander Chen, I have heard your son ventured forth for that woman from the Qin family." A man beside him spoke gravely. "The Qin family? Qin Yiru?" Chen Wanchuan's gaze sharpened. "Indeed, you must have heard of the recent events," the man continued, glancing around cautiously before lowering his voice. "Those inexplicable beasts may be transformed humans, including the creatures within Wuqing. Perhaps your son has not perished, but has instead become one of those beasts." At this, Chen Wanchuan's expression shifted to one of shock, his demeanor grave as he fixed his stare on the man. "Is what you say true?" The man hesitated before replying. "Internal reports from the Xian Medical Department suggest a 70% likelihood." Creak. The air filled with the sound of cracking bones as Chen Wanchuan, his face dark as water, struggled to keep his voice low as he bellowed. "If Qin Yiru is not in the capital, why would she be here without reason?" Observing the hatred in Chen Wanchuan's eyes, the man beside him wrestled with his feelings but, recalling the situation in Wuqing, gritted his teeth. "It is due to the giant python that appeared in the news recently. Qin Yiru followed it here. It was stated that if you can resolve the situation in Wuqing, we can grant you access to the observation privileges and assist your son." Chen Wanchuan trembled slightly at this revelation, and after a prolonged moment, he managed to calm himself, uttering 2 words. "Is that true?" "Of course," the man affirmed. "I not only wish to find my son, but also to capture that giant python." Chen Wanchuan replied coolly. "Agreed. Relay my orders. Everyone is to don thermal imaging gear. Form teams of 10, carry heavy weaponry, and conduct a thorough sweep of Wuqing. Inform the Air Combat Division to restore the weather conditions in Wuqing at all costs." Listening to Chen Wanchuan issue his commands with methodical precision, the man's eyes gleamed with hope. In the heart of the Central Plains, only a general of Chen Wanchuan's caliber could swiftly address the issues plaguing Wuqing. At the edge of Wuqing, a group of young men and women loitered in an area where security was lax, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions. "Wuqing? Wasn't there news recently about beasts attacking people here?" "What attacks?" "That was merely staged. The authorities have issued a statement." A cold laugh suddenly pierced the air, silencing the group. "Young Master Qin." One youth's eyes brightened, rushing forward with a fawning tone. "As young Master Qin hails from the capital, do you have any insider information to share with us?" This youth was none other than Qin Xiaoming. His gaze swept over the crowd, all of whom were university students from modest backgrounds, with only the speaking youth catching his eye. His family hailed from a second-tier clan in Jiang province, which, in Qin Xiaoming's view, barely qualified for his attention. He had come at the invitation of one particular girl among the group. As he contemplated this, Qin Xiaoming's eyes were irresistibly drawn to her. Clad in a black knee-length skirt, her fair calves and delicately curved waist were captivating. Her long hair fell loosely, and beneath her elegant brows sparkled a pair of bright, spirited eyes, reminiscent of stars. This enchanting beauty, adorned with a delicate nose, exuded an ethereal charm. Qin Xiaoming's gaze grew fervent, for such beauty was rare even in the capital. Although he was a scion of the Qin family, and despite not indulging in the excesses common among the young elite, it did not diminish his interest in beautiful women. He watched the girl in the black skirt, noting that she had not yet glanced his way, which left him feeling somewhat awkward, given his position. Cough, cough. Does everyone know young Master Qin's status? Seemingly noticing Qin Xiaoming's discomfort, the earlier speaker stepped forward, aiming to draw the black-skirted girl's attention. What status? Young Master Qin? The black-skirted girl remained unmoved, still gazing at the scenery beside Wuqing, while the other youths were visibly intrigued. The Qin surname? There is a renowned Qin family in the capital. Indeed, young Master Qin comes from the capital. His connections span the entirety of Long Kingdom, with ties even within the military. Today, not only can he watch over Wuqing, but he could also facilitate entry for a hunting expedition. The youth spoke animatedly, as if he were the protagonist of the tale. Upon hearing this, the previously silent girl in the black skirt finally turned her beautiful gaze towards Qin Xiaoming. Feeling invigorated, he instinctively straightened his posture. Young Master Qin, with your extensive connections, do you happen to know a woman of the Qin family, Qin Yiru? The girl's melodic voice inquired. Qin Yiru? Qin Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, not pondering further as he proudly declared, to be frank, she is my elder sister. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, for Qin Yiru was quite well known, particularly among the younger generation. Indeed, she was the first beauty of Qinglong University. It was no wonder she was famous across the land. Oh, might I inquire if young Master Qin knows Ye Feng? The girl asked again, her lips parting slightly. Ye Feng. Qin Xiaoming furrowed his brow, sensing a familiarity with the name. Moments later, his expression stiffened, staring blankly at the girl. How do you know the name Ye Feng? Ye Feng is my brother. The girl replied nonchalantly, her gaze piercing as she regarded him. Ye Feng is your brother? Qin Xiaoming exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure. After a moment, he became aware of his outburst, his expression gradually settling into a calm demeanor, though the turmoil in his eyes remained evident. Isn't Ye Feng that giant python? Is he truly your brother? Qin Xiaoming regarded the girl, Yi Ling, with a complex expression before lapsing into silence. He vividly recalled the giant python's terrifying presence, and how he had inadvertently placed Ye Feng in peril. Though the incident remained undisclosed, he could never shake off the sense of unease and guilt that accompanied it. Well then, young Master Qin, why not take us into Wucheng for a closer look? Sensing the tension in the air, the youth from the second-tier family in Jiang province attempted to shift the conversation. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling appeared intrigued, and her concern regarding Ye Feng seemed to wane. Very well. Qin Xiaoming glanced at Yi Ling's expression and nodded slightly. He had some connections with Chun Zifeng's father, and while Chun Zifeng's whereabouts were uncertain, it was feasible for his father to dispatch someone to ensure their safety while they explored the perimeter. Regarding the broadcast by the television station, they regarded it all as a part of the show, and even if it were not, a well-equipped team was there to protect them, rendering ordinary beasts incapable of inflicting any harm. As a group of individuals stepped into Wucheng, they remained unaware that a pair of profound eyes were fixated upon them. Chapter 36. The Transformation of Wucheng. Commander Chun, how could you permit this group of young and inexperienced individuals to enter? An officer at the Wucheng Command Center expressed his bewilderment. These youths appeared to be spoiled students. How could the commander agree to their entry and even send a team for their protection? After all, they were on the brink of clearing Wucheng. This officer was the younger brother of Qin Yeru. Chen Wanchuan's gaze was icy. So it is. The junior officer suddenly understood. Relay my orders to have the army depart immediately and ensure they conduct a thorough sweep before the group arrives, commanded Chen Wanchuan. Understood. Amidst the fog, Yelling cautiously followed the group while contemplating Qin Xiaoming's reaction prior to entering Wucheng. It was evident that Qin Xiaoming was familiar with his brother, and judging by his reaction, it was not a mere acquaintance. His brother was simply an ordinary student at Jiangda, even in a professional context. It was unlikely that the young lady and young master of the Qin family would personally venture to Jiang province. Furthermore, the letter left by her brother was indeed quite outrageous. Yelling sighed. In the damp and chilly fog, there was a serene calmness, reminiscent of a night following a spring rain. Yelling slightly raised her head. The tranquility felt somewhat unsettling. As she gazed ahead into the obscured distance, an eerie sensation arose, as if a gaping maw awaited to devour them. On the outskirts of Wucheng, Ye Feng meandered to the boundary of the fog-laden city, where the guards were conspicuously absent. The traces left on the ground caused Ye Feng to raise an eyebrow. Had they already entered Wucheng? He flicked his tongue like a serpent. After 5 days, it was likely that the mutated atmospheric energy within Wucheng had fully materialized. Firstly, there was a change in the environment. The damp fog was unsuitable for prolonged human habitation, and extended exposure would lead to various health issues. Secondly, the mutated gases in Wucheng possessed a lethal allure for fierce beasts, and even Ye Feng was not immune to its attraction, resulting in a significant presence of mutated creatures within the city. Finally, once the mutated energy field was fully established, it would disrupt all magnetic fields inside, rendering human-controlled equipment and artillery inoperative. Most critically, communication would be severed. Under these circumstances, no matter how formidable an army might be, an incursion into Wucheng would inevitably lead to their demise. Wucheng was a natural sanctuary for mutated beasts. In the distance, Ye Feng seemingly heard the roars of wild beasts, a declaration of war, signifying that they had begun to vie for dominion over Wucheng. He grinned. This territory had been claimed by him first. Ye Feng's form glimmered with a pale blue light as he began to delve deeper into the heart of Wucheng. What transpired here? Merely 200 meters in, Qin Xiaoming and his companions witnessed a horrifying scene. Blood-soaked corpses strewn across the ground, creating a gruesome tableau. The leading soldier, equipped with a small fog disperser, immediately drew his weapon upon discovering the bodies. It seems they had not been dead for long, someone remarked. They appear to be military personnel, another gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the corpses were clad in military uniforms. Do you have orders? Qin Xiaoming suddenly lifted his gaze towards the soldiers ahead. Yes, the commander has issued a directive to eradicate the beasts of Wucheng, replied the soldier coldly. The moment those words left his lips, the students fixated their stares upon him. What did he just say? Wucheng is teeming with wild beasts. The scene depicted on television was real? Wucheng is infested with monsters? The only one maintaining composure was Yelling, although she felt a twinge of panic. The letter from Ye Feng vividly surfaced in her mind. It stated, "Not human, global beastification, prepare food and water, await brother's rescue." Everything written in that letter was true. Yelling's body involuntarily trembled. She found it hard to accept this reality, that humanity had devolved into beast-like forms. In stark contrast to Yelling's predicament, the others were in a state of utter despair. Qin Xiaoming, in particular, collapsed to the ground in terror, his eyes filled with hopelessness. He was the only one who had witnessed the might of those mutated behemoths. Just the thought of Ye Feng's indestructible python was enough to instill unspeakable fear. If the entire city were filled with such creatures. No, wait. After a moment of fear, Qin Xiaoming suddenly regained his composure. Among the bodies, there were not only human remains, but also those of beasts, appearing to be ordinary wolves and leopards, not at all resembling Ye Feng's monstrous python. This indicated that the army possessed the capability to combat these creatures. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no beasts or monsters because the army had already cleared the area ahead. "Can we return the way we came?" Qin Xiaoming gritted his teeth and asked. "No." The soldiers responded in unison. "The commander has decreed that we must stay with the main force to ensure your safety. As long as we can join the main force, we need not worry about safety," the soldiers replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoming and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. If they were to lose the protection of these soldiers, they might encounter stragglers on their return journey, and tonight, they could become prey for the beasts. It would be better to seek the main force and take a chance. After all, a bicycle could become a motorcycle. Yelling regarded the soldiers pensively. They had not ventured far yet these men refused to allow them to return. Although the safety of retracing their steps was not high, facing the unknown beasts within Wucheng was far more perilous. Yet these soldiers would not acquiesce, unless someone issued a command to pursue them. Yelling's heart began to sink, as an ominous premonition gripped her. What is happening? Meanwhile, on the other side of Wucheng, Ye Feng stared at the desolate forest. Utterly bewildered, this was entirely different from his expectations, and one could even say it bore no resemblance whatsoever. How could there be no fierce beasts? Why were there so many dead? The number of deceased was evidently greater than that of the beasts. This should not be the case. Ye Feng was filled with confusion. The armed forces of the Longhua military, even if lacking, should not be this inept. Why were so many humans dead? Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Feng. Perhaps the commander had intentionally driven away these monstrous beasts. They seek to exploit the opportunity to uncover some secrets. But how could that be possible? Ye Feng flicked his tongue. They likely remained unaware of the reason these colossal creatures attacked humans. The beasts that absorbed the mutated gases of Wucheng would be influenced by some inexplicable element, leading to a gradual diminishment of their humanity and a slow descent into bestiality. At that point, humans would not merely confront ordinary beasts, but rather monsters possessing human intellect fused with savage forms. Crack! Just then, a sudden sound of snapping branches echoed from behind Ye Feng, signaling the approach of something. Chapter 37. The Mutated Species, the Dragon's Tail. Without hesitation, Ye Feng swung his tail. A groan followed, succeeded by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Is that a person? Ye Feng momentarily paused, but upon utilizing thermal imaging, he discovered otherwise. A fox? Ye Feng's lips twitched, only to quickly realize that it was not an ordinary fox. A mutated species, the Bailinghu. Ye Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. In his previous life, this Bailinghu was an exceptionally rare species, yet compared to other mutated beings, it had proven to be rather inconsequential. Its ability lay in accumulating spiritual energy and channeling it to other beasts, thereby assisting in their accelerated evolution. Moreover, they possess an acute sensitivity to the location of treasures, often being utilized as treasure hunting instruments by other formidable mutated beasts. Such fortunate serendipity, to have encountered one myself. Gazing at the unconscious little fox, Ye Feng could not help but flick his serpentine tongue, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Due to the peculiar abilities of the Bailinghu, this particular breed of mutated beast has faced unprecedented persecution, and by the time their numbers stabilized, there were merely a handful left. Moreover, these few Linghu were all under the dominion of apex predators. The fact that Ye Feng stumbled upon a lost Bailing who could only be deemed as fate. As the saying goes, one must cultivate their tools from an early age. With a flick of his tail, Ye Feng placed the Bailinghu atop his head and pressed onward into the depths of Wucheng. Along the way, he encountered several surviving demon beasts. Yet the highest rank among them was merely advanced, insufficient to even fill the gaps between his teeth. In stark contrast to Ye Feng's situation, Qin Xiaoming and his companions were faring considerably worse. They had encountered several solitary yet powerful beasts, which, taking advantage of the weather in Wuchang, maneuvered from outside the battleground and swiftly killed 3 soldiers escorting them. What on earth are these creatures? Qin Xiaoming stuttered, hiding behind several soldiers. Utterly devoid of the imposing presence expected of a scion of the Qin family. The expressions of the remaining soldiers grew increasingly grim, for despite their array of tools, they could not capture even the slightest trace of the beast. They could not even ascertain the classification of the beast that had attacked them. Is it a leopard? A black panther? Yi Ling suddenly exclaimed, her delicate face betraying her astonishment. What? A few soldiers were taken aback, looking at Yi Ling before shaking their heads vigorously. Impossible. How could a black panther possess such speed? Not just them. Even Yi Ling herself harbored doubts, wondering if she had misperceived. Yet her subconscious assured her that she was not mistaken, for she had just witnessed that black panther dragging away the body of one of the soldiers, having perused encyclopedias. She recognized that it was indeed black panther fur. In truth, at that very moment, it was indeed a black panther that was tormenting them. But this black panther had transcended the ordinary category. It had undergone 9 evolutions. Unlike Ye Feng, ordinary species of beasts require significantly less energy for evolution compared to advanced species. Advanced species, in turn, require much less than ancient species. Following this reasoning, mutated species necessitate the most energy for evolution. And this black panther, now having completed its 9th evolution, boasted a robust and vigorous physique, nearing its ultimate form. In certain aspects, its speed had already surpassed that of a common black panther, outpacing them by several streets. To the naked eye, it was nearly impossible to track its movements. Ah, help me. The wretched cries accompanied by the sound of scraping against the ground signaled yet another soldier vanishing before their eyes. Such an eerie situation left everyone's hearts chilled, as a shroud of despair enveloped them. A well-equipped squad was finding it exceedingly difficult to handle a single black panther. What kind of terrifying entities lay ahead for the larger cleansing force? We cannot remain idle. We must devise a way to escape this place. The soldier captain urged calmly. Impossible. If we remain clustered together, we will never escape Wuchang. Yi Ling murmured from the side. This black panther is clearly fixated on our group. Yet it dares not attack directly, instead opting to wear us down under the cover of the thick fog. A shrewd choice. This made Yi Ling ponder whether the ferocious beasts here were truly transformed humans. What do you propose we do? The soldier captain could not help but ask, his tone tinged with impatience. If we stick with the large group, we may never encounter such trouble. Scatter, Yi Ling instinctively suggested. What? The others could not help but exclaim. What do you mean? If we scatter, won't we be more likely to perish? A girl shouted. At that moment, the makeup on her delicate face had entirely smeared, and tears had yet to dry on her pristine cheeks. No, she's right. Qin Xiaoming spoke solemnly. The people present were momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Qin Xiaoming was the protagonist of this group, or rather, his affluent background placed him in a position of leadership. Even the soldier captain paused in his breath upon hearing Qin Xiaoming's words. The group exchanged glances, unsure of Qin Xiaoming's intentions. We will all scatter and flee in different directions. However, there is only one black panther, and it cannot catch us all. Once we reach a safe area, we can each decide whether to proceed or return to the outside. Qin Xiaoming elucidated. The soldier captain furrowed his brow. All right, form groups of 3. Each of you will escort 2 students and break out in different directions. The soldier captain quickly assessed that this plan was feasible and issued commands with precision. Yes, the group complied, swiftly dividing into teams and heading in various directions. The soldier captain led Qin Xiaoming and Yi Ling deeper into the woods, still intending to rendezvous with the larger force, fearing the emergence of beasts like the black panther. Retracing their steps was no longer safe. They could only ensure their safety by finding the larger group. The rustling sounds in the forest occasionally startled Qin Xiaoming, the second-generation heir, causing him to shudder. Yi Ling raised an eyebrow in disdain at his timidity. In truth, Qin Xiaoming's reaction stemmed from psychological reflex. Upon hearing such sounds, visions of Ye Feng's colossal serpent emerged in his mind. A suppressed roar reverberated, causing the 3 to stiffen. It is the Black Panther's voice. How could it be pursuing us now? Qin Xiaoming trembled uncontrollably. Yi Ling's complexion paled. She harbored a bizarre suspicion in her heart, but dared not voice it. I fear others may have already met a tragic fate. The soldier captain gritted his teeth, his tone bitter. Qin Xiaoming was filled with terror. How could such a thing happen in such a short time? Thud, thud. Suddenly, 3 pitch-black shadows emerged before them. These 3 black panthers were more than twice the size of ordinary ones. their eyes gleaming with a chilling light. So there is not just one, the soldier captain realized. But despair quickly painted his features. One Black Panther was already a challenge. Facing three, only death awaited them. With a howl, the lead Black Panther charged forth, undeterred by the soldier captain's gunfire. Damn it, run. The gunfire ceased, and the soldier captain cursed angrily before discarding his rifle and swiftly drawing a handgun from his side. Bang, bang. Following 2 gunshots, the soldier captain fell silent as he was slowly consumed by the Black Panther. The other 2 Black Panthers did not rush to kill Ye Ling and Qin Xiaoming. Instead, they circled around, sealing off any potential escape routes for the 2. Additionally, their eyes glowed with a crimson hue. If Ye Feng were present, he would discern that they had been completely corrupted by the essence of Wu Cheng, transformed into mere savage beasts. Compared to mutated species, ancient species with potent bloodlines, the Black Panther was merely an ordinary species, easily muddled by chaotic essences, ultimately devolving into a wholly savage creature. What are they doing? The sight of the Black Panther devouring the soldier captain horrified Qin Xiaoming, causing his legs to weaken and his face to turn an unearthly shade. It seems they are toying with us. Ye Ling's complexion was no better. Her face was as pale as moonlight, and her stomach churned violently. Toying with us? Qin Xiaoming was taken aback, although he was a wealthy heir with little real talent. He understood the common knowledge that highly intelligent hunters would play with their prey for enjoyment. Before long, the lead Black Panther seemed to have savored its meal. Raising its head, and in its eyes, a glimmer of lucidity could be discerned. After abandoning the remnants of the soldier captain's body, the other 2 Black Panthers quickly pounced, burying their heads to gnaw at the corpse until it was reduced to a bloody pulp. This scene caused Qin Xiaoming to lose control, and he was the first to vomit. Ye Ling turned her head away, struggling to avoid witnessing this moment. After a while, she suddenly felt something brushing against her leg. Looking down, she saw that the Black Panther was sniffing her with its bloodied mouth and nose. What was it doing? Ye Ling was momentarily stunned. The Black Panther raised its head, and in its eyes, alongside the primal ferocity of a beast, there was an unmistakable glint of greed and lust. Upon witnessing this, Ye Ling's body trembled violently. No, she instinctively recoiled, but the Black Panther leaped and pounced upon her. After Qin Xiaoming finished vomiting, he looked around in confusion and was suddenly struck with a dreadful realization. He recalled that the giant python had transformed from a human. Thus, it was highly likely that the Black Panther before them was also a person in its mind. Seeing such a beautiful woman as Ye Ling, the beastly instincts would certainly awaken, even if it had now become a Black Panther. Qin Xiaoming swallowed hard in terror. While the Black Panther had already shredded Ye Ling's coat, just as it was about to make its next move, a massive tail swung towards it. In the hazy mist, a gigantic python approached, its colossal head held high, with indifference gleaming in its eyes. Roar! The Black Panther rose from the ground, filled with rage. After a roar, it spotted Ye Feng. Meow! In the next moment, the Black Panther's fur stood on end, and its roar transformed into a whimper. Swish! Before the Black Panther could react, it was already ensnared by the giant python. Facing a ferocious beast nearly 4 meters long, Ye Feng dealt with it as easily as one would with a chicken. In mere minutes, the Black Panther was strangled to death by Ye Feng without a sound. This heart-stopping scene sent the other 2 Black Panthers fleeing in panic. Do you think I will let you escape? Ye Feng's gaze turned icy as flames erupted from his mouth, igniting the panther that had yet to escape into the jungle. Then, he swiftly moved into the thicket. The Black Panther climbed a tree, its eyes wide with terror as it looked around. Ye Feng smirked. The panther's actions were undoubtedly a death wish. Did it think snakes couldn't climb trees? When Ye Feng returned leisurely, Ye Ling still wore a face of shock. Yet she had managed to sit up. Though her clothes were in tatters, she had sustained no serious injuries. Upon seeing Ye Feng return, Qin Xiaoming instantly tensed, and Ye Ling was too frightened to move an inch. Hoo! The dispersal device on the ground gradually activated, clearing the view before them. A gigantic python, measuring 30 meters in length, coiled like a great wall. Ye Ling gasped, while Qin Xiaoming recognized the giant python as Ye Feng, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Xiaoling. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined that the 2 attacked by the Black Panther were Ye Ling and Qin Xiaoming. How did they end up here? Qin Xiaoming hesitated, ready to say something, but was met with Ye Feng's icy glare. Instantly, cold sweat broke out beneath him, and he fell silent. From their previous conversation, he could deduce that Ye Ling and Ye Feng were siblings, yet they met in such a manner. Ye Ling seemed unaware that the giant python was actually Ye Feng. He certainly could not divulge this information to Ye Ling. Otherwise, given Ye Feng's temperament. He might become nothing more than a corpse within the beast's belly in the next moment. Nevertheless, they were significantly safer now, due to Yi Ling's connection. Ye Feng would not harm them. The air remained quiet for a few minutes. Yi Ling was astonished to discover that the giant python bore no malicious intent, at least. It showed no signs of aggression towards her. Just as she contemplated testing the python's intentions, a sudden roar erupted nearby, accompanied by the thunderous sound of beasts galloping and an earth-shattering roar. What was happening? Qin Xiaoming and Yi Ling turned in horror, for alongside the sounds of beasts, there was also the cacophony of artillery fire. It was a large contingent. Soon, Qin Xiaoming was filled with excitement. Such a massive barrage of artillery could only belong to Uncle Qin's forces. His elation was abruptly cut short, for the dense fog in the air was inexplicably drawn away by an unknown force. In the distance, a colossal beast, its entire body adorned with ice-blue scales, was pursuing humans. Before it, armored vehicles seemed like toys, shattered with a mere swipe. Those fleeing humans were desperately firing back, while frantically scattering as if they had seen a ghost. Roar! At this moment, the ice-blue beast lifted its head, glaring angrily at the sky. There, dozens of helicopters hovered, emanating a strange suction that continuously drew away the surrounding mist. Simultaneously, rockets were incessantly fired, striking the ice-blue beast. Howl! It seemed the ice-blue beast had been provoked, as it opened its massive jaws, and a beam of blue light rapidly coalesced, resembling ice crystals. The surrounding air cooled dramatically, and the mist began to crystallize into hail. Bang! The ice crystals shot forth, instantly downing a helicopter, and upon impact with the ground, flames erupted, claiming the lives of numerous soldiers. Initiating scan. Target: mutated frost boar, for times evolved. Special ability: Frost Breath. Chapter 39, Battle against the Frost Boar. For times evolved? Ye Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Just days ago, this frost boar had only just emerged, yet in such a short span. It had reached 4 stages of evolution. Its size now rivaled his own. I was wrong. The white lynx is not the most suitable ruler of Mist City. This frost boar is. Ye Feng murmured inwardly, entranced by the frost boar's display of power. Perhaps in his previous life, the frost boar competed with the white lynx for dominance in Mist City, but due to some unforeseen circumstance, the white lynx prevailed. Thus, the later Ye Feng only recognized the white lynx's reputation, neglecting the formidable frost boar. Frost Breath. Just this ability alone made the frost boar equal to the white lynx in terms of bloodline, and combined with the weather of Mist City, Frost Breath could be perfectly utilized. Meanwhile, the white lynx only held an advantage in vision. Ye Feng was not concerned with how their previous life rivalry unfolded. What truly piqued his interest was the position of dominance in Mist City in this life. In just a few days, the frost boar had evolved 4 times, highlighting the significant enhancements Mist City offered it. However, evolution requires time. Why had this frost boar managed to evolve while slaughtering beasts? Ye Feng pondered in confusion. That's it. Ye Feng's eyes brightened as he suddenly recalled that certain ferocious beasts in his previous life could evolve under specific conditions without needing to sleep. This required a profound harmony with their surroundings. Ye Feng increasingly felt that this frost boar should rightfully be Mist City's ruler. But he was unsure what mishap in the previous life had allowed the white lynx to become the ultimate ruler of Mist City. Roar! Ye Feng, I can sense you. Come out. The rumbling voice astonished everyone. This giant beast could speak. Ye Feng, hidden among the thickets, felt his heart race. This creature. Oh no. If you don't come out? Chen Zifeng, now transformed into the frost boar, sneered, gathering frost again and spraying it in all directions. Due to the mist in the air, Chen Zifeng relentlessly unleashed frost breath, leaving the surrounding ground riddled with craters. I don't believe you can hide forever. Chen Zifeng's voice dripped with malice. If it weren't for Ye Feng, how would he have ended up like this? Although he had transformed into an immensely powerful beast, he had also lost his humanity. Of course, he remained unaware that a global beastification was about to unfold. Otherwise, he might have been grateful to Ye Feng. Is it Zifeng? Beside him, Chen Wanchuan, who was commanding the soldiers to bombard the colossal beast, suddenly froze, disbelief evident in his gaze. He was intimately familiar with the beast's voice. It unmistakably belonged to his son, Chen Zifeng. Ceasefire. The command escaped his lips, hoarse with urgency. Yet, Chen Zifeng continued to assault the surrounding soldiers, unaware that they were his father's troops, harboring resentment towards these attackers. Simultaneously, he reveled in the euphoria brought by his newfound power, the intoxicating thrill of wanton slaughter. This cannot go on, Ye Feng gritted his teeth. Even if he refrained from engaging, the frost beast would inevitably discover their presence. If its frigid breath reached them, he could endure the consequences, but Ye Ling would suffer. Just as Ye Feng prepared to step out, he turned and found Ye Ling staring at him, her expression blank. At that moment, a conjecture formed in her mind, yet it remained unconfirmed as she gazed at Ye Feng in astonishment. A sudden realization struck Ye Feng. Ye Ling was right beside him. She was still oblivious to his transformation into a giant python. Would she be able to accept this revelation? Qin Xiaoming. At last, Ye Feng spoke, his tone calm. The moment his voice fell, Ye Ling's eyes widened, her hands covering her mouth in shock as she beheld the massive serpent. Ye Feng. Ye Feng exhibited a trace of human-like helplessness. Yet the unveiling of his identity was inevitable. Take Xiao Ling and leave, he instructed earnestly. Qin Xiaoming dared not voice further protest, and merely nodded. Ye Feng turned to Ye Ling, intending to convey something, but the words morphed into a resigned sigh. Do you remember what I told you in that letter? Ye Feng inquired. Ye Ling hesitated, suddenly recalling the letter's contents about global beastification. It dawned on her why he had chosen to communicate in such a manner. It was because he had transformed into a giant python. Brother. Just as Ye Feng was about to depart, Ye Ling called out to him, her voice trembling with emotion. Will it really turn out like that? A glimmer of hope flickered in her beautiful eyes. If given a choice, who would willingly become a ferocious beast? Ye Feng turned back and silently regarded her. After a prolonged pause, he gently nodded. A chilling gust swept in from behind. Ye Feng turned, opening his gaping maw, fangs glinting ominously in the air. Almost simultaneously, flames erupted from his mouth. The fiery breath clashed against the icy winds, illuminating half the sky with a dazzling spectacle, drawing the gazes of the crowd upward to witness this extraordinary scene. In Ye Ling's eyes, two colossal beasts roared against the heavens, as if the mountains and rivers bowed beneath their might. The frost beast let out a thunderous roar, and the surrounding mist coalesced around it, momentarily transforming into a divine creature in the eyes of the onlookers, even though just moments ago, it had trampled upon human corpses. Suddenly, a giant python emerged from a distance, its imposing form reminiscent of a victorious general returning from battle, its head held high. It's that giant python, exclaimed a soldier, recognizing it from recent news reports. As more soldiers witnessed this sight, they abruptly realized that the colossal beasts had ceased their attacks on them and were instead advancing toward the python. Did they harbor a grudge against each other? The murmurs spread through the crowd. Indeed, they are enemies. The frost beast's eyes glinted with hatred as it charged forward, reopening its massive maw, icy energy coalescing within. Ye Feng, unyielding, retaliated with a blast of flame. Boom! Fireworks erupted in the sky, shaking the very ground beneath them. The sharp claws of the frost beast scraped against Ye Feng's scales, sending sparks flying. Quick, seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Capture it. No, we must livestream this, exclaimed a reporter who had accompanied the troops, excitement evident in their voice. Soon, a team set up their equipment, only to discover, to their astonishment, that there was no signal. Why is there no signal? Commander Chen, why is there no signal? The reporters clamored, questioning the commander. Signal? Chen Wanchuan found the situation utterly absurd. At such a critical moment, they were contemplating a live broadcast. Commander Chen, doesn't your army possess satellite communication devices? Connect them to our equipment. One eager reporter implored. What? You expect us to use our military equipment to facilitate your broadcast? Chen Wanchuan's anger surged. His son had inexplicably transformed into a beast, and here stood a group of oblivious journalists provoking him. What? Are you suggesting that Commander Chen can't handle a single beast without resorting to another? Are you not concerned about the repercussions of such news leaking? A sharp-tongued reporter interjected. Assist us with the broadcast, and I can petition on your behalf, the reporter coaxed. Chen Wanchuan's expression turned rigid. If higher authorities learned of the catastrophic losses in Mist City, his position could very well be jeopardized. The reporter's suggestion was enticing. After much contemplation, his complexion shifted from ashen to a shade of green, and finally, he commanded, connect them. The soldiers were taken aback, gazing incredulously at their commander. Yet they complied with the order. Broadcasting the battle between the two colossal beasts would undoubtedly stir immense reactions. Would it not challenge the very fabric of their worldview? How could the commander make such a decision? There was no other choice. The losses were irreparable, and they were unable to subdue these two ferocious beasts. Soldiers whispered amongst themselves as the live broadcast was established. Instantly, major television networks shifted their programming to showcase the epic clash between Ye Feng and the frost beast. What is happening? The audience across the nation was left bewildered. Why had a giant python and a massive tiger suddenly appeared on screen? Is this real? Or is it a film? The crowd could not help but question. No, this is not a movie. This is Mist City. Someone recognized the setting. Mist City? Isn't that the place where the environmental anomalies were reported recently? How could monsters appear there? Do you remember the live broadcast from that day? A crocodile devoured a person, and officials claimed it was a staged act. The online community erupted in chaos, while viewers glued to their screens observed this breathtaking spectacle akin to a 5D cinematic clash between Godzilla and King Kong. I live nearby. I've seen so many helicopters heading there. How could two colossal beasts be fighting? Wait, there's the army. What is Ye Feng doing? In the realm of Shennongjia, Yuhan watched the live broadcast in astonishment, her beautiful eyes darting back and forth. Another beast capable of contending with Ye Feng? She pondered in disbelief. At that moment, she had yet to unravel the mystery of the origin stones, only to find that a significant event was unfolding in Longhua. These origin stones possessed the ability to transform individuals into colossal beasts, yet not everyone was destined for such a fate. Yuhan glanced at the caged Dengjia, her expression lost in thought. I understand now. These colossal beasts must be classified hierarchically. For instance, the python that Ye Feng transformed into is a species not found on Earth. It can be termed a variant species. Some are ancient species that emerged in prehistoric times, termed ancient types. The modern apex predators are classified as high-level types, while ordinary animals fall under the category of common types. Unbeknownst to her, a renowned classification system for species was being born, with Shennongjia as its origin. This was the aftermath of the second fall of origin stones. Roar. Mist City continued to tremble. The frost beast now regretted its decision to engage with Ye Feng. In close combat, Ye Feng's explosive power far surpassed its own. Regardless of whether it is a defensive or offensive skill, one finds oneself woefully inferior to the opponent. Yet, the serpentine creature employs a method of constriction, and the half of Shennongjia's body is already ensnared by Ye Feng, leaving no escape. Hiss! Ye Feng's venomous fangs gleamed in the air, targeting Shennongjia's neck. The moment those fangs sink in, Shennongjia's mobility would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Commander, what shall we do? An officer, who had been observing the scene, inquired of Chun Wanchuan. This aide, having spent the most time with Chun Wanchuan, likely recognized Shennongjia's voice, and now, Shennongjia was at a disadvantage. Relay my orders, attack the giant python. Chun Wanchuan commanded without hesitation. Although he could not yet ascertain that his son had transformed into a bizarre creature, that voice was unmistakable. Moreover, their objective was to annihilate all the ferocious beasts in Wuching. At this moment, the two colossal beasts had not yet suffered significant casualties, while Shennongjia was clearly at a disadvantage. If the battle concluded prematurely, it would not bode well for them. A tactical thought surfaced in Chun Wanchuan's mind. The clam and the snipe contend, while the fisherman profits. He merely needed to sustain the battle between the two beasts, and when they were exhausted, he would strike to reap the greatest benefits. Although the live broadcast's commencement had some impact on him, if the entire world witnessed him capturing a giant beast, it would undoubtedly bestow upon him unparalleled honor. At that point, even if the losses were grievous, it would be worthwhile. The authorities would not only refrain from punishment, but would instead commend him. Boom. A burst of flame shot from the helicopter, aimed directly at Ye Feng's head. Damn. Ye Feng faltered momentarily, allowing Shennongjia to break free from his grasp and stand at a distance, wary and fixated on Ye Feng. You possess more than one ability, Shennongjia articulated, revealing an astonishing scene to the audience. These two colossal beasts could converse. Is this a film? Observers who initially claimed it was reality began to retract their statements. After all, how could a giant beast speak? Yet, this film seemed remarkably authentic. Ye Feng merely smiled. Shennongjia sought vengeance, while he desired the dominion over Wuching. If Shennongjia wished to strike at him, and these soldiers wished to join the fray, then let it be so. After several bursts of flame and the impact of a massive tail, the human soldiers subdued significantly, having suffered considerable losses themselves. Ye Feng halted his actions, calculating the duration the group had been present. Based on the circumstances of his previous life, humans could only remain in such a unique area for a maximum of 3 hours, or 6 hours in total. These soldiers had likely already been there for around 4 hours, and before long, they would meet their demise without him lifting a finger. Having learned a lesson, Shennongjia no longer acted impulsively. Instead, it began to engage Ye Feng in guerrilla tactics, utilizing its frost breath from a distance, and with the support of Chun Wanchuan's troops. It managed to hold its ground against Ye Feng. Yuhan, watching the live stream, appeared slightly perplexed. Logically, these creatures should be of the same caliber, both being mutated species that had never appeared in Blue Star. Yet, why did Ye Feng seem to hold the advantage? As she pondered, Yuhan suddenly grasped something. When Ye Feng first entered the purview of the Xian medical department, it had not exhibited such prowess. Thus, it too must require growth and evolution. The frequency of growth and evolution served as a metric for their combat capabilities. This blue tiger had certainly not undergone as many evolutions as Ye Feng, which explained its disadvantage. Bai Yuhan displayed an expression of enlightenment, seemingly proud of her discovery, as she began to record her findings in a notebook. Unbeknownst to her, Shennongjia and Ye Feng currently shared the same number of evolution cycles, both having undergone their fourth evolution. However, Ye Feng possessed an extraordinary advantage, a system and fortuitous luck. Luck granted him additional abilities, while the system provided extra attribute points, endowing him with combat power that transcended his evolutionary tier. Roar! At last, in a moment of oversight, Ye Feng ensnared Shennongjia once more, constricting it tightly. Bang! Boom! The soldiers, regaining their senses, suddenly unleashed a barrage of rockets, striking Ye Feng's exterior. However, Ye Feng, having anticipated this assault, remained undeterred, continuing to subdue Shennongjia beneath him. Just as Shennongjia appeared on the verge of asphyxiation, it unexpectedly executed an action that was difficult for an ordinary person to comprehend. Chapter 41. Escape. Shennongjia's eyes narrowed, locking onto Ye Feng, who was poised to bite its neck. This peculiar moment left the onlookers bewildered. What is happening? Is this a romantic gaze? Are they simply drawn to each other? My goodness, has love sparked between them? Someone interjected, stop with the nonsense. They're both male. Did you not hear their earlier conversation? TSK, that was just voiceover work. Comments flooded the live stream. At that moment, the journalists managing the broadcast were exhilarated, as the viewership had surpassed 10 million. Astonishingly, many believed this to be a live film shoot, which was quite absurd. Nonetheless, with such viewership, they were poised to reap substantial profits. Nonsense. Who permitted this broadcast? An elder within the central television station roared in anger, his voice trembling. The high-ranking officials present lowered their heads, unwilling to speak. The issues from the Wuqing incident had yet to be resolved, and now they were embroiled in another debacle. Did they intend to incite rebellion? The elder continued to berate them. Who is filming? Stop immediately and clarify to all viewers. Otherwise, there will be consequences from above. As he spoke, the crowd exchanged glances. This elder was the highest authority. There was no one above him. Zhao Lao, please calm down. A sweet-faced girl approached, supporting the elder while gently patting his back. Bing bing. You truly understand. These rebellious fools are driving me mad. The elder lamented. Did you hear that? Hurry and order the filming to cease. A stern-looking middle-aged man reprimanded. This was his responsibility. The elder's previous tirade was directed at him. I forgot to inform you. This isn't a film. This is real. A man murmured softly to the reporters. What? The audience, perplexed, asked for clarification. I said this is all real. The man shouted. What did you say? A greater wave of astonishment erupted as the elder, having returned to the forefront, wore a face etched with shock. After a moment, he gazed at the scene playing out on screen, where two colossal beasts stood against the wind. This is real. As the thoughts surged within the hearts of the television staff, they felt a sense of absurdity. The world is about to change. This was a collective realization among them. Wuqing. Shennongjia's eyes shot like lightning into Ye Feng's mind, momentarily causing a lapse in awareness. Roar. Shennongjia's massive jaws clamped down on Ye Feng's head, golden scales shimmering as sparks flew. With a fierce glint in its eyes, Shennongjia struck Ye Feng's body with a paw, as frost coalesced in its mouth, spewing forth toward Ye Feng. The frost accumulated on Ye Feng's body, transforming its scales into gold cloaked in snow. In the sky, a fiery projectile struck the spot where the frost breath emanated. A clash of ice and fire. The scales on Ye Feng's flank showed signs of loosening under the impact. Shennongjia's eyes glinted with ferocity as its sharp claws struck, tearing away the golden scales to reveal the flesh beneath. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The giant python's defenses had been breached. Meanwhile, Ye Feng finally regained his composure, staring incredulously at Shennongjia. This creature possesses a second skill, capable of inducing a momentary stupor in others. This reminded Ye Feng of the formidable ruler of his past life, Medusa, whose ability to turn anyone into stone with a mere 3 seconds of eye contact was renowned in the Western world. In comparison, the capabilities of this frost boar appeared rather lackluster. As this thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain surged through Ye Feng's body. Has it breached my defenses? Alarmed, Ye Feng glanced down to find a portion of his scales on the left side damaged, blood and flesh mangled. Fortunately, a soft blue radiance enveloped him, and the wound began to heal rapidly. The frost boar, taken aback, was profoundly astonished by Ye Feng's regenerative speed. How is this possible? What species are you? The frost boar, filled with disbelief, realized the resilience of this giant python was far beyond its expectations. It had taken considerable effort to inflict that injury, yet it mended in an instant. Ye Feng raised his body, the wound now fully healed, and golden scales reasserted their protective cover. What a terrifying healing ability. This is the most extraordinary regenerative capability I have ever witnessed. Observers online began to voice their opinions, with onlookers expressing their amusement. Ye Feng quietly regarded the frost boar, confusion flickering in his eyes. What ability did this creature just employ to momentarily daze me? Such an unexpected power requires vigilance. The frost boar, wary of Ye Feng's peculiar healing ability, hesitated to attack again, even contemplating retreat. With such formidable regeneration, even if it managed to penetrate his defenses once more, it would be impossible to eliminate him entirely. With a resolute roar, the frost boar no longer hesitated, its voice echoing through the forest. Startled, Ye Feng wondered what it was doing. However, he quickly realized that the sound of beasts charging through the jungle was growing louder, the ground trembling anew. From one perspective, the frost boar was akin to a canine among tigers, and tigers were the kings of beasts. It seemed that before Ye Feng's arrival, the frost boar had already established itself as a ruler among the wild beasts of the Mist City. A colossal gorilla leaped forward, its gaze fixated on Ye Feng, eyes narrowing in recognition. Wasn't this the creature that had been humiliated by the white deer? Ye Feng was taken aback, surprised that this creature had succumbed to the frost boar. The gorilla, clearly intimidated by Ye Feng, took 2 steps back, attempting to hide behind the frost boar. Unexpectedly, the frost boar appeared even more apprehensive of Ye Feng, retreating on all fours. Such a comical scene elicited laughter from online spectators. Ha ha ha, boss, I'm scared. No, I'm scared too. These two cannot even contend with a snake. How embarrassing. A suppressed howl from a wolf echoed as a massive, iron-furred wolf emerged from the jungle. Its eyes fierce. Activating scan. Ancient species, terror wolf, 7 times evolved. The system's voice surprised Ye Feng. The frost boar had begun to gather subordinates? The terror wolf stared at Ye Feng for a moment before silently turning away. Confirmed, he is not someone I can defeat. Observing these apparent subordinates of the frost boar, Ye Feng felt astonished. Could it be that the frost boar believed summoning its subordinates would suffice to eliminate him? Such a notion seemed rather fanciful. However, the next moment, the frost boar made an unexpected move. With a roar, the surrounding beasts multiplied and began to rampage, trampling and attacking the people around them indiscriminately. Even low-level ordinary species entangled around Ye Feng, momentarily preventing his escape. The giant ape and the terror wolf exchanged bewildered glances at the frost boar, not moving, as they did not comprehend why their leader was acting in such a manner. But soon, they realized. Amidst the chaos, the frost boar retreated toward the mist, seeking to escape. The giant ape and the terror wolf widened their eyes. They had tasted the frost boar's power, yet it chose to flee. Both ancient giants shivered in realization of how terrifying the python was. To fight or not to fight. Just as the 2 ancient beasts hesitated, they suddenly noticed a look of human-like urgency in the python's eyes before it disappeared into the jungle. Where did it go? Both ancient species stood in confusion. Chapter 42. The special ability of the little fox. After a moment of bewilderment, the 2 ancient beasts observed their surroundings and suddenly noticed something amiss with the human soldiers. The veins in their eyes swelled ominously, and blood began to seep from their orifices. Not far away, in the forest, Qin Xiaoming and Yi Ling knelt on the ground, blood trickling from their noses, their bodies overwhelmed by immense pressure, rendering them unable to advance even a step. Is this how it ends? This was Yi Ling's final thought. Moments later, Ye Feng arrived beside them, finding them both unconscious. I must get them out quickly, otherwise they will perish, he thought. Just as he was about to act, a small, fluffy creature suddenly emerged from Yi Ling's embrace. Oh! The little fox rubbed its eyes and, upon seeing the 2 in distress, jumped back in fright. Ghost! The little fox leaped 3 meters away. Ye Feng commanded, stand back. With a swift motion of his tail, he pushed the fox aside, preparing to carry the 2 away. But he heard the careful voice of the white spirit fox. I can save them. The white spirit fox cautiously glanced at Ye Feng, fear evident in its eyes. What a massive python. Thankfully, it hasn't eaten me, the little fox thought with relief. You can save them? Ye Feng paused, realizing that every mutated species could awaken unique abilities, and it was not surprising for the white spirit fox to possess one. Gathering spiritual energy and treasure-seeking were innate talents of the white spirit fox, rather than awakened abilities. Thus, was the white spirit fox awakening a healing capability? Ye Feng watched expectantly as the little creature approached the two, a mysterious mark appearing on its snowy forehead. And a faint beam of light descended upon Yi Ling and Qin Xiaoming. Observing the little fox's extraordinary ability filled Ye Feng with envy. Compared to the little fox's prowess, they, the giant beasts, felt like mere brutish warriors, while it was akin to a noble magician. Of course, this was an inevitable circumstance. Such mutated creatures with the bloodline of the white spirit fox were exceedingly rare, as a rainfall of raw stones might not yield even one. Moreover, they could not be revealed in raw stones, but were obscured by other random species. Unless luck was on one's side, it was nearly impossible to attain the precious bloodline of the white spirit fox. However, becoming such a mutated creature was not necessarily a blessing, as their abilities were primarily supportive and soft in nature. Thus, they often became the prized possessions of the powerful. Ye Feng had contemplated the white spirit fox, but ultimately decided to grant it freedom, as he was not one to impose his will upon others. Watching the little fox gradually heal Yi Ling and Qin Xiaoming, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. His hasty departure was primarily for Yi Ling's sake, as he had noticed the soldiers' reactions and remembered she had entered with them. Regrettably, he had allowed the frost boar to escape. Ye Feng felt a sense of loss. Devouring the frost boar would have yielded significant gains, whether acquiring the ability of frost breath or that bizarre mental attack. Sigh, the outside world must be in chaos now. Ye Feng murmured quietly, then hoisted Yi Ling and Qin Xiaoming onto his back and exited the Mist City. Meanwhile, outside, pandemonium reigned as the live broadcast from the Mist City was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Hey, did everyone see that? Those people are dead. Why does it feel so real? They must be truly dead, right? What happened? Can someone tell me? Gazing at the scene of carnage in the live broadcast, the sparse comments from viewers evoked a chill. Crack. The live stream went black. Someone forcibly cut off the transmission. Did you all witness the recent scene? The personnel at Longwa Central Television appeared pale. It was not due to their reluctance to sever the live broadcast promptly, but rather because they were so profoundly shocked by the images that they forgot to terminate the transmission. Even now, should they forcibly cut off the feed, it is unlikely to have much effect. Those who needed to see have already seen. What transpired? Those individuals met with a bizarre demise, as if cursed. Yet, why were the ferocious beasts unharmed? Ku, Bai Yuhan stared perplexedly at the black screen of the live broadcast room, as if the terrifying scene she had just witnessed bore no relation to her. Days later, Zhongyu and Wuqing, Shiyu Shaqing, and the snowfields of the Tibetan region were designated as forbidden zones, prohibiting human entry. At this juncture, the National Security Bureau issued orders to rigorously combat wildlife, mandating that any encounters with dangerous beasts be reported. In the heart of Wuqing, a dense fog once again enveloped the area. By a pond, where the mist was thin, Ye Feng lounged, indulging in a bath. Boss, the two ancient giant beasts nearby addressed him respectfully. You need not call me boss, Ye Feng replied, shaking his tail, only to later retract it into the water as he deemed it inappropriate. Go about your business without regard for me. Ye Feng waved his hand, though he found himself somewhat tempted by the presence of these two creatures. Alas, given their current treatment towards him, he could not simply consume them. The giant ape and the ferocious wolf were taken aback by the new ruler's affability, exchanging glances before departing. Although they were both within Wuqing, Ye Feng's demeanor had made it clear that he held no intention of asserting dominance. Rather, he abided by the natural law. What is natural law? The survival of the fittest, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Even as ancient species, they could very well fall victim to a pack of superior beings, meeting their end in a most unexpected manner. In such circumstances, Ye Feng would not intervene. As more days passed, Ye Feng finally consumed enough growth points to initiate his fifth evolution. The external world underwent further transformation, with the authorities never ceasing their expeditions into the three forbidden zones. Yet invariably, they returned without success. Ultimately, it was concluded that humans could survive within these three forbidden zones for no more than 3 hours. When Ye Feng completed his evolution, the night sky once again erupted with light, countless primal stones raining down, creating a grand spectacle. This time, not only Shennongjia, but even the Ministry of Defense began searching for the primal stones, eager to uncover the truth. However, due to inadequate preparations, many researchers who came into contact with the primal stones transformed into beasts, thereby solidifying the fact that these stones could turn humans into beasts. During the third drop of primal stones, the area affected was even more extensive, and the peculiarities it introduced were quickly noted. For indeed, some were consumed by plants. Remarkably, the flora had come to life. This alarming situation was reported to the authorities, who found themselves at a loss. Not only Longwa, but also the United States, Sanghua, and Luosigua were in disarray. Their plight was no better than that of Longhua, with some claiming to have witnessed enormous creatures roaming the seas, reminiscent of the ancient Songlong, though these foreigners preferred to refer to it as Leviathan. Chapter 43, 5 Evolutions. Ye's family. Yi Ling quivered in her room, following Ye Feng's instructions to minimize her outdoor activities during this time. Outside, the cacophony of beastly roars mingled with the blaring of sirens, sending shivers through the soul. Through the window, Yi Ling could faintly see the primal stones crashing down from afar. Anyone who touched these strange stones would instantly transform into beasts. Brother. She bit her lip, burying her head between her knees, trembling incessantly. Jiang Province University. Lu Qingqing, staying overnight in her dormitory, halted her work upon hearing the chaotic sounds from outside and stepped out. In an instant, 4 or 5 ferocious beasts turned to glare at her. This horrifying scene rendered her incapable of coherent thought. Suddenly, a streak of fire blazed across the sky, landing steadily before her, exuding a captivating brilliance. Upon seeing the primal stone, several beasts charged towards it as if they had encountered an extraordinary beauty. Lu Qingqing, believing they were coming for her, attempted to hide behind the stone, only to be enveloped by the myriad energies emanating from it. In a faint vision, Lu Qingqing glimpsed a pattern on the primal stone, an imposing creature with the body of a lion and the head of a ram, entirely white and shrouded in colorful mist. When her vision sharpened again, her body underwent a remarkable transformation. Her limbs became strong and powerful, and looking down, she found herself cloaked in snow-white fur. In that instant, the white divine beast displayed a look of terror, beginning to stagger backward. Several high-level beasts surrounded Lu Qingqing, drooling hungrily. In their minds, a voice seemed to instruct them that by consuming this divine beast, they would gain even greater power. Devour it. The overwhelming hunger overwhelmed this group of newly transformed beasts, and with a roar, they lunged at Lu Qingqing. Suddenly, an image filled Lu Qingqing's mind, soldiers wielding firearms. In that scene, the snow-white giant beast appeared to be shot. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted as several soldiers in combat gear rushed in, bullets flying as they wildly fired upon the beasts. Lu Qingqing cried out in pain as she was hit. At that moment, she finally grasped that she had transformed into the snow-white divine beast, and the scene in her mind flashed before her. There was no time to ponder, as the fierce glint in the soldiers' eyes clearly indicated their intent to eliminate these intruders. She had to escape. Lu Qingqing darted about, narrowly avoiding detection by the pursuing police. Yet thanks to the extraordinary images in her mind, she consistently eluded danger. In her haste, she passed by a man-eating tiger, which merely gave her a glance before disappearing into the jungle. Shortly thereafter, a patrol of soldiers stumbled upon this scene. Alert! Near Jiang Province University. A snow-white beast is fleeing down the street. My heavens! It is devouring people. Immediate execution was ordered. The disarray of sounds accompanied by gunfire overwhelmed Lu Qingqing's ability to think, prompting her to swiftly plunge into the jungle. Meanwhile, in Wuqing, a colossal python undulated gently, reaching a vantage point where it could see the outside world. Ye Feng lingered momentarily. Ding. Host. Ye Feng, 5th evolution. Type, undying python. Evolution points, 37. Points required for next evolution, 3,200. Abilities, venomous fangs, fiery breath, golden scales, eagle vision. Strength, 297. Speed, 205. Defense, 316. Constitution, 307. With the 5th evolution completed, Ye Feng was one step closer to achieving his final form. He squinted thoughtfully. The 3rd drop of primal stones had already occurred, and this time, nearly 1/3 of Blue Star's land would be transformed into the territory of beasts. Humanity's fate appeared grim, as the realms inhabited by mutated beasts and plants would become hellish landscapes. Notably, individuals who underwent beastification experienced intense hunger shortly thereafter. Only through consumption could they continue to survive. The targets for this consumption were either other mutated beasts or humans. In the past, this state was referred to as the hunger state. The primal stones exerted a lethal allure on mutated beasts, as absorbing their energy could facilitate rapid evolution, albeit with limitations. Standing atop the mountain, Ye Feng murmured to himself. During the 2nd drop of primal stones, he had secured a primal stone from an ancient species, the white python, which enabled him to amass enough growth points for 5 evolutions within a few days. However, he also discovered a drawback. The energy from the primal stones was not infinite, and overconsumption could lead to a sensation of bloating. Ultimately, Ye Feng deduced that the beastly form could not endlessly absorb energy. Intervals of several days were necessary. Much like how a human cannot continue to eat after being sated. That night, the roar of beasts reverberated through the heavens, and the Dragon Kingdom succumbed to the immense pressure exerted by these colossal creatures, hastily abandoning several cities and relocating the populace. The city of Jiangshi, where Ye Feng resided, was shockingly among those relinquished. It was rumored that a massive black serpent had emerged, wreaking havoc in the city and devouring over 1,000 souls in a single night, its length nearing 50 meters. The following day, Ye Feng departed from Wuqing, his destination set for the northern plains. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to refer to it as plains, for the fall of the original stones had transformed that expanse of grassland into a living entity. The northern forest now towered skyward, teeming with bizarre flora, reminiscent of the rare botanical realms from Ye Feng's past life memories. Meanwhile, in the northern forest, all members were on standby, preparing to rest for the night. Bai Yuhan's melodious voice resonated as the research team hastily erected tents. "Captain, why did they send us to such a place?" A young woman approached Bai Yuhan, voicing her discontent. Bai Yuhan cast a calm glance her way, remaining silent as she retrieved a map. "We should be here," she indicated a spot on the map. "This." The girl widened her eyes in disbelief. "But this is supposed to be grassland, isn't it?" She looked around, bewildered, feeling somewhat out of sorts. The towering trees surrounding them stood silent, eerily tranquil like a midnight cemetery, sending shivers down her spine. How could it possibly resemble the lively grassland filled with bonfire feasts that she remembered? "Now you should comprehend the objective behind our mission here," a light chuckle interrupted, as Yang Xiu approached the two. Upon seeing him, the girl blushed slightly, her lively eyes stealing glances at his handsome visage. Bai Yuhan, sensing something, raised her beautiful eyes and softly inquired, "Yang Xiu, how far have we ventured into this forest?" "Approximately 10 kilometers, Yang Xiu replied, his brow knitting in concern. 10 kilometers, Bai Yuhan sighed. If what the satellite surveillance suggests is true, the entire northern grassland has been transformed into a forest. That would indeed be terrifying. Yang Xiu nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow we shall delve deeper. Our mission is to uncover the mysteries of this forest." Bai Yuhan spoke softly. "Those old geezers forcibly took over your research on the original stones. And yet they send you to this hellish place. They are regressing with age," Yang Xiu scoffed, seemingly indignant on Bai Yuhan's behalf. Bai Yuhan fell into a momentary silence, an expression of discontent flickering in her beautiful eyes. Her research had reached a critical juncture, and she felt that she needed only a single opportunity to unveil the secrets behind the original stones. Yet, at this pivotal moment, that group of old men had seized her project in pursuit of their own agenda concerning the mutated beast system, igniting a flicker of resentment within her. Fortunately, this expedition into the forest had not disappointed her. This forest, much like the original stones, possessed immense research value. As night fell, the research team had settled in for rest, while Bai Yuhan huddled by the campfire, dreaming of her warm family, immersed in the harmonious relationships that made her reluctant to awaken. Suddenly, she remembered that her parents had perished in a car accident. Awakening from her slumber, Bai Yuhan surveyed her surroundings, her delicate face stiffening, breath quickening. The previously still plants had inexplicably come to life. Chapter 44, Awakening Vines Thick. Robust vines slithered into the tent, and under the firelight, blood splattered ominously, signaling doom for those slumbering within. What was happening? Bai Yuhan lost her ability to think, lifting her gaze to witness a carnivorous flower devouring a half-eaten corpse. Her complexion turned pallid, paralyzed with fear, terrified of being detected by these voracious plants. Unbeknownst to her, a tendril was silently reaching out towards her. "Yuhan," a low voice called, accompanied by Yang Xiu's formidable silhouette. A sharp dagger severed the tendril approaching Bai Yuhan. But within mere seconds, it sprang back to life, now targeting Yang Xiu. "Damn it!" Yang Xiu cursed, grabbing a nearby torch to strike the vine. The flame ignited the tendril, and the air filled with the acrid scent of charred vegetation, followed by an eerie, infant-like wail resonating through the forest. All the plants awoke in a frenzy. "Run!" Yang Xiu's urgent shout echoed beside her, jolting Bai Yuhan into action as she swiftly followed him. However, an endless wave of vines pursued them rapidly, one of which ensnared Bai Yuhan's ankle. With a thud, Bai Yuhan was yanked to the ground, her face a mask of distress. "Yuhan!" Yang Xiu turned back, his expression suddenly darkening. "You must go." Bai Yuhan glanced at the encroaching vines, which spread like wild grass, a surge of despair washing over her. "No, I can't leave you behind," Yang Xiu shouted, drawing a pistol and firing at the vines. The tendrils recoiled in pain, releasing their grip, and Yang Xiu seized the chance to help Bai Yuhan to her feet. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Xiu's actions had awakened even more slumbering vines, which multiplied and began to encircle them like a prison. The moonlight was obscured, casting a shadowy gloom. Yang Xiu looked up, witnessing the terrifying tide of vines behind them. With a singular thought racing through his mind, run. Yang Xiu nearly bellowed. They fear fire. You have flammable materials that can hinder them for a while. He shouted as they sprinted. Bai Yuhan paused, suddenly recalling that she had a lighter and lighter fluid in her possession. In a frantic moment, she scattered the oil while running, igniting the lighter and tossing it behind her. In an instant, a line of fire obstructed the vine's advance, granting them precious seconds to breathe. Run as fast as you can. The two raced desperately towards the edge of the forest, yet no speed could outpace the relentless tendrils. Yang Xiu. Just then, a panicked voice called from a distance. A jeep appeared in their line of sight. It was a member of the research team. Additionally, 3 others were in the vehicle. It turned out that Yang Xiu and Bai Yuhan had both succumbed to sleep by the campfire, but he had been awakened by a sudden urge to relieve himself. Upon awakening, he witnessed the same horrifying scene as Bai Yuhan. At that time, the research team had not yet been entirely decimated. He stealthily roused a few survivors, preparing to leave this nightmarish place. However, upon reaching the jeep, he suddenly remembered that Bai Yuhan was still by the campfire. Knowing that these strange plants feared fire, he believed that Bai Yuhan might still be alive. Thus, Yang Xiu risked his life to return and rescue her, only to inadvertently rouse the entire forest of plants. We can't wait for them. Suddenly, a team member exclaimed. What? The other 3 were taken aback. Look at the vines behind us. Even if they reach the jeep, they won't have time to board. Moreover, we will also be pursued by these tendrils. At this, the remaining 3 turned to look. Indeed, the vines had inexplicably crossed the flames and were now relentlessly pursuing Yang Xiu, their speed surpassing that of the fleeing group. In no time, they would be caught. Thus, even if Yang Xiu and Bai Yuhan reached the jeep, there would be no time to board. One more second wasted, and they will be consumed by the vines. No, we cannot leave them behind, cried the female member in white. Her eyes filled with determination as she watched Yang Xiu run for his life. There was still a chance for survival. The final minute. The other members gritted their teeth. This was their ultimate limit. However, fate had other plans, as Yang Xiu stumbled over a tendril, which swiftly ensnared him. Yang Xiu, Bai Yuhan turned back, witnessing the scene, and screamed, "Run!" This was the last word spoken by Yang Xiu before being engulfed by the vines. Just then, several team members in the distance suddenly started their jeep and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Bai Yuhan gazed at the vehicle retreating into the haze, her running pace gradually slowing. It was as if she had lost her last ounce of strength. Her beautiful eyes filled with unending despair. There was no escape. Chapter 45. Yang Xiu's choice. Suddenly, several bursts of fire shot forth from the distance, forming a fiery line that obstructed the tendrils behind. Sharp cries erupted from the rear, and the vines swiftly retreated, leaving Bai Yuhan and Yang Xiu, who had resigned themselves to death, bewildered. Where did the fire come from? A giant python emerged from the forest, atop which perched an excited little fox. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Ye Feng calmly observed the vines behind the flames and shouted. Bai Yuhan looked at the giant python in astonishment. That familiar azure glow and golden scales could only belong to Ye Feng. Wasn't he supposed to be in Yuanji Fog City? Why was he here? With no time to ponder, Ye Feng lowered his body, allowing the two to climb on. As Yang Xiu mounted, Ye Feng shifted uneasily, likely displeased with the sensation of being ridden by a man. Grab onto my scales. I will take you away, Ye Feng growled, then conjured flames again, directing them towards the vines, attempting a sneak attack from the right. A shrill scream erupted, piercing the air. Fortunately, Ye Feng's speed far surpassed that of the vines, and he quickly evaded their pursuit. He finally came to a halt in a peculiar botanical garden glimmering with emerald light. Phew, that was terrifying, the little fox Bai Rou said, rubbing her face in fear. The two who dismounted from Ye Feng remained speechless. Just moments ago, Bai Rou had been more excited than anyone, as if riding a roller coaster. Now, tell me, how did you end up here? Ye Feng turned to the two, his tone serious. The higher-ups halted my research on the original stones, Bai Yuhan replied with evident frustration. Halted? Ye Feng was taken aback, then hesitated before continuing. You should definitely continue your research on the original stones. I have a feeling they are the key to unlocking the entire matter. The entire matter? What matter? Bai Yuhan asked, confusion evident in her eyes. Yesterday, Blue Star experienced the third fall of original stones. And I presume you have seen that it is not only within the borders of Longhua, but the entire Blue Star is facing this situation. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan and Yang Xiu nodded. They had been in contact with international forums, and the shock from other countries was no less than that of Longhua. Do you remember when I told you that in the future, the entire blue star would descend into beastification? Ye Feng said gravely. Global beastification, Bai Yuhan exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. She had almost forgotten about it. After all, the idea of global beastification seemed like a fantastical tale. Yet, the current developments forced her to confront the reality of its potential occurrence. Indeed, the facts are as such, Ye Feng replied, nodding nonchalantly as if it were a trivial matter. If that happens, will we? Bai Yuhan began, her beautiful eyes searching for a sliver of hope in Ye Feng's gaze, but she quickly felt disheartened. Is there a way to revert to human form? Yang Xiu furrowed his brow. Revert? Ye Feng was taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, he said, perhaps yes, perhaps no. In his previous life, he had only lived partway through the beastification process before being reborn. At this point, the two fell silent, and the little fox also became quiet. Original stones. Bai Rou suddenly piped up. What? The two humans and one beast looked at her in astonishment. There are many original stones ahead, Bai Rou said softly, blinking her eyes. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's pupils contracted. The Bailing fox had the ability to sense treasures, but he hadn't realized she could also sense original stones. Did she just say there were many original stones? Ye Feng's breath quickened as the giant python moved, parting the foliage that obscured their view, revealing a clear sight ahead. Blinding light reflected in their eyes, and they saw rows of neatly aligned original stones lying there as if planted like mushrooms. Why are they so orderly? A peculiar thought crossed Ye Feng's mind. Thermal imaging activated. What happened? Bai Rou looked at Ye Feng with curiosity. Nothing, Ye Feng shook his head. The thermal imaging was activated, but he could not detect any other life forms in the vicinity. He then moved to closely observe the original stones. But Bai Yuhan suddenly blocked his path. Be careful. A hint of trepidation remained in Bai Yuhan's eyes, clearly worried about encountering the vine tendrils again. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but chuckle lightly. There's no need to worry. What you encountered earlier was the devil's vine, but here is the domain of blue star grass. So there is no danger. What is blue star grass? The little fox asked curiously. Blue star grass is a gentle plant that emits a soft blue light at midnight. This glow has healing properties for mutated beasts, making it an ideal habitat. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes casting a complex glance at Ye Feng. Why did this guy seem to know everything that had just appeared? The little fox Bai Rou gazed at Ye Feng with envy. If only she understood so much, she wouldn't have wandered into Fog City, where every fierce beast sought to devour her. Upon reaching the original stones, Ye Feng began to examine them carefully. After a rough count, he noted there were 2 ancient variants and 1 mutated variant. Here lies a mutated variant of an original stone. Do you wish to merge with it? Ye Feng turned to inquire of Bai Yuhan and Yang Xiu. Bai Yuhan hesitated before shaking her head, while Yang Xiu's eyes sparkled with a hint of eagerness. When the global beastification occurs, there will be a storm of original stones raining down on Blue Star for 3 days and nights. At that time, you may be struck by some original stone, and it will be difficult to choose what species to become. Ye Feng explained. Can we not just hide at home? Bai Yuhan asked. Well, theoretically, that is possible. Ye Feng pondered before responding, but by then, the outside world will be filled with fierce beasts. Unless you never leave your home, you still cannot escape the law of the jungle. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan fell silent, her heart devoid of any remaining hope. If the moment Ye Feng described truly arrived, being human might be the greatest anomaly. All right, I will merge. On the other side, Yang Xiu finally made up his mind and replied. Yang Xiu? Bai Yuhan exclaimed. Yang Xiu displayed an earnest smile, scratching his head. The teacher tasked me with protecting you, so I must fulfill my duty. If a human body cannot protect you, then I must find another way. Hearing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Such enviable love. You can merge. Only the master of a mutated variant can discern its species. I can only estimate its level based on the stone's energy, he said. All right. Yang Xiu nodded without hesitation, walking towards the original stone and reaching out to touch it. In an instant, strands of energy enveloped Yang Xiu, and a cocoon of light emerged. We should step back, Ye Feng instructed. As they watched, the cocoon of light gradually faded, revealing a massive form lying on the ground, breathing peacefully, like a slumbering monarch. After a long moment, Ye Feng discerned the identity of the colossal beast, and his breath quickened. This is a Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 46. Departure Tyrannosaurus. Ye Feng uttered the name. The great beast before them resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex, with sharp, fierce front claws, robust legs, and a lengthy tail. However, if it were merely a common Tyrannosaurus rex. It would belong to the ancient variant category. Yet this Tyrannosaurus rex, in both size and appearance, was far more formidable than a typical specimen. Measuring nearly 20 meters in length, with dorsal fins ablaze with crimson flames. Tyrannosaurus. This was the title of respect from the previous life, as the Bawang once ranked among the top 10 beast kings. Although later replaced by other colossal beasts, its formidable reputation still echoed throughout the beast-turned-blue star. To his surprise, this mutated primordial stone turned out to be Bawang. Indeed, Ye Feng realized that in the last life, there had been rumors of Bawang incinerating hundreds of miles of the northern forest with a single flame. It seemed that Bawang was born here. Roaring, Yangxiu, transformed into Bawang, stood up, his piercing eyes radiating a captivating brilliance, sharp as a blade. Thank you, Ye Feng. I owe you a tremendous favor. Bawang adapted to his new body and spoke in human language. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a flicker of joy in his heart. It was rare to have a future legend like Bawang indebted to him. Satisfied with the strength of his body, Bawang excitedly paced back and forth, causing the trembling earth to rumble. I shall take these 2 ancient primordial stones, Ye Feng calmly stated as he glanced at the remaining stones. He had observed the patterns etched on the ancient species stones. One depicted an ancient triceratops, while the other illustrated an ancient giant wolf. However, he decided to keep them to absorb their energy. Very well, Bai Yuhan and Yang Xiu nodded gently in agreement. Ye Feng had no intention of lingering. He had come here to seek primordial stones. Although Bawang's stone had been fused by Yang Xiu, acquiring a favor in 2 ancient primordial stones was not without merit. I still need to venture to the snow plains of the Tibetan region, so I shall not tarry. Ye Feng spoke softly. The snow plains of the Tibetan region? Bai Yuhan raised her head, about to say something, but upon seeing Ye Feng's calm gaze, she stopped herself. This fellow seems to possess knowledge about the forbidden grounds of the snow plains. It's truly perplexing how he knows everything, Bai Yuhan thought, feeling quite vexed. Ye Feng chuckled softly, but remained silent. In the third drop of primordial stones, one of the stones capable of controlling ice and snow fell into the forbidden area of the snow plains in the Tibetan region. However, due to the unique geographical conditions of the snow plains, very few creatures could venture deep inside. This stone would not be discovered until much later. Naturally, Ye Feng himself could not delve deeply there, so he planned to first absorb a mutated beast that could thrive in the cold, acquiring a similar survival ability for deeper exploration. With this in mind, Ye Feng hesitated no longer, turned around, and swallowed the 2 ancient primordial stones, swiftly departing with the little fox. Yuhan, what do you plan to do next? Bawang inquired softly as he watched Ye Feng leave. Bai Yuhan looked at the remaining primordial stones, clenched her teeth slightly, and with bright eyes, replied, I do not wish to abandon my research on the primordial stones. So we intend to stay here and continue our studies. Very well, I shall accompany you, Bawang Yangxiu said decisively. I hope to unravel the mysteries within before the global beast transformation occurs, Bai Yuhan sighed. They did not discuss the remaining members of their team, as their chances of survival were exceedingly slim, including those who had fled in a truck. Hey, Big Python, why did you so directly swallow those 2 primordial stones? Doesn't your stomach hurt? The little fox asked innocently while perched on Ye Feng's head. Stones are solid. My stomach cannot digest them, so they can be temporarily stored there, Ye Feng explained. Oh, all right, that is quite disgusting, the little fox sincerely remarked. Ye Feng's lips twitched slightly, suppressing an urge to devour this creature. How did you become a fox? Do tell, Ye Feng asked, sensing that Bai Ro was likely quite young. I was originally a student at Blue Cloud City No. 1 High School. The little fox's voice suddenly grew somber. One day, my parents and I went on an outing. At midnight, I secretly left the tent to play alone. Unexpectedly, I encountered a falling stone from the sky, and then I saw a fox pattern appear before me. Ye Feng remained silent for a moment, understanding that Bai Ro must be feeling quite melancholic, so he refrained from interrupting her. They traveled in silence towards the west. 2 days later, Ye Feng finally arrived at the foot of Qingyuan, the biting cold wind making his body slightly uncomfortable. Pythons cannot survive in cold temperatures. Regardless of how Ye Feng mutated, this ancient survival rule remained unaltered. Hey, Big Python, it's so cold here. Are you really going in? The little fox shivered in the cold wind. Go in? Am I going in to commit suicide? Ye Feng silently scoffed. No, we need to head to the plains first. It's a bit cooler there. I need to learn a survival skill to be able to enter, Ye Feng explained. And me? The little fox looked stunned. You. Ye Feng hesitated, failing to articulate a clear answer. Just leave it to fate, he finally said casually. On the snow plains. A colossal beast with the body of a lion and the head of a ram, surrounded by a faint aura, trotted towards the forbidden ground. Lu Qingqing encountered many challenges along the way, including human pursuers and the greedy hunts of mutated beasts, but with her unique instincts, she was able to escape each peril. Yet, she had lost her sense of direction. She no longer understood the meaning of her existence as this monstrous creature. Hearing that the forbidden area of the snow plains was rarely visited by humans, she resolved to delve deeper and spend her remaining days there. Big Python. There are snow lotuses ahead, came the excited shout of the little fox from the plains streams, under the moonlit snow. Just then, at the thawing riverbank, a nimble little creature dashed ahead. Behind it trailed a lethargic, listless giant python, its enormous form particularly conspicuous. In truth, it was not that Ye Feng was lazy, rather. The frigid environment had sapped his energy, making him reluctant to move. He understood that this was the hibernation instinct of pythons. Arriving at the snow plains was akin to entering winter prematurely. Damn it, I feel like I'm going to die, Ye Feng thought, feeling immensely uncomfortable. Had he known, he would not have come to this plain. If he could not find prey to replenish his strength, he might truly perish. Watching the lively fox ahead, Ye Feng sighed inwardly at the hardships of a serpent's life, each step a struggle. Suddenly, a resonant trumpet echoed, invigorating Ye Feng. Here comes life. He dashed forward with excitement, only to find an immensely powerful mammoth, its size rivaling that of the 20-meter-long Ba Wang. Damn, an ancient mammoth. Ye Feng's lips twitched. He would rather provoke a tyrannosaurus than easily challenge this creature. First, the mammoth's colossal size would make it exceedingly difficult for him to strangle. Second, its robust limbs could easily crush him with a single step. Why take such a risk? After all, mutated species were not invincible. He had not yet evolved to his final form, and everything was still fraught with uncertainty. Only in his final form could he begin to showcase the advantages of his level. Hence, Ye Feng abandoned this idea and prepared to seek an alternative route. Oh whoa, oh whoa. Suddenly, the howling of wolves echoed, and a pack of enormous, ice-blue wolves surged out from the valley. This was Ding. Mysterious system scan target information. Ancient species frost wolf. Leader. Ancient species frost wolf king. 7 evolutions. Hiss, such a grand display. Ye Feng halted, eagerly preparing to witness a battle. These frost wolves had formed an effective team, and it was an ancient species team at that. Such a lineup could very well spell doom for even mutated species on the spot. However, Ye Feng's expression soon shifted, as the pack of frost wolves surrounded him and the little fox. What does this mean? Ye Feng stared blankly at the wolf pack, quickly realizing their insatiable ambition. This group of creatures was not content with just one mammoth. They had included him in their hunting targets. Kambu, you still dare to lay your hands on me? Didn't that last kick teach you a lesson? The mammoth, encircled by the frost wolf pack, showed no signs of alarm, seemingly accustomed to such situations. Oh. Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with interest, for it appeared that these two individuals bore a grudge against each other, and their ability to call each other by name indicated their awareness of one another's transformation. Huh, if it weren't for your careless oversight last time, how could you possibly have escaped our encirclement? The frost wolf leader scoffed. Wolves are the sovereigns of the plains. Since the heavens have allowed me to become the master of the frost wolves, there must be a reason for it. Today, I shall fulfill my divine mandate and devour you. He continued. Ye Feng observed that the mammoth seemed unusually silent. Our enmity has nothing to do with anyone else. Let them depart. The mammoth suddenly spoke. My goodness. Ye Feng gasped, his gaze towards the mammoth shifting entirely. Initially, he had assumed this creature to be a simple, honest being, considering its transformation into a mammoth. Yet, it was now evident that this creature was quite cunning. Indeed, one should never judge an animal by its appearance. Much like the infernal divine bull he had encountered previously. A giant python? Are you also a deity sent to partake in our battle? The frost wolf regarded Ye Feng with a wary expression, voicing his confusion. Did these creatures view their transformation into ferocious beasts as a divine blessing? Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words. Surely they must watch television. You are a deity sent to assist the Kambu, aren't you? If so, you too shall perish here today. The frost wolf scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly sneering. How presumptuous. I have said nothing, yet you regard me as an enemy. It is precisely individuals like you who accumulate countless foes and meet the swiftest demise. Ye Feng retorted, though he remained poised for battle. It is time. The mammoth abruptly revealed a knowing smile, then let out a mighty roar, stamping its hooves firmly against the ground. Moo. From afar, the resounding trumpeting of a mammoth echoed as 3 enormous creatures, each as formidable as a small mountain, charged forward like cannonballs. Oh no. The frost wolves' expressions shifted dramatically as they huddled together, casting wary glances at the four mammoths. Regardless of rank, there existed a disparity in strength. A lone frost wolf would certainly not prevail against a mammoth, thus they had previously focused on besieging the one named Kanbu. Yet, they had not anticipated that the mammoth had also gathered its kin, having merely delayed for their arrival. The advantageous position once held by the frost wolves suddenly became precarious, as four mammoths faced nearly 20 frost wolves, making the outcome uncertain. Oh, Ye Feng realized, suddenly understanding why these ferocious beasts traveled in packs. During the descent of the original stones, a peculiar phenomenon known as stone splitting occurred. These stones would fracture upon falling, and those who touched them would transform into the same ferocious beasts, subconsciously developing a sense of kinship. Clearly, the frost wolves had encountered stone splitting, and the same applied to the four mammoths. How delightful this spectacle shall be, Ye Feng mused, withdrawing from the encirclement with the little fox, eagerly observing the unfolding drama. The frost wolves ceased to pursue Ye Feng, as the four mammoths now posed a significant threat. Moo! The mammoth let out a roar and took the initiative to attack. Bang! Its sturdy limbs lifted off the ground before crashing down into the snowy expanse. One frost wolf, caught off guard, was brutally trampled into the ground, its fate sealed. Ye Feng could not help but narrow his eyes, gaining a deeper understanding of the mammoth named Kanbu, decisive and ruthless. Damn it! The frost wolf pack, suffering an inauspicious start, heard their leader curse angrily before issuing a long howl, commanding the wolves to maintain distance from the mammoths and form ranks. With their numerical superiority, the frost wolves swiftly regained the initiative in battle. Wolves are agile and unpredictable, while the mammoths, hindered by their size, moved slowly and clumsily. After several exchanges, although a few frost wolves were struck, the majority suffered injuries from the wolf's sharp claws and fangs. Kanbu, we cannot continue like this. One of the mammoths voiced its unease. Kanbu's eyes flickered, but it could not devise a suitable strategy. The mammoths could not match the speed of the frost wolves. Escaping was impossible, so they must intimidate the frost wolves to drive them away. Oh well. At that moment, 3 frost wolves lunged forward in unison, attempting to inflict wounds on the vocal mammoth. However, they were taken aback when the mammoth charged forward, its robust body colliding with the wolves, sending the 3 smaller creatures flying. By sheer coincidence, they landed right before Kanbu. With a swift movement, Kanbu seized the opportunity, raising its forelimbs to trample 2 frost wolves into the pit, further depleting their ranks. Moo! The mammoth was invigorated, and the surviving frost wolves no longer dared to linger beneath the colossal creatures, retreating hastily. This is bad. Witnessing his pack's wavering resolve, the frost wolf leader felt a pang of reluctance, but was powerless to act. The 4 mammoths, when combined, were far too formidable. They could only strike when the enemy was isolated. TSK, this wolf pack is lacking. Ye Feng shook his head. The cohesion and coordination of the wolves paled in comparison to that of the mammoths. Thus, the wolves were destined for a dismal defeat. Ha, foolish wolves! A melodious voice rang out, causing Ye Feng to freeze in place. He turned to see the little fox, Bai Rou, gazing innocently at him. If Ye Feng had hands, he would have surely covered his face in shame at having such a foolish companion. What did you say? The frost wolf pack turned to face Ye Feng. The leader's expression one of rage. It was one thing to be bested by the mammoths, but to be looked down upon by such a small fox was intolerable. Unable to defeat 4 mammoths, did they truly believe they could not handle a python and a little fox? Observing the drool dripping from the frost wolf's fangs, the little fox cowered behind Ye Feng, frightened. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? The little creature was bewildered. Ye Feng rolled his eyes. Did she not have any self-awareness? You all better not come any closer. The giant python is very powerful. It can easily defeat the great brain axe. The little fox feigned calmness, attempting to frighten the wolves away. Ye Feng's lips twitched. This creature was utterly troublesome. He truly wished to cast her aside. The great brain axe? The frost wolf leader paused momentarily before erupting into laughter with his subordinates. You, a mere child, dare to mock us? Today, the mammoths will go hungry. A little fox will suffice as a side dish. The frost wolf leader replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's indifferent gaze fell upon the frost wolf as he remarked displeased. We have no enmity between us. The little one is merely thoughtless and spoke without thinking. There is no need to take her life, esteemed one. The frost wolf leader narrowed his eyes, a scrutinizing gaze resting upon Ye Feng. His target was never the fox. How could such a small creature satisfy the appetites of these wolves? I recall that snakes tend to lose their combat effectiveness in cold weather, the frost wolf leader stated abruptly, seemingly without context. As Ye Feng heard this, his expression grew increasingly grave. These frost wolves were not merely testing the waters. They were genuinely preparing to attack. I advise you not to make a grave mistake. Ye Feng bared his fangs, his expression turning increasingly menacing. Although his combat prowess would diminish in such frigid conditions, if these frost wolves insisted on being aggressive, he feared. The frost wolf leader let out a roar, prompting the remaining subordinates to assume an aggressive stance. Ye Feng keenly discerned a glimmer of hunger in their eyes. They had entered a state of ravenous desperation, explaining their willingness to wage war. However, could they not defeat the mammoths? Were they really so naive as to think he would be an easy target? Step back. Ye Feng used his tail to gently push the little fox aside, raising his fearsome head as a colossal python materialized before the gathered beasts. The actions of the Shuanglong momentarily halted as they realized the immense size of Ye Feng's body, measuring an astonishing 40 meters. In a one-on-one confrontation, it seemed that none of the ferocious beasts present could match his strength. However, the arrow was already knocked, and they had no choice but to release it. Moreover, the combat prowess of the python would diminish in the frigid weather. This enormous serpent, whose origins were unknown, might not even pose a challenge to them. Kanbu, shall we assist? One mammoth approached Kanbu, gazing towards the imminent battle with concern. Named Kanbu, the mammoth observed Ye Feng and the pack of Shuanglong for a brief moment before shaking his head nonchalantly. No need. This giant python will not perish. Upon hearing this, the mammoth was taken aback. Given the strength of the Shuanglong, any single mammoth would stand no chance against them. So how could this giant python possibly endure? Suddenly, one Shuanglong's sharp claws grazed Ye Feng, igniting a shower of sparks. With a resounding thud, Ye Feng's massive tail swung around, striking the head of the Shuanglong, sending it tumbling into the adjacent icy waters. This was an inauspicious beginning. The expression on the Shuanglong leader's face turned a ghastly shade of green. He had not anticipated his subordinates to be so ineffective, getting bested right from the start. After a considerable time, the Shuanglong managed to emerge from the icy water, but it trembled uncontrollably, clearly unable to continue fighting. This resulted in a direct loss of one Shuanglong's combat capabilities. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up within the Shuanglong leader as he turned to look back, only to find his remaining subordinates displaying expressions of fear. After all, this giant python appeared even more formidable than the mammoths, and according to human understanding, serpents were among the most fearsome beasts. Naturally, they felt trepidation. What are you afraid of? It's just one. Do we wolves really fear a solitary snake? The Shuanglong leader bellowed in frustration. Instantly, several Shuanglong felt ashamed and lowered their heads. Useless creatures. The Shuanglong leader cursed vehemently, his eyes now scrutinizing Ye Feng. The surface of this creature's body was covered in a layer of golden scales, seemingly possessing extraordinary defensive capabilities, while the Shuanglong's advantages lay in their teeth. Thus, the leader quickly devised a combat strategy. Let us attack as a group, aiming to dislodge its scales with our teeth. Without its scales, how can it defend itself? The Shuanglong leader sneered. With a unified howl, several Shuanglong charged forward, leaping into action. Ye Feng swung his massive tail, but only connected with one Shuanglong midair, while the other three landed squarely on him. The sharp teeth of the Shuanglong gnawed at Ye Feng's scales, and the tremendous biting force startled him, causing his heart to grow faint. He suddenly recalled the Shuanglong's capabilities. It was their teeth. The Shuanglong possessed teeth as hard as ice, endowing them with immense biting power. When their teeth sank into their prey, it would experience excruciating cold, causing the blood from the wounds to cool rapidly, leading to a swift demise. At this moment, the Shuanglong could not breach his defenses but could use their teeth to pry at his scales. The freezing effect would render his scales rigid, and over time, Ye Feng felt his heart begin to sink while he frantically thrashed his body. Curse it! Ye Feng roared inwardly, then opened his mouth to unleash flames. The Shuanglong had not anticipated that Ye Feng possessed such a remarkable ability. In pain, they jumped back several meters, one of them even scorched by the flames. Writhing on the ground in agony, the situation momentarily reached a stalemate. As the wolf pack recoiled once more, this giant python was too enigmatic, boasting formidable defenses and the ability to spew fire. This is bad. Observing his subordinates' reactions, the Shuanglong leader grew increasingly anxious. If he were to abandon the giant python now, he would lose all authority among the Shuanglong in the future. With a fierce roar, the Shuanglong leader charged forward, leading by example. Ye Feng focused intently and swung his tail. It was an empty strike. The Shuanglong leader, using agile movements, clasped his claws into the gaps of Ye Feng's scales, and bit down on a piece of the armor. With a ripping sound, a golden scale detached from Ye Feng's body. The Shuanglong leader fell back, but triumphantly held the golden scale in his mouth, his eyes gleaming with pride. Resembling a victorious knight. Ugh! Ye Feng winced in pain, a feral glare appearing in his eyes. The energy expended in breathing fire was considerable, and in this frigid weather, his stamina dwindled exponentially. Having just caught his breath, he was caught off guard by this accursed Shuanglong. The Shuanglong leader's actions undoubtedly invigorated the rest of the pack, encouraging them to gradually press closer to Ye Feng. The little fox watched anxiously, her snowy paws scratching the ground in worry. Yet she felt utterly powerless in the face of the unfolding chaos. Though she too was a mutated being, she lacked any combat abilities and could only serve in a supportive role. This cannot continue. I will be exhausted eventually. As time passed, Ye Feng lost several more scales, his stamina waning, rendering his movements sluggish and clumsy. He needed to find an opening. Thoughts whirled in Ye Feng's mind. Suddenly, he noticed that one Shuanglong seemed to be limping. It appeared to have sustained injuries from its earlier battle with the mammoth. A spark of realization ignited within Ye Feng as he deliberately exposed a weakness to this Shuanglong. The Shuanglong's eyes lit up, driven by a desire for quick success. It pounced at Ye Feng, oblivious to the fact that Ye Feng's massive maw waited just behind. In a mere moment of deceptive positioning, the unfortunate Shuanglong was caught in Ye Feng's jaws, its venomous fangs secreting poison, gradually paralyzing the creature. Ultimately, the Shuanglong ceased to draw breath. Ye Feng swallowed the Shuanglong whole, then cast a menacing glance around at the remaining Shuanglong. Indeed, this gaze proved effective, instilling fear among the pack. A wolf has fallen. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng swiftly utilized the system to digest the Shuanglong. Ding! Congratulations, you have devoured the ancient species Shuanglong, achieving 3 evolutionary advancements. You have gained 78 growth points, 3 strength attribute points, and acquired the special ability, Frost Physique. Frost Physique, able to endure the frigid weather of the far north. Moving with ease amidst glaciers, an essential skill for home and travel. The familiar electronic voice resonated. The fortune of the lucky star had not disappointed Ye Feng, bestowing upon him the survival ability he had hoped for. Damn it, this overwhelming luck has nowhere to go. He activated the Frost Physique without hesitation. In an instant, a chilling aura surged through him, and the discomfort he had felt dissipated entirely. Not only that, but in this cold environment, he felt a sensation akin to a fish returning to water. His combat prowess began to surge, his state approaching perfection. As Ye Feng transformed from the state of being overwhelmed to one of dominance, spewing flames and knocking several Shuanglong to the ground. Why does it seem like this python has suddenly grown stronger? In the distance, several mammoths had been observing the battle, and they noticed the shift in Ye Feng's state. One mammoth expressing astonishment. Even Kambu wore an expression of disbelief. Previously, Ye Feng's attacks appeared feeble and ineffectual, unable to shake off the Shuanglong that had leaped upon him. However, after consuming a Shuanglong, he had turned the tides of battle. It was not that he had grown stronger. Rather, he was no longer hindered by the cold. Kambu gazed deeply at Ye Feng, recognizing him as an extraordinarily powerful beast. Earlier, the cold had hampered his abilities, leading everyone to believe he was merely a sickly serpent. In reality, he was the most terrifying presence on the battlefield. Hissing, Ye Feng grew more formidable with each engagement, fully restored to his prime state, and showed no fear toward the remaining Shuanglong, swiftly overwhelming them in mere moments. Boss, I feel like this python has become stronger. At this moment, the Shuanglong began to realize something was amiss, and now only 7 capable Shuanglong remained. From nearly 20, they had suffered significant losses. Boss, we should retreat. The Shuanglong urged one another. I must eliminate it today. The Frostwolf chief exclaimed with fury, driven mad by hunger and constant assaults. The Frostwolf chief disregarded his subordinates' pleas and charged recklessly at Ye Feng, only to be ensnared by the prepared Ye Feng. As Ye Feng's strength surged, the Frostwolf chief felt an overwhelming suffocation akin to a rising tide. Your fate is sealed, Ye Feng sneered, sinking his fangs deep into the creature's neck. The Frostwolf chief's eyes dulled, and he succumbed to death. Ye Feng swallowed him whole, yet the reward was merely growth points and attribute points. In truth, he was intrigued by the Frostwolf's ability to freeze blood, but alas, the system did not grant him that skill. The remaining Frostwolves, witnessing their leader's demise, exchanged glances before scattering in all directions. Wow, great job, Big Python. The little fox by Ro exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She realized that no fierce beast could rival Ye Feng. He was simply too powerful. Just a bunch of clowns. Ye Feng chuckled smugly. At that moment, a mammoth approached. Speaking in a gentle and polite tone, Ye Feng recognized it as the mammoth named Kanbu and greeted it with a puzzled, "Hello, mammoth brother. The tundra is not suitable for serpents. You seem to have another purpose for being here," the mammoth inquired straightforwardly. "Indeed. I am searching for something that requires me to venture deeper into the forbidden tundra," Ye Feng replied calmly. "I see," the mammoth said, a hint of realization in its voice. If Ye Feng had come to devour them, another fierce battle would be inevitable. "Mammoth brother, you have just helped our family eliminate a significant threat. I have some news that may be of use to you." The mammoth hesitated before continuing. "What news?" Ye Feng inquired, slightly taken aback. "A new overlord has emerged in the forbidden tundra, a creature never before seen on this blue planet. This behemoth can control the frigid winds, turning beings into ice sculptures. Most importantly, it is a flying creature, resembling an eagle but 3 times larger than the average eagle." The mammoth's words stunned Ye Feng, and his expression darkened. Controlling frigid winds. Could it be a mutated species, the hurricane snow eagle? Ye Feng murmured. His mind clouded with apprehension about entering the forbidden tundra. It is well known that flying raptors are the natural enemies of serpents, whether eagle or hawk. They can severely restrict his movements. Not long ago, Ye Feng had dealt with an ancient giant eagle. But that creature had only undergone 2 evolutionary stages and was an ancient species. However, this hurricane snow eagle was a genuine mutated species, a creature of equal standing to him. Moreover, to become the overlord of the forbidden tundra, it must have evolved at least 4 times. Confronting such a being would likely spell his doom. Yet, he could not afford to pass up the opportunity to acquire the super mutated species core, which he had earmarked for Yi Ling's fusion stone. Determined, Ye Feng resolved to take the risk. The forbidden tundra is perpetually cloaked in snowstorms. It is possible that the hurricane snow eagle would not detect him, even if, by misfortune, he were targeted, as long as he displayed sufficient strength. The hurricane snow eagle might hesitate to attack. With a sliver of hope, Ye Feng stepped into the forbidden tundra, a desolate land ravaged by raging snowstorms. Occasionally, he encountered a few creatures, but they vanished from sight before he could discern their forms. Unbeknownst to him, the instant he entered the forbidden tundra, a pair of eyes in the sky fixed upon him. Chapter 50. Hurricane Snow Eagle Dam. The snow is so heavy that even the eagle's vision is rendered useless. Ye Feng trudged through the blizzard, struggling to make progress, while the little fox by Ro, perched atop his head, had completely hidden herself. "Big Python, why don't we take a break today? Just give me a bit of the snow lotus I found. I'm hungry," the little fox's voice piped up. "I already digested that snow lotus," Ye Feng replied irritably. "What?" The little fox gasped in dismay. "You're lying. Didn't you say your belly could hold things and wouldn't digest them?" "I was referring to the core stone. It's solid and, of course, cannot be digested," Ye Feng explained helplessly. "Gross," the little fox retorted. "But you're right. We should indeed stop and not search aimlessly any longer." Ye Feng pondered. The moment he entered the tundra, he lost all sense of direction. Although he could vaguely recall the core's location from his past life, the snowstorm obscured his bearings. Unless he had a GPS attached to him, he would likely never find the core stone. He could only wait for the storm to subside. With a sigh, Ye Feng lamented. "Ye Feng," the little fox suddenly cried out, causing his spirits to soar. "What is it?" he asked, focusing intently on the little fox. Bai Ro clung tightly to the giant python's head, her eyes reflecting a hint of lingering fear. "I felt something watching us just now," she explained. "What was it?" Ye Feng asked, momentarily taken aback, as an unsettling chill crept into his heart. He looked up at the sky. The snowstorm blurred his vision. But with the extraordinary ability of eagle's vision, he managed to spot a dark shadow circling above. In an instant, Ye Feng's heart sank. They were being targeted by the hurricane snow eagle. No wonder they had been enveloped in the storm since entering. It was this creature's doing. He could not afford to let his guard down. Ye Feng's instincts screamed at him. He understood the hunting habits of such flying raptors. They possess remarkable eyesight and acute observation skills, waiting for their prey to let down its guard before striking. The moment Ye Feng showed even the slightest vulnerability, he could be in for a perilous aerial ride. Lost and directionless, he knew he could not escape this forbidden land, so he had no choice but to press on. Yet, he realized he would eventually relax. As he moved forward, his mind raced with thoughts. He refrained from informing Bai Ro about their observer, knowing that her temperament would only lead to frantic screams, potentially alarming the hurricane snow eagle. System, open the encyclopedia and search for hurricane snow eagle. At such a distance, Ye Feng could not scan for information on the hurricane snow eagle. Though unaware of its evolutionary stages, he could at least learn about its weaknesses. ID 375. Hurricane Snow Eagle. a mutated species resembling an eagle with white feathers and a black body. It possesses the ability to see through blizzards and can manipulate cold winds, creating snowstorms. Enemies. Counters: serpents, cattle, sheep, wolves. Weakness: the hurricane snow eagle's expansive wings can obscure the sky, allowing it to control air currents. However, this is also its fatal flaw. Due to its large wing area, it is susceptible to attacks. If its wings are damaged, it can no longer fly. The system's response illuminated Ye Feng's mind. Indeed, he had brought down the last giant eagle by striking its wing. And this hurricane snow eagle could very well fall victim to the same strategy. While wings are the weapons that allow eagles to dominate the skies, they also represent their critical vulnerability. Once they lose their wings, they become mere kites, destined to plummet. With this realization, Ye Feng no longer feared the hurricane snow eagle. Instead, he found himself eagerly anticipating an attack from it. He wondered if devouring a flying raptor might grant him the ability to fly. If that were the case, it would be nothing short of exhilarating. Omnipotent system, grant me a pair of wings. Ye Feng silently prayed as he deliberately weakened his presence, inviting the hurricane snow eagle to lower its guard and strike. The hurricane snow eagle circled overhead, while Ye Feng, seemingly blind in the snowstorm, remained oblivious to the clarity of vision possessed by the snow eagle. On the vast, desolate snowfield, a colossal python slithered slowly, with a small fox perched atop its head. This unusual pairing seemed strange at first, but the snow sculpture soon realized that they were both transformed from humans, rendering the sight less curious. What truly instilled a sense of trepidation was the python's immense size. Its sinuous length resembled that of a dragon, compelling caution. Such a massive serpent could hardly be an ordinary species, and should misfortune strike, it would spell disaster. Therefore, the snow sculpture followed the giant python for quite some time without taking action, fearful of a counterattack. Suddenly, the python ventured into a valley, vanishing from sight. This left the snow sculpture momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of anxiety. A creature of such size could provide substantial nourishment, possibly facilitating its fifth evolution, and it could not allow this opportunity to slip away. However, it recalled that the valley was a narrow, winding path, not conducive to flight. Yet, unwilling to forfeit this chance, it lowered its altitude, allowing a full view of the valley's landscape, which alleviated some of its trepidation. Consequently, it searched for the python's trail. But after searching for quite a while, it found nothing. Had it concealed itself? The snow sculpture felt a jolt of realization, a warning ringing in its mind. Danger was imminent, but it was too late. The python had somehow climbed the cliff and lay in ambush along its path, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the snow sculpture flew by, the python lunged forward, its massive jaws wide open, sinking its teeth into the creature's wing. A cry of despair escaped the snow sculpture as gravity took hold, causing its wings to droop, with only the left wing still flapping. But it was insufficient to maintain altitude, leading to a rapid descent. The python was elated, fearing that its fiery breath would not suffice to capture this creature. It chose to engage directly, thus opting for this valley ambush. The snow sculpture quickly realized it had fallen into a trap. Its dwindling altitude made its predicament painfully clear. The python would not release its grip, and prolonging the struggle would only lead to its demise. With this thought, a resolute glint appeared in its eyes. Abruptly, it ceased flying. The python was taken aback, sensing the swift change in air currents, and understood the snow sculpture's intent. This creature sought to perish alongside it. In disbelief, the python thought, there must be a better way to resolve this. However, time was not on its side. The valley, though not exceedingly high, still posed a deadly threat from several hundred meters above. If no solution was found, both would meet their end. The air around them whistled ominously, and the python's heart plummeted. On land, it could dominate the battlefield, but in the air, it had no means of defense. The python envisioned itself splattered on the ground, while the snow sculpture appeared exhilarated at the prospect of mutual destruction. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded. A massive white beast collided with them from the side, alleviating some of the impending impact. The python felt a wave of pain, but was not mortally injured. After regaining composure, it beheld a magnificent creature resembling a lion with the body of a goat. The system chimed in. Target identified. Ancient superspecies, Baize, 1 evolution. Baize. According to the Shennongjia, there exists a beast named Baize in the eastern mountains, capable of speech, possessing virtue, and illuminating the distant shadows. Gradually, the python regained its senses, and a spark of exhilaration ignited within. It was indeed Baize. In ancient times, Baize was revered as an auspicious beast, imbued with mythological significance, yet it had genuinely existed, though long extinct. In the system's classification, Baize was indeed an ancient superspecies. What thrilled the python was not merely the sudden appearance of the Baize, nor that it had saved its life, but rather the identity of Baize. It was Lu Qingqing. Indeed, in its previous life, Lu Qingqing had transformed into a Baize just like this one and had saved it, guiding it through the apocalypse. The number of Baize was scarce. The python had only seen one in its past life, and it was almost certain this Baize was Lu Qingqing. Upon rescuing the two beasts, Lu Qingqing's lively eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation as she began to retreat, casting a wary glance at the python. The python, confused, called out to her, wanting to approach, but she startled and dashed into the snowfield. Why did you scare her away, giant snake? A small fox scurried over, expressing discontent. The python was momentarily taken aback, its gaze shifting to Bai Rou. She had been grooming herself nearby, the most beautiful creature it had ever seen. However, she seemed unaware of why she had suddenly approached them. Bai Rou explained in a crisp voice, I don't know why she ran toward you. The python, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of inspiration and hurriedly inquired of the system. System, investigate Baize's abilities. Baize, special ability. Fortuitous blessing, future sight. Fortuitous blessing. Baize possesses the ability to bestow luck within a certain range. This ability left the python momentarily stunned. Luck protection seemed akin to its own fortune. An intangible concept, yet somehow tangible. The python wholeheartedly agreed. It then examined the second ability. Future sight. Baize expends immense energy to foretell significant future events. This was the key. The python gazed towards the direction Lu Qingqing had departed, its eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Lu Qingqing must have used her foresight to save it from a fatal fall. She had appeared so fierce in class, yet her true nature was one of kindness. If only she had comprehended the dangers of the beastly world, she would not have met her demise in the previous life. Once we deal with this snow sculpture, we shall pursue her, the python stated, its gaze resolute. The small fox looked puzzled. Snow sculpture? A cry of desperation echoed nearby as the snow sculpture struggled in vain. The python, endowed with the formidable golden scales, combined with the impact reduction from Lu Qingqing's collision, sustained no significant injuries. In contrast, the snow sculpture, albeit a master of the skies, was inherently fragile, vulnerable on land, easily dispatched even by a hyena. After the fall, the snow sculpture's right wing struck the ground and had completely lost its ability to fly. In the python's grasp, it resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Children should not witness this. It is not suitable for the young, the python remarked to the small fox, then slithered closer to the snow sculpture. Bai Rou rolled her eyes but remained silent, turning away. Though a carnivorous creature, she had only feasted on small rabbits caught by the python during their journey. The prospect of devouring a large creature like the snow sculpture was gruesome, and she had no desire to witness it. Spare me, and I will allow you to leave this place, becoming the ruler. The snow sculpture, witnessing the python approach, had lost all its previous arrogance and begged for mercy. Ruler? The python scoffed. It had no interest in becoming the sovereign of this frozen wasteland, where temperatures plummeted and perpetual snow prevailed. Even with its frost-resistant ability, it could not change its aversion to such an environment. Moreover, it had only subdued the snow sculpture by employing cunning, should it regain its wings. Finding another opportunity to bring it down would be exceedingly difficult. Conversely, this hurricane snow sculpture, if it were to harbor grudges, could easily take advantage of its rest periods to strike. Release the sculpture? Absolutely not. This is a fresh and delectable source of growth, right at my lips. How could I possibly spit it out? Ye Feng paid no heed to the pleas of the hurricane snow sculpture. With a gaping maw, he slowly swallowed the creature whole. Ding! Digesting system engaged. Congratulations, you have devoured the mutated hurricane snow sculpture. You have gained 423 growth points. You have acquired a speed attribute increase of 20. Is that all? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, then he sighed in relief. This outcome was not unexpected. Rather, it would have been absurd if the system had gifted him a pair of grand wings. A snake sprouting wings? Merely contemplating it feels bizarre. How is it that you consume food without your belly expanding? Bai Rou turned her gaze back, observing Ye Feng's flat abdomen, and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This was not the first day she had pondered this question, but previously, the animals Ye Feng had consumed were not particularly large, which had not aroused her curiosity. However, the hurricane snow sculpture they had just consumed was several dozen meters long. How could Ye Feng's belly remain so small? My digestive system is rather impressive. Ye Feng replied calmly. Digestive system? Bai Rou was momentarily stunned, her fox-like eyes filled with skepticism. Surely, No one possesses such an extraordinary digestive system? Ye Feng chose not to respond further, for he had not spoken untruths. Indeed, digestion and the system were distinct. His system was particularly formidable. Let us seek out Shennongjia, Ye Feng suggested. Wait, who is Shennongjia? Bai Rou asked, her expression one of confusion. Why was it that she always found herself lost in these conversations? Shennongjia is that magnificent Baizé beast. She is my homeroom teacher. If it weren't for her, you might never see me again, Ye Feng clarified. Oh, I see. Thankfully, Bai Rou's intelligence was not overly high, so she did not dwell on why Ye Feng could identify the Baizé beast as Lu Qingqing. Along the way, Ye Feng seized the opportunity to check his attribute panel. Host, Ye Feng 5 evolution species. Undying Python evolution points. 789, 1,600 points required for next evolution abilities. Venomous fangs. Breath of flame, golden scales, eagle vision, frost resilient strength, 266 speed, 207 defense, 253 physique, 235. Chapter 52. Ice Spring Valley. Throughout the journey, no trace of Lu Qingqing was visible. Even though the hurricane snow sculpture was no longer manipulating the airflow to obscure their view, the snowfall remained heavy, covering any footprints on the ground. The thick snow concealed evidence, rendering it exceedingly difficult to locate Shennongjia. Ye Feng swayed his body and sighed. The little fox remained silent, weakly perched atop Ye Feng's head, the cold temperature sapping her energy. Ye Feng activated his eagle vision and suddenly spotted a strand of snow-white fur on the ground. He swiftly approached and sniffed the fur. It bore the scent of Shennongjia. Ye Feng's mood brightened. While he had not found her, at least he was assured that he was on the right path. This route led consistently to the summit of Qingyuan. Could it be that Shennongjia had ventured there? Ye Feng did not dwell on it further, resuming his pursuit. Ye Feng, look over there. Bai Rou, perched above, suddenly called out. In the direction she indicated, chaos was evident, clearly the aftermath of a battle. These traces. Ye Feng glanced over and instantly felt his pupils constrict, a chill running down his spine. The ground was twisted and chaotic, with undulating depressions. These were signs of a python's battle. How could this be? Was there a giant python roaming this vast snowfield? Ye Feng struggled to contain his astonishment. Judging by visual assessment, this giant python was certainly not smaller than he. Moreover, a python capable of surviving in a snowy expanse must be a mutated species. System. Open the bestiary. Ye Feng swiftly searched within his mind, searching for snake species capable of surviving in snowy weather. Ding, system query in progress. 3 snake species meet the criteria. Mutated frost origin giant python. Mutated frost leaf snake. Mutated ice lake giant python. Mutated frost origin giant python. Inhabits snowy plateaus. Massive in size, can reach 20 meters at birth, characterized by stealth and ambush. Mutated frost leaf snake. Small in size, highly venomous, resides in snowy regions, adapted to cold. Mutated ice lake giant python. Prefers to dwell beneath icy lake waters, possessing strong respiratory capabilities that allow it to swim for half a month, with formidable constricting power. Evidently, the only qualifying species was the first, the mutated frost origin giant python, of which Ye Feng had never heard in his previous life. However, merely based on its description, it was clear this was no ordinary creature. It could very well be a cunning adversary. Although he was now aware of the creature's identity, Ye Feng did not let his guard down. As snakes are ectothermic animals, his thermal sensing would not be effective against kin. Ordinary snakes rely on scent to locate each other, and in snowy weather, the sense of smell was severely diminished. Thus, while he could not find the creature, it could very well lie in wait for him. The enemy lurks in the shadows, while I remain exposed. Whoosh. What was that? Bai Rou keenly sensed a shadow passing through the snow, her nerves heightened. Ye Feng, with his eagle vision, saw even more clearly. It was an entirely snow-white python, easily overlooked without concentrated attention. Thankfully, Ye Feng felt a measure of relief as the snowfield giant python appeared to have its sights set on them. This indicated that the python had not fed recently, otherwise, it would not have focused on them. It seemed Shennongjia was temporarily safe. Hiss. The faint sound of a snake's hiss carried through the wind and snow, causing Ye Feng to tense his nerves. Based on the system's guidance, this frost origin giant python favored ambush tactics, and he had yet to gauge its offensive capabilities. After enduring so many days, Ye Feng had realized that his defenses were not invincible. At least one giant beast had breached his golden scales. Suddenly, a violent disturbance erupted within the snowstorm. A snow-white serpent's head emerging, its cold, indifferent gaze mirroring Ye Feng's usual demeanor. The frost origin giant python. As Ye Feng's heart raced, He suddenly realized the serpent's head was mere moments away, its gaping maw snapping viciously at him. Clang! A sound akin to steel clashing erupted. Ye Feng barely had time to turn his head before the frost-origin giant python coiled its body and vanished into the snowstorm. By the time Ye Feng glanced back, he could only see a tail resembling a massive pillar. What incredible speed! As Ye Feng reflected, his expression darkened. The creature's swiftness was such that he had not even had the opportunity to check its evolution count. However, judging by its speed, he could estimate it was at least 5 evolutions deep, if not more. Big Python, are you all right? Bai Rou inquired with concern, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Thankfully, that giant python had not bitten her. I am fine, Ye Feng replied flatly. The snowfield giant python indeed had a speed advantage due to the snow. Yet its strength was not as formidable as he had imagined. It had not even breached his golden scale defenses. However, the sense of being in the dark while the enemy lurked unseen was quite unsettling. If only he could also utilize the snow to conceal himself. Despite these thoughts, Ye Feng remained entirely focused on his surroundings. Hee, it was you who killed the hurricane snow sculpture, was it not? A series of ominous words emerged. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, unable to discern the speaker's location. After a moment of contemplation, he replied nonchalantly, Indeed, we did. If you leave now, we may coexist in peace. Otherwise, you will meet your end. The frost-origin giant python fell silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. Do you think I am unaware? You cannot locate my position. The reason it was currently engaging in dialogue with Ye Feng was purely due to being intimidated by his astonishing defenses. However, it did not wish to abandon Ye Feng as prey, thus it delayed to observe while seeking an opportunity for its next strike. In response to the frost-origin giant python's words, Ye Feng merely curled his lips. It was true that he could not pinpoint the creature's location. Yet this beast also dared not strike recklessly. Did you encounter a snow-white giant beast earlier? Ye Feng inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. How does it matter? It has already been consumed by me. You should obediently accept your fate and allow me to devour you. The Shennongjia sneered. Ye Feng, rendered momentarily speechless, felt a surge of relief upon confirming that Lu Qingqing had indeed traversed this area. He proceeded onward, disinterested in squandering time with the Shennongjia. As he journeyed, Ye Feng sensed the presence of the Shennongjia lurking nearby, remaining concealed. The ice spring valley suddenly revealed itself before him, marked by a massive stone tablet inscribed with 3 characters. This is it. Ye Feng's eyes brightened. The ice spring valley was the birthplace of the super-mutated species in his past life. Surely the original stone lay within. However, the temperature within the valley was extremely frigid, making it inhospitable for ordinary beasts. Ye Feng was uncertain whether his acquired frost constitution could withstand such conditions. Yet he resolved to attempt it. Upon entering the ice spring valley, a snow-white giant python appeared at the valley's entrance, its cold eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and apprehension. Ultimately, it cast a reluctant glance towards the valley before turning away. Chapter 53. The ice spider swarm. The Shennongjia did not follow. Ye Feng noticed this anomaly and found himself momentarily distracted. Following the demise of the hurricane snow sculpture, the Shennongjia had become the sovereign of this snowy wasteland, albeit only for the present. The future was fraught with uncertainties. No one could guarantee survival until the end. Nevertheless, the Shennongjia now traversed the snowy expanse with ease, so why had it chosen not to pursue him? Could it be that the ice spring valley concealed a more formidable beast? Or perhaps it feared the transformation of Lu Qingqing into a Baizhe? No, that was impossible. Baizhe was not a combat-oriented beast, and when Ye Feng had encountered Lu Qingqing earlier, her number of evolutions clearly did not exceed 3. Baizhe could not contend with the Shennongjia. Perhaps it had merely escaped by chance. Thus, only the first possibility remained. This was dire. If so, Lu Qingqing had likely already encountered the terrifying beasts within the ice spring valley. Ye Feng hastily retracted his thoughts and dashed into the valley, the biting cold wind whipping around him like a whirlwind, making it difficult for him to breathe and forcing the little fox to curl up tightly. Giant Python, what exactly are you searching for? Came Bai Rou's plaintive voice from above. Although she possessed some resistance to the cold, she could not endure the extreme chill of the ice spring valley. In my past life, I never ventured into the ice spring valley. I never anticipated the temperature to be so frigid. Ye Feng gritted his teeth as he pressed forward. The frost constitution endowed him with significant resistance to the cold, yet it could not erase his disdain for snowy weather. He fervently wished to locate Sister Qingqing and the original stone swiftly, and then depart from this place. With a sigh, Ye Feng activated his thermal perception, fervently scanning his surroundings. At last, a surge of warmth invigorated him. Yet, his expression soon hardened. For it was evident that Lu Qingqing's situation was perilous. A hot spring bubbled amidst the icy landscape, surrounded by frost-covered grasses, a stark contrast. The Ice Spring Valley contained such a place. Ye Feng marveled, memories flooding back of an author's depiction of a sacred site from centuries past. Suddenly, piercing shrieks echoed from all directions, and a swarm of massive spiders, their bodies entirely encased in ice and thick white fur, emerged before him. System scan, ancient species. Ice spider. Their webs are incredibly resilient. Once ensnared, escape is nearly impossible. The webs are also coated in frost poison, which gradually diminishes an animal's spirit, leading to death. Numerous ice spiders. Ye Feng's heart sank. Giant python, look! It's Sister Qingqing. Bai Rou exclaimed suddenly, her spirits lifted by the heat emanating from the spring. Ye Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the swarm of ice spiders emerging from all directions. At that moment, Lu Qingqing, transformed into Bai Zhe, was ensnared in a snow-white web, the strands composed of icy silk radiating a chilling aura. Lu Qingqing had succumbed to unconsciousness, but had likely only just been captured by the ice spiders. Otherwise, she would have already been reduced to a pile of bones. If she was not rescued promptly, she would freeze to death. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with intensity as he spoke sternly. Bai Rou, filled with anxiety, could do nothing to assist him in that moment, only watching in dread. Ye Feng estimated that there were approximately 18 ice spiders. They ruled the depths of the Ice Spring Valley, which explained the absence of beasts along the way, and why the Shuangyuan Zhuhuang had not dared to enter. Among all ancient species, the ice spider ranked among the top predators. Their combined force was no less formidable than that of a pack of frost wolves. Utilizing the valley's terrain, they maximized their advantage, and even the Shuangyuan Zhuhuang, a mutated species, refrained from encroaching upon their territory. Leave quickly, great python, and we shall spare your life. The largest ice spider emerged, its voice cold and calculating. They sensed the pressure emanating from Ye Feng, prompting such a statement. Having already captured a Bai Zhe, they were satisfied for the time being. Compared to Bai Zhe, Ye Feng's massive figure adorned with golden scales exuded considerable intimidation, dissuading them from attacking hastily. I may leave, but you must release the giant beast you have captured, Ye Feng declared. The ice spiders conversed amongst themselves. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. They were communicating in their spider language, which he could not comprehend. Bai Rou looked equally perplexed. Each species possessed its own language. The beastified ancient and mutated species not only mastered their native tongue, but could also articulate human speech, akin to acquiring a foreign language. Suddenly, as if concluding their discussion, several ice spiders scuttled back into the cavernous recesses of the valley, leaving a few behind to converse with Ye Feng. What is your relationship with this giant beast? The ice spider inquired coldly. She is my companion, Ye Feng responded. Facing a horde of ice spiders in the Ice Spring Valley, Ye Feng felt uncertain. After all, this was their territory. The adage, even a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake, rang true, particularly with creatures as cunning as spiders, who could easily employ deceitful tactics. Unfortunately, the cold-blooded nature of the ice spiders rendered his thermal imaging system ineffective. Your companion intruded upon our territory and initiated an attack. We captured her without issue, correct? The ice spider continued, its tone devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng furrowed his brow. The ice spider's words conveyed no intention of releasing Lu Qingqing. Giant python. I have a foreboding feeling, Bai Rou whispered anxiously in Ye Feng's ear. Ye Feng paused, lifting his head as he activated his eagle vision, illuminating the entire valley as if it were daylight. He suddenly noticed a large, transparent web intricately woven at the cave's apex, with ice spiders laboriously spinning strands on either side. This sight caused Ye Feng's pupils to constrict. Ji. Ye Feng's movements were detected, prompting the ice spider leader to emit a tense cry. Then, two ice spiders at the valley's summit received orders simultaneously, and the massive web descended ominously. Damn it! Ye Feng cursed, but the area of the web was vast, rendering escape impossible. With a roar, Ye Feng unleashed a torrent of flames, a searing wave sweeping across the valley floor, causing the ice spiders to shriek in alarm. As the icy web made contact with the ground, the chilling poison seeped forth, sending shivers through him, while the portion scorched by Ye Feng's flames caused a violent reaction between fire and frost poison. What a potent poison! Ye Feng's expression grew grave as he observed the formerly transparent web crystallizing into a frost-laden structure, its icy nature chilling to the core. Thus, he could only imagine the torment Lu Qingqing was enduring at that moment. He could not delay any longer. You deceitful spiders, how dare you conspire against me? Do you truly think I fear you? Ye Feng's furious voice echoed. In his lifetime, his greatest disdain was reserved for betrayal. The ice spiders fear fire. And Ye Feng has already discovered this weakness. Flames erupted endlessly from Ye Feng's mouth, illuminating the entire valley floor. Akin to the legendary Bagua furnace of Taishang Laojun. In the ice spring valley, the terrified cries of the ice spiders reverberated. If it were not for Ye Feng's fire-breathing ability, a fierce battle would have ensued today. However, under the current circumstances, it was merely a massacre. Your Excellency, we can negotiate. The ice spider leader exclaimed in a state of panic. Who would negotiate with you? Ye Feng's lips curled slightly. He has always operated under a simple principle. If you pose a threat to me, I might consider negotiation. If you do not, then I regret to inform you there is nothing to discuss. As for the ice spiders, even if they were delivered to his mouth, he would not be able to bring himself to consume them. It would be better to incinerate them entirely. I have warned you, we must not disturb each other's existence. What are you doing setting fires here? Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the ice spring valley. The sound was as powerful as thunder, causing snowflakes to tremble and fall like a raging blizzard. What is happening? Ye Feng's heart raced. Could it be that the ice spider was not the sole ruler of this valley? Damn it, wasn't it already mentioned? A hissing sound startled Ye Feng. Was that the sound of a snake? Was there another serpent residing in the ice spring valley? A pair of azure eyes emerged from the icy lake, followed closely by a massive serpentine head covered in scales. This python was larger than Ye Feng, nearly 70 meters in length, and with a diameter of 2 meters. As its head emerged, it dripped with moisture, as if it had just explored a mysterious place beneath. Wait, it lives at the bottom of the ice spring? Ye Feng paused, and then information about this giant python flooded his mind. The system had listed 3 types of giant pythons suitable for survival in icy regions, one of which resided in ice lakes. Ding. Target detected. Ice lake python. 8 times evolved. 8 times evolved. Ye Feng was astonished, gazing at the ice lake python in disbelief. He had evolved 5 times, reaching nearly 50 meters in size, while this ice lake python had undergone 8 evolutions. Could it be that something lay beneath the ice lake? Ye Feng's thoughts raced. The ice spiders in the valley had only evolved 4 times at most. Yet this ice lake python had reached 8. With such prowess, it could contend with the ice spider clan for dominance over the ice spring valley. Yet it chose to forge an agreement with them, voluntarily relinquishing the valley's resources and retreating to the depths of the lake. He could not believe that the lake's bottom held nothing of value. However, Ye Feng currently lacked the energy to investigate the lake's depths, for the ice spiders had begun to plead for help. Indeed, they sought the ice lake python's assistance. Brother Wang Chun, you have finally appeared. Quickly save us. The ice spider leader's voice rang out with excitement. What has happened? The fiery scene displeased the ice lake python, named Wang Chun, as its dark eyes flickered, its massive body surfacing from the lake. This giant python intends to seize the entire ice spring valley. We are no match for it. If you do not intervene, the valley will become its territory. The ice spider cried out. Ha ha. The ice lake python suddenly erupted in laughter. Just him? Faced with the disdainful gaze of the ice lake python, Ye Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. What did this creature mean by looking down on him? So what if it had evolved 8 times? Can you defeat him? The little fox above his head whispered, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. This was her first encounter with a python larger than Ye Feng himself. No, Ye Feng replied candidly. His evolution count stood at 5. But with the system's assistance and attribute enhancements, he would not fear even a 6-time evolved mutant. He was confident he could hold his ground against a 7-time evolved creature. Yet, this ice lake python was an 8-time evolved beast. With average attributes surpassing 300, it represented a complete statistical dominance. He feared he truly could not compete. Just then, the ice lake python's gaze fell upon Ye Feng, fixating on the golden scales adorning his body, revealing an intrigued expression. Among kindred, consuming one another can grant mutual abilities. The ice lake python stated languidly. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was momentarily stunned. This ice lake python not only boasted 8 evolutions, but also possessed a profound understanding of the secrets of devourment and evolution. I have a premonition. I am on the cusp of evolving to another level, and your presence presents an opportunity for my evolution. The ice lake python bared its icy fangs and lunged from the lake, wrapping its massive body around Ye Feng. In an instant, a constricting sensation enveloped Ye Feng. So tight, Ye Feng began to retaliate as the scales covering his elongated body eased the pressure. Seizing the moment, he revealed his venomous fangs and bit into the python's neck. Clang! Simultaneously, A sound like steel clashing echoed from Ye Feng's midsection, a crisp reverberation resonating through the valley. Pale blue blood oozed forth, causing the ice lake python to recoil in pain, retreating to the lake to wash itself clean. Your fangs are poisonous. You are also a mutant. The ice lake python's voice darkened. Ye Feng did not respond. Among ancient species, the mightiest was the Titan python, yet it lacked venom, relying solely on its immense constriction abilities. In contrast, he was far superior to the Titan python. As Ye Feng pondered, he suddenly noticed that the wound he inflicted on the ice lake python was rapidly healing within the icy waters. How is this possible? Ye Feng was filled with shock. Ding! The ice lake python thrives in the icy lake environment, which significantly enhances its combat capabilities. In the lake, its healing, defense, and attack abilities are multiplied several times, the system's voice explained, causing Ye Feng's heart to grow cold and beads of sweat to form on his back. Fortunately, he had not rushed into the lake to battle this creature. Otherwise, he would likely have become a corpse by now. I know you wish to devour me. Why not come into the lake, and we shall fight to the death? The ice lake python, only exposing its head above the water, coaxed enticingly. Ye Feng felt a surge of incredulity. What kind of folly would lead him to enter the lake to fight? However, in that recent exchange, he had managed to gain the upper hand thanks to his defensive advantages, with strength attributes surpassing 300 points. He found that the golden scales offered more protection than he had anticipated. Yet, the ice lake python had thus regarded him as an opponent of equal caliber. Retreating into the lake, hesitant to emerge, Ye Feng chose to ignore it, continuing to incinerate the ice spiders while rescuing Bai Zhe and Lu Qingqing, who were ensnared in the icy web. Find a way to awaken her. I will handle things here, Ye Feng instructed the little fox. Understood. Bai Rou gracefully leapt onto Lu Qingqing's head, while the ice lake python began to grow impatient. What in the world is this creature? It possesses both formidable defense and the ability to breathe fire. But no matter how strong, it is still just one. The ice lake python hissed. And the ice spider swarm understood its intent, beginning to encircle Ye Feng from all directions, weaving a chilling, icy net. Be careful, Ye Feng, Bai Rou cried out. Ye Feng exhaled deeply. The ice spiders were maneuvering near the valley's edge, making it difficult for him to intervene, while the ice lake python remained vigilant, watching his every move. In the current situation, if he did not retreat, he would be overwhelmed. An 8-time evolved mutant against a horde of ice spiders, his stamina was dwindling, and he could not afford to prolong this confrontation. Ye Feng's mind raced, casting a regretful glance at the ice spring valley. One of his purposes for coming here was to rescue Lu Qingqing, while another was to search for the super-mutated ore. However, it now appeared that the opportunity had slipped away, and retreat was the only option. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng no longer hesitated and moved closer to Bai Rou. Lu Qingqing remained unconscious, but given Ye Feng's strength, carrying both her and Bai Rou away was not an insurmountable challenge. Just as Ye Feng extended his massive tail to envelop both Lu Qingqing and Bai Rou, the ice lake python suddenly erupted from the water. Trying to leave? The chilling voice of the ice lake python echoed. Damn! It seemed the ice lake python had no intention of letting him go. With no other choice, Ye Feng had to turn back and continue the fierce struggle with the ice lake python. The two colossal serpents engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging bites, and soon the ice lake python bore several fang wounds, its azure blood flowing profusely. Strangely, this time the ice lake python did not retreat to the lake to heal its wounds, but instead stubbornly dragged Ye Feng along. A prolonged battle? Just as Ye Feng pondered this, he suddenly felt a numbing sensation spreading through his body. What was happening? After a brief moment of shock, Ye Feng quickly began to analyze the situation. The ice lake python could not possess such toxicity. Even its fangs struggled to penetrate his golden scales. Thus, the only possibility was, Ye Feng glanced at the azure blood on the ground, and his pupils dilated in sudden realization that blood had actually crystallized into ice, emanating a chilling aura in the air, and the extreme cold contained within was gradually stiffening his body. This blood is poisonous. For a brief moment, Ye Feng was stunned, but he quickly recalled that the introduction of the ice lake python did not mention such characteristics. No, that is not right. It was not just the blood that was toxic. Ye Feng suddenly noticed that his own venomous fangs were also coated with a layer of frost. The ice lake python harbored ice poison throughout its being. I understand now, Ye Feng thought with a flash of insight. Previously, the ice lake python named Wang Qin had mentioned that its kind could devour each other's abilities. Therefore, it must have undergone countless experiments and successfully absorbed the abilities of its kin. Among the 3 mutated species of snakes capable of survival, The Shennongjia python did not possess such potent toxicity. Hence, the ice lake python must have consumed a mutated species, the Shennongjia. Damn. The ice poison of the Shennongjia is one of the most lethal. My body is losing control. Golden scales began to be enveloped in frost. A sign of his poisoning. No wonder you didn't retreat to the lake this time. It was all a ruse to lower my guard. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, fixating on Wang Qin. Discovering this is unfortunate, but it is already too late. Wang Qin's triumphant laughter echoed. Ye Feng could feel his body gradually stiffening. Yet he was helpless against it. He lacked the ability to resist the poison. His external defenses were ineffective against the silent toxin, revealing that he was not invincible. It was somewhat late when Ye Feng comprehended this, but not completely too late. For some reason, the ice spiders suddenly descended, casting down their icy webs from above. The massive net enveloped both Ye Feng and Wang Qin, eliciting an angry roar from Wang Qin. Damn it, what are you doing? He bellowed at the ice spiders. The ice spider leader slowly crawled down from the cliff, its dark little eyes glinting with a venomous glimmer. Hey, Wang Qin, thank you for subduing this giant python for us, but now you are burdened, aren't you? The ice spider's smug voice echoed mockingly in the valley. Bastard. Wang Qin roared in anger, but his voice betrayed his weakness. Indeed, he had delayed time for the purpose of letting Ye Feng succumb to the ice poison, while sustaining many wounds and significant blood loss, placing himself in a precarious situation. If Ye Feng's ice poison had not acted, it could have been Wang Qin who perished. He had achieved victory, yet it was not complete. A mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He never anticipated that this group of ice spiders would dare to drag him down with them. Wang Qin, that stone was originally discovered by us together. But you secretly rolled it into the lake, exploiting our inability to enter the ice lake. The ice spider leader's grotesque face twisted as it let out a shrill roar. Stone. Ye Feng perked up, then froze in realization. Could there be a raw stone beneath the ice lake? It must be the super mutated or that allowed the ice lake python to evolve 8 times in such a short span. So, the super mutated or lay at the bottom of the pool. No wonder he had failed to find it upon entering the ice spring valley. Fortunately, this group only discovered the raw stone after their beast transformation. Otherwise, they would likely have lost it. However, it seems the ice lake python had realized the raw stone's potential for growth and had hoarded it, leading to internal conflict. Internal conflict, indeed. There is always a way out. While they are embroiled in strife, I must seize the moment to purge the poison. My immortality can dispel the cold within. But it requires time, and the present situation grants me that opportunity. You disgusting spiders. How dare you claim ownership of the raw stone? Wang Qin spat angrily while trapped. Who are you calling disgusting? The ice spider leader, infuriated, commanded its subordinates to tighten the icy net around Wang Qin. Wang Qin struggled and rolled in the air, but soon his body succumbed to the chilling poison. Ice poison. Wang Qin was alarmed. Although he had absorbed the ice poison ability from the Shennongjia, he had no resistance to it himself. The ice net constricted around Wang Qin's injured body. And soon he too began to experience the agonizing effects of the ice poison, descending into a state of rigidity. Speaking of which, we should thank you. The ice spider leader remarked, looking at Ye Feng with a mocking tone. Ye Feng ignored it. From an angle the ice spider leader could not see. A pool of blood laced with ice poison was slowly seeping out, and combined with the operation of his immortality, Ye Feng was rapidly regaining mobility. Unbeknownst to the ice spiders, they believed Ye Feng was merely incapacitated and on the verge of death from the poison. However, you snakes are truly detestable. Look at your thick, slippery bodies, you deserve to die. The ice spiders seemed to harbor some form of racial prejudice against serpents. In any case, given their level of hatred for snakes, they would find no escape from death today. Hee, compared to that snow-white behemoth. I can sense that you will provide me with the greatest growth, the ice spider leader chattered incessantly, its 8 legs flailing like a deranged jester. Brothers, hang them up. The ice spider commanded. The surrounding ice spiders, upon hearing this, began to exert themselves to tighten the web. The ice lake python had lost its ability to move and could not struggle. It was soon ensnared in the massive net. Drip, drip. Ye Feng began to lift off the ground, but a strange dripping sound echoed in the air. The ice spider leader paused, its small eyes reflecting the pool of blood on the ground, a chill creeping up its spine. Chapter 56. Invulnerable in the deep sea. Not good. It has already shaken off the ice poison. The ice spider leader's panicked voice had barely escaped when the screams of its kin filled the air. Ye Feng's massive python form burst through the net, its powerful tail coiling around one ice spider. With a splatter, the ice spider was reduced to a pulp, flung away by Ye Feng. Observing the foul liquid on his tail, Ye Feng felt a tinge of disgust, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. As long as he could eliminate these ice spiders, the entire ice spring valley would be his. Without the restraints of the ice lake python, Ye Feng unleashed his might at the valley's depths, flames erupting relentlessly, incinerating the ice spiders as they screamed in agony. My stamina is running low. I must resolve this quickly. Ye Feng focused intently. With almost every strike, an ice spider met its demise. The ice spring valley lay deep within the Shennongjia forbidden land, rarely inhabited by creatures. So many of these ice spiders had not even undergone a second evolution. In Ye Feng's hands, they were as soft as ripe fruit, easily crushed. Soon, the once mighty horde of ice spiders was reduced to just one ice spider leader and 3 remaining minions. Heh, the ugly spider deserves this fate. The ice lake giant python timely mocked. If you release me now, perhaps I could show some mercy and spare your lives. Wang Chun, be silent. The ice spider leader sharply retorted. At that moment, Ye Feng paused his assault, coiling his body to fixate on the ice spider leader. Your Excellency, we were at fault before. Could you please let us go? I promise that from this moment on, the entire ice spring valley will be your territory. The ice spider leader hastily flattered upon seeing the situation. Release you? You captured my companions and plotted to harm me. Why would I let you go? Ye Feng scoffed coldly. The ice spider leader hesitated for a moment and resolutely stated, at the peak of the valley, there is a 7-colored snow lotus. If you spare me, I can hand it over to you. The 7-colored snow lotus? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes sparkled with delight. Ordinary snow lotuses possess only a single hue, while the 7-colored snow lotus is a mutated variety altered by the second meteorite fall, holding immense growth potential. Very well. You may leave, Ye Feng said joyfully. Upon hearing this, the ice spider leader glanced at his companions, somewhat dazed. This giant python actually spared them so easily? It seems that the 7-colored snow lotus is more formidable than they had imagined. Otherwise, the giant python would not have agreed so readily. Had they known this, they would have been better off devouring it, ultimately giving an undeserved advantage to this giant python. However, regardless of the ice spider leader's regrets, he lacked the courage to challenge Ye Feng now, as it would mean risking his life. After the ice spider leader and his 3 companions departed, Ye Feng felt as though a great weight had been lifted, his massive head thudding heavily against the ground as he gasped for breath. Indeed, his stamina was exhausted. Given his temperament, he would never have allowed the spiders to return unscathed. He merely ceased his attack due to his depleted strength. Those ice spiders possessed human-like intelligence. Had he spoken up to release them immediately, he would have revealed a flaw. Yet Ye Feng did not anticipate that this group of ice spiders harbored a 7-colored snow lotus, which was a delightful surprise. I never expected this. A cold snort came from the ice lake giant python beside him. This group of ice spiders is indeed foolish, unable to even perceive your exhaustion. Ye Feng cast a glance at Wang Chun, whose 70-meter-long body was now trapped in a web, barely clinging to life, a rather pitiable sight. Being able to become a part of me is indeed your honor, Ye Feng sighed, and then gradually swallowed the ice lake giant python. Ding! You have devoured the mutated ice lake giant python, gaining 573 growth points. You have acquired the special ability, immunity to all poisons. You have gained the special ability, breath holding in deep sea. You have acquired 35 points in strength. You have acquired 25 points in speed. You have obtained 30 points in stamina. The system's prompt echoed as Ye Feng's stamina returned to its peak with the digestion of the ice lake giant python. Hiss! Ye Feng flicked his tongue, a divine light emerging in his eyes, a testament to the strength bestowed upon him. Now, even if those ice spiders turned back, Ye Feng would not fear them. The acquisition of 2 special abilities was unexpected. Ye Feng's gaze shifted, an unforeseen development. Since obtaining the system, this was the first time he had gained 2 special abilities through consumption. Immunity to all poisons. Grants immunity to any lethal toxin, unaffected by poisonous miasma. Breath holding in deep sea. The host can remain submerged for extended periods without frequent breathing, lasting up to a month. Both abilities are immensely practical for Ye Feng, especially the immunity to all poisons. In a world rife with peculiarities after beastification, there are numerous mutated beings with poison attributes. To contend with these mutated entities in the future, the ability to resist toxins will be crucial, and during such times, immunity to all poisons will play a pivotal role. Breath holding in deep sea is equally beneficial. The aquatic realm on Blue Star is far more expansive than the land, and in my past life as a black bear, I never had the chance to engage in battles within the deep sea. In this life, I must seek opportunities to explore the oceanic world post-beastification. Ye Feng mused. The deep sea occupies 7/10 of Blue Star's area, and the conflicts there must be even more intense. As for the rewarded attribute points, Ye Feng's panel surged dramatically once again. Host, Ye Feng 5 Evolution Species, Immortal Python Evolution Points, 1896, 1,600 points required for the next evolution possible. Abilities, Venomous Fangs, Fiery Breath, Golden Scales, Eagle-Eyed Vision, Frost Constitution, Immunity to all poisons, Breath Holding in Deep Sea. Strength, 307 Speed, 249 Defense, 298 Constitution, 285. Although the ice spiders are quite repulsive, each one represents a living growth point, and Ye Feng still swallowed them with tears. Coupled with the evolution points from the ice spiders and the over 500 from the ice lake giant python, Ye Feng could finally undergo his 6th evolution, and his strength had already reached a staggering 300 points. This attribute panel is comparable to that of an 8-time evolved mutated species, and Ye Feng is still only at 5 evolutions. After clearing everything, Ye Feng plucked the 7-colored snow lotus from the valley's peak. This snow lotus, shimmering with iridescent hues, emanated an enticing spiritual aura that made one's mouth water. If consumed, who knows how many growth points it could yield. However, a pitiful gaze from beside him made it somewhat difficult for Ye Feng to swallow. You've devoured so many snow lotuses on this journey. The little fox by Rose spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She longed to partake, but could not overpower Ye Feng. Very well. You may have some. Ye Feng, with reluctance, brought the 7-colored snow lotus to by Rose's mouth. This little fox will have great utility in the future, so it is best to nurture her. As she grows, her usefulness to Ye Feng will become even more significant. Has Sister Qingqing not awakened yet? Ye Feng looked at the colossal Baizé beast still lying unconscious on the ground, flicking his tongue. Keep an eye on Sister Qingqing. I must venture into the ice lake. Ye Feng contemplated before speaking. The little fox, clutching the 7-colored snow lotus, eagerly gnawed at it, replying without lifting her head. Ye Feng turned towards the lake, the surface shimmering with spiritual energy. There could be super mutated species original stones at the bottom, though he wondered if the ice lake giant python had consumed them all. Chapter 57 Countdown to Global Beastification. At the bottom of the ice lake, a cold current swept over Ye Feng's body as a massive creature swam beneath the lake. To his surprise, the depths of the ice lake were so frigid. He had assumed it was a hot spring. While Ye Feng internally complained, he opened his eagle vision to search for the original stone's location. Nothing. After circling around, Ye Feng could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that the ice lake giant python, like himself, had consumed the original stone? No, that is impossible. The original stone must still be in the ice lake. Ye Feng continued to swim. The surface area of the ice lake was not vast, approximately 100 miles in diameter at the bottom. Yet, within this several hundred-mile range, Ye Feng still failed to discover the original stone of a super-mutated species. Could this lake lead elsewhere? Ye Feng paused at the bottom of the water, contemplating, then began to sense the direction of the surrounding currents. Below, Ye Feng opened his eyes and swam towards the lake's bottom. Indeed, in his line of sight, a dark, narrow fissure appeared, with turbulent currents rushing through it. Ye Feng observed that it was just wide enough for his massive body to pass through. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng slipped inside. A warm current enveloped his body. After traveling several dozen meters, the outside world opened up to reveal a vast expanse of blue, teeming with various marine life. This place, unexpectedly, connects to the ocean? While Ye Feng was astonished, he suddenly felt the rate at which his oxygen was depleting accelerating exponentially. How could this be? Ye Feng hesitated for several seconds, no longer in the mood to admire the scenery, and swiftly dove downward, drawn by a glowing stone. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure he felt. Even with his golden scales providing protection, he could feel the painful constriction. Fortunately, Ye Feng managed to reach the original stone, coiling his robust tail around it before rapidly swimming back toward the fissure. Once again returning to the icy lake, the pressure on Ye Feng's body suddenly lightened, the stark contrast nearly causing him to drown beneath the surface. As he emerged from the ice lake and returned to solid ground, he gasped for air. Had it not been for his ability to hold his breath in the deep sea, he might not have made it back. The mysterious sea within that crevice was too peculiar for Ye Feng's current capabilities to explore. He could only hurriedly bring back this original stone. After a considerable time, Ye Feng had yet to calm the astonishment within him. He suspected that the appearance of that sea was triggered by the falling of the original stone. Otherwise, Why would such a vast expanse of snow conceal a body of water? Demengshi, what's wrong with you? Bai Rou approached Ye Feng, her gaze filled with suspicion. I'm fine. Ye Feng took a deep breath and then turned to Bai Zhe, who had already awakened, gazing at him with beautiful eyes. You are Ye Feng? Lu Qingqing's familiar melodious voice rang out. Bai Rou had just informed her of everything. Yes, it's me, Sister Qingqing, Ye Feng spoke with clarity. Fortunately, Lu Qingqing had been a giant beast for some time, quickly accepting the fact that Ye Feng was a great python. How did you know I had transformed into this giant beast? Lu Qingqing questioned. Ye Feng should not have been present when she became Bai Zhe. Sister Qingqing, that's a secret I cannot disclose. However, this world is about to change dramatically, and you must enhance your abilities to survive. Ye Feng stated. Are you saying everyone will become monsters like us? Lu Qingqing asked after a moment of silence. Monsters? Ye Feng was taken aback, then chuckled softly. Perhaps we are monsters now, but when everyone transforms into beasts, we will no longer be termed as such. What Ye Feng did not say was how the revelation of the original stone's secrets would incite a frenzy among people to become beasts. That scene would be nothing short of madness. Perhaps, Lu Qingqing's mood seemed to darken. Is this place safe? She inquired. Safe. Ye Feng pondered for a moment. He had devoured the ice lake's giant python, and the ice spiders would not dare return in the short term. Then I shall remain here, awaiting the moment you mentioned. Lu Qingqing suddenly declared. Ye Feng was taken aback, not expecting Lu Qingqing to say such a thing. It seemed Sister Qingqing did not trust him. He chuckled bitterly. She likely thought he was deceiving her and feared being a rare anomaly. Very well, Ye Feng contemplated. Next, he aimed to bring the super-mutated species to Yiling before the global beastification, as it was better to act alone in such matters. Just then, he noticed a small fox beside him, drowsy. The seven-colored snow lotus was at work. You and Bai Rou stay here. I will return to find you. Ye Feng instructed Lu Qingqing. All right. She hesitated momentarily before agreeing. Seeing this, Ye Feng did not hesitate any further and turned towards the snowy expanse beyond the forbidden land. Days passed. Kambu, what are you looking at? Outside the snowy forbidden land, two mammoths gazed at the frost-covered area. Do you remember that giant python from a few days ago? Kambu asked slowly. Giant python? The other mammoth paused, then spoke somewhat awkwardly. The danger level in that snowy forbidden land is extremely high. Even we dare not venture in. It must have perished. No, it has not died. Kambu's calm voice resonated as the mammoth raised its head, spotting a massive serpentine shadow approaching. The mammoth beside Kambu widened its eyes after several days. Not only had the giant python survived, but it had also grown an additional 10 meters. Indeed, at this moment, Ye Feng's length exceeded 60 meters. After leaving the Ice Spring Valley, he sought a cave to evolve before departing the frosty forbidden land. In the meantime, he had searched for the trace of the frosty giant python, but found nothing, necessitating his departure. He was certain he would return, not only for Lu Qingqing and Bai Rou in the Ice Spring Valley, but also for the mysterious sea beneath the ice lake. Kambu, is it? Ye Feng approached the two mammoths, speaking in a steady tone. At this moment, Ye Feng had evolved 6 times. His imposing figure of over 60 meters exuding a formidable presence, making even the mammoths appear diminutive in comparison. Do you seek something from me? Kambu's voice remained relatively calm, though the other mammoth displayed evident signs of fear. I wish to request 2 mammoth original stones from you. I believe you still possess them, Ye Feng stated matter-of-factly. Kambu exchanged glances with the other mammoth, both sensing a hint of hesitation. Indeed, they had more original stones, as there were 8 that had fallen into their possession, far more than the 4 members of their family. In exchange, I can offer you my assistance once in the future, Ye Feng affirmed earnestly. Assistance once? The other mammoth's jaw dropped in disbelief. These original stones must be of great importance. The giant python was asking for 2 stones, yet only promised to assist them once? Very well, I agree, Kambu replied without a moment's hesitation. What? The companion looked at Kambu in confusion, but was silenced by Kambu's gaze. A sense of intuition stirred within Kambu. This individual would alter the future of their clan. With 3 original stones secured in his abdomen, Ye Feng embarked on his journey back to Central Plains, 2 of which were for his parents. Time was of the essence, leaving him little opportunity to seek the remaining mutated species' original stones. Moreover, the mammoth was a formidable ancient species, more than qualified to merge with his parents. The date for global beastification was fast approaching. Only 7 days remained in the countdown. Ye Feng gazed towards the distant clouds, suddenly feeling a sense of anticipation for the competition among the beasts. Chapter 58, Bearing the Blame. According to the standard timeline, there should have been 10 days remaining. However, following the second original stone's fall, The third had also occurred 3 days earlier than expected. Although Ye Feng was unaware of the events transpiring, it was likely that the day of global beastification would also arrive sooner. When that time came, the beasts would run rampant, and his wariness towards humanity would dissipate. Beasts that had not yet evolved to their final forms would struggle to contend with humanity's high-tech weaponry. If he were to unleash a massacre upon the armies that had encircled him, it would only serve to further incite their wrath. The consequences of such actions would be evident in the blood-soaked headlines. Without the company of the little fox, the journey felt somewhat dull, and he wondered how Bai Yuhan's research was progressing. In his previous life, she had represented the Dragon Kingdom, uncovering many secrets of beastification, and even proposed the comprehensive system that would be perfected in later generations. 2 days later, Ye Feng arrived at the borders of Central Plains. At this moment, military vigilance was rampant, as the Dragon Kingdom had begun to take the issue of beastification seriously, conducting door-to-door surveys of the missing populace. Initially, the military could suppress public opinion, but as time wore on, it became increasingly untenable. Humanity began to live in fear, and the military started capturing the giant beasts threatening human survival. Beasts occasionally darted through bustling streets, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. In Jiang City, on a desolate street, female broadcaster Yao Susu walked along, her slender figure clad in a fitted dress, becoming a striking sight. "Anchor, it's too dangerous outside. Why are you still going out? Anchor, you're in Jiang City, right? I remember that place has already been abandoned. Why haven't you left yet? What? Anchor, you're in Jiang City. Isn't it already occupied by ferocious beasts?" Reliable sources indicated that Jiang City, Bai City, Huanan City, and Luoyan City were heavily impacted areas of beastification, and following official guidance, they had become no man's lands. Staring at the barrage of comments on her phone, Yao Susu fell into a daze, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Jiang City had fallen? What on earth had transpired? She had merely taken 2 sleeping pills to rest, and the world had plunged into chaos? Moreover, what did they mean by beastification? "I've had insomnia since childhood and rely on medication to sleep." Yao Susu's voice grew fainter, nearly inaudible. "I am astounded. Has the host taken too many pills?" Truly a formidable individual. With Jiang Shi in such a dire state, it would be prudent for the host to depart swiftly. The military has already sealed off the area. It seems escape is no longer an option. The barrage of comments has become increasingly overwhelming, nearly suffocating Yao Susu. Who can enlighten her on what has transpired? It was only when a pack of crimson-eyed wolves appeared before her that she comprehended the meaning of beastification. Alas, the host is in imminent danger. Why does the host always encounter such bizarre circumstances? I have contacted the military hotline. They are dispatching personnel to rescue you, dear host. Given the current situation, it is likely they will find nothing but remains. The comments fell silent in mourning, yet Yao Susu was too preoccupied to notice. She fixed her gaze upon the pack of ravenous wolves, her delicate form retreating until she was cornered against the wall, with no further escape. Am I to perish so soon after awakening? Yao Susu's fair visage turned pale. This was the final thought that flashed through her mind. Hiss! Suddenly, a hissing sound pierced the air, and she beheld a robust python slithering toward her. Is it that black serpent? The one that devoured half of Jiangshi? Why has it not yet departed? No, this one seems somewhat different. It must be it. Who else possesses such size? The comments erupted into a heated debate. The pack of crimson-eyed wolves exchanged a fleeting glance with the newly arrived Ye Feng, then whimpered and fled, their eyes brimming with palpable terror. Ye Feng regarded the wolves in silence for a moment before turning to look at the female host. He had seen her before. However, Ye Feng's form had grown significantly larger than before, and his appearance had undergone certain changes, rendering it difficult for Yao Susu to recognize him immediately. Where have all the residents gone? Ye Feng suddenly inquired. You can speak? Yao Susu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Quickly, tell me where the residents have vanished to. Ye Feng's impatience was evident. I am not entirely sure. Yao Susu's face flushed with urgency, fearing Ye Feng might consume her whole. However, I do have some friends. Perhaps they might know. Friends? Ye Feng was taken aback. My goodness, what enormous eyes. What is that? It appears to be a serpent's head, remarkably large. Brothers, is this a gift from the host? Observing the endless stream of comments, Ye Feng momentarily paused before turning his attention back to Yao Susu. Ahem, greetings everyone. I am the host. Currently, this large serpent seeks to ascertain the whereabouts of Jiangshi's residents. Please share any information you may have, or the host's life may be in jeopardy. As Yao Susu murmured beside him, Ye Feng felt an unexpected urge to laugh. Ah, I know. A black serpent has appeared in Jiangshi, prompting the authorities to evacuate the populace. Yes, yes, that black serpent is dozens of meters long and has devoured many. It is said that the entire northern district was consumed by it. Speaking of which, this giant python resembles that one, does it not? Identical. At this moment, Ye Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Even Yao Su Su could not help but take 2 steps back. Has another immortal python emerged in Jiangshi? According to the comments, this may indeed be true. Boom. Suddenly, the sky resonated with a buzzing and the sound of sirens. Release the hostages below and surrender immediately. The loudspeaker echoed through the air. Research indicates that these creatures are transformed humans and can comprehend human speech. Ye Feng lifted his gaze, observing the helicopters circling above. Bang! A barrage of artillery fire struck Ye Feng without hesitation, leaving everyone in shock. Have you lost your mind? The loudspeaker bellowed. It devoured my parents. A youthful voice cried out in anger. Ye Feng released Yao Su Su, whom he had shielded, and calmly regarded the approaching military forces. Depart now, Ye Feng stated softly. The current situation was abundantly clear. An immortal python had consumed nearly 10,000 residents of Jiangshi, and now he was mistaken for that very beast. Observing the stance of those above, it was evident they had no intention of allowing him an opportunity to explain. It was either surrender or face gunfire. Since evolving into his beastly form, this was not the first time he had been besieged. Each time he had yielded due to humanity's might, but this time, it was excessive. He had not committed the act, yet it was pinned on him. Hiss! Ye Feng raised his colossal head, his majestic posture akin to that of a proud divine beast. To the military, this display appeared as nothing short of provocation. Chapter 59, The Assault of Humanity. Stubborn creatures. Relay my orders, fire at will. A familiar voice rang out, and it was none other than Chun Zifeng's father, Chun Wanchuan. It is said that when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with intensity. The battle in Mist City had nearly cost him his entire battalion. This time, he had come specifically upon hearing of a giant python in Jiangshi. Little did he expect to encounter this beast. Open fire. Prepare the rockets, ready the missiles, and position the tanks for advance. A series of commands were issued, and the air was filled with the sharp sound of sirens. Whoosh! Bang! Debris flew. Yet it did not shake Ye Feng's defenses. What is going on? Why are they suddenly attacking? The little host is still here. Shouldn't they prioritize rescuing the hostages? Perhaps they aim to eliminate the man-eating python first? If so, why did the python not consume the host just now? This is blatant targeting. Those upstairs, cease your nonsense. This python has devoured over 1,000 people. Do you think it can be exonerated? It eats humans? Then I am leaving. The comments erupted into chaos, while Yao Su Su stood in a daze, perplexed by the military's artillery fire. Had they abandoned her? At that moment, a tremendous force encircled her waist, and she found herself secured by Ye Feng's massive tail, which then lifted her to the top of a tower. Subsequently, Ye Feng's body slithered away into the distance. Is the giant python attempting to flee? Certainly. Even the mightiest python is still flesh and blood and cannot withstand our artillery. The military must eliminate this beast. It cannot be allowed to escape. The comments continued to scroll rapidly, and unbeknownst to Yao Su Su, her live stream had amassed over 3 million viewers captivated by this unexpected broadcast. Yet, rather than feeling elated by such popularity, she remained transfixed, gazing at the retreating python, her beautiful eyes quivering with emotion. He was protecting her, deliberately diverting the military's firepower away. Roar! Just as all the comments mocked Ye Feng for fleeing, a burst of flame erupted in the sky, dyeing half the heavens crimson. Whoosh! A fighter jet's tail ignited, plummeting straight down. The giant python counterattacked. Everyone was taken aback. Even the military personnel were momentarily stunned, for initially, this giant python had not resisted. Have you forgotten? This is a python that has consumed nearly 10,000 people. A comment in the live stream jolted everyone back to reality. Indeed, this is a man-eating python. While it remains a mystery why it did not consume the host, its primal nature is undeniably savage. Boom! The air resonated with another explosive sound as Ye Feng's massive tail swept, obliterating yet another tank. Having undergone 6 evolutions, he now possessed the capability to withstand human weaponry. In that moment, the live stream showcased the python emerging majestically, akin to an ancient demon, bringing devastation wherever it roamed. Damn it, fire now! Chun Wanchuan, commanding from his helicopter, narrowly evaded Ye Feng's assault, shouted anxiously. The military finally reacted, unleashing a barrage of artillery upon Ye Feng, enveloping the area in smoke and obscuring everyone's view. Is he dead? Confusion rippled through the crowd. Bang! The thick tail once again lashed out, striking a nearby helicopter, sending it spiraling and crashing to the ground. What in the world is that? As the smoke cleared, the once dark-hued python was now adorned with a layer of golden scales, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance in the setting sun. Is this truly the man-eating black serpent? Why does it possess golden scales? As the live broadcast commenced, doubts began to emerge among the viewers. For the notorious black serpent that had plagued Jiangshi seemed devoid of such golden scales. It had to be him. The researchers from the Shennongjia department asserted that these colossal pythons possessed the ability to consume and evolve. A barrage of comments affirmed this certainty. Among the audience, only one person, Shennongjia, clearly recognized Ye Feng's true identity. The moment the golden scales manifested on Ye Feng's body, Chen understood that this was the long-lost giant python from Wucheng, while the black serpent that had caused chaos in Jiangshi had long since vanished. Yet, he chose to remain silent, for he needed the people's hatred. Only with such animosity could he justify eliminating the python. If it weren't for this wretched beast, his son would not have transformed into a tiger and would not still be missing. Ye Feng opened his eagle-like vision and swiftly spotted Shennongjia amidst the crowd, which illuminated the reason the military had indiscriminately begun attacking him. However, Ye Feng's mood was far from pleasant. After traveling a great distance to retrieve the primordial stones in search of his family, he discovered that they had been relocated by the authorities. It was likely they were now under the protection of a heavily armed military force, making it even more challenging to deliver these 3 primordial stones to them. With less than 7 days remaining until the global beast transformation commenced, if he could not present the stones to his parents beforehand, the consequences would be dire. So much had changed in this life, and he could not guarantee what form his parents and sister would assume during the transformation. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a missile soared through the air, its tremendous explosive force tearing through one of Ye Feng's scales. The defense had been breached. Shennongjia, witnessing this scene from the helicopter, was instantly filled with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, quickly, full assault. This giant python is faltering. Ye Feng, hearing Chen's arrogant laughter echoing from the helicopter, felt a surge of disbelief wash over him. After all this effort, you managed to strip away a single scale from me. And now you claim I'm on the verge of collapse? Who granted you such misplaced confidence? In a mere 10 seconds, the small wound on Ye Feng's body healed as if it had never existed, the shimmering golden scales enveloping his flesh, radiating an aura of invulnerability. Surely, I am not imagining this. The live stream fell into an eerie silence for a few moments before someone commented, while Yao Susu gazed at the distant scene, equally astonished. Is this serpent endowed with some sort of cheat? Why does it heal so swiftly? Scientific studies indicate that snakes possess remarkable healing abilities far superior to humans. Yet this creature seems to transcend even that. A chorus of online users expressed their disbelief. This is impossible. Shennongjia in the helicopter nearly struck the pilot's head in frustration. Director Chen, we have already lost many men. If this continues, even if we manage to subdue it, our forces will be left in shambles. Another high-ranking commander beside him frowned. Though he voiced his concerns, uncertainty lingered in his heart. Subduing the giant python? It felt like a mere fantasy. He sensed that their entire army could be obliterated without achieving that goal. At this moment, the viewership of the live stream surged to the millions, as Ye Feng's terrifying healing capabilities illuminated the audience to the peril posed by these mutated behemoths. Panic spread like wildfire. Oh no, someone is live streaming. Suddenly, the high-ranking commander's expression shifted dramatically. The broadcast had incited widespread public panic, and the higher-ups demanded that they locate the source of the stream and cease its continuation at all costs. The commander spoke urgently, initially contemplating withdrawal. It now seemed that retreat was no longer an option. Soon, they pinpointed a towering structure behind Ye Feng, where a shadowy figure appeared to linger. That's it. Without a doubt, the high-ranking commander turned to Shennongjia, who coldly smirked. What are you waiting for? Can you send someone to breach the python's defenses and rescue the individual? The commander's lips twitched slightly. Such a feat was evidently impossible. Nevertheless, a strict order had been issued from above. With a determined bite of his teeth, the high-ranking commander relayed orders via the intercom. Team 1. Lock onto the tower with rockets. At that moment, Ye Feng was engaged in a fierce battle against aerial aircraft and ground tanks when he suddenly noticed a helicopter's turret shifting its aim towards his rear. Stunned for a brief moment, Ye Feng's heart sank. They were targeting Yao Susu. Could it be due to her streaming? Just as Ye Feng intended to turn back to save Yao Susu, the intensity of firepower before him surged, the artillery unable to harm him but effectively suppressing his movements. There was no time left. Chapter 60, Kindred Spirits. It must be said, the these cold-blooded individuals were devoid of humanity, even more so than snakes. Ye Feng could only watch helplessly as the tower was struck by a missile. Wait, it missed? In his line of sight, a massive black serpent soared into the sky, sweeping through the dust as it charged towards the military. With a swift motion, its neck, nearly as long as Ye Feng's, clamped down on a helicopter, crashing it to the ground. The previous missile had landed upon the black serpent instead. This colossal python radiated a dark blue glow, its familiar patterns. Yet the body exhibited a deeper shade of black than Ye Feng's. The undying python. The moment Ye Feng laid eyes on this creature, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. The sudden appearance of the black serpent left the crowd bewildered. How could there be another black serpent? However, they quickly realized that this was likely the true perpetrator behind the carnage in Jiangshi, while the giant python they had previously attacked was merely a scapegoat. The dramatic turn of events caused the high-ranking commander and Chen Wanchuan in the helicopter to exchange alarmed glances. What just happened? Did we strike the wrong target? Damn it. Why has this beast appeared now? Two voices echoed in unison. This black serpent seems to be the true source of the killings. The high-ranking commander murmured, frowning. He had seen the black serpent's appearance on the monitors. Compared to Ye Feng's dazzling golden scales, it was evident that this creature was the true threat. So, we have been attacking the wrong python all along. The commander's lips quivered. The emergence of a second undying python shifted Chen Wanchuan's mindset. One undying python was already a significant expenditure of ammunition. Now, with another appearing, how could they possibly contend? Ding. System scanning in progress. Target identity detected. Mutated undying python. 6 evolutions. Ability, immortality, and self-healing. Indeed, Ye Feng narrowed his serpentine eyes. The colossal beasts ravaging Jiangshi were indeed of the same kind. The undying pythons were never singular. The one that would later become the dominant force was merely the strongest amongst a vast lineage. Although he did not comprehend why this undying python had emerged now, it had inadvertently saved Yao Susu and alleviated his own pressure. The inexplicable feeling within him inspired Ye Feng to consider fighting alongside it. This is not good. The creature beside him was a ruthless man-eater. While he too had consumed flesh, he was but a small fry compared to this beast. Eliminating them and departing together was the only option. The black python fixated on Ye Feng, its voice cold. They are referring to the military. Indeed, this black undying python had awaited this opportunity for a long time. With its strength, it could not independently breach the military's defenses. However, with Ye Feng's appearance, their combined might offered a significant chance. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment. With his parents and sister missing, he had to prioritize leaving this place before devising a plan. The individuals in the helicopter clearly harbored animosity towards him, even though he did not even know their identities. Yet, the military undoubtedly classified him as a dangerous entity. All right, Ye Feng nodded, agreeing to collaborate with the black python. How formidable would 2 undying pythons be? Soon, the military found themselves overwhelmed by these 2 massive creatures, their forces collapsing under the assault. The intercom nearly exploding from the frantic button presses. Throughout, Chen Wanchuan could only scream 2 words hoarsely, retreat. Chen Wanchuan, we are Jiangshi's last line of defense. If you let them escape, how will you explain it to the higher-ups? These 2 pythons have breached human territory. How will you take responsibility? Despite the palpable fear coursing through him, the accompanying high-ranking commander was resolute in his refusal to abandon the fight. Chen Wanchuan cast a bewildered glance at him and exclaimed, "Are you a fool? We're on the brink of death, and you still concern yourself with orders from above?" At that moment, Ye Feng unleashed a vengeful breath of flame. The pilot narrowly evaded the deadly blaze but was still struck at the tail of the helicopter, causing it to tremble violently in the air. "How do you fly a plane?" Chen Wanchuan shouted in exasperation, then bellowed into the intercom, "Relay my command. Activate the ion energy cannon." "What?" The senior commander beside him gasped in shock, staring at Chen Wanchuan, whose expression was twisted with madness and ferocity. "Chen Wanchuan, the ion energy cannon is not fully developed. It could have dire consequences. Are you insane? Lu Kuan, for heaven's sake, pay attention." Chen Wanchuan seized the commander's collar and pointed below. "Those 2 colossal pythons are beyond our capability to handle. Without the ion energy cannon, we will all perish." Chen Wanchuan's furious roar left Lu Kuan momentarily stunned, his face gradually revealing a look of despondence. "Fine, I'll heed your command," he said wearily. Meanwhile, below, Ye Feng and the black python moved like deities of war, sweeping through one defense line after another. The once impregnable armor appeared as fragile as paper before the 2 gigantic serpents. As the battle raged on, Ye Feng assessed the strength of the Immortal Python. In terms of speed and power, this creature fell short compared to him. In terms of defense, while he boasted golden scales, surprisingly, the black python also possessed a peculiar layer of protection. Ye Feng was certain that this was not the original scale armor of the immortal python. At first glance, those scales bore spikes and exhibited not only high defensive capabilities, but also some offensive potential. He witnessed the black python ensnare a human and, upon flinging him away, the unfortunate soul was left mangled and bloodied. It was evident that it had devoured formidable serpents before. Those spiked scales should not be underestimated. If they were to engage in combat, the outcome would be uncertain. Ye Feng contemplated this in his mind. Fortunately, he had no intention of vanquishing the immortal python. After all, he too possessed the bloodline of the immortal python. Consuming it would not trigger any abilities, merely augmenting his growth slightly. While Ye Feng was wary of the black python, it, too, found Ye Feng's prowess astonishing. His fiery breath, golden scales, and venomous fangs signaled that this entity possessed at least 3 abilities. In truth, it remained unaware that Ye Feng boasted as many as 7 abilities. If one were to include the regenerative capabilities of the immortal python, that would total 8. Venomous fangs, fiery breath, golden scales, immortality, keen eyesight, frosty constitution, immunity to toxins, and the ability to hold one's breath underwater. Of these 8 abilities, only 4 could be employed in direct combat, while the others were more suited for survival assistance. Nonetheless, those 4 offensive capabilities were sufficient to overwhelm any opponent of equal rank, even offering a chance to consume mutated beings that had undergone 8 evolutions. However, to truly unleash the full might of these abilities, he needed to evolve to the complete form. The complete form represented a watershed moment in beast transformation. Upon entering this stage, the titanic creatures would have achieved their utmost growth. That would be the moment for them to truly showcase their strength. Chapter 61. The 3 titans on the smoke-filled battlefield. The 2 colossal creatures stood proudly. The live stream was rife with despondency. Humanity seemed powerless against these 2 pythons. Does this not herald the coming of doom? No. If Longwo were to deploy nuclear weapons, it could certainly eliminate these wretched beasts. The barrage of comments fell silent. Nuclear weapons wield immense power. Eradicating the 2 pythons would not be a difficult task. However, it is well known that nuclear weapons are humanity's ultimate trump card. With ferocious beast uprisings occurring worldwide, if Longwo were to resort to nuclear arms now, it would indicate that humanity had reached its last stand. Such a measure would only be taken in dire circumstances. Suddenly, 2 brilliant beams of light pierced through the bodies of the 2 pythons from afar, filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. After a 2-second silence, the light faded. The 2 pythons stood frozen in place, before crashing down to the ground. What transpired? The live stream erupted with chaos. What has happened? Have the pythons perished? We truly possess a secret weapon. Ha ha ha. These mindless beasts could never contend with humanity. However, one might argue that the humans had provoked the pythons into action, and now they sought to eliminate them. Those who are not of our kind will inevitably harbor ill intentions. These pythons will eventually become executioners. I advocate for their immediate extermination. Observing the comments, Yao Susu sighed. At this moment, she recalled the identity of the python, the very one she had encountered during her recent live stream in Lijiang. In truth, it had saved her twice. Are you truly dead? Yao Susu fixated on the limp creature sprawled on the ground, her fists clenched. Ha ha ha, I thought you were fierce. Yet you end up like this? In the skies, Chen Wanchuan was equally astonished by the ion energy cannon's overwhelming power, erupting into triumphant laughter and ceasing his cries for retreat. First and second squads, deploy. Utilize the electric net equipment. I intend to capture them alive. Chen Wanchuan gestured grandly from the helicopter. Despite their fear, the 2 squads cautiously approached the vicinity of the 2 pythons. Before them lay the downed creature, its body riddled with gaping wounds. The ion energy cannons might have penetrated the bodies of the 2 immortal pythons. Upon witnessing this scene, the squad members were filled with elation. They hurriedly set up the electric net equipment, but just as they completed the setup, a panicked voice crackled through the intercom. Retreat! Retreat! The 2 squads were momentarily bewildered when they suddenly noticed an immense shadow overshadowing them, causing their bodies to stiffen in terror. The hissing and rustling sounds rendered the squad members ashen-faced. The once immobilized black python had inexplicably risen, its wounds astonishingly healed. Ye Feng, too, straightened up, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The power of that laser beam was astounding. It had managed to breach his golden scales in an instant. Of course, the black python had also been penetrated. Fortunately, they were both immortal pythons. Their regenerative abilities were practically invincible. Had it been any other ferocious beast, it might have already perished. But they were immortal pythons. As long as they were not reduced to mere fragments, they could regrow lost limbs and return to their prime. Simultaneously, the black python alongside him also restored its form, its indifferent gaze surveying its surroundings before ensnaring a soldier from the squad and devouring him whole. Silence enveloped the battlefield for 3 seconds, only to erupt into chaos. Though rumors had circulated in Jiang City about the black python's propensity to consume humans, witnessing such an event unfold was an overwhelming shock. Even the most psychologically resilient soldiers found themselves instinctively fleeing in terror. Yao Susu's live stream was inundated with viewers. The horrifying scene of the python devouring a human rendering the comments section eerily silent. As a girl present at the scene, Yao Susu was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, her pale face devoid of color, the ground beneath her seemingly damp. Chen Wanchuan, aboard the helicopter, was equally terrified, hastily issuing commands. Quick, intercept them. The loudspeaker blared to life, only for the shocking revelation that Chen Wanchuan's helicopter was hastily retreating. Go. The black python cast a glance at Ye Feng before charging toward the human defenses. The emergence of the ion energy cannon had made it realize that it was not invincible. While it could recover from a singular energy blast, what if it faced hundreds? Surely, even the mightiest beings could meet their end. Ye Feng understood the black python's apprehension. Its recent act of consuming a human was a tactic to disrupt morale and facilitate its escape. One could not deny the intelligence of this fellow creature. It was evident that it had not been an ordinary being in its previous life. Ye Feng no longer hesitated. Sweeping aside a section of the human defense line with his massive tail, and then swiftly departing, leaving chaos in his wake. Yao Susu recorded everything on her live stream. And the following days were destined to be anything but ordinary. Over the course of 3 days, Ye Feng made several attempts to breach the human encampment, all ending in failure. On one occasion, he narrowly escaped a strike from an ion cannon. What is wrong with this fellow? Why does he keep approaching the human outpost? On a mountaintop, 3 enormous beasts lay in wait, their gazes fixed on Ye Feng's direction. Among them was the black immortal python that had departed with Ye Feng that day. The one speaking was a beautiful, brightly feathered bird with emerald green wings, and notably, it was accompanied by a massive rhinoceros with a horn, its body subtly pulsating with electrical energy. All 3 of these creatures were mutated species. The beings from Donyuan have been particularly restless lately. With our combined strength, we may struggle to resist them, the giant rhinoceros remarked with a hint of worry. If we had this fellow's assistance, our situation might improve. Despite his apparent lack of intelligence, the beautiful bird interjected. Had I not been trapped in Jiang City recently, I would have already undergone my 7th evolution, the black python remarked coldly, glancing at the other 2 beasts. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 2 beasts shifted. I ask you, Lin Yi, those humans were not devoured by you, were they? The beautiful bird could not help but inquire. Nonsense. If I had eaten them, I would have evolved by now, the black python retorted icily. At this, the gazes of the 3 fierce beasts grew serious. If that population of nearly 10,000 was not consumed by Lin Yi, it indicates that there is another formidable creature lurking in the shadows of Jiang City. To devour such a vast number of lives, that creature must have undergone terrifying evolution. In the evening, Ye Feng was drinking from a small stream, having caught a few ordinary species to satiate his hunger temporarily. Who goes there? Ye Feng suddenly called out sharply, as sounds emanated from the surrounding forest. It is I. A familiar voice responded, and a large black head came into view. It's you? Ye Feng was taken aback. Was this not the immortal python from that day? Speaking of which, this creature could be considered his kin. We have a favor to ask of you, Lin Yi stated coolly. You 3? Ye Feng's eyes flickered momentarily. Just then, a series of sharp bird cries echoed from the sky, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of a beast charging forward, stirring up dust. A massive rhinoceros with a horn barreled toward him. In an instant, Ye Feng felt as though he was being cornered from 3 sides. Hiss! He instinctively crouched, flames gathering in his mouth, ready to be unleashed at any moment. He had yet to discern the intentions of these 3 creatures, and if they meant to attack him. A bloody battle was inevitable today. Chapter 62, Assault on Yuan City. Python brother, calm down. The black python Lin Yi quickly interjected, though his voice sounded cold and peculiar. We genuinely require your assistance, and in exchange, we can offer you our aid, Lin Yi explained. Oh, Ye Feng tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the flashing lightning rhinoceros and the green bird in the sky, suddenly recalling 2 powerful creatures from his past life. System, conduct a scan. Ye Feng instructed in his mind. Target detected. Mutated species, Fury Horn Thunder Rhinoceros, 7th evolution. Abilities, Thunder Guidance, harnessing the power of its massive horn to conjure lightning. In its complete form, it can summon celestial thunder. Target detected. Mutated species, Emerald Green Sparrow, 7th evolution. Abilities, Jade Venom, its green wings serve as arrows, laced with potent venom capable of dissolving marble in an instant. Indeed, upon seeing the data of these two beings, Ye Feng's pupils constricted. The reason he was familiar with these names was that these two mutated species were monarch-level beasts in his past life. The territory they occupied coincided with the area of Jiang City. He never anticipated encountering these two monarch-level creatures so early in this life. You claim you can assist me? Ye Feng seemed to recall something, his pupils suddenly shifting. Observing Ye Feng's expression, the emerald green sparrow's beak twitched slightly, as she sensed an ominous premonition. The next morning, Ye brother, are you certain you wish to assault the human outpost? Lin Yi inquired, flicking his tongue. Just days prior, he had breached the human defenses alongside Ye Feng, and now he intended to return? Lin Yi believed his motives were certainly not as simple as seeking revenge. Indeed, you now possess considerable strength, and all I require is for you to delay for a while, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. The three colossal beasts exchanged glances, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Lin Yi had experienced the ion cannon firsthand, and the other two beasts had heard of it from him. They did not possess the extraordinary self-healing abilities of Lin Yi and Ye Feng. Very well, we accept, Lin Yi finally declared, gritting his teeth. The military cannot continuously employ the ion cannon. At worst, when they fire, we will simply bear the brunt of it. In any case, with Ye Feng's assurance, they could confront the encroachment from Don Yuan. Deal. Ye Feng smiled, and the four fierce beasts set forth toward the human territory. Yuan City, temporary encampment. Following the successive falls of Jiang City and other locations, humanity constructed a formidable defense line around Yuan City, with equipment and manpower surpassing that of the station troops in Jiang City. Shennongjia, who had been defeated alongside his remaining soldiers by Ye Feng and the two pythons, arrived here as well. Oh, is this not our great general, Shennongjia? A delicate voice rang out from the dining hall, laced with extreme sarcasm. It belonged to a striking young woman, her graceful figure clad in a flowing dress, holding a mobile phone in her hand. Yao Susu. Shennongjia? In the live stream, comments flooded in. Haha, is this not the benevolent Shennongjia? After several days, how has he aged so much? TSK, ordering attacks on ordinary civilians. Suffering consecutive defeats at the hands of the same giant python. How many soldiers has he doomed? Do their lives not count as lives? The live stream erupted with condemnation. Even Yao Susu did not spare him a scornful glance. Although the order was given by another commander, this fellow had instigated much of the chaos. Moreover, it was his command that initiated the assault on the giant python. Later, people discovered that Shennongjia had previously fought that python and had nearly lost his life. His order to attack was merely a pursuit of personal vengeance. Shennongjia, as a military leader, you issued erroneous orders that led to heavy casualties in that battle. What are your thoughts on this? The audience was eager to hear him speak. Yao Susu thrust her phone toward Shennongjia. Veins bulged on Shennongjia's forehead. News of his decision-making blunder was about to attract scrutiny, and it was all due to that python. If it weren't for that python, he would not have been brought so low. Memories of that fateful day ignited a surge of anger within him. Oh no, the giant python is back. Suddenly, the crowd in the dining area erupted into chaos. Even Shennongjia was momentarily stunned, but soon his eyes sparkled with joy. That creature has returned? Over the past 3 days, it had harassed them daily, though its motives remained unclear. However, today was the day when higher-ups were arriving. That python would surely meet its demise if it dared to stir trouble now. Streamer, we want to see the giant python. Streamer, hurry. We all want to see the giant python. The atmosphere in Yao Susu's live stream was electric. This was a military temporary base, and due to her earlier live streaming actions, she had been placed under house arrest here, awaiting an inquiry from higher authorities. With the giant python invading again, no one in the camp paid her any heed. With that thought, Yao Susu resolved to step outside and witness the giant python. Outside the Yuan City defense line, 2 giant pythons accompanied by a fury horned thunder rhinoceros, striding forth with a menacing gait, approached. Above the heads of the 3, a resplendent green bird soared gracefully. I must infiltrate the human stronghold. Please buy me some time. Ye Feng flicked his tongue like a serpent. No problem. Lin Yi spoke, his body already adorned with sharp, spiny scales, appearing more formidable than a porcupine. Witness my prowess. The anger horn thunder rhino sneered, clearly exhilarated by revenge, a glint of vengeance evident in its eyes. Meanwhile, the emerald bird served as a lookout, vigilantly assessing the enemy's movements. The moment the commander of Yuan City ascended the lookout tower, he was utterly bewildered. For colossal beasts had arrived at the borders of Yuan City. What were their intentions? Were they here to contest territory with humans? Yao Susu, observing from a distance, gasped upon sighting the four formidable creatures. Were they back for vengeance? Attack! The anger horn thunder rhino was the first to charge, its tough hide impervious to human artillery, instead unleashing a surge of electrical energy that toppled numerous soldiers. What manner of beast is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment, beginning to scatter in a frenzy as the first line of defense crumbled. Regaining his composure, the commander of Yuan City began to orchestrate the battle. Conventional firearms were ineffective. Mobilize the armored vehicles. One by one, the armored vehicles rolled out, yet the anger horn thunder rhino showed no signs of fear, galloping forth and overturning the vehicles with ease. This rhino brother is truly fierce. Lin Yi and Ye Feng watched from the rear, marveling at the valiant thunder rhino leading the charge. In Ye Feng's recollection, the only creature that could rival the anger horn thunder rhino's ferocity was the infernal divine bull. Just as the three beasts were observing the thunder rhino's display of might, countless red dots suddenly enveloped its body. What is that? Ye Feng and the others were taken aback. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from the distance. Chapter 63. The Sacrifice of the Emerald Bird from the Rear Guard's Stronghold. A barrage of small missiles launched towards the robust form of the anger horn thunder rhino. Shieta! Lin Ye's eyes widened as he instinctively stepped back. Ye Feng's lips twitched, and he too found himself retreating. Boom! The area where the anger horn thunder rhino stood was blasted into a massive crater, debris swirling and forming a small mushroom cloud. Gulp! Ye Feng could even hear Lin Yi swallowing nervously beside him. Ye brother, are you sure you want to charge into the human stronghold? Lin Yi asked instinctively. Ye Feng pondered briefly before nodding. With only 2 days remaining until the global beastification, if he could not deliver the original stone to his parents, all his efforts would be in vain. Very well, we shall assist you this once. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and charged to the front lines. As the smoke cleared, the anger horn thunder rhino appeared somewhat disheveled, yet true to its resilient nature, the barrage of missiles had only inflicted slight injuries. Lin Yi cast an envious glance. This level of defense surpassed even his own spiny scales. Perhaps only Ye Feng's golden scales could compare. Roar! The angered, disheveled thunder rhino bellowed, its massive horn gathering a burst of electricity that struck the high-rise buildings of Yuan City. Such a formidable creature. The commander in the command tower wore a look of shock, clutching a remote control in his hand. Undoubtedly, the missiles just launched were his doing. Yet, these weapons capable of annihilating an army had only caused minor damage to the anger horn thunder rhino. This was indeed hard to accept. The only real threat to them was the ion convergence cannon. A faint voice broke the tension as the commander furrowed his brow, turning to the speaker. Shennongjia, are you aware of the aftereffects of the ion convergence cannon? The commander demanded sternly. Of course, Shennongjia replied nonchalantly. The ion convergence cannon will create a powerful radiation contamination within a 100-mile radius shortly after firing. Then would you still dare to use it? The commander sneered. What of it? Shennongjia squinted. The city has already been overrun by beasts. Even if I do not employ the ion convergence cannon, humanity will no longer inhabit the city. Your situation is hardly better than mine. Without the ion convergence cannon, your Yuan City will also fall. With it, you may have time to evacuate the civilians. A flicker of malice crossed Shennongjia eyes. Hearing this, the commander hesitated. Shennongjia reasoning seemed sound, yet he did not immediately make a decision. Gazing at the rampaging four beasts, the commander finally steeled his resolve. Check our remaining energy reserves. How many times can we deploy the convergence ion cannon? Commander, we can only utilize it 3 times. A subordinate reported immediately. 3 times? The commander raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. That will suffice. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the anger horn thunder rhino stood firm at the front lines, countless bullets ricocheting off their bodies like mere tickles. Ye brother, charge in from the left. I will create an opening for you. The anger horn thunder rhino stated calmly, its horn brimming with electrical energy. Understood. Ye Feng nodded, swiftly maneuvering his lithe form to clear a path by hurling aside obstructing soldiers and vehicles. Just then, the electrical surge from the anger horn thunder rhino struck, shattering the thick wall ahead. As Ye Feng prepared to enter, a sudden wave of danger surged within him, his instincts screaming. Boom! Despite his rapid evasion, he was still struck by the ion convergence cannon, a gaping hole appearing in his abdomen. Damn it, hit again. Ye Feng cursed under his breath. The ion convergence cannon was silent and swift. With his current reflexes, evasion was impossible. Fortunately, it had not struck a vital area. His regenerative abilities would allow him to recover swiftly. This weapon must have a cooldown. It cannot fire continuously. Just as Ye Feng pondered this, he suddenly spotted a fleeting blue beam racing towards the Anger Horn Thunder Rhino. Watch out! Ye Feng's pupils constricted as he cried out. Hiss! In midair, a massive black python leapt, intercepting the blue beam while simultaneously sending the Anger Horn Thunder Rhino flying. Bang! The heavy impact sent a chill through Ye Feng's heart. Lin Yi. Voices of urgency resonated from both the sky and the ground. The emerald bird descended, and the Anger Horn Thunder Rhino returned to Lin Yi's side. Assessing his injuries. Damn, I got hit too. Ye Feng could not help but exclaim. However, he soon felt reassured, for his eagle vision revealed that Lin Yi had also avoided fatal injury. Hiss, firing twice in quick succession is already outrageous. It can't possibly happen again. Ye Feng squinted, muttering, when he suddenly noticed the stronghold gathering another blue beam. Red lasers aimed directly above his head, and Ye Feng's mind went blank in an instant. Damn it! I cannot move. This was the final thought echoing in Ye Feng's mind. The wound from the first ion convergence cannon had yet to heal, significantly hampering his mobility. Now targeted by the ion convergence cannon, he was nothing more than a living target. They aimed to strike my head. Panic began to engulf Ye Feng. A hit to the head would spell the end of his life. The stroke of luck he had imagined did not materialize, as the ion convergence cannon illuminated before him and then detonated. The emerald brilliance intertwined with the blue radiance, painting a dreamlike tableau. A cry, not belonging to Ye Feng, rang out, followed by the heavy body of a beast crashing before him, its dim, helpless gaze locking onto Ye Feng's, striking his heart with profound anguish. Yang Fei, Lin Yi and the Anger Horn Thunder Rhino's voices echoed simultaneously, revealing the name of the emerald bird to Ye Feng. Roar! A suppressed roar reverberated as the Anger Horn Thunder Rhino's horn began to shimmer with light, the sky darkening with ominous clouds, heralding the descent of thunder. The mournful cries of the Fei Lu Qing Ke lingered beside Ye Feng's ears, yet he had already lost the capacity for thought. This Fei Lu Qing Ke had saved him. You shall pay. Lin Yi was the first to regain his mobility. Charging into the crowd with spikes and scales adorning his body, his gaping maw devouring human soldiers one after another. For the first time, Ye Feng found himself questioning his identity. Was he now considered human or beast? He was, indeed, a beast. The moment these individuals had set out to hunt him, the lines of conflict had already been drawn. The Fei Lu Qing Ke, lamenting before him, was his genuine companion, Shennongjia. Ye Feng's eagle-like gaze locked onto the self-satisfied figure atop the command tower, his roar reverberating through the air, golden scales layered upon one another, venomous fangs glimmering with a chilling light, and an ethereal blue aura enveloping him. A breath of blazing fire swept across the battlefield. Chapter 64, The Great Showdown. As the three ferocious beasts entered a state of frenzy, the human side found themselves utterly powerless, scattering in all directions like frightened fish and birds. Humph! Shennongjia, standing atop the command tower, regarded the wailing giant beast in the distance with a cold sneer. Dare to challenge me? His proud expression lasted no more than 3 seconds before a colossal python charged forth. Impossible. Shennongjia's gaze faltered, revealing a look of terror. Why is this python still alive? He quickly turned his attention elsewhere, only to find a Fei Lu green giant bird struggling on the ground. The ion-gathering cannon had only 3 shots, all of which had been expended. In an instant, cold sweat poured down Shennongjia's back, and he exclaimed in panic, "Quick! Stop it!" Yet, not a single soldier heeded his command. They were all fleeing for their lives. Shennongjia, your time has come. Ye Feng's figure trampled through the armor, storming into the temporary encampment. His eyes burned with fury, exhaling waves of scorching breath. Shennongjia, standing atop the tower, appeared as insignificant as an ant compared to Ye Feng, who now loomed before him like a dreadful specter. No, you cannot kill me. He trembled as he stumbled backward, suddenly tripping and falling to the ground, a foul odor emanating from beneath his trousers. Gazing at the terrified Shennongjia, Ye Feng showed no hint of mercy, engulfing him in flames. No! Shennongjia's piercing scream echoed as he rolled off the tower like a fiery man. A gulping sound resonated in the air. Through thermal imaging, Ye Feng discovered another individual hiding beneath a table. He cast a silent glance before shifting his focus. The commander of Yuan City watched Ye Feng's departing figure, his clothes drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. The scene unfolding before him would leave an indelible mark of terror for the rest of his life. Father! A sudden roar echoed from afar. In his line of sight, an ice-blue giant tiger howled at the heavens, followed closely by 3 other monstrous beasts. Shennongjia, Ye Feng. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. Those are the Eastern Plains minions. Lin Yi arrived at Ye Feng's side, growling lowly. The Eastern Plains. Ye Feng was taken aback. They neighbor Jiang City and have always been our foremost adversaries. The assistance we sought from you was to deal with them, Lin Yi stated solemnly. When did that Shennongjia join them? Ye Feng pondered. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, not anticipating Ye Feng's inquiry. After a brief contemplation, he replied, about 7 or 8 days ago. When was the population of Jiang City devoured? Ye Feng inquired further. Lin Yi was taken aback, and his pupils abruptly constricted, as if struck by a revelation. Are you implying? His voice was strained. System scan complete. Ancient species, Shennongjia, 9 evolutions. Ability, Frost Breath. This is bad. Ye Feng's heart sank, realizing that the new Jiao Leishi was charging towards Shennongjia, and they were 2 levels apart in evolution. Bang! As expected, the new Jiao Leishi was immediately encased in a chilling frost breath, nearly incapacitated, frozen in place. Subsequently, Shennongjia howled to the skies, its hardened head violently launching the new Jiao Leishi, creating a massive crater upon impact. Ha! Lin Yi, you 3 foolish beings dare to assault Yuan City. A small yet dark, swamp-gray venomous snake sneered. Ding! Target detected. Mutated species in Now Hui Du Shi, 7 evolutions, possessing potent venom, extreme speed, and agility, making it hard to catch. Oh, is that not the new Jiao Leishi? How pitifully battered you are. You were quite the electric one, weren't you? A graceful blue leopard, crackling with arcs of electricity, approached. Ding! Target detected. Mutated species Lan Dian Lei Bao, born hunters with claws capable of discharging high-voltage currents, razor-sharp. They also had a fearsome Tyrannosaurus, albeit merely an ancient species, its combat prowess rivaling that of mutated varieties, standing tall among ancient species. It was no wonder Lin Yi and his companions were restrained. This formidable lineup indeed possessed the capability. Yet now, with Shennongjia added to the mix. I am fine. Ye Feng and Lin Yi approached the new Jiao Leishi, who was struggling to rise, its body covered in frost, and its rough, thick skin riddled with frostbite. After some time apart, Shennongjia's frost breath had become even more terrifying. Ye Feng, you killed my father. I will see you buried without a trace. Shennongjia glared at Ye Feng with palpable hostility, having witnessed the moment Ye Feng forced Chen Wanchuan to his demise. Your father deserved it. If I am not mistaken, he conspired with you to devour nearly 10,000 souls of Jiang City. Ye Feng retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and New Jiao Leishi were taken aback, realizing that it was indeed Shennongjia who had committed such heinous acts. How could one be so inhumane? Though they were no longer human, their fundamental instincts still held a human perspective. Yet this creature had committed such brutal deeds. What of it? As long as I can evolve rapidly, everything is worth it, Shennongjia sneered. I have already undergone 9 evolutions, while you, a mere 6. This proves my path is the right one. The weak are devoured by the strong. This is no longer the era of humanity, but the age of the formidable. Shennongjia's voice boomed. Chen Zifeng, stop wasting words with them. If we consume them, we shall evolve even stronger, hissed the Now Hui Du Shi, his eyes glistening with greed at Lin Ye's form. Can you still fight? Ye Feng turned to the wounded new Jiao Leishi. I can, it replied, drawing in a breath. Very well, you each take one. The Tyrannosaurus and Shennongjia are mine, Ye Feng stated calmly. What? You intend to face 2 alone? New Jiao Leishi exclaimed, shaking its head vigorously. That is absolutely out of the question. Yet, he soon fell silent. The Fei Luqing Ke had sacrificed its combat ability to save Ye Feng and was now in a precarious state. Only the 3 of them were capable of fighting. Attacking Yuan City was my invitation to you. I will take responsibility, Ye Feng declared solemnly, stepping forward. Rest assured, he is incredibly strong. Lin Yi comforted. Noticing New Jiao Leishi's reluctance to speak further, he was the only one who had witnessed Ye Feng in battle. Fully aware of his immense strength when he exerted himself, he knew he would be no match. However, facing a 9 evolution Shennongjia and a 7 evolution Tyrannosaurus would still be exceedingly challenging. In the distance, Yao Susu stood atop a watchtower, the fierce wind tousling her hair. Victory is essential. She clenched her jade fist, her gaze fixed upon the scene where Ye Feng faced the 2 ferocious beasts. Though one was a colossal python, deep within her heart, she hoped for its triumph. Boom! Shennongjia once again gathered frost breath, aiming directly at Ye Feng. Chapter 65, Devouring Shennongjia. Boom. The two vastly different breaths collided, the crimson hue barely losing ground. How is this possible? Lin Yi and the yet-to-engage Lan Dian Lei Bao were utterly astonished. This Ye Feng, seemingly having undergone only 6 evolutions, was able to contend with the 9-evolution frost spider? They, of course, were unaware that Ye Feng's strength attribute had reached an astonishing 300 points, a level that typically required a beast to evolve 8 times. In terms of sheer power, Ye Feng was only marginally weaker than the frost spider. This giant python was extraordinary. The fierce beasts of Dong Yuan each harbored their own ulterior motives, and then the Zhao Hui Dushi suddenly charged towards Lin Yi. Haha, Lei Shi, meet your demise. The Lan Dian Lei Bao moved with an eerie swiftness, its speed rivaling that of lightning. Before the angry horn Lei Shi could react, 2 gory wounds appeared before it. Lin Yi's situation was equally dire, trapped in Jiangshi. He had yet to reach his 7th evolution and could only rely on his larger size to battle the Zhao Hui Dushi. Fortunately, the serpent dared not approach Lin Yi's spiny armor, leading to a stalemate between the two beasts. Meanwhile, the lone remaining Tyrannosaurus had other plans. It refrained from attacking Ye Feng alongside the frost spider, instead charging towards the Fei Lu Qing Ke, seeking to devour it and achieve growth through evolution. The expressions of the beasts changed dramatically as Ye Feng swiftly retracted his fiery breath, turning to charge at the Tyrannosaurus. In an instant, his lengthy body coiled around the dinosaur, which had undergone 7 evolutions, leaving it utterly defenseless against Ye Feng's might. Save me. The Tyrannosaurus's claws flailed in the air, signaling for help to Chen Zifeng. Yet, the frost spider merely sneered, indifferent to its plight. It was not until the Tyrannosaurus was strangled to death by Ye Feng that it disdainfully remarked, "Foolish creature, daring to hoard the prey for itself?" In its eyes, an ancient Tyrannosaurus held little value. No one had anticipated that such a once-threatening beast would perish so easily. You are excessively confident. With one troublesome foe eliminated, Ye Feng felt a significant reduction in pressure as his icy serpent eyes locked onto the frost spider. Allowing the Tyrannosaurus to die at his hands would prove to be Chen Zifeng's gravest error. Confidence. It stems from possessing the foundation for such assurance. The frost spider let out an eerie chuckle before charging forward with its razor-sharp claws. Swiftly, dust was kicked up, yet Ye Feng's figure had vanished. A miss. Simultaneously, a pair of formidable fangs emerged from his left side, followed by blood and flesh flying as venom penetrated his body. Roar. The frost spider emitted an enraged howl, its robust tail swinging like a hardened iron rod, sending Ye Feng flying over 100 meters. This was not its natural ability. Rising from the ground, Ye Feng focused on the frost spider's tail. This creature must have consumed higher-tier kin, for during their previous battle, its tail had not exhibited such devastating power. Hissing, Ye Feng flicked his tongue, his golden scales enveloping his entire body, radiating an extraordinary sanctity. Had this been in Wuchang, perhaps he would not have had the opportunity to defeat the 9-evolution frost spider, but this was not that place. And what of Ye Feng? He possessed a remarkable 8 abilities. Although half were supportive in nature, they were sufficient to grant him combat prowess far exceeding that of a typical 6-evolution beast. The eagle's vision activated, allowing him to observe the frost spider's every movement with minute detail. In this state, Ye Feng could deftly counter the frost spider's assaults. His frost-resistant physique rendered the threat of the frost spider's icy breath negligible. The golden scales afforded him superior defense compared to others of the same rank. The deadly venom of his fangs provided a significant advantage in prolonged combat. Meanwhile, his fiery breath compensated for any shortcomings in ranged attacks. While his immortal self-healing endowed him with unparalleled regenerative capabilities, Ye Feng was devoid of any weaknesses. Among the colossal beasts, he was unstoppable, with his momentum fully unleashed. Ye Feng unleashed a torrent of flames, only for the frost spider to retaliate with its icy breath, only to find Ye Feng abruptly retracting the flames. Frost enveloped Ye Feng's exterior, leaving Chen Zifeng momentarily stunned. What was this? A suicidal act? Before he could process it, the massive python broke through the icy breath's freezing effect, barreling towards him at full speed. Danger! Danger! The frost spider's instinct screamed. In Wuchang, it had previously been ensnared by Ye Feng at close range, fully aware of the terrifying constriction power of the giant python. Once locked, escape was nearly impossible. The frost spider frantically retreated, but it was too late. Ye Feng had already ensnared it. In mere seconds, he had constricted the frost spider's vital areas, leaving the colossal creature gasping for breath. With a vicious bite, his venomous fangs tore into the frost spider's neck, causing blood to spurt forth. Damn it! The frost spider sensed its consciousness rapidly fading, and regret began to swell within. Fully aware of the constriction power of the giant python, it had nonetheless let its guard down, resulting in its downfall. The price for this oversight could very well be its life. It regretted not having saved the Tyrannosaurus earlier. Though that creature was inferior, it was still a top predator among ancient beasts. Had the Tyrannosaurus merely bitten Ye Feng, perhaps it could have been saved, but alas, there were no second chances. Ye Feng's grip tightened, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. The frost spider's 9 evolution body gradually slackened in Ye Feng's embrace, losing strength. Yet, Ye Feng's fangs remained unyielding, and under the dual effects of venom and constriction, no matter how robust the frost spider's vitality, it could not endure for long. When the light in the frost spider's eyes finally dimmed, Ye Feng released his hold, assessing his injuries. Although his frost-resistant physique had mitigated much of the damage from the icy breath, he had still sustained injuries. 9 evolutions were not to be trifled with. Some of his golden scales had been torn asunder, exposing blood and flesh, now obscured by the frost. However, soon enough, his immortal self-healing ability activated, and the wounds began to close at a visible rate. Ding! You have devoured the 9 evolution frost spider, gaining 937 growth points. You have acquired attribute points. Strength increased by 30. You have gained attribute points. Vitality increased by 10. You have acquired the ability, Frost Breath. After consuming the frost spider, Ye Feng turned to the beleaguered Lei Shi, who was struggling against the aggressive Lan Dian Lei Bao, blood streaming from its wounds. Lei Shi, step aside, Ye Feng bellowed, unleashing a beam of blue light from his mouth. Boom! The flickering Lan Dian Lei Bao was struck down, emitting a mournful wail. How could this be? The Lan Dian Lei Bao, in disbelief, glanced around. The first battle to conclude had been between Ye Feng and the frost spider. What had transpired? Scanning the area, it found only the lifeless body of the Tyrannosaurus lying peacefully on the ground. Stop looking, your turn is coming soon. Ye Feng sneered, gathering another beam of light. A blend of red flames and blue frost. Ye Feng aptly named it the ice and fire duality. The resplendent beam struck the Lan Dian Lei Bao, transforming it into a pile of frozen char. The Lan Dian Lei Bao lost its ability to move. Ye Feng then turned his gaze towards Lin Yi. The venom was suited for prolonged battles, and Lin Yi's opponent was a highly toxic variant, the Inzhao Hui Du Shi. Even the self-healing ability of the Immortal Python could not withstand the internal damage inflicted by the potent poison, leaving Lin Yi in a dire state. Weakened and sprawled on the ground, the Inzhao Hui Du Shi, like a triumphant general, continued to unleash its toxins while biting into the gaps of Lin Yi's scales, mocking him as it did so. Lin Yi, is this all the strength you possess? I see you are lacking. You can only survive a little longer under my poison. What of the Immortal Python? You are but a mere worm. Bastard! Lin Yi muttered in frustration. If he were at the 7th stage of evolution, he would never find himself in such a predicament. Just then, the ground beside him trembled, casting the shadow of a unicorn giant rhinoceros over the two beasts. Lei Shi, have you finished your battle? Lin Yi was taken aback. The Anzhao gray poison snake coiled its body, warily watching the furious horned Lei Shi, its gaze sweeping the surroundings, and its pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, the only ones still engaged in combat were him and Lin Yi. Your poison is quite potent. A cold voice emanated from behind, revealing a giant python of similar size to Lin Yi, its ominous eyes fixated on him. Although the Anzhao gray poison snake was unsure of what was happening, it began to panic. Facing 3 opponents alone was certainly impossible. After all, being a serpent, its size after 7 evolutions barely reached 10 meters. I offer you an opportunity. Poison me, Ye Feng stated indifferently. What? The Anzhao gray poison snake was momentarily stunned, having never heard such a degrading request before. However, it quickly felt a surge of elation. Its venom was so potent that even Lin Yi, who possessed an immortal regeneration ability, could not withstand it. This creature would surely become a victim of its toxic prowess. The Anzhao gray poison snake held an inexplicable confidence in its venom. Ye Feng released his golden scales, allowing the snake to bite into his flesh as the venom slowly coursed through his veins. Fool, you've just handed me a free kill. The Anzhao gray poison snake sneered inwardly. Currently, the only one in optimal condition was this giant python. The Lei Shi was heavily injured, and Lin Yi had long been incapacitated by the poison. As long as it dealt with this foolish python, victory was still within reach. The thought of consuming such abundant prey ignited a fervor within the Anzhao gray poison snake. Ye Feng, Lin Yi weakly called out, but he could not utter a second word. He was perplexed as to why Ye Feng would allow the Anzhao gray poison snake to unleash its venom. He had experienced the potency of its poison firsthand and knew that even the immortal regeneration ability could not endure it. Time passed slowly, and Ye Feng showed no signs of faltering. Instead, the Anzhao gray poison snake realized that its venom reserves were nearly depleted. Damn it, why is this guy not reacting? The Anzhao gray poison snake roared internally, suddenly grasping a terrifying truth. Ye Feng was utterly unafraid of poison. The Anzhao gray poison snake raised its head, locking eyes with Ye Feng's mockingly indifferent gaze. In that instant, a tremor of fear shot through its heart, compelling it to flee. But it was pinned down by the Leishi's foot. Planning to escape? Here, have your venom back, Ye Feng's voice rang out. And the Anzhao gray poison snake felt two thick fangs pierce its body. Hiss! The snake's cry suddenly turned sharp, for it realized that Ye Feng's fangs were also laced with potent toxins, rivaling its own. As its consciousness began to fade, it thought it might finally understand the fate of the frosted boar. After dealing with the colossal beasts of Dongyuan, Ye Feng finally exhaled. The bloodline of the Immortal Python could counteract the poison, but it required time. Ye Feng glanced at the angry horned Lei Shi, who was concerned about Lin Ye's condition, and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the Lei Shi finally felt reassured. Boom. Just then, a thunderous tremor echoed across the ground, and a massive fireball surged toward them from the distance. Enemies. The Lei Shi growled. No. Ye Feng raised his head, activating his eagle vision, a smile creeping onto his face. It is my friend. Ding. Detecting target organism. Mutated flame overlord. A king born of flames. A natural leader with a savage temperament. Ability. Flame barrier. A suppressed roar sounded as the overlord Yang Xiu halted before Ye Feng, then bowed its head, revealing a graceful figure descending from above. Upon seeing Bai Yuhan, Ye Feng's expression turned peculiar. This woman had truly transformed into a dragon knight. Did she not know that the man beneath her was one of the future 10 beast kings? Ye Feng, I have matters to discuss with you, Bai Yuhan said, her red lips parting as she looked at the giant python. What is it? Ye Feng asked, puzzled. What could be so important that she had summoned the overlord all the way from the northern forest? After you left, I conducted an in-depth study of the remaining original stones and discovered a significant secret. What secret? Ye Feng's heart tightened. Each original stone contains a peculiar strand of genetic code, a code we have never encountered before, surpassing our technological understanding. Moreover, I am certain that these genetic codes were manually implanted, Bai Yuhan stated gravely. What? Ye Feng was taken aback. A flood of memories from his past life surged in his mind. His snake-like pupils shifted rapidly before finally settling into calmness. I understand now, he said slowly. Bai Yuhan and the overlord Yang Xiu exchanged glances and simultaneously asked, what do you know? I cannot be certain yet. Ye Feng shook his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at the human and beast before him. But perhaps the answers will be revealed on the day of global beastification. 3 days from now is the time for beastification. You should find suitable original stones for transformation before then, Ye Feng advised Bai Yuhan. In this life, too many variables existed. Even Bai Yuhan, the female beast king from his previous life, had yet to undergo transformation. Bai Yuhan smiled brightly. I have already found suitable original stones, she said, playfully brushing her hair aside. Good, Ye Feng nodded slightly. What do you plan to do next? We intend to return to the northern forest to continue our unfinished research. Bai Yuhan and Yang Xiu exchanged glances and replied. Do you still have that device to shield the original stones? Ye Feng suddenly recalled and asked. I do, Bai Yuhan nodded, retrieving 2 glowing orbs from behind her. After this research, I improved the device. It now only requires emitting specific sound waves to temporarily disrupt the fusion between the original stones and humans. However, this equipment is costly, and I only managed to obtain 3. As she spoke, Bai Yuhan handed the orbs to Ye Feng. A flicker of admiration passed through Ye Feng's eyes. Bai Yuhan was indeed remarkable, capable of creating such devices. With a puff, Ye Feng produced 3 original stones before turning to see Bai Yuhan's disdainful gaze. Ahem, this stone is meant for my family, he explained. Bai Yuhan, you are still human for now, and I would like to ask for your help in locating my family and delivering the original stones to them. Ye Feng earnestly stated. Where are you going? Bai Yuhan pondered before asking. I need to make a trip to the desert, Ye Feng replied, glancing at the perilously injured Fei Luqin Ke nearby, who risked her life to save him. The vitality of colossal beasts was incredibly resilient, but it also forced them to endure unimaginable suffering. Ye Feng, are you saying that Yang Fei is still salvageable? Lin Yi approached excitedly. Indeed. At the center of the desert lies a mutated plant known as the undying flower, Ye Feng explained calmly. The effects of the undying flower are remarkably similar to the bloodline of the Immortal Python, regardless of the severity of injuries. As long as there is still a breath left, it can regenerate severed limbs and restore life. Excellent. I will accompany you, Lin Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, I fear that Yang Fei may not last until you find the undying flower, the Lei she voiced solemnly. That is no concern. I have just acquired the ability of ice breath and can temporarily freeze her, Ye Feng replied. All right. Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. We owe you a debt of gratitude. I will take care of your family matters. Bai Yuhan and Yang Xiu exchanged glances before turning to Ye Feng. Thank you. Ye Feng expressed his gratitude. Ye Feng, I will join you, the Lei she volunteered. Very well, then let us set forth, Ye Feng said softly. However, before that, we must make a trip to the Snowfield Forbidden Zone. The Snowfield Forbidden Zone? Lin Yi and the Lei she exchanged puzzled glances, seeing the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. There is a friend of mine there. With her assistance, we will find the undying flower more easily, Ye Feng said confidently. The Snowfield Forbidden Zone stretched across endless frost, its icy expanse sweeping away all life within 100 miles. Hurry! This group of mammoths cannot hold out much longer. A roar echoed across the snowfield. Roar! The roar resonated like that of an unparalleled ancient sovereign, and following this sound were 3 saber-toothed tigers, the apex predators of the Ice Age. These 3 saber-toothed tigers were several dozen times more formidable than the one Ye Feng had encountered before, having evolved to an impressive 7th stage. Behind them trailed a dozen glistening frost wolves, who joined forces to besiege for mammoths. Kambu, what should we do? Jilly can barely hold on. A voice filled with urgency echoed. One of the mammoths was drenched in blood, with a gaping wound at its rear, from which blood flowed profusely. The frigid weather exacerbated the injury, causing the mammoth to sway precariously, clearly on the brink of collapse. Kambu, your time of reckoning has come. A familiar voice rang out, belonging to the frost wolf leader who had once been thwarted by the mammoths. Upon seeing this leader, Kambu swiftly turned to rescue his family, but his cumbersome form rendered him too late. Suddenly, at a critical moment, a blue beam erupted forth, instantly freezing the frost wolf leader into a statue, which then crashed to the ground. All the ferocious beasts stared in astonishment, their hearts filled with dread. Such a terrifying technique. They looked up at the assailant, only to find 3 exceptionally large mutated creatures, the leader of which was nearly 70 meters in length, an embodiment of ancient grandeur. The 3 saber-toothed tigers felt an overwhelming pressure and could not help but take 2 steps back. They were the kings of beasts, yet they felt fear in the presence of a mere serpent. The mammoth beside Kambu gazed at Ye Feng's form, momentarily entranced. Devour them, Ye Feng calmly instructed his companions. In an instant, Lin Yi and the thunderhorn rhinoceros roared and charged toward the group of ancient feral beasts. All are mutated species. The saber-toothed tigers were filled with shock, letting out a long howl as they retreated, only to be pursued by Lin Yi and the thunderhorn rhinoceros. Meanwhile, Ye Feng unleashed a slaughter, annihilating the pack of frost wolves. Ding! You have devoured the ancient species frost wolf at 5 stages of evolution, gaining 130 growth points. Ding! You have devoured the ancient species frost wolf at 4 stages of evolution, gaining 115 growth points. A series of notification chimes filled Ye Feng with exhilaration. It had been quite a while since he had engaged in such a massacre. With the assistance of the devouring system, he found evolution to be remarkably effortless. Yet his numerous obligations had drained him of the energy to level up. This desert journey was not only about seeking the undying flower, but also about enhancing his own strength and evolution. The desert was home to many powerful mutated creatures, and among them were several ferocious beasts that piqued Ye Feng's interest, particularly 3. One was the mutated storm scorpion, capable of controlling sand and dust to create storms, thus influencing the weather to some extent. Another was a mutated giant lizard, whose combat prowess was lacking, but whose ability to burrow was extraordinary. This ability made them nearly impossible to track in the desert, rendering them enigmatic. Capturing one relied heavily on luck, yet Ye Feng coveted this burrowing ability, as it would grant him significant initiative against his foes. As for the last one, he had only heard tales of it in his previous life, said to be glimpsed deep within the forbidden zones of the desert. However, Ye Feng speculated that this mutated creature had yet to be born, perhaps only to be seen on the day of global beastification. Just as Ye Feng pondered these matters, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him, as if something was approaching. Chapter 68. The Conspiracy of the Shin Medical Department, a Giant Python? A familiar voice suddenly rang out, and with it, the intense sense of crisis vanished without a trace. Ye Feng gazed at the white fox that appeared on the ground, momentarily stunned. Was that feeling emanating from you? Indeed. Bai nodded proudly, but soon another wave of anxiety surged in the hearts of the beasts. Lin Yi and the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros exchanged glances, astonished that such a small fox could exude such a perilous aura. This must be a power you gained after evolving, Ye Feng deduced. It seemed that in his previous life, the Bai Ling fox indeed evolved to possess such an ability, providing psychological warnings to deter enemies, a form of self-preservation. How do you know everything? Bai responded with a hint of disappointment. All right, we came looking for you. Where has Qin gone? Ye Feng inquired. She is in the Ice Spring Valley. Bai shook her head. Let's go. Ye Feng glanced back at the two bewildered brothers, who felt as if he navigated this place with ease while they were nearly freezing. Upon entering the Ice Spring Valley, they indeed found a colossal creature, Snow White, immersed in the icy lake. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Lu Qin quickly rose, her eyes sparkling with a touch of human-like joy. Ye Feng, I remembered. It was you at Nantung Park. Lu Qin's voice trailed off abruptly. Had it not been for Ye Feng, perhaps she would have been assaulted by that scoundrel Wang Su. Qin, it's not yet the day I spoke of, Ye Feng chuckled softly. No need. I trust you. Lu Qin shook her head. Before her transformation, she was not oblivious to the news. The strange phenomena on television had been heralding a truth. Blue Star was undergoing a transformation. If global beastification was real, then their time was surely running out. Is that true? Ye Feng asked, somewhat astonished. I am the weakest among all your students. Ye Feng smiled wryly. He then recounted some events that had transpired after leaving school to Lu Qin, omitting his quest for the undying Python stone. Even so, Lu Qin found it utterly incredible. Are you saying that the entire Blue Star will eventually revert to a primitive era of beastification? She asked in astonishment. Yes. This is the result of research by the head of the Xin Medical Department. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Lu Qin fell silent, then resolutely fixed her gaze on Ye Feng. My ability allows me to foresee future dangers. I can accompany you to the desert. The desert was fraught with peril, 10 times more treacherous than the snowy forbidden zones, and Ye Feng hesitated. In his previous life, he had not dared venture into the desert. Although both the snowy regions and the desert harbored forbidden zones, the desert teemed with more bizarre creatures, and one could easily fall prey to quicksand. In truth, Ye Feng was reluctant to let Lu Qin take such risks, yet remaining in the Ice Spring Valley could also attract other ferocious beasts. After contemplating, Ye Feng ultimately decided to bring Lu Qin along, with Bai being indispensable. Since Ye Feng was unaware of the precise location of the undying flower, he needed to rely on the treasure-seeking abilities of the Bai Ling fox. Foreseeing the future, Lin Yi, who had been listening, was taken aback, his mouth agape. What kind of beast did Ye Feng know that even possessed the ability to foresee the future? It was terrifying. Lin Yi and the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros exchanged glances, as if suddenly realizing who the true powerhouse was. At the Xin Medical Department, several elderly men stood outside research room number 1, the foremost among them being Professor Bai Yuhan's mentor. So it truly is you, old Li, stealing your disciples' research results. Unable to act yourself? You let us old men take on the role of the villains. The 3 elderly men, of similar age, mocked the professor coldly. The professor sat in his chair, his gaze indifferent. We merely obtained her research progress. To truly unearth the secrets within, further research is necessary. If we can decipher the mysteries, gaining the formidable powers of those giant beasts would render us unnecessary in this wretched place. The old professor's eyes glinted with shadowy intent. The other 3 men exchanged glances, each detecting a spark of fervor in the other's gaze. At their age, they were nearing the end of their days. But if they could become those giant beasts and acquire immense vitality and limitless power. Report, Professor, we have discovered something. A researcher suddenly rushed over. Speak. The old professor responded, tapping the table calmly. Upon investigation, we discovered an enigmatic sequence of genetic codes within the raw stone, seemingly the very cause of human bestial transformation. As stated by the researchers, can you control the type of beastification? Inquired the elderly professor, furrowing his brow. The identity of Deng Zhe had been clarified. He had evolved into a wild boar, a form they were loath to assume. The researcher replied with a tinge of regret, with our current capabilities, we cannot definitively identify the species within the raw stone. What shall we do then? The professor exclaimed anxiously, tapping his fingers upon the table. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes as he turned to the researcher, asking, if we provide you with sufficient raw stone, can you conduct further research? It should be possible. The researcher hesitated momentarily before nodding emphatically. Then instruct everyone to gather raw stones from all locations, the professor commanded coldly. Oldly, It appears we cannot accomplish this alone, remarked one elder, his brow knitting in concern. Who said we are relying solely on our own power? Retorted the professor with a scoff. Notify the higher-ups, inform them of our significant discovery. Let them know we have found the potential to eradicate the colossal beasts. Furthermore, we must rally the populace, using the same rationale. This matter requires urgency. I sense that time is of the essence. The professor's gaze fell upon the creature imprisoned within Research Room 1, a massive crocodile cloaked in a devilish armor of obsidian. The desolation was palpable, the flora withered. Following the descent of the raw stone, the temperature across the blue star had shifted dramatically. The desert now sweltered at nearly 50 degrees Celsius, with temperatures rising further as one ventured deeper. In such conditions, it was likely that the indigenous creatures of the blue star had vanished from the desert. How parched I am, murmured the little fox perched atop Ye Feng's head. Let us head to the Lei Shi for water, Ye Feng replied with a sigh. As they entered the desert, they required sustenance and hydration. In a world transformed by beastification, food was readily available. Their sole deficiency lay in water. Thus, the furious Lei Shi was laden with pure water, for this creature was most suited for labor. After traversing for a while, the sun ascended and the heat intensified, causing several beasts to exhibit dwindling patience. Just as their mood soured, the little fox suddenly alerted them, arching its back and bristling its snowy fur, baring its teeth in a particular direction. Ye Feng was taken aback, gazing into the distance where a mass of dark creatures surged toward them. Chapter 69. The Eerie Sand Fortress Giant Turtle. Ye Feng and his companions swiftly turned, only to behold an overwhelming tide of darkness, a legion of stones barreling toward them. What is it? The beasts were bewildered, uncertain of the identity of these entities. Turtles, Ye Feng stated, his tone tinged with peculiarity. Turtles? Lin Yi gasped, astonished. A horde of turtles dares to confront us? Do they not fear his formidable stature? To be precise, it was a multitude of desert turtles accompanied by 3 ancient variants. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Ding! Target species detected. Ancient variant rock-shelled malevolent turtle, 7 times evolved. The rock-shelled malevolent turtle, having long dwelled beneath massive boulders, exhibited a carapace fused with rock, rendering it exceedingly hard. Its ability was termed rock-shell impact. Upon reading the system's description, Ye Feng suddenly felt disinclined to consume these turtles. Ingesting them would only fill his belly with stones, which could not be digested. His system seemed capable of swiftly processing only flesh. Ahem, leave the lead turtles to you. I shall handle the lesser creatures, he coughed lightly. Behind the 3 rock-shelled malevolent turtles trailed nearly 100 desert turtles, ample enough to sate his hunger. Lu Qingqing followed closely behind Ye Feng. Unlike Bai Rou, who was powerless and merely acted as a cheerleader, she possessed a degree of combat prowess. The horns atop her head served as formidable weapons. As the desert turtles were merely advanced species, Ye Feng dispatched them with ease, devouring dozens in no time. The system notifications flooded his mind. Ding! You have consumed an advanced species, desert turtle, gaining 17 evolution points. Ding! You have consumed an advanced species, desert turtle, gaining 16 evolution points. At the conclusion of the skirmish, Ye Feng emerged victorious, having consumed almost 50 desert turtles, amassing over 700 evolution points. Adding to his previous nearly 1,000 points from devouring the frost pig, he was on the precipice of another evolution. Host: Ye Feng, 6 evolutions, species, Immortal Python. Evolution points, 2357, next level evolution requirement, 3,200 points. Abilities: Venomous Fangs, Fiery Breath, Golden Scales, Eagle Vision, Frost Resilience, Immunity to all toxins, Deep Sea Breath Holding, Frosty Breath. Strength: 307, Speed: 248, Defense: 302, Constitution: 288. It was gratifying to note that this group of desert turtles had also yielded some attribute points, allowing Ye Feng's defense attribute to surpass the 300 threshold. From an attribute panel perspective, Ye Feng had effectively achieved the status of a beast that had undergone 8 evolutions. Suddenly, he heard Lin Ye's mournful voice beside him. Lin Ye, with a protruding belly, wore a countenance of betrayal, as if his teammates had led him astray in a ranking match. You can wait until the rock-shelled malevolent turtle's flesh is fully digested and then regurgitate it, Ye Feng said, suppressing a chuckle as he turned away. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, a certain mischievous fox was already laughing uproariously, pointing at the prone Lei Shi and rolling on the ground with mirth. Are you expecting a child? She giggled. Only when Lin Ye's gaping maw loomed before her did she quiet down, leaping in haste to perch atop Lu Qingqing's head. Sister Qingqing, save me. Lu Qingqing was the only female among them, her elegant form boasting captivating curves that showcased the allure of this ancient species. Wait, Lu Qingqing suddenly lowered her head, her beautiful eyes glimmering. What? Biro responded, bewildered. These desert turtles are not here to attack us, Lu Qingqing clarified, glancing towards the few desert turtles that had narrowly escaped. Oh, Lin Yi understood. Though these desert turtles were not swift, their tenacious spirit revealed their will to survive. There are none left. Lin Yi stumbled back to the group of beasts. Glug! He swallowed the desert turtle in his mouth. At that moment, a tremendous tremor reverberated through the ground nearby. Boom! Boom! A colossal shadow materialized within the beast's line of sight, a creature dwarfing them akin to a small mountain. Standing a staggering 30 meters tall, it was on par with the fully upright Ye Feng and Lin Yi, even larger than the furious Lei Shi. What is that? Lin Yi suddenly grew serious, his expression turning grave. Ding! System scan successful. Variant species, Sand Fortress Giant Turtle, 8 times evolved. The Sand Fortress Giant Turtle, having spent eons buried in the desert, had undergone a transformation in size. Its peculiar trait lay in its shell, which could absorb and nullify attacks. Ability, Sandification. The system's revelation compelled Ye Feng to take the situation seriously. An 8 times evolved Sand Fortress Giant Turtle, immune to attacks, rendered even his fiery and frosty breaths ineffective. This was indeed a formidable challenge. Ye Feng felt the weight of trouble for the first time. In terms of raw attack capability, this giant turtle was likely unmatched. But in terms of defense, even 10 Ye Fengs could not rival a single turtle shell. An incomplete evolutionary state indicated that evolution count did not solely define a beast's combat prowess, as exemplified by both Ye Feng and this turtle. Let us engage. Seeking opportunities to strike at its flesh, Ye Feng instructed his companions calmly. Unfamiliar species. Meanwhile, the Sand Fortress Giant Turtle halted, emitting a perplexed sound. Upon seeing the scattered remnants of turtle shells, its gaze ignited with fury, for its prey seemed to have been stolen by these uninvited guests. You dare to seek your demise. In this expanse of dozens of miles, no one has ever dared to seize my prey. The Sand Fortress Giant Turtle charged forward in rage. After a brief wait, Lin Yi grew increasingly impatient. What a wretched pace. Even if given a decade, he would never reach his destination. With a hiss, Lin Yi's colossal form ensnared the Sha Lei giant tortoise. Having devoured numerous ferocious beasts and absorbed the growth from the now gray venomous serpent, he had now evolved 7 times. Before Lin Yi could unleash his python body skill, the assembled beasts witnessed a peculiar transformation in the giant tortoise's body. Its once withered and yellow shell evolved into grains of sand. With a sudden plunge, Lin Yi found himself engulfed by the Sha Lei giant tortoise. Damn it! Ye Feng's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed anxiously, "Quick, pull him out, or he will be consumed by that tortoise." Upon hearing this, the furious horned thunder rhinoceros turned pale with fear and rushed forward alongside Ye Feng. Ye Feng was the first to seize Lin Yi's form, pulling him a few meters away, yet the quicksand possessed a mysterious suction that matched Ye Feng's strength. In the standoff, the furious horned thunder rhinoceros charged from a distance and collided with Lin Yi, finally propelling him out of the tortoise's grasp. Lin Yi narrowly escaped, but a wound was inflicted on his body by the rhinoceros's massive horn. Fortunately, with his immortal self-healing ability, the wound soon healed completely. As he rose from the ground, remnants of terror lingered in Lin Yi's eyes. Who would have thought that the Sha Lei giant tortoise devoured creatures not with its mouth, but through that bizarre sandification ability? Any creature that attempted to attack would inevitably perish. Chapter 70. Desert Oasis. What should we do? Lin Yi gasped, inquiring of Ye Feng. Thunder Rhinoceros. Why not try the power of lightning? Ye Feng pondered for a moment. All right, the furious horned thunder rhinoceros stepped forward, and the immense horn atop its head crackled with voltage. The dangerous electricity spread across the ground, reaching the feet of the Sha Lei giant tortoise. Yet there was no reaction. Observing this, Ye Feng's expression darkened further. Immunity to physical attacks and magic. It would not be an exaggeration to say it possesses an immortal body. If all else fails, shall we leave? Lin Yi sighed, though his tone was laden with reluctance. After all, encountering a mutated species was a rare event, and everyone yearned to devour it. Ye Feng contemplated, concluding that if there was truly no alternative, they would have to depart. The tortoise's speed was incredibly slow, and if they chose to flee, it would not be able to stop them. That tortoise is as indestructible as a sandcastle, the little fox Biro muttered. Upon hearing her words, Ye Feng seemed to grasp a revelation, his eyes lighting up. Sand. His gaze suddenly fixed on the water on the furious horned thunder rhinoceros. What is it? The The rhinoceros, under Ye Feng's scrutiny, felt a chill run down its spine. Quicksand fears water. If we wash it away with water, its sandification will become ineffective, Ye Feng exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, the other beast's eyes glimmered with renewed interest as they glanced back at the Sha-lay giant tortoise. Indeed, if the tortoise turned into a heap of quicksand, it would become a living target. As long as they filled the quicksand with water, its sandification would be undone. But where are we to find such copious amounts of water? Lu Qingqing inquired. Lin Yi was taken aback. That seems to be a valid point. I possess the ability to exhale frost and flames. We can first condense frost and then melt it with fire, Ye Feng explained, adding, I even have a resounding name for this technique. What is it? Lu Qingqing asked, astonished. Ice and fire duality. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Get lost. Lu Qingqing spat without hesitation, lamenting how she had ended up with such a student. Following that, Ye Feng gathered energy from within and then projected it skyward. Two beams of light intertwined in the air, transforming into cascades of water that poured down onto the sandified giant tortoise. Soon, the sturdy sand shell began to collapse under the flow of water. It's working. This scene elicited expressions of relief from the assembled beasts. Ye Feng, I believe you can keep the flames going without withdrawing them. The little fox by row hopped onto Ye Feng's head, swallowing hard. Did she want to eat roasted tortoise? Ye Feng silently scoffed at this thought, then exerted himself further in his fiery expulsion. After a quarter of an hour, the Sha-lay giant tortoise finally revealed its flesh, hidden beneath the quicksand. What are you doing? It exclaimed, abruptly retracting its sandification ability and reverting to its original form before retracting into its shell. Ahem. Lin Yi approached Ye Feng, gazing at him with envy, and sincerely remarked, I believe the little fox's suggestion was quite sensible. Ye Feng's lips twitched. After all this, it turned out he was merely a tool. However, wasn't the tortoise's reaction tantamount to waiting for death? Scorching flames erupted around the shell, and soon the once yellowish shell exhibited a hint of crimson. You bastards, how dare you burn me? I shall not let you escape. The Sha-lay giant tortoise, curled within its shell, raged and cursed, seemingly aware of its predicament, refusing to flee. As time passed, the tortoise gradually fell silent, and a tantalizing aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. Not bad. Lin Yi ambled over, then glanced at the furious horned thunder rhinoceros. The latter understood the cue, galloping through the desert and charging towards the carcass of the Sha-lay giant tortoise, its massive horn crackling with electricity as it shattered the shell into pieces. It's begun, Lin Yi exclaimed joyously. Ye Feng, enticed by the savory aroma of tortoise meat, was astonished at the effectiveness of his technique. Almost forgot the seasoning. Bai Rou lamented, her mouth watering. You have devoured the flesh of the Sha-lay giant tortoise, gaining 17 growth points. You have devoured the flesh of the Sha-lay giant tortoise, gaining 17 growth points. Since this was a collective feast, Ye Feng's growth points were accrued rather sporadically, with every morsel consumed prompting a system notification. Once the Sha-lay giant tortoise was entirely consumed, all team members regained their stamina. Our water supply is nearly depleted. We should seek an oasis to replenish it, the furious horned thunder rhinoceros remarked, carrying a heap of empty buckets. Agreed. Ye Feng nodded, turning to Bai Rou. You should be able to handle this, right? Let me sense it. Bai Rou closed her eyes, a silvery glow enveloping her. Moments later, she excitedly pointed to the northwest and shouted, over there, just a few dozen miles away. The beasts exchanged glances, and the ground trembled once more. As colossal creatures, they moved swiftly, reaching their destination, a lush expanse adorned with towering trees, in just a few hours. The area was considerable in size, capable of concealing even Ye Feng and his companions. The tree trunks are intricate, but slightly narrow. There should be a water source. Proceed with caution, Ye Feng advised. After the second meteorite fell, some plants mutated, and no one could guarantee that this forest was free from altered flora. Understood. The beasts nodded. They advanced without incident and soon arrived at a stream. The water was broad and deep, making it hard to fathom that such a vast flow could exist in this arid desert. Ye Feng, do you sense anything unusual? Lin Yi suddenly set down the water bucket and approached Ye Feng. What unusual thing? Ye Feng replied, momentarily taken aback. This oasis, there are no ferocious beasts? Lin Yi whispered. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was taken aback, his gaze turning grave. Logically, oases and deserts should be teeming with life, especially near a water source where most wildlife would rest. Yet here, there was an unsettling silence. Nothing stirred. Gulp. Lin Yi suddenly swallowed hard. And upon witnessing his horrified expression, Ye Feng understood he had activated thermal imaging. Immediately following, Ye Feng also activated this serpent-exclusive ability, and in an instant, his breath hitched. Shennongjia. He called out to Lu Qingqing, who was drinking nearby, his voice trembling. Huh. Lu Qingqing lifted her head, momentarily stunned. Then, she swiftly retreated from the riverbank. With a splash, she escaped. The surface of the water erupted in turmoil as a host of emerald-eyed crocodiles emerged, one of which lunged towards the shore. Its massive jaws agape. Regrettably, it returned empty-handed, for its prey had inexplicably fled. Not far off, Lu Qingqing stared at the group of crocodiles, her heart racing. Had it not been for her precognitive abilities, she might have already been dragged beneath the waves. The system confirmed the target detection, Ye Feng, retreating while scrutinizing the situation with a heavy heart. Ding, target detected. Mutant Species Chapter 71, Confrontation with the Mutant Collective. Ding, detected biological entity, Mutant Oasis Crocodile. 5 evolutionary stages. The sovereign of the oasis, exhibiting a high degree of sociability and excelling in aquatic combat. Its formidable bite rendered it unstoppable in the water. Ability, Lethal Bite. Ding, detected. A staggering 10 oasis crocodiles surfaced. Ye Feng could not help but gasp. This oasis had been overrun by a swarm of mutants, explaining the desolation of the vast area around him. He had encountered advanced species and ancient breeds before, yet this was his first encounter with a collective of mutant creatures. The terrifying nature of these mutants needed no explanation. Even a single one could rival or even overpower ancient ferocious beasts. Among the 10 mutant oasis crocodiles, the strongest had achieved 8 evolutionary stages, presenting a glimmer of hope for them. Ye Feng scanned the crocodiles with the system and identified the most formidable among them as the one that had failed its ambush. It had indeed reached 8 evolutionary stages. This was hardly surprising, given its dominion over such a large oasis. It must have devoured all the beasts that wandered within a 100-mile radius. If they were to confront this 8 evolution oasis crocodile, Lin Yi and Lei, she could handle 2 each, while Qingqing would take on 1. Ye Feng swiftly assessed their relative strengths. However, there were still 4 left. Ye Feng found himself in a quandary. Even if he managed to catch one off guard and eliminate it with his breath ability, 3 would remain. What should he do? The assembled beasts gradually retreated to Ye Feng's side, seeking a strategy. This was a mutant collective. Initiate the assault, Ye Feng declared, his voice low and resolute. All right, Lin Yi replied, only to turn his stiff neck to look at Ye Feng, incredulously exclaiming, What? Attack? I will handle 3. You all keep the others occupied. Ye Feng growled. This was his final line of defense. No more could be endured. As his words fell, a beam of energy pierced through the thicket and into the stream. The water began to freeze at a visible pace, with one oasis crocodile turning into a statue. The remaining crocodiles reacted swiftly, abandoning the water's surface, their eyes blazing with anger. You killed Old 8. The leader of the oasis crocodiles bellowed, fixing a menacing glare at Ye Feng. You intruded upon our territory and dared to strike first. Boss, what are we waiting for? Attack. One of the crocodiles charged at Ye Feng. Your opponent is me. Lin Yi laughed as he intercepted the charging crocodile. Subsequently, the oasis crocodiles launched their attacks in succession, while Nu Jiao Lei Shi and Lu Qingqing also faced their respective adversaries. However, to Ye Feng's dismay, 5 oasis crocodiles surrounded him. You are truly insufferable. Ye Feng's lips twitched. Brother, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we are simply unable to break free. Lin Yi, trapped by 2 crocodiles, lamented. What about Lei Shi? Ye Feng's expression twitched again. Soon, he understood, for Nu Jiao Lei Shi was engrossed in a fierce battle with his own oasis crocodile. Of course, that crocodile had achieved 7 evolutionary stages, making it the second strongest among the group and absorbing a significant portion of the damage. Yet the one suffering the most remained Ye Feng. Hiss! Ye Feng cried out in pain, not from his breath ability, but from the instinctive groan of being bitten. The one that had bitten him was merely a 6 evolution crocodile. Ye Feng was taken aback. Could a 6 evolution creature breach his defenses? It appeared that the oasis crocodiles had a distinct advantage in offense. As the saying goes, extremes lead to reversals. Their strength in attack was matched by a significant weakness in defense. Temporarily disregarding his own injuries, Ye Feng turned to seize a 6 evolution crocodile, his venomous fangs penetrating its flesh without hindrance. Oh war! The crocodile shrieked, falling limply to the ground, its body quickly stiffening. Such potent toxicity! The leader of the crocodiles exclaimed in astonishment. They had only just begun to battle, and this enormous python had already defeated 2 of them. While their combat strength was not particularly high, It was enough to demonstrate that this python was undoubtedly the strongest among their ranks. Be careful, his fangs are venomous. Do not let him bite you, the leader cautioned. Upon hearing this, the remaining oasis crocodiles hesitated momentarily. Humph, Ye Feng scoffed, seizing the opportunity afforded by their trepidation to catch his breath and prepare. Let me show you the might of my fiery breath. Ye Feng opened his massive jaws, unleashing a crimson beam that caused the surrounding temperature to soar. 1/6 evolution oasis crocodile was engulfed in flames and emitted a wail. The leader's expression shifted dramatically. What manner of creature was this python, possessing such a multitude of terrifying abilities? Quick, eliminate him at all costs. We cannot hesitate, the leader ordered decisively. The remaining 2 crocodiles and their leader converged from 3 directions to flank Ye Feng. Ye Feng felt a weight settle upon him, for the creatures had finally regained their composure. He targeted the leader, the only one comparable to him in attributes, while the remaining 2 were a 5 evolution and a 6 evolution crocodile. Their potential to inflict harm upon him was limited. If he could eliminate the leader, victory would be within reach. This time, the leader was prepared, wary of Ye Feng's fangs and his breath ability, maintaining a moderate combat distance. Humph. It is difficult for me to attack you, and you are not so easily able to strike me either, Ye Feng sneered. No sooner had he spoken than he felt 2 of the crocodile minions latch onto his rear, their terrifying bite force sending pain coursing through his nerves. Ye Feng found himself envious of Lin Ye's hedgehog armor. With that, who would dare to bite him? Yet the leader of the crocodiles continued to hesitate, leaving Ye Feng no choice but to resolve the 2 behind him first. However, at the moment he turned, a more intense pain surged through his neck. Damn it! These creatures are attempting to employ a wheel strategy. Ye Feng cursed inwardly. When he turned back, the 2 crocodile minions appeared to have anticipated his move, retreating to a safe distance that neither allowed him to easily bite them nor provided them with a chance to evade his breath. Ye Feng, Biro called out, unable to contain her worry as she saw Ye Feng in peril. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng's eyes glimmered with cold light as he flung the leader of the crocodiles towards his minions. The leader, reluctant to release its grip, realized that it would strike its own minion. It had no choice but to let go, rolling a few times before regaining its footing, its eyes warily fixed on Ye Feng. Then, the leader's eyes widened in astonishment. The grievous wound inflicted upon Ye Feng, which they had bitten and torn, was inexplicably healing at an alarming rate, completely mending within a minute. The leader was left astounded. The speed of this regeneration was nothing short of terrifying. If they could not deal with this creature, they might very well face total annihilation today. Meanwhile, Ye Feng seized a fleeting moment to catch his breath, but before long, the 3 crocodiles resorted to their previous tactics again. Do they truly think I have no temper? Chapter 72, Darkening. How dare they besiege me? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc, and then he charged towards Lin Yi, dragging the 2 crocodiles behind him. The leader of the crocodiles was momentarily stunned, witnessing Ye Feng shift his body to strike another colossal python. Is there infighting among them? He soon wore a grim expression, for another giant python, covered in sharp spikes, had emerged. With a swift flick of his tail, Ye Feng struck, directly impaling a tenacious Baliao. Just as the Baliao leader stood in shock, Ye Feng swiftly turned and bit down on another subordinate. With the 2 bothersome minions dispatched, Ye Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, and the minor injury inflicted by Lin Ye's attack healed rapidly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was still in a daze after being slammed to the ground by Ye Feng's tail. What are you doing? I just wanted your support. Is there a problem? Ye Feng shot him a sideways glance before charging towards the isolated Baliao leader, who had lost its allies. Lin Ye's mouth twitched in frustration, but he soon returned to glaring intently at the opponent, a pair of Baliao with bloodied mouths. Compared to the Sand Fortress tortoise, their defensive capabilities were far more repulsive, equipped with physical retaliation. At this moment, the remaining colossal beasts in battle were nearing their conclusion, with the Baliao side suffering a devastating defeat. Their strongest combat field was in the water, yet Ye Feng had frozen the surface with his frost breath. Although they retained formidable strength on land, it paled in comparison to their prowess in water, especially when faced with a hedgehog-like giant python, an electric land-dominating giant rhinoceros, and a mysterious snow-white beast. Undoubtedly, the most terrifying of all was the endlessly evolving giant python standing before the Baliao leader. You cannot have evolved 6 times. The Baliao leader trembled, staring at Ye Feng. We are all colossal beasts. Why does he possess such an array of bizarre abilities? This must be a cheat. Ye Feng let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, he had undergone 6 evolutions, but they were far from ordinary. This oasis Baliao clearly lacked the ability to devour its kin. Otherwise, it would not possess only the deadly bite. Its abilities were too singular. Had it been a one-on-one fight, the Baoyao leader would have already perished 300 times over. With an involuntary hiss, Ye Feng emitted an attack signal, his elongated body swiftly darting towards the Oasis Baoyao. He found the deadly bite ability quite appealing. Combined with his venomous fangs, his mouth could become a formidable weapon in battle. The Oasis Baoyao, sensing danger, opened its massive jaws, revealing glimmering teeth that sparkled ominously in the air. Flame breath. Ye Feng's eyes lit up with excitement as he unleashed a torrent of fire. The Oasis Baoyao, caught off guard, attempted to evade but was nonetheless scorched on the jaw. The severe burns elicited a wretched howl from the Baoyao. This python is utterly disgusting. I'm done. The Oasis Baoyao turned to flee, prompting Ye Feng to give chase, his mouth once again brimming with energy. This time of a cerulean hue. Repeatedly using energy breath had nearly exhausted Ye Feng's stamina, so he aimed to decisively eliminate this adversary. Upon seeing Ye Feng unleash another beam of light, the Oasis Baoyao's resolve crumbled, and it turned to confront Ye Feng in a desperate last stand. However, it soon felt its movement slow, each step becoming increasingly stiff. Oh no! The Oasis Baoyao's eyes widened in terror as it realized Ye Feng had first shot blue light, followed by red. Did he possess two distinct rays? What manner of monster was this? It suddenly felt that the world was profoundly unfair compared to Ye Feng. Its abilities were merely pathetic. Ultimately, the Baoyao leader met its unjust demise, finding itself within Ye Feng's belly. Ding! You have devoured the mutated Oasis Baoyao leader. Achieving 8 evolutions. You have received 872 evolution points as a reward. Your attributes have increased. Attack 20, defense 10. No ability to devour? Ye Feng murmured, though he remained unperturbed, having also dispatched 4 Baoyao subordinates. All these Baoyao possessed the same deadly bite ability. He refused to believe that his luck would not allow him to devour something. The truth was that Ye Feng fell into contemplation as he gazed at his attribute panel. System, are you malfunctioning? After a lengthy pause, he asked softly. No, came the system's response. Ye Feng pondered but refrained from expressing his thoughts. Fortunately, devouring 4 Baoyao subordinates had granted him over 1,000 growth points. Coupled with the 800 points from the Baoyao leader and the nearly 2,000 points remaining on his panel, he was ready for another evolution. Ding! You currently possess 3,862 growth points and can complete an evolution. Please find a safe location to do so. The system prompted. Ye Feng glanced at the remaining beasts and said solemnly, let us temporarily take refuge in the oasis. I need to evolve. I want to evolve too. Lu Qingqing chimed in. She had just devoured an Oasis Baoyao and felt a sense of expansion within her, a sign of impending evolution. All right. Ye Feng nodded gently, looking at Lin Yi and the angry horned thunder rhinoceros, smiling. You two will have to provide us with protection. No problem. Lin Yi flicked his tongue like a snake, brimming with confidence. Seeing his demeanor, Ye Feng smiled genuinely. Presently, those who had undergone beastification largely retained their human nature. However, as time progressed, they would gradually reveal their feral instincts. Thus, the later stages of the beastification world would be the most terrifying. Having fought alongside Lin Yi and the angry horned thunder rhinoceros for a while, they had developed mutual trust, entrusting their backs to one another. Ye Feng and Lu Qingqing embarked on their evolution. In the capital, the Qin family. Sister, look. This is the birthday gift I prepared for you. In a vast underground chamber, Qin Xiaoming beamed at Qin Yeru. Is this a raw stone? Qin Yeru exclaimed in shock upon seeing the glimmering giant stone. How did you acquire so many raw stones? The entire underground chamber was filled with evolution raw stones, all encased in glass boxes, radiating stunning colors. The Xian Medical Department ordered the public to search for scattered raw stones. I bought these with my own money from various people, Qin Xiaoming replied proudly. What do you intend to do with these stones? Qin Yeru hesitated to ask. Have you forgotten? Qin Xiaoming gazed intently at Qin Yeru. Ye Feng said that eventually, the entire blue star will undergo beastification with no escape. I am preparing for the future of our Qin family. You have seen the giant python Ye Feng transformed into. With these raw stones, I too can possess that kind of power. With so many raw stones, I can forge a legion of colossal beasts, and at that time, Ye Feng will not be my match. I can dominate this world. Qin Xiaoming's excitement grew, and a twisted madness gleamed in his eyes. Witnessing his fervor, Qin Yeru panicked and fled the underground chamber. Qin Xiaoming, indifferent, did not stop his sister but clenched his fists, gazing at his raw stones. One day, I will prove my worth with my abilities. I can defeat Ye Feng and rule the world. I am the future of the Qin family. Chapter 73, Sand City. 7 Evolutions. Upon awakening, Ye Feng gazed at the massive snake skin beside him, reflecting on his transformation. His body length had reached 70 meters. An unprecedented giant python that would surely terrify countless maidens if revealed. The completion of his evolution was not far off. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. The completion stage represents an epic transformation post-beastification. At this phase, the size of colossal beasts becomes fixed, and each subsequent evolution significantly enhances their attributes. At this juncture, the colossal beasts would widen the gap, and the efficacy of their abilities would become apparent, with those possessing the potential to reach the pinnacle beginning to reveal their formidable horns. With my current abilities, evolving to completion will undoubtedly allow me to wreak havoc. Ye Feng whispered. What he looked forward to most was the global beastification. The prey he hunted now was merely an appetizer, in a world where all species transformed. Even those far stronger than other ferocious beasts could find themselves in peril if they were not careful. Why did Ye Feng evolve so many times in his past life? It was, of course, to survive. However, after enduring for such a long time and finally achieving the position of a minor lord, he was crushed to death by a giant tiger. The experience of surviving for half a year, only to have the hard-earned resources benefit others, was one he never wished to endure again. Therefore, in this life, he vowed to become the mightiest behemoth. Is Sister Qingqing still not fully evolved? Ye Feng lowered his gaze to the luminescent cocoon beside him, faintly perceiving the exquisite form within. Bai Zhe, a being that transcends ordinary ancient species. Intriguingly, it seemed that there was only one of this kind. In his previous life, Ye Feng had survived for so long, but had only encountered Lu Qingqing. He had not even heard of others. Regrettably, Lu Qingqing had fallen prematurely, leaving no one to witness what this super ancient species would become in its later stages. Upon exiting the jungle, he found Lin Yi and the enraged Jiao Lei Shi lying on the ground, fast asleep. Guarding them was the little fox, Bai Rou. Ye Feng, you all are out. Bai Rou exclaimed joyfully, hopping down from Lin Yi's head and running towards Ye Feng. What's wrong? Ye Feng asked, sensing that the little creature was unusually excited. I just sensed that there's a treasure in this oasis. Bai Rou narrowed her fox-like eyes and whispered, Treasure? Ye Feng's eyes brightened. He was aware of Bai Linghu's ability to locate treasures, and given that this was an oasis in the desert, the treasure must be exceptional. Since Sister Qingqing had not yet completed her evolution, it was most suitable for Lin Yi and the others to guard her. Treasures of this nature can be fleeting. We should scout the area first. What do you think, Bai Rou? Ye Feng elaborated. Bai Rou merely stared at Ye Feng, astonished. This was the first time she had encountered a snake articulate the act of monopolizing so grandiosely. All right, the little fox nodded. As the strongest member of the team, Ye Feng's presence reassured her, and she promptly leaped atop Ye Feng's head, directing him towards the site of her sensing. Just ahead, the little fox bounced excitedly. And soon, the two halted in their tracks. Before them stood a castle, looming amidst the swirling sands. How could there be a sand castle here? Ye Feng's tone grew unexpectedly grave. The emergence of a sand castle in the desert was indeed peculiar. His instincts warned him that tremendous danger lurked within this castle. I can sense that the treasure is inside, Bai Rou said hesitantly. There was no doubt she also sensed the imminent danger. Whether to enter or not was indeed a conundrum. Perhaps the undying flower resides within. An idea flashed through Ye Feng's mind, and he became exhilarated. Should we return to gather Sister Qingqing and the others? With her foresight ability, we would be much safer, Bai Rou suggested with a melodic voice. She understood that while Ye Feng possessed thermal imaging capabilities, not all creatures could be detected, particularly cold-blooded ones. No need, with my abilities. I can manage to escape even in the face of danger. Ye Feng contemplated briefly and dismissed the idea of returning. Rest assured, I left a signal for Lin Yi. Once Sister Qingqing completes her evolution, they can follow the signal to find us. All right, Bai Rou nodded, and then curled up on Ye Feng's head. She had considerable trust in him. The ancient city of sand appeared to have been uninhabited for some time, with the winds burying all traces of life, leaving behind massive imprints upon the ground. These are the footprints of a giant beast, Ye Feng remarked solemnly. Could it be that humans transformed into giant beasts had slaughtered this city? Prolonged starvation after beastification could lead to a state of mindlessness, making slaughter a conceivable act. Alternatively, it was also possible that this giant beast had actively devoured humans in a quest for evolution. Ye Feng, look over there. Suddenly, the little fox shook Ye Feng's head and pointed. What is that? Ye Feng focused his gaze, observing a chaotic array of traces, smeared with a viscous substance on the ground. Is it a python? Ye Feng pondered, but quickly dismissed this possibility. Although pythons do leave a small amount of slime while moving, it would not resemble such chaos. The diameter of this slime reached several meters. It was unfathomable to think of a python with such a width. Could it be 100 meters? Perhaps even more? It resembled the movement patterns of a certain social creature instead. Deep in thought, Ye Feng resolved to utilize the system for detection. Beep. Initiating scanning function. Target traces detected. Locking data. Beep. According to system analysis, the traces correspond to the following two species: desert army ant and black gold giant ant. Desert army ant, an ancient species. Known for their gregarious nature, these ants possess formidable biting strength, rendering them nearly invincible in the desert. Ability: powerful bite. Black gold giant ant, an ancient species, also gregarious. With bodies resembling black gold, their immense defensive capabilities grant them unparalleled crushing power, leaving no vegetation in their wake. Ability: black gold ant flow. Ye Feng could not help but gasp in disbelief. The system's description illuminated the terrifying nature of the traces before him. Just then, rustling sounds erupted around him, and Ye Feng's pupils dilated as he turned to survey the surroundings. He was greeted by the sight of numerous brownish-yellow ants with crimson tails descending the castle walls. No, they could no longer be called ants. They were giant ants. These giant ants stood an average of 2 meters tall, appearing menacing and surging forth like a tide of sand. Ye Feng suddenly recalled the giant beast's footprints. Perhaps it was not the beast that ravaged this sand castle, but rather, the inhabitants of the castle had entirely transformed into desert army ants. The giant beast, it seemed, had likely already met its demise within the bellies of this swarm of ants. What should we do, Ye Feng? We should run. Biro exclaimed anxiously from atop his head. How can we flee? Ye Feng replied helplessly. The desert army ants had sealed off their escape routes completely. While flame breath could provide temporary respite, leaving was still exceedingly difficult. Ye Feng spoke with gravity. The weakness of these ants must be fire. However, my fire is not endless. Each breath requires a cooldown before I can unleash another. The overwhelming number of desert army ants suggested that before Ye Feng could accumulate energy for a second breath, he would likely be overwhelmed. Intruder, you have trespassed into our territory. A particularly large desert army ant emerged, proclaiming loudly. Upon hearing the desert army ant speak, Ye Feng's heart stirred. Perhaps negotiation was still an option? I apologize for intruding upon your esteemed domain, Ye Feng began, but was abruptly interrupted by the ant leader. Attack! With a single command. The endless tide of yellow surged forth. Damn! Ye Feng cursed under his breath. It appeared the ant leader had no intention of negotiating, treating him with utter disdain. He was, after all, a mutated species that had undergone 7 evolutions. Flame breath. Within moments, the area surrounding Ye Feng was teeming with desert army ants. These creatures, with their vicious and frenzied gazes, clearly viewed Ye Feng as their next meal. With a roar, the energy beam of the fiery breath enveloped the encroaching army ants, incinerating those at the forefront into ash in an instant. The sheer intensity of the flames temporarily halted the advance of the army ants, who emitted strange calls of agitation, seemingly awaiting their leader's command. Seizing the moment, Ye Feng quickly donned his golden scale armor, swinging his massive tail to crush a cluster of army ants. Most of these ants had only undergone a single evolution. In terms of individual strength, they ranked among the weakest of ferocious beasts. Their terror stemmed from their prowess in coordinated group combat. In the face of such a multitude of desert army ants, even fully evolved mutated species would have to tread carefully. Ye Feng, despite possessing tremendous abilities, would not consider confronting this group of creatures head-on. He could not allow them to escape. The sharp cries of the sand ants erupted, and the swarm immediately surged towards Ye Feng like a tidal wave. Initially, Ye Feng was able to fend off the massive ants with his formidable strength, but as their numbers increased, his movements became restricted and increasingly sluggish. The legion of soldier ants gradually ascended upon him, their fierce mandibles clashing against his body, producing a sound akin to steel colliding. Such resilient scales. Not far away, the leader of the soldier ants observed this scene with slight astonishment, soon followed by delight. The stronger Ye Feng became, the more exhilarated it felt. They had not encountered a suitable meal in the desert for quite some time, and with Ye Feng presenting himself so conveniently, how could they let this opportunity slip away? However, within the swarm of sand ants, Ye Feng's mindset steadily sank. His body was engulfed by an endless tide of soldier ants. Though his defenses would not be breached immediately, it was only a matter of time. The greatest strength of the desert soldier ants was their biting power. Given sufficient time, they could undoubtedly tear through his scales, and what awaited him then would likely be the threat of death. Just then, Ye Feng's fiery breath had gathered its might. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of flames towards the surrounding ants, instantly clearing a space around him. This provided Ye Feng with a moment to breathe as he growled softly to Bai Rou, "Hold on tight." Bai Rou was already terrified and bewildered several times. The soldier ants that climbed up Ye Feng nearly reached her. Fortunately, Ye Feng noticed in time and swatted them away with his tail. In such a critical moment, Bai Rou could do nothing but obey, her small claws embedding themselves into Ye Feng's scales, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Ye Feng shook his elongated body violently, dislodging the ants clinging to him, and then, with a tremendous swing of his tail, he sent blood splattering across the ground. With his back cleared, Ye Feng resumed his fierce assault. Although after a while he was once again surrounded by the ants, he could always find respite through his fiery breath. However, the situation did not progress favorably. An ever-increasing number of soldier ants joined the fray, besieging this colossal creature. Unless Ye Feng could eliminate all the soldier ants, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Time passed, and Ye Feng could distinctly feel his stamina waning, while the surrounding soldier ants remained undeterred. Was he destined to perish here today? No. Suddenly, a deep rumble resonated from afar, and a figure resembling a small mountain charged towards him, accompanied by a similarly elongated giant python. "Ye Feng, we have come to rescue you." Lin Ye's excited shout echoed. The two beasts plunged into the swarm of ants as if entering a no-man's land, wreaking havoc. But soon enough, they experienced the same prestigious treatment that Ye Feng had endured. From a distance, Ye Feng witnessed this scene, and his lips twitched slightly. Were these two creatures merely jesting? At that moment, Ye Feng spotted the high-voltage lightning released by the angry-horned Thunder Rhino, and a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. "Thunder Rhino, direct your lightning this way," Ye Feng shouted. The angry-horned Thunder Rhino paused momentarily, and in that instant of distraction, Lin Ye was bitten by a group of desert soldier ants, crying out in distress. "Thunder, what are you waiting for?" he lamented. The rhino snapped back to reality. Though it had yet to comprehend why Ye Feng requested it to unleash its lightning, it chose to place its trust in him. The rhino's massive horn began to tremble, compressing the electrical energy that swiftly spread, paralyzing the surrounding soldier ants. Ye Feng, eyeing the lightning striking the ground, immediately unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth. In an instant, the flames collided with the furious lightning, resulting in an explosion that reverberated. A deep pit suddenly appeared in the ground, and those soldier ants that had previously rampaged were now left in tatters, some reduced to mere halves, a truly gruesome sight. The explosive force left everyone momentarily stunned, including the rhino itself, which was bewildered. Goodness, that was incredibly powerful. Lin Ye stared blankly at the ants that had been blown to smithereens, exclaiming in awe. Indeed, Ye Feng's spirits soared as he gazed at the breach created by the explosion. The electricity from the angry-horned Thunder Rhino was not ordinary. It could rival that of nature's own lightning. If it had been mere artificial electricity, such a reaction would have been impossible. However, lightning was different. The collision of these two elemental forces resulted in a tremendous explosion, the force of which was evident. It was akin to detonating several dozen kilograms of explosives. The sudden turn of events shocked the leader of the sand ants. It had not anticipated that these two colossal beasts would possess such devastating powers. The recent explosion had cost it nearly 100 of its subordinates. Meanwhile, Ye Feng seized this opportunity to successfully regroup with Lin Ye and the others. What happened? Where did all these ants come from? Lin Ye inquired of Ye Feng. Not long ago, Lu Qingqing had successfully evolved, and her first act post-evolution was to warn that Ye Feng was in danger. Lin Ye and the beasts then followed the signal left by Ye Feng, only to find themselves amidst a sea of ants. I suspect it is a result of the third crystal's fall. All the inhabitants of this sand city have transformed into desert soldier ants, Ye Feng stated calmly. All transformed into desert soldier ants? Lin Ye felt a chill run down his spine. The urgency is to leave this place, Ye Feng said in a grave tone. By the way, where is Qingqing? It is too dangerous here. We left her to guard the rear. Lin Ye shook his head. Lu Qingqing has only evolved 4 times and is not suited for battle, so she remained behind. Ye Feng nodded, then looked around at the encroaching ant swarm. These sand ants follow their leader's commands. If we kill the leader, we will have a chance to escape. Agreed, let us act swiftly. You and the rhino create another explosion while I charge in to deal with the leader, Lin Ye declared. Among them, he was the most courageous, for with his spiked scales, he harbored little fear of physical attacks. It was the sheer number of ants that posed a challenge. I have one more thing to mention. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. We came here because Bai Rou sensed the aura of a treasure. I suspect it might be the undying flower. The undying flower. 2 excited voices exclaimed in unison. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Ye Feng, is it truly the undying flower? Not certain. Ye Feng shook his head. According to the information I received, the undying flower should be located in the desert forbidden zone, but this is still within the desert. However, the possibility cannot be dismissed. Upon hearing this, the other two beasts grew considerably calmer. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a resolute determination. Even the slightest possibility could not be overlooked. All right, then today we shall annihilate this ant swarm, Lin Yi declared with a clenched jaw. First, we eliminate the leader. Ye Feng exhaled a breath of frustration and turned to the angry-horned thunder rhino. The latter understood and began to gather lightning energy in its massive horn once more. Quickly, we cannot allow them to unleash their skills. The leader of the sand ants cried out in alarm upon witnessing this. It had observed the power of the previous strike and realized that if they suffered a few more like that, their entire swarm would sustain catastrophic losses. Upon hearing this, the ant swarm surged forward in mass. In a critical moment, Lin Yi stepped forward, his spiked scales enveloping him, shielding Ye Feng and the rhino from the onslaught of the ants. Big brother, hurry. I cannot hold them off much longer. Lin Ye's cries of agony soon echoed as several of the spikes on his body were bitten off by the collective force of the ants. All right. The angry-horned thunder rhino emitted a deep sound, then directed its massive horn at a specific spot, releasing an intense electrical pressure. Simultaneously, Ye Feng unleashed flames from his mouth, and the two forces collided in midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A dazzling blaze, accompanied by the scorching wave of the explosion, instantly consumed over 100 desert soldier ants, some of whose dismembered limbs flew into the swarm, only to be devoured by their comrades. Now, this is the moment. Ye Feng bellowed as they opened a vast gap between themselves and the ant leader. The fierce Jiao Leishi thundered forward, its hooves crushing a swarm of panicked sand ants in an instant, before charging alongside Ye Feng towards the ant leader. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, still surrounded by the sand ants, was thrown into a state of panic and began to roll on the ground. He rolled like a mace, quickly dispatching the sand ants around him, and then hurried to catch up with Ye Feng and the others. Squeak. Observing this scene, the ant leader retreated in alarm while sending out signals for the ant swarm to protect itself. Just as Ye Feng and the beasts reached the ant leader, they became entangled once more with the swarm. Ye Feng, you pursue the ant leader while we hold the rear, roared Jiao Leishi, releasing electricity that paralyzed the surrounding sand ants. Understood. Ye Feng glanced back at them, then sprinted towards the ant leader. The speed of the ants could not match that of a serpent, even if it was a colossal ant standing 5 meters tall. Soon, Ye Feng used his tail to lift the ant leader into the air. No, don't eat me. The ant leader struggled desperately in the air, its eyes wide with fear at the sight of Ye Feng's fearsome visage. Why shouldn't I eat you? You showed no hesitation when you intended to devour me. Ye Feng sneered. We have guarded a treasure in Shacheng. If you spare me, I can present that treasure to you, the ant leader pleaded, adopting a conciliatory tone. Treasure? Indeed. Although we do not know its function, it must be a treasure, as it fell alongside those stones. The ant leader insisted. Fell alongside those stones. Ye Feng's mind sparked with a guess about the treasure the ant leader spoke of, though he felt a pang of disappointment, for it was not the undying flower. The undying flower was a unique bloom that emerged from the fusion of primal stones, and according to the ant leader's description, it did not align with that. Brother Mang, what do you think? Ye Feng inquired, testing the waters. Well, you can meet your end, he replied, and with that, Ye Feng devoured the ant leader. Ding! You have consumed the ancient species sand ant leader, achieving 7 evolutions, and gained 232 growth points. You have acquired a special ability, Deadly Bite. You have gained 10 points in strength. A special ability? Ye Feng rejoiced, for it had been a long time since he had encountered such a power. System. Display the panel. He internally commanded, his spirits lifted. Host. Ye Feng's 7 evolution species. Undying Python growth points. 886, 6,400 points needed for next evolution. Abilities. Venomous Fangs. Flame Breath. Golden Scales. Eagle Eye. Frosty Constitution. Immunity to Toxins. Deep Sea Breath. Deadly Bite. Strength. 359 Speed. 287 Defense. 313 Constitution. 325. Newly acquired ability. Deadly Bite grants the host formidable biting power, capable of shredding prey to pieces in an instant. Is this the ability bestowed by the Desert Army ants? Ye Feng mused, as this ability closely resembled that of the Oasis crocodile, both endowing the host with tremendous biting strength. It perfectly aligned with Ye Feng's needs. With the exception of speed, all of Ye Feng's attributes had surpassed 300. In the initial evolutionary system, the attribute changes brought by each evolution were minimal. Yet, with 7 evolutions, Ye Feng's attributes had reached such heights, making him remarkably formidable, approaching the strength of certain 9-evolution mutant ferocious beasts. "Hey, Big Python, what are you doing?" Bai Rou, noticing Ye Feng's prolonged silence, lightly tapped his head. "Nothing, we're going to search for items in Shacheng," Ye Feng replied, snapping back to reality. "Let me sense it," Bai Rou said, her body emanating a faint white glow. "To the left." After a moment, she pointed in that direction. "All right." Ye Feng nodded and began to move forward. Before long, an open area appeared before Ye Feng, resembling an ancient plaza. A gentle breeze stirred the dust, revealing aged structures. At the center of this plaza, a yellow orb floated silently. Upon seeing this orb, Ye Feng's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it was the ability seed. "What is this?" The little fox Bai Rou exclaimed, jumping down and eyeing the yellow seed, unable to suppress the drool at the corners of her mouth. "This is an ability seed. Consuming it grants the abilities contained within," Ye Feng remarked wistfully. It's worth noting that in a past life, such ability seeds were coveted even by overlords. Due to their extreme rarity, they were typically guarded by powerful beasts until fully matured. In his previous life, Ye Feng, a mere minor lord, had never even had the chance to glimpse one. Who would have thought a single ability seed would fall in Shacheng? Explaining why the humans had all transformed into sand ants? It seemed fate had dictated that the ant swarm be its guardian. An ability seed? The little fox's eyes widened in astonishment. Such things exist? Yes, this one is yellow, indicating its abilities likely pertain to sand or earth, Ye Feng conjectured. By the way, system, can you scan this? Ye Feng suddenly remembered something and inquired internally, wondering if his data guide could successfully scan it. Ding. System scanning in progress. Target detected, ability seed. Seed ability, sandification. It can turn the host's body to sand, absorbing or devouring powerful attacks, rendering it impervious to blades and bullets. Though it has a weakness to water. Sandification. Ye Feng was taken aback. Not long ago, they had encountered a mutant beast possessing this very ability. The Sand Fortress giant tortoise. Had Ye Feng not possessed frost breath and flame breath, he would have faced considerable trouble. Let's go find Lin Yi and the others. Ye Feng decided, plucking the mature seed and tossing it to the little fox before heading outward. At this moment, the ant swarm seemed to sense the disappearance of their leader, their attacks becoming disorganized, like a scattered pile of sand. Lin Yi and the 2 beasts, having regained their momentum, howled as they pursued the ant swarm, their mouths chewing on something. "Wow, growth points!" Ye Feng exclaimed, suddenly realizing what the 2 were consuming, raw growth points. Without hesitation, he dove into the scattered ant swarm, his massive jaws snapping up several sand ants. Ding. You have consumed the ancient species desert army ant, gaining 60 growth points for 2 evolutions. Ding. You have consumed the ancient species desert army ant, gaining 50 growth points for 1 evolution. The system's notification made Ye Feng feel as though each sand ant was immensely adorable. Half an hour later, the entire Shacheng was cleared by the 3 ferocious beasts. Although many sand ants managed to escape during the process, their haul was still substantial. Ye Feng called forth his attribute panel in his mind. Host, Ye Feng's 7 evolution species, undying Python growth points, 5,796, 6,400 points needed for next evolution. Abilities, venomous fangs, flame breath, golden scales, eagle eye, frosty constitution, immunity to toxins, deep sea breath, deadly bite. Strength, 373 speed, 289 defense, 315 constitution, 329. Ye Feng's growth points and attribute panel refreshed once more, his strength nearing the 400 mark, fully capable of rivaling the 9 evolution mutants. His growth points had surged dramatically, surpassing 5,000, bringing him close to the next evolution. Having entered the desert for less than a day, he was on the verge of completing 2 evolutions. With a sigh of relief, Ye Feng glanced at the 2 beasts. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. His previous disheveled appearance from being pursued by the ant swarm now replaced by vigor, while Jiao Leishi huffed heavily, its massive horn faintly glowing with a red aura. "Are you ready to evolve?" Ye Feng asked in surprise. Yes, Jiao Leishi nodded. It had undergone 7 evolutions prior, and after this period of consumption, it was indeed time for its 8th evolution. It's getting late. Ye Feng observed the red sun sinking in the distant desert and pondered aloud. The outside world is also unsafe. Perhaps you should evolve within Shacheng, and then we can travel at night. All right, Jiao Leishi agreed with a nod. In the desert, creatures prefer to remain dormant during the day and emerge at night, for it is during the latter that peril lurks at every turn. In their quest to locate the undying flower before the global beastification occurs, they must traverse the terrain relentlessly, as they are nearing the forbidden area of the desert. Subsequently, Ye Feng went to retrieve Lu Qingqing, who had been waiting. After numerous battles, these colossal beasts had evidently formed a cohesive unit, with him, Lin Yi, and Lei Shi assuming the roles of primary combatants, while the little fox, Bai Rou, served as their guide. Only Lu Qingqing occupied an awkward position, despite her foresight ability. It seemed of little significance for this journey. Ye Feng recalled the yellow fruit, and an idea began to take shape in his mind. By the time Lei Shi completed his evolution, the night had fully descended. I have something to discuss. Ye Feng summoned the beasts and spoke in a grave tone. The item from Shacheng is an ability seed. Upon consumption, it can grant a fierce beast a specific power. He presented the yellow seed before them. An ability seed? Lin Yi and the others gazed at it in amazement, having never encountered such a thing. This seed is exceedingly precious. I trust you understand the enhancement a single ability can provide to one's essence. Ye Feng reiterated the significance of the seed. While he could not fully convey the importance it held for the future, he was confident that Lin Yi and the others had felt the benefits of abilities firsthand. For instance, without the spike scale ability Lin Yi had acquired, he would never have been able to endure for so long amidst the swarm of ants. Though Lei Shi possessed only a single ability, his lightning prowess in battle was no less effective than Lin Yi's dual abilities. This exemplifies the advantages of having abilities. The other two beasts fell silent, beginning to grasp Ye Feng's intentions regarding the distribution of the seed. Now that they had formed a small team, the seed's ownership was of utmost importance, as a careless decision might lead to discord among them. What ability does this seed possess? Lin Yi inquired, instinctively flicking his tongue like a serpent. Sandification, a defensive ability, Ye Feng replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the other beasts displayed expressions of shock. They had witnessed the power of the sandification ability, which was renowned for its formidable defense and its capacity to yield miraculous results when least expected. For instance, Lin Yi, unaware, was nearly consumed by the sand mound giant turtle. So it was sandification, Lin Yi remarked, his enthusiasm noticeably waning. In truth, he did not believe this ability surpassed his spiked scale armor by much. His armor not only boasted extraordinary defense, but could also function as a flail in critical moments. Never mind, I don't want this ability seed, Lin Yi said with a dismissive pout, voluntarily conceding. Lei Shi hesitated. With only one ability, the high-risk lightning. He recognized that although he possessed robust defenses, who would not desire an even stronger defensive capability? The atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 77. The distribution result, in reality. The merit of this ability seed lay not in the sandification itself, but in its capacity to transcend the boundaries of species and directly bestow powers upon us. Ye Feng stated calmly, I believe you have experienced that abilities can only be acquired by devouring those of the same kind. The beasts nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression stiffened. He recalled Ye Feng's frost breath ability. Wasn't that the ability of the frost boar? Could Ye Feng truly disregard the species barrier in acquiring abilities? Or did he possess such a power? If so, that was indeed terrifying. He had to admit that even though they were both undying pythons, Ye Feng's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Throughout their recent encounters, had it not been for Ye Feng's flame breath and frost breath abilities, they would never have reached this point. Meanwhile, Lei Shi also recognized this issue, but his focus lay on Ye Feng's contributions during this journey. I will relinquish the ability seed, Lei Shi declared after a moment's hesitation. He believed that Ye Feng had contributed more to their expedition. Hence the seed rightfully belonged to him. Lei, this seed should be yours, Ye Feng replied calmly. Both he and Lin Yi possessed defensive abilities, while Lei Shi, as one of the team's mainstays, lacked such a power. If he acquired a formidable defensive ability, the entire team's strength would elevate to a new echelon. However, Ye Feng paused before continuing, but Sister Qingqing is the only Bai Zhe in existence in this world. I do not understand why this is so. But if she wishes to acquire further abilities, she must devour the ability seed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and the others were taken aback. Lu Qingqing was indeed the only Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, was that not a mythical creature from the ancient texts of Longhua? It turned out that the legendary creature had been among them all along. The beasts grew increasingly curious about Lu Qingqing. Of course, given your lack of defensive capabilities, I can assure you that after the undying flower incident, I will take you to seek 2 mutated rhinoceros species, aiding you in acquiring their abilities. Moreover, their powers are guaranteed to be superior to sandification. Ye Feng's words caused Lin Yi to gulp audibly. 2 mutated abilities. Ye Feng, actually I just. All right. It's settled. Lei Shi nodded vigorously, filled with excitement. Ye Feng appeared to be an all-knowing oracle, whether concerning the undying flower or the mysterious ability seed. He was thoroughly informed. Thus, whatever promises Ye Feng made were certain to be fulfilled. Abilities comparable to sandification were undoubtedly a lucrative prospect. Lin Yi couldn't help but gaze enviously at the prospect. Had he hesitated a moment longer, he might have secured 2 mutated abilities for free. Let us proceed ahead and scout the path, Lin Yi suddenly urged, pulling Lei Shi forward. What is the matter? Lei Shi asked, perplexed. Isn't it better for us to stick together? Are you so dim-witted? Those two clearly have a story. Lin Yi replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Otherwise, why do you think Ye Feng would compensate you with 2 mutated abilities? Huh. Lei Shi was taken aback and stammered for a while before questioning. But aren't they teacher and student? Who told you that teachers and students cannot fall in love? Lin Yi retorted, exasperated. But they are enormous beasts. A soft, melodic voice chimed in, revealing Bai Rou perched atop Lei Shi's head. Surely animals have physiological needs as well? Lin Yi pondered aloud. The less informed Ye Feng walked alongside Bai Zhe, who had just consumed the yellow ability seed. Ye Feng, you really don't have to treat me this way. Lu Qingqing sighed, aware that she was a burden within the team. Without Ye Feng, she would not even qualify to be part of it. Sister Qingqing, you once protected me. Now let me protect you. Ye Feng chuckled lightly, oblivious to her sentiments. Lu Qingqing's gaze softened. She believed Ye Feng was referring to their time at school, unaware he meant from a past life. As the moonless night enveloped them, Ye Feng and his formidable beasts traversed the desert, encountering numerous nocturnal creatures along the way. Yet, intimidated by their strength, these ordinary beasts refrained from attacking. Ye Feng and his companions were determined not to waste time, for only 2 days remained until the global beastification, and they needed to find the undying flower before then. Otherwise, should beastification occur, the world would descend into chaos, leading to unforeseen calamities. Suddenly, the tranquil air was pierced by an unusual sound. Wait, the keen-eared little fox exclaimed. What is it? Ye Feng gestured for everyone to halt and quietly inquired, aware of Bai Rou's acute senses. Something is approaching, Bai Rou said anxiously. Something? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. His thermal perception had been active, revealing no nearby creatures unless. His expression grew serious. Unless it was a cold-blooded creature drawing near. It is well known that cold-blooded beings are treacherously cunning, each one a seasoned strategist. In the vast expanse of the desert, a multitude of cold-blooded creatures abounds, scorpions, spiders, lizards, and rattlesnakes, among others. Ye Feng's keen eyesight, akin to that of an eagle, suddenly detected a shadowy figure. The robust limbs unmistakably belonged to a serpent. And not just one. The surrounding area was filled with a cacophony of hissing sounds that heightened the tension among the beasts. Any entity bold enough to launch an assault on their group demonstrated a significant level of confidence. System, initiate scan. Beep. Night vision scanning activated. Beep. Scanning target species. Mutated fire poison cobra. 6 evolutionary stages. The sweltering desert climate had catalyzed their mutation, enabling their venom glands to produce a searing fire toxin that, upon entering the bloodstream of their prey, would cause the vessels to swell and lead to swift demise. A group of mutated cobras, numbering around a dozen, appeared before them. Ye Feng cautioned the others. Be wary. Do not allow them to inject you with their venom. The rest of the beasts felt a shiver run through them upon encountering this mutated group. This marked the second instance of encountering a mutated species after the Oasis violent crocodile group. The desert, indeed, was fraught with peril. We must be nearing the periphery of the desert's forbidden zone. Ye Feng glanced at the moon, observing that the once clear round moon had transformed into a blood moon. The blazing sun of day gave way to the ominous blood-red moon of night. This was the emblem of the desert's forbidden territory. In his previous life, Ye Feng had never ventured here. Only hearing tales from other ferocious beasts, he was astonished to find the stories true. Given that this was a forbidden area, encountering mutated groups was not unexpected. What should we do? Should we retreat? Lin Yi inquired, approaching him. As a creature of the serpent family, Lin Yi understood that snakes were the sovereigns of night battles, and facing a group of mutated snakes sparked thoughts of retreat. Ye Feng repeated the words fire poison in his mind, his expression turning peculiar. If memory served, he possessed an immunity to all toxins. It had been so long since he utilized this ability that he had nearly forgotten it. Ye Feng's gaze shifted back to the group of mutated cobras lurking in the shadows. You all stay here. Do not move, he instructed slowly. What? Lin Yi stared at Ye Feng, bewildered. Leave this to me. Chapter 78. Pursuit. Observing Ye Feng embark alone, The remaining beasts were at a loss. Aren't they a group of mutants? We are all serpents. What is there to fear? Watching Ye Feng's retreating figure, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and shouted at Lei. The thunder-horned rhinoceros. Lei, protect them. I will join Ye Feng. With that, Lin Yi vanished from sight. Lei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to follow, trusting in Ye Feng and Lin Yi's abilities to handle the situation. In the darkness, it was best to have a scout. What are you following me for? Ye Feng sensed the gigantic python beside him and couldn't help but ask. My good brother, of course, I must fight alongside you, Lin Yi proclaimed with unwavering loyalty. Ye Feng was nearly moved to tears. He had immunity to all toxins, but Lin Yi likely did not. Truly, a good brother. As they closed the distance, Ye Feng's vision sharpened, revealing the menacing eyes of the cobras fixated on them. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Ye Feng approach, the fire-poison Cobra King revealed a sinister grin. Hee, I didn't expect you two to deliver yourselves right to my doorstep. Ye Feng, it seems they are targeting us. Lin Yi murmured. Are we not also targeting them? Ye Feng chuckled lightly. This group of fire-poison cobras had evidently set their sights on him and Lin Yi, perhaps drawn to their unique abilities. Yet, alas, prey can sometimes be the hunter. With a fierce roar, Ye Feng lunged into action, his powerful physique resembling a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, instantly sending several fire-poison cobras retreating in alarm. It was then that he scrutinized their forms. Their bodies were adorned with a blend of red and black patterns, and when in an aggressive state, they expanded the skin flaps around their necks, creating the appearance of a massive disc. Be cautious, they're fire poison, Ye Feng intended to warn Lin Yi, only to find that this fellow had already charged at an aggressive fire-poison cobra. Suddenly, he understood why Lin Yi was partners with Lei. Both beasts possessed remarkable courage. In ancient times in Longhua, they would have been akin to the legendary Lu Bu. Hiss. Ye Feng chose to ignore Lin Yi with his regenerative abilities. Unless he was torn to shreds, he would not perish. Hiss hiss. A few fire-poison cobras began to encircle Ye Feng, one of which was the fire-poison Cobra King. You are not desert creatures. How dare you intrude here? The fire-poison Cobra King assessed Ye Feng's form, speaking coldly. The Cobra King's body was half the size of Ye Feng's, yet it showed no reverence, only disdain. It believed that its dominance in the desert would inevitably bring defeat to this giant python. Heh, a mere lowly mutated species dares to covet my form? In his previous life, Ye Feng had never even heard of this fire-poison cobra, likely having remained hidden within the confines of the desert's forbidden zone. Mutated pythons possessed a combat advantage over snakes due to their robust physiques, enabling them to contend with fearsome beasts. The Immortal Python and the Golden Giant Python were renowned sovereigns in his past life, while no snakes could claim such status. The fire-poison cobra was far inferior to the noble lineage of the Immortal Python. Enraged by Ye Feng's mockery, the fire-poison Cobra King swelled its neck further, the disc trembling in the air, signaling its intent to attack. In an instant, a fire-poison cobra lunged at Ye Feng, its fangs sinking viciously into his back. Clang! Golden scales glimmered in the night sky as the initial assailant was swiftly ensnared by Ye Feng's massive tail. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed through the air as the fire-poison cobra, measuring over 10 meters in length, was swiftly strangled to death by Ye Feng's powerful tail, its body growing limp. Ye Feng's strength attribute was nearing a breakthrough of 400. It was challenging to encounter foes below 9 evolutionary stages, unless they were exceptionally formidable supermutants. This mere lackey had only undergone 6 evolutions, making its demise as effortless as squashing a grasshopper. With graceful poise, Ye Feng consumed the fire-poison cobra, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations on devouring the fire-poison cobra. You have gained 467 growth points. You have gained 20 points in stamina. You have gained 10 points in speed. Current growth points, 6,231. 6,400 points are required for the next evolution. A surge of joy filled Ye Feng's heart. The greatest reward from his venture into the desert was indeed the growth points. Initially, he had assumed such a desolate place would harbor few ferocious beasts, only to discover an abundance of both beasts and resources here. Having only been in the desert for a day, he was on the brink of his 8th evolution. Immediately, Ye Feng's gaze turned ferocious as it fell upon the remaining fire-poison cobras. The roles of hunter and prey had quietly shifted. The fire-poison Cobra King, witnessing this transformation, felt a flicker of panic. This giant python possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Was its ability derived from that golden-scaled armor? Truly enviable and daunting. As the fire-poison Cobra King hesitated, its subordinates became even more apprehensive, each one filled with trepidation. In that moment, Ye Feng swiftly lunged forward, his fierce fangs bared, and sank them deep into one of the snakes. A scream pierced the air, the fire-poison cobra's wretched cries echoing, yet to Ye Feng's surprise, the creature did not succumb passively. Instead, it bore the pain and retaliated, viciously biting down on Ye Feng's vulnerable spot. The fangs found their mark at Ye Feng's soft underbelly, tearing away a scale. The venomous fangs embedded deep, and Ye Feng felt a foreign liquid coursing through his veins. What is this? Ye Feng suddenly realized. It must be the fire-poison venom of his adversary. Yet he remained unfazed, even intensifying the grip of his own fangs, which too began to seep venom. The fire-poison cobra's cries grew increasingly anguished until it finally collapsed, showing no signs of life. If the previous scene instilled a sense of trepidation in the fiery toxic-eyed Serpent King, the current spectacle can only be described as sheer panic. This colossal python exhibited no fear of the fiery poison. It is crucial to note that their entire clan's strongest member is the fiery poison, and without this ability, their combat prowess would diminish by half. The giant python before him not only possesses formidable defenses, but also boasts an immunity to fiery poison. As the leader, he swiftly weighed the pros and cons, emitting a sharp whistle, signaling retreat. Attempting to flee, a fierce glint ignited in Ye Feng's eyes. I have you all figured out. At this moment, they were no longer snakes in his eyes, but delectable points of growth. Just as Ye Feng was about to pursue, he caught sight of Lin Yi, wriggling towards him like a flying snake. Brother Yi, save me, I can barely hold on. Lin Yi was flushed and groaning in agony. Ye Feng felt a rush of frustration. This fellow insisted on tagging along and ended up in such a dire state. Stay here, I will avenge you. With that, Ye Feng turned and chased after the group of fiery toxic-eyed serpents. If not now, then when? In the desolate expanse, Ye Feng, riding solo, pursued the fiery toxic-eyed serpents deeper into their territory. Along the way, he devoured 5 ordinary fiery toxic-eyed serpents. Witnessing this, the Serpent King issued an order to scatter and flee, but Ye Feng remained undeterred, focusing solely on hunting down the Serpent King. This creature had undergone 8 evolutionary stages, promising a bountiful yield of growth points. Damn the colossal python! The Serpent King, in a frantic escape, cursed under his breath as he sensed Ye Feng relentlessly pursuing him. Yet, he was oblivious to the peril lurking a mere dozen meters away. Crack! A massive iron claw struck the sand before the Serpent King. The unexpected turn of events startled it. As fear surged in its eyes, it realized it had unwittingly trespassed into the territory of another. The fiery toxic-eyed Serpent King raised its head, locking eyes with the treacherous gaze embedded in the abdomen of a giant scorpion, its 8 legs as sturdy as steel, and its menacingly arched iron hook. Screech! The air reverberated with the sharp cry of the giant scorpion. The fiery toxic-eyed Serpent King retreated in a frenzy, attempting to escape in the direction it had come from, only to be pierced through by the iron hook. Swish! The fiery toxic-eyed Serpent King was hoisted into the air by the giant scorpion's long hook, writhing in agony. No, please, spare me, it pleaded incessantly. However, the giant scorpion regarded it with cold indifference, ultimately discarding it onto the ground once its struggles ceased. The Serpent King's body had lost its vibrant hue, now marred by dark patterns, a result of the scorpion's toxic infusion, poison even more potent than the fiery toxin. Observing the utterly defenseless fiery toxic-eyed Serpent King, a sadistic glint flickered in the giant scorpion's gaze. Its right claw lifted high, crashing down with ferocity. Splatter! Flesh and blood flew as the fiery toxic-eyed Serpent King's body was cleaved in two, its rigid form still twitching faintly. The giant scorpion reveled in the torment of its prey, raising its left claw to strike down once more. The sounds of carnage echoed through the desert, heralding a macabre symphony. Only when the fiery toxic-eyed Serpent King's body lay in tatters, completely reduced to chunks of flesh, did the giant scorpion relish its feast. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had just arrived at the scene. He had been momentarily delayed by 2 fiery toxic-eyed serpents, only to find his quarry had been snatched away in the interim. The brutal aftermath before him was shocking. What manner of beast employed such ruthless methods of slaughter? As Ye Feng raised his gaze and discerned the silhouette of the ferocious creature, his body stiffened, a name slowly surfacing in his mind. How could it be that one? System, initiate scan. Ding. Target detected successfully. Super mutant species, Royal Armored Scorpion. 8 evolutionary stages. The sovereign of the desert. Its steel-forged armor renders it invincible, and its powerful pincers can annihilate any creature. Its retractable, venomous tail compensates for its shortcomings in long-range combat, making it the undisputed hunter of the desert. Abilities: Chain Rage Claw, Retractable Hook Tail, Level 3 Frenzy. Chain Rage Claw. Accumulates a certain amount of power, delivering multiple strikes with its giant pincers. Capable of effortlessly shredding foes. Retractable Hook Tail. The Royal Armored Scorpion's tail can retract at will, a stealthy assassination tool to be wary of. Level 3 Frenzy. The Royal Armored Scorpion enters a frenzied state, temporarily tripling its attributes, followed by a period of weakness after the frenzy ends. Indeed, it is that one. Ye Feng gazed in horror at the Royal Armored Scorpion. Why was he so familiar with this creature? Because it was one of the 10 overlords renowned in his previous life, the Desert Sovereign, the Royal Armored Scorpion. How did it come to be here? Wasn't it supposed to emerge only during the global beastification? Why is it here ahead of schedule? A multitude of questions flooded Ye Feng's mind. But the reality unfolding before him left no time for contemplation, as the Royal Armored Scorpion, now feasting on the remains of the fiery toxic-eyed Serpent King, had set its sights on him. Chuckle, having just finished its appetizer, another offering arrives. The Royal Armored Scorpion waved its massive pincers in the air. In terms of size, it stretched nearly 50 meters long and stood over 20 meters tall. Ye Feng, at 70 meters, held a considerable size advantage, yet he felt no confidence regarding this battle. The Royal Armored Scorpion was a super mutant species, something Ye Feng had never anticipated. Even the Overlord, the Tyrant, was not a super mutant, yet this Royal Armored Scorpion was. Even more outrageous, it possessed 3 abilities, seemingly innate. A super mutant species wielding 3 inherent abilities. There was another mutated species, the Storm Scorpion, in the desert. But by the time the Royal Armored Scorpion became a ruler in his past life, it had already acquired this ability. However, it appeared that this creature had yet to encounter the Storm Scorpion. Exhaling deeply, Ye Feng released a breath of stale air. The current Royal Armored Scorpion had yet to fully mature. In terms of attributes, he was confident he surpassed it, possessing 8 abilities of his own. The only aspect that posed a threat was the Royal Armored Scorpion's level 3 Frenzy ability. He had encountered a level 3 Frenzy before, that of a mutated white deer. Of course, for Ye Feng now, it was merely insignificant. At the same evolutionary level, the white deer would pose no challenge even with its level 3 Frenzy ability. But the Royal Armored Scorpion was different. It was a super mutant species with 3 abilities, which weighed heavily on Ye Feng's mind. After all, it was one of the 10 overlords of the future. You seem far more delectable than the fiery toxic-eyed Serpent King, Ye Feng mused, while the formidable beast scrutinized him in return. The scorpion's excitement surged at the sight of Ye Feng's well-defined physique. In the blink of an eye, it charged forward, its massive pincers swinging wildly, stirring up dust that nearly obscured Ye Feng's vision. The desert provided excellent cover for the Royal Armored Scorpion, a true king among hunters. Ye Feng resolved to withstand this pincer's assault, using it to gauge the scorpion's capabilities. Clang! The Royal Armored Scorpion's massive pincers clamped down on Ye Feng's robust form. Yet it could not progress further, sparks flying in the night. Such formidable defense. The Royal Armored Scorpion was taken aback, retracting its pincers while its hooked tail whipped through the air, aiming to pierce Ye Feng's skull. Ye Feng was far from unprepared. Anticipating this maneuver, he tilted his head to unleash a fiery breath at the approaching tail. Screech! The Royal Armored Scorpion's tail, startled like a frightened grasshopper, retracted in a flash. While Ye Feng's flames did not incinerate the tail due to the scorpion's steel-like armor, it still sustained some burns. Its gaze filled with anger and resentment. The Royal Armored Scorpion glared at Ye Feng. In their first encounter, it was the scorpion that found itself at a disadvantage. Chapter 80. The arrival of the two-harrier. As Ye Feng adjusted his state, he calculated the gains and losses from the recent skirmish. Thus far, the Shennongjia had utilized only one ability, the retractable hooktail. In contrast, Ye Feng had employed 2 of his own, golden scales and fiery breath, both of which were his primary combat capabilities. While it appeared that Ye Feng had the upper hand, in reality, he had already revealed one more trump card than the Shennongjia. Having regained its composure, the Shennongjia launched a next wave of even more ferocious attacks. To Ye Feng's astonishment, the speed of the Shennongjia exceeded all expectations. If assessed by attribute points, it had reached at least 350. With a loud crack, dust erupted beside him as the dark iron claw plunged into the desert, and Ye Feng narrowly evaded this strike. Such forceful attacks could hardly be withstood even by his golden scales. Gazing at the massive claw embedded in the sand, Ye Feng could not suppress a contraction of his pupils. He had thought it formidable, but it turned out to be merely powerful. The Shennongjia sneered. If that is the case, then taste my abilities. Ye Feng's gaze sharpened, and a chill radiated from his mouth. Frost breath. A blue beam resembling an ice pillar surged forth into the night, catching the Huang Jia Nuxia off guard and landing a direct hit. With a thunderous crash, its body was propelled hundreds of meters away, and as it struggled to rise, it was adorned with ice crystals, its movements slightly sluggish. Damn it! The Huang Jia Nuxia roared in anger. Having lived in the desert for some time, it had never encountered such a peculiar serpent, one that could breathe both fire and frost. Ye Feng had no intention of engaging in further banter with this scorpion. Seizing the moment, he opened his maw wide and sank his fangs into the Huang Jia Nuxia's back. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the Huang Jia Nuxia laughed heartily. You wish to bite me? Do you not know that my body is forged from exquisite armor? Too early in your triumph, Ye Feng thought with a cold smirk inside. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged through his fangs. Lethal bite. The powerful crushing strength allowed Ye Feng to instantly breach the outer defenses of the giant scorpion, his fangs sinking into its body. Hiss! As the venom coursed into it. The Huang Jia Nuxia panicked, its hooked tail swinging wildly above its head, thrusting towards Ye Feng in a frenzy. Ye Feng dared not linger in battle, swiftly retreating as the Huang Jia Nuxia's tail struck only air. In a fit of anger and humiliation, the Huang Jia Nuxia screeched, causing the surrounding sand and dust to tremble. However, Ye Feng noticed again that the Huang Jia Nuxia's agility was declining. It had simultaneously been struck by both the frost breath and the venom from his deadly fangs. Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Feng pursued, striking again as his robust body coiled around the Huang Jia Nuxia's form, delivering a finishing blow to the wound. Squeal! The Huang Jia Nuxia, provoked repeatedly, felt its energy surge dramatically. Not good. Ye Feng's heart sank as he realized the Huang Jia Nuxia had entered a state of rage. He attempted to escape, but the scorpion's strength had far surpassed his own, and its retractable hook tail flew towards him with supernatural speed. Thud! Before Ye Feng could react, the tail pierced into his body, blood gushing forth. He was astounded. The speed of the giant scorpion under triple rage was terrifying. Evading its prowess was paramount. Ye Feng did not hesitate, attempting to withdraw, but he was ensnared by the scorpion's tail, unable to extricate himself. Rapid claw assault. The Huang Jia Nuxia's shrill screech reverberated through the desert, piercing Ye Feng's skull with pain. As the Huang Jia Nuxia's claw rained down upon him amidst its anguished cries, the golden scales shattered, leaving deep gashes on Ye Feng's body. Yet, it did not end there. The Huang Jia Nuxia raised its iron claw high, intending to cleave Ye Feng in two. Damn it, Ye Feng thought, gritting his teeth against the pain, and twisted his body to unleash a fiery breath upon the retractable hook tail. The Huang Jia Nuxia, unprepared for the intense heat, screeched in agony and released its grip. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ye Feng barely managed to escape with his life. After entering a state of triple rage, the Huang Jia Nuxia was now invincible, far beyond what Ye Feng could withstand. He could only bide his time. His gaze remained heavy upon the Huang Jia Nuxia, and in his heart, the notion of retreat began to surface. What he had always taken pride in were his two breaths and the defensive capabilities of his golden scales. Yet just moments ago, the golden scales had been breached. The fiery breath could no longer inflict effective damage. At most, it served as a weak deterrent. He feared he would not endure until the Huang Jia Nuxia's rage subsided. With its venomous fangs, immunity to toxins, self-healing abilities, golden scales, and two distinct breath attacks. You have truly surprised me, the Huang Jia Nuxia exclaimed, charging forward once more, granting Ye Feng no respite. This giant scorpion was no fool. Ye Feng's prowess had instilled a sense of caution within it. The triple rage had a time limit, and resolving Ye Feng within this window was the optimal strategy. In a flash, the Huang Jia Nuxia surged before Ye Feng, its speed causing a chill to run down his spine. There was no escaping. The Huang Jia Nuxia's swiftness was beyond comprehension, and it would not let him go. He could only endure until the rage expired. The Huang Jia Nuxia's massive claw was once again raised high, intent on cleaving Ye Feng asunder. Ye Feng could not help but curse under his breath. Could this creature possess some peculiar obsession? The fire-toxic Cobra King had met a similar fate not long ago. As he twisted his body, he released a fiery breath, narrowly evading this strike. However, the Huang Jia Nuxia merely paused momentarily before launching another assault. Damn it! Ye Feng cursed internally. The defense of this creature had escalated to an outrageous level following its rage, rendering even the fiery breath ineffective. He suspected that the Huang Jia Nuxia's attributes had reached the pinnacle of completion. In that critical moment, a howl echoed from afar, momentarily halting the clash between the two beasts. A wolf? As the shadow from the distance drew closer, Ye Feng and the Shennongjia Nu Xie soon discerned that it was a colossal creature with a moonlit mark upon its forehead, a two-harrier. Upon seeing the figure of the two-harrier, Ye Feng was instantly filled with exhilaration. However, it was not merely the two-harrier that stirred such excitement. It was the two figures behind it, a snake and a rhinoceros. Lin Yi and Lei, the saviors, had arrived. Ye Feng exuberantly unleashed a frost breath, swiftly breaking free from the clutches of the Shennongjia Nu Xie. So it is you, you wretched creature, trying to ruin my good fortune. The Shennongjia Nu Xie screeched sharply. Ye Feng paused, taken aback. Did this two-harrier have a grudge against the Shennongjia Nu Xie? What was the story behind this? I do not know. It was it who informed us that you were in danger, and thus we came to your aid, Lin Yi replied. The two-harrier stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence like a lion, unafraid as it confronted the Shennongjia Nu Xie. Its voice was frigid. Shennongjia Nu Xie, you have slain my kin. Today, I shall offer your head as a tribute to them. Just you? The Shennongjia Nu Xie sneered. Do not presume that you two defeated minions, even with the addition of that snake and pig behind you, could stand against me. Chapter 81. The celestial moon hound in the rear. Ye Feng's lips twitched, while Lei, the rhinoceros, was incensed at the insult directed at them. Lei, Ye Feng bellowed, and in an instant, Lei understood, its massive horn crackling with lightning. I refuse to believe we cannot inflict any damage. Ye Feng narrowed his serpent-like eyes, flames swirling within his mouth. Now, as Lei's heavy breaths resonated nearby, the entire night was illuminated as lightning flashed across the sky. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted forth, colliding with the Shennongjia Nu Xie, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The fierce winds generated by the blast forced all the beasts to squint against the onslaught. When they finally opened their eyes again, the silhouette of the Shennongjia Nu Xie had vanished. Where did it go? The beasts were left in stunned silence. A sharp howl emanated from behind, revealing the Shennongjia Nu Xie, its claws bared, charging at the myriad of beasts. Its retractable tail swung fiercely like a chain. Was it unharmed? Lin Yi, astonished, had witnessed the combined might of Ye Feng and Lei Shi, yet the colossal scorpion displayed no reaction whatsoever. No, its back bore an injury. With the vision of an eagle, Ye Feng opened his keen sight, discovering a 3-meter-long gash on the Shennongjia Nu Xie. Just as they were observing, the giant scorpion's tail unexpectedly ensnared Lei Shi, yanking him away from the throng of beasts. Lin Yi gasped, intending to rush forward for a rescue, but was intercepted by Ye Feng. You cannot match it. I shall go. But your wounds are not yet healed, Lin Yi instinctively protested, though his self-healing ability was swift. The wound inflicted by the giant scorpion was significant, leaving Ye Feng still in a state of injury. I will go, a deep voice resonated nearby, leaving Ye Feng and Lin Yi momentarily stunned. The two-harrier had already dashed forward, a faint silver glow enveloping its form. Ye Feng's pupils contracted, and he activated the system scan. Ding! Target biological entity detected. Mutated species, Tunshin Yuequan, 8 evolutions. An ancient canine, born under the moonlight, they roamed at night, serving as trusted companions to hunters. Ability, Moonlight Devour, providing the host with a layer of moonlight protection, temporarily immune to all consumption. With the immunity strength related to the absorbed moonlight, it was this creature. Ye Feng exhaled in relief, feeling a flicker of confidence in the two-harrier's rescue. Legends spoke of the Tunshin Yuequan's peculiar ability. Rarely seen during the day, it was said to weaken in its true form, and all creatures that encountered it at night vanished. In his past life, tales of this creature were scarce, merely whispers of its enmity with the 10 great overlords, including the Shennongjia Nu Xie. Alas, in his previous existence, the Tunshin Yuequan lacked the strength to confront the Shennongjia Nu Xie, leading it to abandon the desert. Now it seemed those tales were indeed true. Not far away, the Nujio Lei Shi had ceased its resistance. The toxin from the Shennongjia Nu Xie's tail was potent enough to incapacitate even it. At that moment, Ye Feng felt a sense of grim fortune. Had he not possessed the ability to resist toxins, he might have already perished. You wretched creature, I spared you last time, yet you failed to cherish it. Today, you shall pay with your life. The Shennongjia Nu Xie halted its torment of the Nujio Lei Shi, redirecting its gaze towards the Tunshin Yuequan. Ah, you must die today? The Tunshin Yuequan's eyes ignited with a furious flame. The Shennongjia Nu Xie had ambushed it during the day when its family lay vulnerable, slaughtering its kin, leaving only it to escape. It had silently observed the Shennongjia Nu Xie all this time, waiting for an opportunity for vengeance. And the arrival of Ye Feng and his companions was that chance. With a resounding thud, the Shennongjia Nu Xie's tail lunged towards the Tunshin Yuequan, yet contrary to expectation. It plunged straight into the sandy ground. The Huangjia emitted a wretched cry, pulling its tail free to reveal a patch of red corrosion marring its finely crafted appendage. Such a terrifying corrosive ability. Ye Feng was astounded, gazing up at the blood moon in the sky. The potency of the Tunshin Yuechuan's abilities was contingent upon the moonlight, with the blood moon ascendant. Its powers would reach their zenith. Damn dog! The Huangjia seethed with fury but hesitated to strike again, wary of that peculiar ability. With unbridled hatred, the Tunshin Yuechuan launched itself like a cannonball towards its foe. The Huangjia was taken aback. The two-harrier was akin to a searing meteor, and even in its frenzied state, it could not withstand such an impact. The giant scorpion hastily retreated, while the Tunshin Yuechuan relentlessly pursued, soon gathering strength for another assault. A life-and-death duel unfolded between adversaries, leaving Ye Feng and the two snakes momentarily sidelined. "Quick, check on Lei's condition," Ye Feng urged Lin Yi. At that moment, Lei Shi had succumbed to unconsciousness, its coarse skin appearing darkened, even its massive horn tainted by the black toxin. "What kind of poison is this?" Lin Yi exclaimed in alarm. "I am uncertain. It resembles the potent venom from my fangs. It induces paralysis over time, ultimately leading to unconsciousness. If left untreated for too long, it may cost him his life," Ye Feng spoke gravely. "However, this toxin is evidently more ferocious than mine." Bypassing the paralysis phase and plunging Lei into unconsciousness. Time was running short. Detoxification was imperative. "What should we do?" Lin Yi asked anxiously. "Should we try to suck out the poison?" At this, Ye Feng felt a wave of irritation. "Who will suck it out? You or I? With our teeth? We wouldn't manage to extract the poison before he bleeds out. Moreover, given the potency of the toxin, it had likely permeated his bloodstream." As Ye Feng spoke, a spark of inspiration struck him. "I have an idea." Shortly thereafter, a small white fox approached the two beasts, its cheerleading demeanor revealing trepidation at the distant battle. "Oh, the great rhinoceros is poisoned?" Noticing the state of the Nujio Lei Shi, it gasped in surprise. "Time is of the essence. Can you treat him?" Ye Feng quickly inquired, recalling the little fox's medical prowess displayed in Mist City. "Yes, but I need your assistance," the little fox replied, leaping atop Lei Shi's head and gesturing with its mouth. Oh, Lin Yi suddenly understood. Bai Rou was utilizing Lei Shi's blood for treatment. Without hesitation, he sank his teeth into Lei Shi's flesh. In an instant, blood began to flow. Observing this, Bai Rou's form began to emanate a faint white light. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Bai Rou appeared even more ethereal against the shadowy backdrop. After watching the healing process for a moment, Ye Feng recalled something with a sinking feeling. Oh no. Looking up, he saw that clouds had obscured the moon, shrouding the blood moon that hung high in the sky. A howl echoed from afar, the Tunshin Yuechuan's pained cry reverberating. Chapter 82, Spoils of War. What in the heavens is going wrong now? Ye Feng lamented, glancing at the Tunshin Yuechuan ensnared by the Huangjia tail, unable to suppress his frustration. "What should we do, Ye Feng?" Lin Yi, having noticed the dire situation, inquired anxiously. "We must save it," Ye Feng declared without hesitation. Had it not been for the Tunshin Yuechuan, he would have perished moments ago. "All right," Lin Yi nodded, and the two colossal serpents surged towards the frenzied Huangjia. "We need to rescue the two-harrier from its grasp. We can't afford to clash directly. Its berserk state will not last long," Ye Feng instructed as they advanced. "Understood." Lin Yi, braving the sandstorm, began to manifest layers of spiked scales. Ye Feng similarly enveloped himself in golden scales, with the Huangjia still in its furious state. They had to exert every effort to have a chance at rescuing the Tunshin Yuechuan. What bothersome pests! The Huangjia, having just dealt with the Tunshin Yuechuan, seethed with rage upon seeing the two snakes approach. "Today, I shall devour you all." Ice and fire, a duality. After a brief respite, Ye Feng's stamina had recovered considerably, and he immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. A sizzling sound echoed as the beams collided with the scorpion's finely crafted carapace, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Incredible. This was the first time Lin Yi witnessed a ferocious beast remain unscathed by Ye Feng's ice and fire duality, and while astonished, he pressed on fearlessly. "If you have the ability, come and crush me," he taunted as he faced the Huangjia massive pincers, shouting defiantly. The Huangjia could not tolerate such provocation. It immediately complied with Lin Yi's challenge, snapping down with a claw. Yet, it soon realized something was amiss. The giant serpent bore a layer of iron spikes, rendering its pincers painfully ineffective. Though confident in incapacitating Lin Yi, the risk of being pierced by the iron spikes was too great. Thus, The Hainan Nuxi relinquished its previous method of attack and instead seized Lin Ye's spines with its iron pincers, pulling sharply. A painful howl escaped Lin Ye's lips, lamenting why it was always his spines that bore the brunt of the injuries in battle. Get back. At that moment, Ye Feng's voice suddenly resonated, bringing instant joy to Lin Yi as he rolled away from the mighty pincers of the Hainan Nuxi. Before him was Ye Feng's gaping maw, striking precisely at the juncture between the Hainan Nuxi's body and its massive pincers. Damn it! The Hainan Nuxi was taken aback, realizing that this colossal python intended to bite off its precious pincers. Those pincers were its lifeline. Losing them would mean losing half of its combat strength. With a piercing shriek, the Hainan Nuxi frantically flailed its limbs, attempting to shake off Ye Feng. But how could it toss away a creature over 70 meters long? Left with no choice, it retracted the hooked tail that was ensnared around the area and directed it toward Ye Feng in an effort to force him back. However, Ye Feng had resolutely set his mind on tearing off that pincer, refusing to evade and instead enduring the hook's sting. With a fierce glare, Ye Feng unleashed his ability, channeling immense biting force into the joint of the pincers, causing the Hainan Nuxi to emit a wretched cry. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt his body lift into the air, the hooked tail under the Hainan Nuxi's control hoisting him upward. No, if I lose the ground, I will be at its mercy. Ye Feng was alarmed and twisted his body in a frantic attempt to escape. Yet, the hook was barbed, deeply embedding itself in Ye Feng's flesh, leaving him no chance to flee. Ye Feng, I'm coming to help you. At that critical moment, Lin Ye's voice rang out as he charged forward with his spiked scales. Ye Feng was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the icy gaze of the Hainan Nuxi, alarm bells rang in his mind, and he shouted to Lin Yi, "Don't come any closer." Yet, Lin Yi could not heed Ye Feng's warning, as he was now less than 100 meters away from the Hainan Nuxi. With a powerful swing of its hooked tail, the Hainan Nuxi hurled Ye Feng directly toward Lin Yi, with 3 times the ferocity. How could it fail to lift Ye Feng? The delay in lifting him was merely due to its anticipation of this very moment. Seeing Ye Feng hurtling toward him, Lin Yi unhesitatingly halted his spiked scales, determined to prevent Ye Feng from being harmed. However, this played right into the Hainan Nuxi's hands. Before Lin Yi could react, his body was completely pierced by the hooked tail. Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the tail beneath him, suddenly feeling the warmth of life ebbing away within him. This was the first time since becoming an undying python that he had experienced such a sensation. Hee, a bunch of fools. The Hainan Nuxi laughed maniacally, retracting its hooked tail and dragging Lin Yi to the edge of its body, raising its massive pincers high. No, Ye Feng wanted to rush to his aid, but the gaping wound severely hampered his movements. Time was running out. Lin Yi. Just then, a colossal white beast materialized from the swirling sands of the desert, closing in on the Hainan Nuxi from less than 30 meters away. The sudden appearance startled the Hainan Nuxi, causing it to pause for half a second, instinctively thrusting its pincers into the body of the white beast. Yet, it only pierced a mound of sand. A wave of weakness surged over the Hainan Nuxi as it realized what had transpired. Panic etched across its features. The frenzy had ended. Simultaneously, Ye Feng's wounds gradually healed thanks to his undying regenerative ability, and he gazed at the Hainan Nuxi with a fierce, murderous intent. They had nearly suffered a total defeat at the hands of such a foe. Lei Shi, Lin Yi, and the unfamiliar era were all gravely injured. Instinctively, the weakened Hainan Nuxi sought to flee, only to be struck by Ye Feng's fiery breath, stumbling to the ground. No, I am the ruler of the desert. You cannot kill me. As Ye Feng approached, the Hainan Nuxi attempted to resist, but its right pincer was rendered useless. The only remaining left pincer flailed aimlessly in the air, resembling a hapless clown. Ye Feng felt no pity for it. Rather, he yearned to transform this creature into a source of growth for himself. However, since the Hainan Nuxi was a collective target for all, Ye Feng had no intention of claiming it for himself. He clamped his jaws around the giant scorpion, allowing venom to seep slowly into its body. After a few minutes, the giant scorpion grew increasingly rigid and subsequently fell into a deep unconsciousness. Ye Feng then returned to check on the condition of the other beasts. At this moment, after treatment, the furious Lei Shi had regained consciousness, while Bai Rou resumed tending to Lin Yi. Half an hour later, all the fierce beasts awoke. "Thank you for your help earlier." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude to Lu Qingqing. "Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have perished." Lu Qingqing shook her head, explaining that she had refrained from entering the fray due to the overwhelming strength of the Hainan Nuxi and felt she had contributed little. "In that case, let us divide the spoils," Ye Feng suggested, prompting the beasts to direct their gaze toward the incapacitated Huangjia Nuxi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and Lei Qi simultaneously turned their attention to the Tongtian Yuequan. Among them, it was the only outsider. The two beasts felt no particular attachment to the Huangjia Nuxi, as their growth was not contingent upon consuming it, unlike Ye Feng. If Ye Feng could acquire the frenzied abilities of the Huangjia Nuxi, it would significantly enhance their entire team's prowess. The Tongtian Yuequan stared at the Huangjia Nuxi for a long while before letting out a mournful and solitary howl that resonated through the night. It then turned to Ye Feng and the others, stating, "I have no interest in its carcass. I seek only vengeance." With that, it vanished into the darkness. Stepping upon the moonlight, Ye Feng was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, for the Tongtian Yuequan was indeed a peculiar entity. As the beasts approached their transformation, one would expect them to desire growth, yet the Tongtian Yuequan displayed no interest in such a super mutated creature. "Brother Yi, this fellow is quite fascinating. Without it, we might not have even known you were engaged in battle with that scorpion," Lin Yi remarked, slithering closer to Ye Feng. "But there's also Qingqing's precognitive ability, right?" Ye Feng retorted with an eye roll, recalling how he might have already ended up in the Huangjia Nuxi's belly at that time. "All right, you should consume this scorpion," Lin Yi urged. "Can your ability reliably acquire this frenzied power?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Ye Feng smiled faintly, realizing they regarded his system as a form of ability. But that was fine. It saved him the trouble of having to explain. "Ahem, I can't guarantee anything, but I can say there's a certain probability," Ye Feng coughed lightly. The reality was that even the system had its odds of devouring successfully. "I see." A sense of relief washed over the beasts upon hearing this, rather than disappointment. If acquiring a single ability by consuming a fierce beast were true, then Ye Feng would indeed be terrifying. While the others pondered this, Ye Feng had already swallowed the giant scorpion whole. "Ding! You have devoured the super mutated Huangjia Nuxi, earning 1,500 growth points. You have acquired a special ability, level 3 Frenzy. You have gained attribute points, Strength 50, Defense 30, Stamina 30, Speed 35. Ding! Special reminder, your current growth points have accumulated to 8,263 points, allowing for evolution to the next level. Please select an appropriate location for evolution." The system's notification brought Ye Feng immense joy, confirming that he had indeed acquired the level 3 Frenzy ability. With this power, he would have no rivals in short bursts of fury. "I need to find a place to evolve," Ye Feng declared as the beasts awaited eagerly. "Has the devouring concluded? How did it go?" Lin Yi inquired with anticipation. Ye Feng found it amusing that Lin Yi was even more excited than he was. "I succeeded in devouring it. I have gained level 3 Frenzy," Ye Feng replied calmly. "Indeed, level 3 Frenzy." Lin Yi was filled with envy. Suddenly he froze, staring at Ye Feng, and asked, "Wait, what did you just say? You are about to evolve again?" "Indeed," Ye Feng replied helplessly. "But you just underwent your 7th evolution during the day?" Lin Yi exclaimed in utter shock. "That's right. So now I am going to undergo my 8th evolution." Ye Feng sighed, wondering if being low-key was truly that difficult. The beasts fell silent, especially the new Jiao Lei Shi who had just reached the 8th evolution, suddenly feeling that his own achievement paled in comparison. Despite both being at the 8th evolution, he was no match for Ye Feng, nor was he even a rival to the Huangjia Nuxi. This disparity was due to the differences in their abilities. Consequently, new Jiao Lei Shi became even more eager to learn about the 2 mutated abilities that Ye Feng had mentioned. The group found a sheltered slope behind a sand dune and began to guard Ye Feng as he commenced his evolution. The little fox by row leaped onto the top of Lei Shi's head, her body radiating a gentle glow as she began to sense her surroundings. Half an hour later, she opened her eyes, sparkling with joy, but just as she was about to speak, an exceptionally sharp roar suddenly erupted from deep within the desert. The sound was piercing, sending a shiver through one's very soul. What was that? Lin Yi was the first to awaken, his gaze heavy as he looked towards the source of the shriek. "I have a bad feeling about this," new Jiao Lei Shi said gravely. "Qingqingjia, can you see anything?" Bai Rou turned to look at the prescient Bai Zhe. Lu Qingqing half closed her eyes, and after a moment, her expression showed a hint of undeniable panic. "I cannot see the target clearly, but there will be a powerful sandstorm. That creature can manipulate the weather." "What?" The beast gasped in horror. "A beast capable of controlling the weather? What is approaching us?" Lin Yi's serpentine pupils shifted. "Yes." Lu Qingqing slowly turned her head. Her foresight was specific. If they did not encounter that beast, no relevant images would appear. But now, once Ye Feng awakens, we must leave this place quickly. Lin Yi glanced at the others. The beasts nodded in agreement. After another half hour, Ye Feng finally awoke slowly. feeling an explosive surge of power within his body. Host, Ye Feng, 8th evolution type, undying Python growth points, 1236, points required for next evolution, 12800. Abilities, Toxic Fangs, Breath of Flame, Golden Scales, Eagle Eye, Frost Resistance, Immune to all poisons, Deep Sea Breath Holding, Lethal Bite, Level 3 Frenzy. Strength, 423 Speed, 307 Defense, 335 Constitution, 352. The attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation, especially strength, which had surpassed the 400 threshold. The Shennongjia knew Xie truly deserved its title as a super mutated species, as the rewards for attributes were astonishing, leaving Ye Feng in awe. With over 400 in strength, coupled with the frenzy attribute, he could easily crush any original form. Ye Feng, at that moment, the beasts suddenly surrounded him. Upon hearing their accounts, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. Controlling the weather? Storm Scorpion? He shook his head, insisting, no, that's impossible. The Storm Scorpion can at most control a sandstorm. Its true combat power isn't even comparable to that of the Fire Poison Cobra. If it were truly the Storm Scorpion, it wouldn't emit such a terrifying shriek. Then what could it be? The other beasts were puzzled. Ye Feng's gaze narrowed, a sudden conjecture forming in his mind, though he hesitated to confirm it. He looked at Bai Rou and asked solemnly, "Have you found the location of the undying flower?" "Yes." Bai Rou nodded excitedly. "Just now, while you were evolving, I sensed something. If I am not mistaken, there is a peculiar energy about 50 miles away. That should be the undying flower you were searching for." "Are you sure?" Ye Feng couldn't help but doubt, recalling that she had nearly led him into an ant nest last time. "Absolutely," Bai Rou affirmed. "This energy is exactly the same as the 7-colored snow lotus I encountered in the snowy plains. There is no doubt." "Good." Ye Feng sighed in relief and said, "In that case, let us hasten to obtain the undying flower and leave this desolate, forbidden land. That creature you spoke of has been unsettling my mind." Chapter 84. Retrieving the undying flower. The blazing sun hung high in the sky over the desolate, forbidden land, the air heavy with silence. The midday sun blazed like a fiery orb, scorching the entire sky, causing the sand beneath to become unbearably hot. "It should be nearby," Bai Rou weakly said as she lay atop Ye Feng's head. Hearing this, Ye Feng, now nearly 80 meters in stature, raised himself to survey the area. "What do you see?" Lin Yi, slightly shorter than Ye Feng, also stretched his neck to look. "Nothing yet. Perhaps we still have some distance to cover." Ye Feng shook his head. Bai Rou's cold resistance was decent, but her heat tolerance was poor. She might be becoming delirious from the heat. In any case, Ye Feng saw no signs of plant life in the vicinity. "Wait." Just as they were about to proceed, Lu Qingqing suddenly spoke up to halt them. "What is it?" Ye Feng asked, slightly startled. "Have you considered that the undying flower might not have grown above ground?" Lu Qingqing suggested. "Are you implying it is underground?" "How is that possible?" Lin Yi exchanged incredulous glances with Lei. "No, it is possible." Ye Feng stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qingqing. "The undying flower is a mutated plant brought forth by primordial stones. It is already rare and bizarre, so it would not be surprising for it to grow underground." "Shennongjia, did you sense something?" "Yes." Lu Qingqing nodded hesitantly. "There is something below." Hearing this, the other beasts held their breath. "There is something below." Ye Feng slowly exhaled a breath of stagnant air. If there was indeed something below, it confirmed that the undying flower was truly here. Such a miraculous plant would undoubtedly be guarded by a powerful beast, that much was certain. And where there were beasts, there were evolution points and growth points. That was even more certain. Ye Feng signaled to Nu Jiao Lei Shi, who immediately understood, channeling his energy to conjure lightning and thrusting it downwards. "What are you doing?" Lu Qingqing looked at Lei Shi silently. "Isn't Ye Feng suggesting we electrocute it out?" Lei Shi looked at Ye Feng in confusion. "Exactly." Ye Feng nodded. Lu Qingqing suddenly glared at Ye Feng in irritation. "Who taught you that sand can conduct electricity? Can't it?" Ye Feng fell silent, having never paid attention in class. "There is likely an independent space beneath this desert. The undying flower is below." Lu Qingqing suddenly stated, "I have seen a vision. Additionally, if we are to descend, we must be cautious of that beast, as the undying flower is likely to have been planted there by it." "Planted?" Ye Feng took a deep breath, as he might have an inkling of what lay beneath. It was highly likely to be a mutated burrowing lizard. According to legends, this creature was said to dwell in the desolate, forbidden land, with few ever having witnessed its presence. However, this creature had a penchant for hoarding treasures, constructing dens beneath the sand. He could even imagine what a grand palace lay beneath the sands. "Since it won't come out, we must go in." Ye Feng did not wish to waste time and immediately instructed the beasts to retreat. Then he and Lei Shi combined their efforts once more. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as the center of the desert collapsed into a massive pit, quicksand pouring in, revealing a magnificent palace. The beasts were momentarily stunned, for it was resplendent, resembling a royal palace. Good heavens, could this be a tomb, turned into a lair by this creature? Lin Yi twitched his lips. Roar! A furious roar echoed from beneath the sand, and then a massive burrowing lizard emerged, its eyes ablaze with rage. These unfamiliar intruders had dared to destroy its lair. Hand over the undying flower, and we will leave peacefully, Ye Feng spoke indifferently. Undying flower? The burrowing lizard paused, then sneered. The undying flower is right below. If you have the ability, come and take it. Very well, Ye Feng coldly nodded. Lin Yi, Lei attack. Before the burrowing lizard could react, the two massive beasts charged towards it, frightening it back into the sand. Why do these beasts not adhere to common sense? At the very least, they should have deliberated a bit longer before suddenly attacking. This is akin to a cowardly tortoise. Lin Yi returned, somewhat disgruntled. The burrowing giant lizard possesses the ability to tunnel through the earth, making it virtually untouchable. This poses a significant problem. Ye Feng pondered for a moment, and suddenly a light flickered in his eyes. I have it. We shall lure the snake out of its hole. Lure the snake out of its hole. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback and remarked peculiarly. Aren't we the snakes? Ye Feng shot him an exasperated glance and then turned contemplatively toward Bai Rou. To execute this plan, we require the assistance of this little creature. However, in her current state, that seems rather implausible. There lay the fluffy little fox, sprawled atop the head of the Lei Shi, seemingly on the verge of being fully cooked. Allow me to assist you. Ye Feng sighed and exhaled a breath of frost, conjuring a bowl of ice that materialized in the desert. He then extended his tail, coiling it around Bai Rou and tossing her into the icy refuge. This was the sole source of coolness in the desert. Shortly thereafter, the little fox awakened, feeling the chill in the air and involuntarily shivering. How delightful! Are you awake? The sudden voice startled Bai Rou, causing her to stumble and collapse onto the ground. Now that you are awake, let us get to work, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. Get to work? Bai Rou appeared somewhat perplexed. Pinpoint the exact location of the immortal flower. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Understood. Bai Rou obediently nodded and activated her sensing white light. Moments later, she indicated a direction, stating, 30 meters underground. 30 meters, you say? Ye Feng contemplated for a moment before glancing at the angled horn Lei Shi. No problem, the angled horn Lei Shi affirmed. Subsequently, it gathered lightning once more, while Ye Feng began to summon flames. The burrowing giant lizard remained buried beneath the sands, unable to discern the situation above. Just as it was about to rise and investigate, a deafening roar erupted. The quicksand before it suddenly collapsed, causing it to be taken aback. No. That location is where the immortal flower lies. As it burrowed through the sand, emerging to the surface, it found itself ensnared by a robust python. Lifting its head, it met Lin Yi's mocking gaze. Brother Yi, so this is what you meant by luring the snake out of its hole? Lin Yi chuckled with a smirk. What now? Little lizard, weren't you just so arrogant? Now the immortal flower is in our possession, and so are you. If you have the capability, retrieve the immortal flower. Witnessing Lin Yi's demeanor, Ye Feng found it difficult to look on. Enough, you might as well eat him quickly. What? You intend to eat me? The burrowing giant lizard panicked instantly, struggling frantically. Otherwise, Ye Feng's gaze remained calm. He had already granted them a chance, but since they failed to seize it, there was nothing more to be done. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Chapter 85. The true ruler of the desert, now Yang Fei, is saved. After transplanting the immortal flower into a prepared glass vial, the angled horn Lei Shi let out a hearty laugh. What is this? Are you two very close? Ye Feng chuckled lightly while assessing the miraculous plant that possessed the ability to revive. Indeed, she and I were both struck by falling stones. As for Lin Yi, he nearly became a meal for Yang Fei and insisted on sticking with us. The angled horn Lei Shi replied with a laugh. What? Ye Feng was slightly taken aback. He had initially thought Lin Yi was a proud and aloof serpent, unaware of his past misadventures. However, reflecting on Lin Yi's recent actions, Ye Feng found understanding. Perhaps when they first met, they were both wearing masks of pretense. Aloofness is often synonymous with strength, and Lin Yi was employing this method to protect himself. At that moment, Lin Yi, having satisfied his hunger, approached in confusion. What are you two laughing about? It's nothing. We are merely pleased that Fei Luqin Ke is saved, Ye Feng replied lightly. Time is of the essence. We must hasten our return to the city to seek out the overlord. When we left initially, He entrusted his sister and Fei Luqingke to Yang Xiu and Bai Yuhan. I wonder how they are faring now? Their parents were taken by the military and should be in a secure location. The beasts journeyed eastward, retracing their steps, and soon reached the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. This is where we once battled the fire-toxic cobra. If we pass through here, we should have exited the desert's forbidden grounds, Ye Feng observed. Ye Feng, have you noticed anything amiss? Suddenly, Bai Rou spoke with intense focus. What? Ye Feng was taken aback, then looked at the swirling sands, his gaze darkening slightly. We have clearly reached the boundary of the Forbidden Zone. Why does the sandstorm show no signs of abating compared to the center? On the contrary, it seems to have intensified. Lu Qingqing's words caused the beasts to become alarmed. As her words faded, a whirlwind resembling a tornado began to form in the air, with dust swirling around, obscuring their vision in an endless sea of yellow. A tornado sandstorm, Lin Yi exclaimed in horror. Although they had transformed into fierce beasts, they remained insignificant against the forces of nature. If caught in this colossal whirlwind, their fate would likely be reduced to mere pulp. Run. Seeing the all-encompassing sandstorm, Ye Feng did not hesitate and quickly led Lin Yi and the others to flee. Wait, the sandstorm seems to have ceased. Suddenly, the angled horn Leishi halted. Glancing back, Ye Feng turned to look as well, but his pupils constricted in alarm. From the cloud of dust generated by the sandstorm emerged a ferocious beast. Upon recognizing its form, the beasts were utterly astonished. How is this possible? The royal armored scorpion. Wasn't it already dead? Lin Yi muttered to himself. Indeed, the creature that emerged from the sandstorm was the royal armored scorpion that Ye Feng's team had collectively hunted down, but this one was twice the size of the previous. Ye Feng was equally stunned, his mind racing. I was mistaken. The earlier royal armored scorpion was not among the top 10 rulers, it was merely one of its kind. The one before me, capable of controlling the sandstorm, truly embodies the apex of its species, having consumed the storm scorpion. System, activate scanning function. Ding. Target biological detection, super mutant royal armored scorpion. Evolution level, first evolution completed. The monarch of the depths of the desert, its armor forged from steel, renders it invincible. Its powerful pincers can obliterate any creature, and its retractable venomous tail compensates for its shortcomings in ranged combat, making it the undisputed hunter of the desert. Abilities, Chain Fury Pincers, Retractable Hook Tail, Level 3 Frenzy, Tornado Sandstorm, Fearsome Shriek. Tornado Sandstorm, an ability evolved from the Storm Scorpion, capable of influencing the weather and generating massive tornadoes for devastating attacks. Fearsome Shriek, an ability evolved from the terrifying Scorpion. Its piercing cry is excruciatingly loud, impacting the mental state of ferocious beasts and instilling fear. Gulp. Ye Feng could even hear the sound of his own swallowing. It dawned on him that he had likely received erroneous information in his past life. The true royal armored scorpion that ascended to the rank of the top 10 rulers must have emerged the moment the original stone fell, and it had already reached its completed form before fully beastifying. However, it had remained hidden in the deepest recesses of the desert's forbidden zone. Now that it had been drawn out, there could only be one reason behind it. Run, Ye Feng bellowed, urging the beasts to retreat swiftly. How could they possibly contend with the completed royal armored scorpion? Ye Feng, look, what is that? Suddenly, Lin Yi's exclamation caused Ye Feng to pause. He turned back to see that the scorpion's hooked tail was dangling a black and white creature. It's the sky-swallowing moonhound. Ye Feng gasped, astonished that the enemy had managed to locate the sky-swallowing moonhound that participated in the hunt ahead of them. Should we save it? Ye Feng murmured, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. If they chose to rescue this hound, their fate might very well be annihilation. Yet, they had all partaken in the hunt against the royal armored scorpion. At this moment, the Huangjia Xie suddenly emitted a piercing screech. Its eyes filled with unbridled hatred as they fixated on Ye Feng and his companions. A resounding roar echoed. You have slain my son. Do not expect to escape this desert. With that proclamation, the Huangjia Xie surged forward with an uncanny swiftness. How fast? Ye Feng's pupils dilated in shock. The speed of the Huangjia Xie had likely reached 500 points. At this velocity, escape from the desert was impossible, one by one. They would be hunted down and eliminated. Confrontation was their only option. Reluctantly, Ye Feng issued the command. Fleeing would lead to certain death. To survive, perhaps battle offered a glimmer of hope. As the Huangjia Xie approached, Ye Feng bravely stepped forward, his golden scales shimmering brilliantly under the blazing sun. The clash of their weapons was instantaneous, leaving Ye Feng with a gruesome gash inflicted by the creature's massive pincers, golden scales mixed with blood littering the ground. Such terrifying power. Ye Feng was profoundly shaken. If his own strength was 420 points, the attack power of this Shennongjia Nuxia had already surpassed 500. The most alarming aspect was that the Shennongjia Nuxia's strength lay not in its offense, but in its formidable defense. That outer layer of golden shell was its foundation for dominance. Ye Feng, the little fox by Ro, hurriedly rushed to his side, a radiant glow enveloping her as she began to heal him. Under the combined effects of his self-regeneration and by Ro's healing, Ye Feng's wounds rapidly mended, and new scales began to form. However, his spirits did not lift. Instead, he grew paler. If the Shennongjia Nuxia could inflict such damage without entering its berserk state, how would he fare against it once it unleashed its fury? Chapter 86. Natural Abilities. He made a swift decision to exert all his strength, compelling the beast to enter its berserk state first. If they could endure the duration of the Shennongjia Nuxia's fury, victory would be within their grasp. Otherwise, defeat was their only fate. All right. The beasts gritted their teeth and surged forward in unison. A bunch of worthless creatures. I demand you accompany my son in death. The Shennongjia Nuxia sneered as it beheld the approaching Lin Yi and the others. Before Lin Yi could draw near, its scythe-like tail swept out, sending him flying. Frost breath. At that moment, a solid pillar of ice erupted, effectively restraining the Shennongjia Nuxia's speed. So, you are the one responsible for slaying my son? After just a few exchanges, the Shennongjia Nuxia deduced that Ye Feng was the strongest among them. Indeed, if you have the capability, come and kill me. Ye Feng retorted with a cold smirk. The primary fighting force at that time was still the Tuntian Yuquan, but unfortunately, that creature lay incapacitated on the side, likely unable to contribute. You seek death. In response to Ye Feng's provocation, the Shennongjia Nuxia abandoned its pursuit of Lin Yi and turned its wrath upon Ye Feng. Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him and cast a grateful glance at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's deliberate provocation was a tactic to redirect the beast's attention. Meanwhile, Lei Shi unleashed a surge of electricity, further hampering the Shennongjia Nuxia's mobility. Damn it! The Shennongjia Nuxia seethed with rage, ready to inflict a serious blow upon Ye Feng when it was suddenly paralyzed by the debilitating effects of the electricity. With a heavy breath, Ye Feng retreated 100 meters, panting as he stared at the Shennongjia Nuxia, blood flowing from the wounds on his back. Truly, it was a creature of future dominion. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Ye Feng glanced at his injuries, his expression growing increasingly grave. Had he been at full capacity, he might not have been in such dire straits, and perhaps he would have had a 70% chance of victory. However, the disparity between a complete form and an initial form was vast. Even with 10 abilities, he could barely hold on. Had it been any other ferocious beast, they would have likely perished by now. The suppression is effective. Continue. Ye Feng noticed a marked decrease in the Shennongjia Nuxia's speed, and joy surged within him as he turned to Lei Shi. The electric charge had a paralyzing effect, while his frost breath could freeze. Good. Lei Shi nodded, gathering the lightning once more. The Shennongjia Nuxia, recognizing the source of its troubles, lashed out with its retractable tail. Ye Feng, alarmed, shouted, "Do not let its tail ensnare you. It is highly toxic." Hearing this, Lei Shi hastily retreated, haunted by the lingering fear of that tail. Boom. Another blast of frost breath erupted, and the Shennongjia Nuxia was utterly enraged. Very well, you wish to force me into a berserk state? It hissed ominously. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura enveloped its body. It had begun. The berserk state was activated. Lin Yi, just arriving, stood frozen in shock at the sight of the Shennongjia Nuxia entering its frenzy. How is it so fast? He glanced at Ye Feng in confusion. Humph. It seeks to annihilate us while in its berserk state, Ye Feng replied with a smirk. He had been orchestrating the Shennongjia Nuxia's movements. But the beast was bold and fearless, fully confident in its ability to eliminate them before the frenzy subsided. Today, you shall be sorely disappointed. Ye Feng let out a roar, his power surging dramatically. Triple berserk. An unparalleled strength coursed through Ye Feng's body, igniting a desire to unleash that power. Berserk? How could this be? The Shennongjia Nuxia exclaimed in shock. This massive serpent possessed the ability to enter a berserk state as well? You are about to discover just how much I have in store. Ye Feng smirked, summoning 2 pillars of ice and fire. The intertwined beams shot forth, radiating a resplendent glow while harboring tremendous destructive potential. Bang! A dark hole appeared on the body of the Shennongjia Nuxia, smoke swirling from it. What the hell? Even my strongest attack cannot penetrate. Ye Feng was taken aback, just as the Shennongjia Nuxia charged at him with a piercing scream. It is my turn now. The Shennongjia Nuxia cackled wickedly, its massive pincers crashing down on Ye Feng, driving him into the sand. Yet, before it could revel in its triumph, it felt a tremendous force from beneath its pincers as Ye Feng emerged unscathed. Not a scratch. The Huangjia Nu Xia was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, it could injure Ye Feng. Why was it unable to do so in its berserk state? Didn't he see that coming, did you? The berserk state can amplify abilities. My scales are a manifestation of that power. Ye Feng replied with a calm smile. Indeed, the ability to amplify was a revelation that would be uncovered later. At the very least, prior encounters with the Huangjia Nu Xia and Bai Shi did not reveal this method. The enhancement brought by the triple amplification of golden scales was unparalleled. Even the Huangjia Nu Xia found it impossible to breach his defenses. Now, all he needed to do was withstand the duration of the beast's berserk state, and slaying the Huangjia Nu Xia would be a simple task. However, Ye Feng had underestimated the situation. While he possessed the enhancement of golden scales, the Huangjia Nu Xia did as well. You have inadvertently aided me. The Huangjia Nu Xia sneered, and with a sudden piercing cry, it unleashed a sound that shattered the resolve of the surrounding beasts. Lin Yi and the others felt blood trickling from their ears, their bodies thrashing uncontrollably. The terrifying sound, tripled in damage, shattered their eardrums. Ye Feng, too, writhed in agony on the ground, but before the echoes of the screech could fade, a fierce whirlwind enveloped the area. It was a natural ability, a sandstorm. Ye Feng suddenly realized his own abilities were still lacking. Perhaps, after this encounter, he should seek out a potent natural ability. Yet, he had to confront the immediate crisis. The best way to counteract the sandstorm was to sever its source. Shennongjia. An idea struck Ye Feng. Lu Qingqing, upon hearing this, manifested her pristine form amidst the sandstorm, rapidly morphing into a sand sculpture. The swirling sands bizarrely coalesced towards the sculpture, amplifying its size, leaving only the fierce winds behind. Today, I shall let you taste the flames of retribution. As he watched the Huangjia Nu Xia wielding its massive pincers amid the tempest, Ye Feng's anger surged, and he concentrated his power into a triple amplified flame breath. The raging flames spread swiftly, growing even fiercer under the gusts, swirling like a ring of fire. At the center of that infernal ring was none other than the Huangjia Nu Xia, the master of the tempest. You wretched creature. After a moment, the desert echoed with the agonizing cries of the Huangjia Nuxi. As the flames subsided, the Huangjia Nuxi lay charred and blackened, resembling a roasted scorpion, with the air thick with the scent of burnt flesh. TSK. Ye Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. After all, the Huangjia Nuxi was once a dominant ruler, and its demise was truly tragic. Just then, without uttering a word, the Huangjia Nuxi swept its tail, kicking up a cloud of dust before turning to flee. The other beasts were momentarily taken aback, but Ye Feng was the first to exclaim, "This is bad." Chapter 87, The Eastern Province Incident. Oh no, it wants to escape. Ye Feng exclaimed in alarm. What? Lin Yi cried out. Isn't it a completed form? Why is it running away? How would I know? Ye Feng's lips twitched. Yet he had no intention of letting the Huangjia Nuxi go. Allowing a foe of such caliber to escape would invite endless troubles. Lin Yi and the other beasts hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from pursuing it. They were simply unable to match the frenzied beasts. The Huangjia Nuxi headed southwest into desolate sands, a territory Ye Feng had yet to explore, where grains of sand danced in the air. Where does it intend to lead me? Ye Feng's heart grew wary. If the Huangjia Nuxi truly wished to flee, it could have easily shaken him off by now. Yet, it did not, which indicated it still harbored intentions toward him. Could there be more Huangjia Nuxi? This thought startled Ye Feng, compelling him to exercise caution. If more Huangjia Nuxi appeared, he would have to abandon the chase. Soon, the Huangjia Nuxi's intentions vanished from sight. At the horizon, an unusually tall cluster of cacti emerged. These were mutated plants of the desert, the iron spikes cactus. Ye Feng was somewhat astonished, though he had never seen them in his past life. He had heard tales of their existence. The iron spikes cacti usually remained dormant, but if awakened, the scene would be apocalyptic. What does the Huangjia Nuxi intend by leading me here? Does it wish to trap me within? With this thought, Ye Feng halted at the edge of the cactus grove. Indeed, the Huangjia Nuxi also came to a stop, turning back to provoke him. What's the matter? Afraid to enter? Going in with you would be foolish. Ye Feng couldn't help but retort internally. Having pursued it this far, he realized the creature's nature was quite cautious. No, with its completed form strength and its berserk state. Leading him here was more than mere caution, it was cowardice. He never expected that the once mighty Huangjia Nuxi would be such a timid scorpion. Why should I be afraid to enter? Ye Feng chuckled coldly. Since the Huangjia Nuxi was trying to ensnare him, he would play along. With that, Ye Feng propelled himself toward the iron spikes cacti. Observing this, the Huangjia Nuxi began to slowly retreat, its gaze fixed longingly on Ye Feng, awaiting his entrance into the cactus grove. Suddenly, Ye Feng chuckled lightly. Huangjia Nuxi, you have fallen into a trap. As his words fell, a torrent of flames erupted from Ye Feng's mouth, engulfing the iron spikes cacti in a fierce blaze. The Huangjia Nuxi raised its head in terror, only to find Ye Feng's mocking gaze, and it finally understood. Ye Feng had been aware of the characteristics of the iron spikes cacti all along. His earlier demeanor was merely a ruse to lower the creature's guard. The surrounding iron spikes cacti suddenly trembled as if enraged, their spikes protruding menacingly. This is bad. The Huangjia Nuxi's expression turned to one of horror. It had once approached these cacti and accidentally triggered their defenses. However, it had escaped that time without recklessness. But now it was surrounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless iron spikes broke free from the cactus bodies, hurtling toward the Huangjia Nuxi at the center, creating a cacophony of sounds. Initially, the cries of the Huangjia Nuxi could be heard, but soon fell silent. It must be dead now, right? Gazing at the beast transformed into a pincushion, Ye Feng felt a slight tightening in his chest. The power of the iron spikes cacti was truly terrifying. No wonder they were famous in his past life. Even he, who had never set foot in a desert, had heard of their notorious reputation, illustrating their exceptional nature. Even the former ruler had met its demise here. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ye Feng ultimately decided against risking entry into the iron spikes cacti grove to consume the Huangjia Nuxi's corpse. After all, the cacti were too formidable. Well, the Huangjia Nuxi is dead now. Time to leave. Ye Feng cast one last glance at the lifeless body amidst the cacti before turning away. As he departed, the cactus grove suddenly began to tremble violently, and a plant-like appendage, indistinguishable in form, extended from the sand, wrapping around the Huangjia Nuxi's corpse and dragging it down. Upon reuniting with Lin Yi and the others, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile. It's taken care of. Lin Yi exhaled in relief. He had feared that Ye Feng's pursuit might lead to irreversible consequences. Time is of the essence. We must set off immediately. I sense that the full beastification is about to commence. Lu Qingqing suddenly stepped forward, her demeanor fraught with unease. Ye Feng glanced at her, calculating that the global beastification should not be due for another day. Has it been accelerated? Ye Feng's expression turned grave. He could now ascertain that the descent of the original stone rain had some triggering condition. If such a condition existed, it meant that the entire Blue Star's beastification was under some form of control. Bai Yuhan had mentioned that those original stones contained strange genetic codes. Ye Feng shook his head, suppressing these unsettling thoughts, for this was too terrifying. If Blue Star's beastification were indeed manipulated, what kind of entity lay behind it? Aliens? The beasts moved swiftly, shaking the ground as they galloped. On their return journey, Ye Feng observed that many cities had become desolate, bearing traces of war and chaos. The confrontation between humanity and the ferocious beasts had commenced. Ye Feng's heart sank. Though beastified humans would retain their humanity, repeated assaults by the military would inevitably provoke resistance. If it were just a few scattered beasts, it might be manageable, but should humanity provoke a horde of ferocious beasts, the outcome would be uncertain. Of course, these matters were of little consequence to Ye Feng. His true concern was finding Ba Wang, who was searching for Yi Ling and their parents. Given Yang Xiu's character, if he were indeed attacked by the military, he would undoubtedly fight back. Lin Yi, Yang Fei, I have arranged for Ba Wang to be stationed in Wu City. There are 2 of my subordinates there. You can contact them and bring the immortal flower. I shall seek my sister and family and will not accompany you further. Ye Feng stated quickly. Understood. Lin Yi nodded, hesitating for a moment before inquiring. Are you not bringing anyone? No. This operation is within the city. It's easy to attract concentrated fire. The more people there are, the easier it is to expose ourselves, Ye Feng replied. With your size, it would be hard not to attract attention. Lin Yi shot him a peculiar glance. Rest assured, once my task is complete, I will head to Wu City to meet you. At that time, I will ensure that I bring back both special abilities promised to Lei. Ye Feng spoke lightly. Actually, I do trust you, Lin Yi replied softly. Ye Feng continued. The eastern provinces, Xianping Pass. Humanity has retreated behind the defenses of the pass, with ferocious beasts ravaging the area east of it. Humanity is retaliating with overwhelming firepower, yet the size of the beasts far exceeds that of humans. Currently, humanity is suffering heavy losses, and even Xianping Pass is on the verge of falling. Haha, is this the level of the Dragon Kingdom's army? A massive black cat emerged from the horde of beasts, laughing mockingly. Chapter 88, Shameless professor. Due to the poor Chinese spoken by the opposing force, the troops within the pass immediately recognized that these ferocious beasts were not from the Dragon Kingdom. These beasts think that becoming ferocious allows them to act with impunity? Do they truly believe the Dragon Kingdom is easy to bully? A commander on the city wall was seething with rage. These beasts clearly hail from Jayaguli. This once insignificant nation dares to send a ferocious beast army to attack the borders of the Dragon Kingdom amidst global chaos. This is a monumental disgrace. Commander, it's bad. We can't hold out any longer. A bloodied soldier approached, panic evident in his voice. There was no choice. These colossal beasts were exceedingly difficult to combat. Ordinary bullets inflicted merely minimal damage upon them, unless one employed rocket-propelled grenades. But how could such ammunition be inexhaustible? Retreat. The commander of Longwa struggled to suppress the fury swelling within him as he bellowed. Commander, why don't we launch missiles? We cannot afford to lose more of our territory. The soldier, taken aback, inquired of the commander. Upon hearing this, the commander's lips twitched in frustration. The nearest missile base had already fallen. They were utterly incapable of launching any missiles, revealing that these ferocious beasts had come prepared. Their intent was clear, to invade Longwa by relying on these monstrous creatures. And what of the internal situation in Longwa? They had been suppressing the beastified humans, while the practitioners of Xin medical science were fervently propagating research on these savage beasts. All these creatures were products of human evolution. If an accord could be reached with them, they would not find themselves in such a dire predicament today. Suddenly, from the distance, two formidable beasts resembling celestial generals emerged. Leading the way was an enormous Tyrannosaurus rex, wreathed in flames. Following closely was a lithe deer adorned with glacial horns, leaving a trail of frost in its wake. Any beast that dared approach it was instantly encased in ice. If Ye Feng had been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this extraordinary ability, a natural power rivaling that of a tornado or sandstorm. Yang Xiao, where did these beasts come from? Came the voice of Yi Ling. I don't know, Yang Xiao replied. The Tyrannosaurus casually stomped, causing fissures to spread through the ground, from which unending flames erupted, incinerating a multitude of beasts before them. My parents should be within this fortress. We must not allow these beasts to enter the city, Yi Ling insisted. Rest assured, with such a ragtag group of minions, they wish to tread upon my territory. Yang Xiao replied indifferently. Yuhan has already entered the city to rescue your parents. We shall depart as soon as she signals. All right, Yi Ling nodded. The commotion caused by the two beasts drew the attention of a black cat from Goguryeo. After observing for a moment, it summoned a beast, demanding to know what is going on with these two. Why are they attacking their own kind? Boss, it seems these are beasts from Longwa, replied the two beasts in the language of Goguryeo. Longwa beasts? The black cat widened its eyes in astonishment, then turned its gaze towards Yang Xiao and Yi Ling, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. How dare the beasts of Longwa emerge? Let them come, and they shall not return. The black cat proclaimed cruelly. By my command, all beasts, attack these two. At the black cat's order, the beasts roared in unison, launching their onslaught against Yi Ling and Yang Xiao. At Xianping Pass, Bai Yuhan, utilizing the token of Xin medical science, made her way unimpeded to stand before the commander. I wish to see two individuals, Bai Yuhan stated calmly, presenting photos of Ye Feng's parents. The commander glanced at them and shook his head. We have not seen them, with so many civilians evacuating. I could not possibly keep track of two ordinary people. Hearing this, Bai Yuhan frowned. Indeed, in the midst of such chaos, searching for Ye Feng's parents felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack, especially with the emergence of inexplicable beasts. For a moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Yuhan, I didn't expect to find you here, came a familiar, aged voice from beside her. Bai Yuhan's expression shifted instantly, and she instinctively replied, Teacher, you still remember I am your teacher? The old professor snorted coldly, his face devoid of emotion. Why have you not responded to the numerous notifications I sent you about returning? Sensing the professor's irritation, Bai Yuhan quickly explained, Teacher, I have been occupied with matters outside, but I will return as soon as I can. Do you think I am unaware of the situation between you and that giant python? The professor replied, producing a stack of photographs. Among them was an image of Bai Yuhan with Yang Xiao, who had transformed into a Tyrannosaurus, as they met with Ye Feng, now a giant python. Outside Yuan City, this mutated Tyrannosaurus must be Yang Xiao, correct? The professor smiled enigmatically. Yuhan, if you bring Yang Xiao back with us now, I can tell you where the individuals in the photographs are. The professor stated with a hint of significance. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan's expression changed dramatically. Teacher, you cannot have succeeded in your research. The global beastification is about to descend? The professor's face darkened. What do you know? Tell me everything. I cannot say. Bai Yuhan gritted her teeth. I have long suspected that there would be a situation with the original stones falling, which is why I secured a refuge on an aircraft carrier during this time. As long as you bring Yangxiu with you, we can board the aircraft carrier together and head to the deep sea. We will not undergo beastification, the professor sneered. Are you suggesting you intend to live in the deep sea indefinitely? Bai Yuhan bit her lip. That is no concern of yours. You only need to ensure Yangxiu complies and leaves with us, the professor stated coldly. Bai Yuhan looked at the professor, a chill coursing through her. The madness in his eyes felt alien to her. Why had her teacher changed so? It was evident he intended to take Yangxiu, and she knew all too well what that entailed. No, I cannot go back with you. Bai Yuhan shook her head, but as she attempted to flee, 2 uniformed personnel seized her. Yuhan, this is no longer in your control, the professor chuckled coldly. At that moment, Yangxiu was embroiled in a fierce struggle alongside Yi Ling, with the beasts attacking them relentlessly, proving to be a formidable challenge. But soon, a helicopter appeared in the sky, causing Yangxiu to halt his assault, frozen in place. With a tremendous crash, a giant tiger collided with the Tyrannosaurus, knocking it to the ground with a resounding thud. Yangxiu, Yi Ling cried, her feet instantaneously unleashing a dazzling ice surface, slowing the advance of the beasts. Yuhan. Yangxiu struggled to rise, gazing up at the figure in the helicopter, unleashing a furious roar. Roar. Yangxiu stomped the ground, flames enveloping him at an indescribable speed, turning the earth into a furnace. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus's eyes turned blood red, fixated with murderous intent on the helicopter above. Shen Medical Science, you seek death. Chapter 89. The arrival of news. All the while, Ye Feng meandered through the city. The changes in the urban landscape were so profound that he found himself uncertain of the whereabouts of the Tyrannosaurus and the others. However, Ye Feng felt no concern, for the characteristics of the Tyrannosaurus were unmistakable. All he needed was to locate a beastified creature and inquire. For instance, at this moment, Ye Feng was sternly observing a black and white husky. Weren't you in the desert? How did you end up here? Ye Feng scrutinized. I want to follow you, unexpectedly. The husky stated candidly. Follow me. Ye Feng widened his serpentine eyes. After a pause, he asked, why would you want to follow me? Because you are strong. The husky replied earnestly. But the royal armored scorpion is also quite powerful, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. You are different. The husky gazed at Ye Feng intently. Besides, you killed the royal armored scorpion. Fine, Ye Feng conceded, unable to counter that logic. Since you have chosen to follow me, you must first prove your allegiance. Ye Feng contemplated before smiling. Prove allegiance? The husky was taken aback. Yes, capture a beast, preferably an ancient species, and bring it back alive, Ye Feng stated casually, flicking his tongue. What is an ancient species? The husky remained still, pondering for a moment before asking. Well, Ye Feng's lips twitched. It seemed this creature had not been connected to the internet while in the desert. An ancient species refers to creatures that existed during ancient times on Blue Star. Of course, some beings that can rival these ancient creatures are also included, Ye Feng explained. So marvelous. What species do I belong to? The husky suddenly seemed excited, squatting before Ye Feng and panting. At first glance, one might wonder if this creature truly thought itself to be a husky. Cough, you are a mutant species. To put it simply, a transformed creature from the blue planet, superior to the ancient breeds by a significant margin, Ye Feng hastily explained. All right, I will go capture the ferocious beast. The excited Erha dashed out with renewed vigor upon receiving the answer. Ye Feng settled himself and waited patiently. After a considerable time, Erha returned, clutching a velociraptor, albeit with some injuries. What happened? How could you get hurt while capturing such a creature? Observing the colorful wounds on Erha, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. I felt a bit weak during the day. Erha scratched his head and mumbled. Oh right. Ye Feng suddenly realized. You indeed seemed a bit feeble during the day. Casting a glance at the velociraptor, which was an ancient breed evolved 7 times. Ye Feng surmised it might be considered a minor lord in this region, unfortunate to have encountered Erha. Now, I will ask you questions, and upon your answers, I will allow you to leave. Ye Feng slowly approached the velociraptor. The creature, merely 10 meters in length, was suddenly confronted by a nearly 100-meter-long giant python. Petrified with fear. Indeed, after 8 evolutions, Ye Feng had reached nearly 100 meters. Spare me, I will tell you everything. The velociraptor trembled in its voice. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction and inquired. During this time, have you encountered a Tyrannosaurus Rex engulfed in flames? If it has animals and humans with it. There should be a white deer with icy antlers and a woman. Yes. The moment Ye Feng finished speaking, The velociraptor immediately replied. So straightforward. Ye Feng was somewhat taken aback. Yes, I remember vividly. That mutated Tyrannosaurus burned down my home as it passed by. But it was too massive for me to dare resist. Get to the point. Where did it go? Ye Feng couldn't help but interrupt. It seemed to head towards the East Province. The velociraptor pondered before responding. East Province. Ye Feng was somewhat surprised, as fleeting memories of the East Province surfaced in his mind, yet he couldn't recall them immediately. By the way, what is the current situation between you and humans? Ye Feng asked about a matter of concern to him. Well, when we first transformed, we were surrounded and captured by humans. So we hid in the mountains and dared not emerge. However, later we heard that a ferocious beast squad led by a giant python invaded human territory and even defeated them. Thus, some of us ferocious beasts organized a counterattack against humans, although we did not engage in widespread cannibalism, merely seeking a place to reside, the velociraptor explained. I see. Ye Feng nodded, though his gaze held an unusual expression. A ferocious beast squad led by a giant python invading human territory? Why did that feel so familiar? Could it be that the conflict between humans and ferocious beasts stemmed from him? No, I want to take the blame for that. That leader, may I leave now? The velociraptor asked ingratiatingly. All right, you may go. Ye Feng waved his tail dismissively. He was not the kind of serpent that consumed everything. At least in his current satiated state, the velociraptor was astute enough to be spared. Brother Ye, where shall we go next? Ha inquired, panting. Ye Feng cast a disdainful glance at him, wondering if this fellow had swiftly merged with canine traits. Let us head to the East Province. The Tyrannosaurus should be there. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly, then began to set off at a leisurely pace. At Xianping Pass, the commander fumed with rage. He realized that this group from the Xian Medical Department had come merely to create chaos. Ever since the elder from the Xian Medical Department brought that woman over, the Tyrannosaurus that was assisting them had gone berserk, attacking indiscriminately. At this rate, Xianping Pass would be reduced to ashes. Commander, the pilot on that helicopter is not one of ours, a soldier reported shamefacedly. What? Not one of ours? The commander was utterly enraged. Does the Xian Medical Department truly think this place is their home? On the helicopter, Professor, should we send someone to retrieve him? A researcher asked, observing the rampaging Yangxiu below. No need. The old professor waved his hand coldly. He cannot harm us. Let those ferocious beasts clash with him, and then we shall reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhan's eyes widened in anger. Teacher, how can you treat Yangxiu this way? So what? We from the Xian Medical Department have painstakingly nurtured him for so many years. Does he not owe it to us to contribute to our research in the end? The old professor sneered. Bai Yuhan shook with rage at that moment. The old professor no longer appeared to her as a good teacher, but rather as a madman who would stop at nothing for the sake of research. Yuhan, I hope you can work diligently on the mothership. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you 1T become a contribution to our research, the old professor said ominously. Just as the two were conversing, the flames enveloping Yangxiu suddenly ceased, as if he had fallen into weakness. Roar! The ferocious beasts, suppressed by the flames, immediately howled and charged toward Yangxiu, intent on tearing him to pieces. Brother Yang. From a distance, Yiling gasped in alarm. Chapter 90 Crisis. I thought it was some impressive figure, but it turns out to be at this level. A black cat elegantly approached Yiling, mocking her unabashedly. You. Yiling seethed with rage, icy flowers rapidly crystallizing on her icy antlers, infused with terrifying cold power, which she shot forth in an instant. The ice flower struck the black cat, causing a flicker of joy on Yiling's face. However, that joy quickly froze. The black cat was merely an afterimage. Heh. With your speed, do you dare to dream of hitting me? The black cat taunted in broken Chinese. Swish. Claws suddenly emerged from behind Yiling, viciously raking across her body, leaving a trail of blood. Surprisingly, Yiling's blood was blue. How infuriating. The black cat's furious voice echoed nearby, glaring at his paw encased in ice, a chilling aura piercing deep into his heart. Yiling stared incredulously at the black cat, unaware her blood had such an effect. Nevertheless, this provided Yiling with precious time to regroup. She swiftly condensed another icy lotus and hurled it at the giant beast. Brother Yang, we cannot continue like this, or we will perish. Yiling exclaimed anxiously, gazing at Yangxiu. Yiling, you should leave. I cannot abandon Bai Yuhan. Yangxiu slowly rose, gently shaking his head. Yiling's heart wavered at the sight of Bai Yuhan captured in midair. Who are those people? How could Bai Yuhan be captured by them? I promised Brother Yi to help you find your parents, but now I can only break my word. You must leave quickly. I will hold off these ferocious beasts. Yang Xiao instructed solemnly. Yiling found herself at a loss. Just then, a giant bear, as imposing as a small mountain, charged forward. Its eyes glinted with a savage light, each step causing the ground to tremble, its claws shimmering like blades. Stupid bear, you've finally arrived. The black cat rejoiced upon seeing the giant bear. Useless, unable to handle even two ferocious beasts. The giant bear spoke in a deep voice, shaking the ears of the ferocious beasts. Do you think I want to? The black cat retorted unhappily. This deer is quite peculiar. Be cautious when you make your move. Heh, do you think my iron pattern bear's body is as fragile as yours? The giant bear scoffed, strange iron patterns suddenly emerging on its claws, enveloping them. Prepare to die? The giant bear let out a wild laugh, charging towards Yiling, delivering a mighty paw. Yiling's heart raced, and she hastily dodged. The iron claw struck beside her, creating a pit several meters deep. Such terrifying strength. Yang Xiao was astounded, wanting to rescue Yiling, yet the black cat obstructed him. Undeterred by the missed attack, the giant bear raised its paws once more to strike Yiling. This time, Yiling was not so fortunate. As a massive northeast tiger loomed behind her, retreating would lead her straight into its jaws. The colossal bear seemed to sense that Yiling dared not retreat. One paw came crashing down towards the icy horn atop her head, and one could easily imagine the devastation that would ensue. Yiling, Yang Xiao, having caught sight of the imminent peril facing Yiling, struggled desperately to break free, but the black cat resisted with its body. Just as the gigantic paw was about to strike Yiling, a furious roar suddenly reverberated across the battlefield. The giant bear momentarily halted its attack, only to be propelled away by a crimson beam of light, crashing heavily into a distant pit. A black and white furred husky burst onto the battlefield, immediately engaging with the northeast tiger that had been menacing Yiling. Despite the northeast tiger being an ancient species, it gradually found itself at a disadvantage under the husky's assault. The giant bear crawled out of the pit, its gaze filled with fury as it regarded the unexpected intruder. However, it soon wilted in despair, for a massive python, nearly 100 meters long, appeared before it, its size surpassing that of the bear by more than threefold. Ding! Target detected. Variant species, iron stripe bear, 7 times evolved. Possesses powerful claws, covered in iron stripes during combat, enabling it to unleash indomitable strength. Ability, charge strike. The 7 times evolved iron stripe bear. Ye Feng narrowed his serpentine eyes and then glanced at Yiling. Upon seeing her unscathed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having evolved 4 times over the past 2 days, Yiling's formidable potential as a super variant species had begun to manifest. However, in the face of this 7 times evolved variant bear, she still appeared somewhat weaker. Brother, Yiling exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the giant python, her laughter ringing out. A pair of icy horns brushed against Ye Feng, coating half of his scales in a layer of frost. I am relieved you are unharmed, Ye Feng chuckled softly. At that moment, the husky trotted over, holding a severed limb of the northeast tiger in its mouth. Boss, it's dead, the husky stated matter-of-factly as it dropped the limb. The iron-striped bear's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this husky dispatch the northeast tiger so swiftly? That creature was a 7 times evolved ancient species. Go ahead and eat, Ye Feng said indifferently, turning his gaze toward the iron-striped bear. Meanwhile, the black cat, wary of Ye Feng's strength, approached the iron-striped bear. Brother Yi, I apologize, Yang Xiao said, a hint of guilt in his voice. Had Ye Feng not arrived just in time, Yiling would likely have met a tragic end. It's all right, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. He cast a glance at the helicopter hovering above and resolved to deal with it later, focusing instead on the fierce beast before him. Ding, scan complete. Variant species, phantom giant cat, 7 times evolved. Its massive size grants it the capability to combat gigantic beasts, while its feline speed has been further enhanced, allowing it to triumph in battles with its uncanny velocity. Ability, ethereal assault. If I am not mistaken, you are not native to Longhua, Ye Feng remarked coldly as he scrutinized the 2 beasts. He recalled the distribution of most variant species from his previous life. Neither the iron-striped bear nor the phantom giant cat resided within the boundaries of Longhua. Perhaps from Goguryeo? Such audacity. Do you truly believe that you are invincible in your beastly forms, daring to invade the territory of Longhua? Ye Feng's voice turned frigid, his massive form exuding an aura of impending aggression. In this state, the iron-striped bear trembled with fear. This python appeared to be merely an 8 times evolved creature. Yet its massive size was unnerving. What terrified them more was the primal instinct warning them of imminent danger. Death was approaching. As Ye Feng's form gradually straightened, The tension in the air escalated. Finally, the black cat could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere and abruptly turned to flee, only to be ensnared by a powerful tail. The iron-striped bear, witnessing this, unleashed its iron-striped claws in a furious swipe at Ye Feng. Chapter 91. Fusion of Variant Species. A flash of sparks ignited as the black-striped bear realized, to its horror, that Ye Feng's scales had somehow transformed into a brilliant gold. In a panic, the black-striped bear attempted to retreat, but found itself face-to-face with Ye Feng's icy gaze and the intense flames emanating from his mouth. Boom! The searing breath of fire pierced through the black-striped bear's body, reducing the giant creature to a mere charred remnant in mere seconds. Ye Feng, unperturbed, consumed the remains whole. Ding! You have devoured the variant species, black-striped bear. Following the consumption of the black-striped bear, Ye Feng turned his attention to the trembling phantom black cat ensnared by his tail. "I'm sorry," the cat stammered, its voice fading as it collapsed in utter defeat. As both were 8 times evolved, the two ferocious beasts were no match for Ye Feng. "Congratulations. You have consumed the variant species, phantom black cat, 8 times evolved, gaining 867 evolution points. You have acquired 25 speed attribute points. Open attribute panel." Ye Feng mused internally. Host: Ye Feng, 8 times evolved. Species: Undying Python. Growth points: 5689. Next level evolution requires 12,800 points. Abilities: Venomous Fangs, Flame Breath, Frost Breath, Golden Scales, Eagle Vision, Frost Resilience, Immunity to all poisons, Deep Sea Breath Holding, Deadly Bite. Level 3 Frenzy. Strength: 489, Speed: 337, Defense: 345, Constitution: 378. Over half of the growth points have been accumulated, Ye Feng murmured. Meanwhile, the people of Goguryeo found themselves in disarray. Their leader had been devoured by the giant python, yet their orders had been to disrupt Longhua. What should they do now? Their hesitation filled Ye Feng with excitement as he charged into the beast horde, seeking growth points. "Xiaoling, you also need to evolve. Follow the husky and hunt some ferocious beasts," Ye Feng instructed while devouring the beasts. Yi Ling, upon hearing this, looked over at the husky, which was panting with its tongue out in a typical husky demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, she was about to speak when the husky dashed off. Moments later, it returned with a spotted deer in its mouth, looking at Yi Ling as if seeking praise. Yi Ling stared in astonishment at the husky. "Brother, where did you find such a loyal companion?" Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, panting heavily, gazed up at the helicopter above, whereby Yuhan was situated, too intimidated to attack. "Damn that giant python." The old professor glared at the chaos wrought by Ye Feng below, unable to restrain himself from slapping the armrest of his wheelchair. "What should we do now, Professor?" The anxious researchers inquired, their plans thrown into turmoil. "We have no choice but to deploy it." The old professor squinted his eyes. "What?" The researchers gasped, hesitating. "If the higher-ups find out we're experimenting with this, won't we be in trouble?" "What of it?" The old professor snorted. "As long as we can develop the strongest ferocious beast in the future, we will dominate the world, and the entire blue planet will bow beneath our feet." "Very well." The researchers gritted their teeth and produced a control device. Upon seeing this, the old professor chuckled softly. "It was fortunate we brought it along." Bai Yuhan, observing the two men, was filled with shock. What were they discussing? Why did the professor claim they could create the most powerful ferocious beast? A roar suddenly erupted from Xinyuan Pass, shaking the earth as a figure resembling a small mountain charged towards them. "What is that?" The soldiers atop the city wall stared in stunned silence. "Commander!" the adjutant cried out. The commander of Xinyuan Pass quickly turned to look within the gates, only to see a fearsome beast with sharp spines and a grotesque head, its body resembling that of a dinosaur, barreling towards them. Boom! The creature ignited in violet flames, crashing into the city wall. The millennia-old fortifications crumbled under the impact, trampling a group of guarding soldiers beneath its weight. "You scoundrel!" The commander's eyes widened in fury as he issued an attack order, but the beast remained unfazed, with cannon fire impacting it to no effect. He charged straight towards the imposing figure of the Bawang, Yang Xiao. With a thunderous roar, Yang Xiao sensed the imminent danger directed at him, and he surged forward to confront the colossal beast. In a mere exchange, he was flung away by the creature's formidable force, which was terrifying in its might. Before the Bawang could regain its footing, the beast stomped down upon its head, while a grotesque serpent head at the tail lunged viciously at the Bawang's body. "Ah!" Yang Xiao cried out in agony, feeling as if his very being was dissolving. Witnessing this scene, the old professor could not suppress a smug chuckle. The creature I created by fusing two mutated species is not something a mere Yangxiu can easily withstand. Haha. If I could capture this giant python along with Yangxiu and merge them, they would surely surpass this, Yanshiji Long in strength. Perhaps even becoming invincible in the world. The old professor laughed maniacally, filled with excitement and exhilaration. Bai Yuhan was horrified. Her teacher had conducted such research. And judging by the giant beast's condition, the Xian Iku could completely control it, which was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a lotus flower formed of ice crystals shot down from the sky, stunning the ferocious Yanshiji Long that was ravenously attacking Yangxiu. The Yanshiji Long coldly shifted its gaze, and Yi Ling was struck with terror as she realized that the beast's eyes were hollow. A howl erupted from the Yanshiji Long as it charged towards Yi Ling with lightning speed, reaching her in the blink of an eye. Such incredible speed. Yi Ling gasped in alarm, but the Yanshiji Long's attack was already upon her. In a critical moment, a red breath surged forth, sending the Yanshiji Long flying several dozen meters away. Roaring, the Yanshiji Long scrambled back to its feet. Its hollow eyes fixated on the slowly approaching Ye Feng. A notification chimed. Target organism detected successfully. Fused mutated species, Yanshiji Long, 9 evolutionary stages. A monster created through Xian Iku's research, formed by the fusion of 2 mutated species, granting it combat abilities far superior to ordinary mutated species. With 2 distinct heads controlling the body. Abilities, Zi Yin Shihua. Dominated by the serpent head's consciousness, its attacks are chilling. The purple flames that encircle it possess immense corrosive power. Hong Yin Longhua. Dominated by the dragon head's consciousness, its attacks are ferocious. The red flames that envelop it exhibit tremendous destructive capabilities. Listening to the system's description, Ye Feng's pupils involuntarily contracted. It was indeed a fused mutated species. And it had appeared here. In its previous life, Xian Iku had developed many peculiar entities post-beastification, one of which was the fused mutated species. A new tier of existence, a completely attribute-based combat machine. They had lost their human thoughts and were entirely submissive to the control of Xian Iku.